Once again, I don't know if I can even ask that question. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, I'm not near the water. I'm not at the water, so there's no horizon. There's just like trees and buildings and stuff. So I don't.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So I wanted to compare my numbers, but I don't even know if my numbers make
What
any
you
sense.
saying? You got like an artificial horizon?
Well, wait for Jesse.
Yes, Armbar. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you mean you don't have a horizon?
Well, he was asking about in the view, like the visual horizon out on the distance. I don't have water as a horizon.
Oh, I gotcha.
So I can't speak to the.
Yeah, they call that some other kind of horizon or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to like compare like numbers, whatever, because like I have in my program, I have like a negative hidden height, and that's like for the tip of the mountain or whatever. I got like 3,671 for the 7/6R version. But once again, I don't know if I can compare numbers because I don't even know if if you have that number, so I might have to just But that's what I got though. I got like a cool number. I should probably do both. I should probably do like a hidden height for both the tip of so or I guess less of a hidden height and more of a like the tip of the object kind of height kind of thing, and then also do hidden height, like how much of the thing is actually hidden. Because as of right now, my program's kind of useless, at least in regards to that.
Well, if you work on it today, you can make sure it's useful. Just
Yeah, I
crunch it
might.
through. Do it
I
through the
might.
night. Just work on it. Get a couple Red Bulls.
Yeah.
Crunch that shit. And in the morning, do your paper. Right? You got time
You all
before
jacked
class.
up on Mountain Dew over there, Armbar?
No, I don't. I don't drink that. I don't drink soda like that. That's one. It's that's unhealthy. But two, I mean, I don't know, man. That's just not my. I'm not really a huge fan of soda. Only if it's like a birthday thing or like a party, like or something,
You
Although I
only drink
guess
soda at birthdays. I dig it.
yeah,
I'm
like
like the same way.
yeah. It's just too much for me anyway. Like, it's just too much.
Do you get
Yo,
hyper?
best soda ever is this orange cream soda. I don't know. It's a toss up between this orange cream soda and Mountain Dew Baja Blast. I got vanilla Coke up in there too. That shit is dope.
Yeah, those are pretty good.
What kind of
But yeah, soda's horrible for you. I used to Uber the guy at the Pepsi plant. He was like the mixer of the chemicals. He's like, dude, don't drink Pepsi. He's like, for real, bro, don't drink Pepsi.
Yeah. It's not. Yeah, it's too much. It's too much. I'm recently I've been really just a water guy. I'm gonna be honest. It's a little boring.
I drink Pepsi like 3 cans a day for every day for probably about 5 cases worth. And then I was like, I feels like I'm walking on glass. I'm not sure why. I didn't step in glass at all, but that's how it feels.
It's not
So
good.
Pepsi is great. Nothing wrong with that stuff. That's fine.
Pepsi.
Good for your body. Pepsi. Yeah.
Farmer, do you actually drink clean water though?
I don't know, man. I just filter it the best I can, man.
He's been drinking so much fluoride, bro.
I'm telling you, bro.
What is that? You guys don't think that's good for your teeth?
Oh my!
You're not supposed to swallow it,
Look,
Arma.
okay, I'm not a conspiracy theorist like you guys, all right? Give me a fucking break, okay?
It's provably a neurotoxin. It's been literally banned from. Dude,
It's a neurotoxin.
It's a neurotoxin. It's been proven to be neurotoxin. It's been banned from different cities and different states, and they've actually lost in court that resulted in it being removed from the water supply in certain cities. So where have you been?
Yeah, I lived in this place in Vermont, and they voted on whether to put fluoride, and the town voted no. They didn't want fluoride.
It's a neurotoxin, and they've lost in court.
I mean, what's so basically what your brain just starts to just break down over the years or some shit.
Yeah, well, it results in people being docile,
Docile.
and it calcifies your pineal gland, causes
Look,
corrosion of the brain. It's a neurotoxin.
all right, well, you only live once. I don't really give a shit, man. It's not a big deal to me.
And this is the mentality of a globe earther, ladies and gentlemen.
Like, why does it matter though? I mean, even like religious or not. I mean, it's temporary. Your existence here. So why does it matter? Like, I'm literally not gonna like. It's not gonna matter. Like,
Your brain doesn't matter.
if I go to heaven,
maybe you'd be able to hold conversations without like incessant obfuscation, interruption,
come
impulse
on.
control issues, and a bunch of whatever. Armor, do you want to have children?
Sure, maybe one day.
Wouldn't you want to live a while for your children?
People have been drinking water for so long. I mean, they've been. Oh my goodness, man! Come on.
Well, yeah, people haven't been drinking water with synthetic fluoride added for so long.
Look, in any case, okay, I don't care. At least in terms of what you said earlier about, you can't hold a conversation. I can hold a conversation first off. All right, don't even come at me with that shit. Fuck out of here.
Okay, man. All right. Oh yeah, I'm just pointing out that like a glober, like that's a glober for you, right? Like defend drinking fluoride.
I mean, every word you say is said twice at least, right?
Yeah, with like 17 whatevers in it.
Oh, come on.
And that
means something? I mean, I literally just stutter. That's it. What's so wrong with that?
Well, no, I'm not even making fun of you for stuttering. I'm making fun of you for speaking before you've decided what you're going to say. Like always. Like you think out loud. It's okay.
All right.
Okay, I'm just saying that's why you have so many connecting words that are redundantly used because
of the water I drank.
No, that probably doesn't help the processing speed.
Oh my goodness, man.
What if we can unlock more parts of our brain or our mind or something, and like, they're putting this in there to stop it or something? Like, if you don't care, that doesn't matter.
Hey, have you? Are you drinking? Water, tap water, whatever, with fluoride in it? Are you personally doing that?
I'm out here drinking vanilla Coke and shit. That ain't the point.
So I'm not.
They were putting.
Okay, but for real though, have you been drinking like tap water or whatever? I'm trying to figure out right now because we can, find out right now. All right, if it's such a huge thing, like, oh man, if we don't drink this shit, we'll be fucking brainiacs. Like, where are the brainiacs at? Come on, man.
I'm right here.
Point is,
drink distilled water.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
So much ego, man.
Yo, listen. The point is,
joke, Arma. Dude, shut up.
I'm just saying, man. Like, if it's a joke, then fair enough. Well, I'm just saying, though. All right, like, you guys acting like.
I don't know.
The point is, armbar. Go ahead, Snack.
Nah, sorry. I was just gonna say I'm drinking tap water and I think it's making me dumb. But
hey, wait, dude, I had to step away. Dude, stop, bro. Get a Mega Home distiller, man. But real fast, when you drink distilled water, you can noticeably taste the difference. If you ever have to drink a bottle of water or anything, you're like, what the hell is this crap?
Yep.
Dude, if I turn my sink on, I can smell it, dude. But anyway, I just want to ask, did you figure out that it's 500 feet, even though it's 15% bigger ball?
Yeah, me personally, I did my math. It was 500. It was 500 feet high or whatever. But it was
a setup. It was a setup. I'm so glad you took the bait. All right, so if he was at 180 feet and the target distance was 72 miles, and then the mountain was 10,600 feet, but what you added to the observer height is 10,800 feet. Whenever you looked out 72 miles, then the horizon distance should be 16 miles. The target hidden height should be like over 2,000 feet.
I don't know, maybe.
No, so it should be over 2,000 feet, but the mountain was only lifted 500 feet.
Wait, say those numbers again. You're saying this shit kind of fast.
The target hidden height should have been 2,000 feet.
2,000 feet.
But it was only lifted up 500 feet, which means 1,500 feet of the mountain should be hidden, right?
Something like that, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, at least in Jesse's example, I don't know if you gave me a new example. Once again, you kind of said that stuff kind of fast, but it's I mean, at least my logic is this, right? If you go back to the beach ball example, right? If you have the mountain or whatever it is on the beach ball, let's say drop an inch, right? Because you're on the beach ball, or you have like a camera on the beach ball and you have a thing dropping an inch on that ball, right? If you were to increase the size of that ball by 1,000,000 times, at least
I understand your argument. I understand it.
Yeah, it wouldn't go
infinitely.
Or even that doesn't really So it's not a 1-to-1 thing where
I understand the argument.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, at least I ran the
I
numbers though.
said openly, I'm not. I don't know.
Fair enough.
I said I didn't know what the actual number would be.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Is that like weird to you? Someone just being chill and honest, and doesn't matter if he doesn't know something because that's
nope. That's not crazy to me.
Is it like a foreign language?
I mean, maybe for you, but I mean, it's not. It's a pretty normal thing. If you don't know something, that's fine.
I've never. No, the normal thing is that when the Globers get to the point where what they claim wasn't true, they just go silent. Hey, Arm, have you ever experienced that? Have you ever been in this room and heard the Glober just go silent?
I will admit that sometimes does happen. I don't know if that's because they're busy with stuff.
They're so busy that they had a full conversation until the point that they couldn't rebut.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, don't you find it weird though? Anyway, it's all good.
Hold on, what's it? Did you know in your timeline thing? Do you have the Moon Treaty on that?
Gio brought up like a space treaty in general, but I don't know anything about a moon treaty.
Yeah, there's two different space. I guess there's a space treaty. I know there's a moon treaty. I've known about that for a while. Like, it's like no one can land near the Apollo sites and stuff. Throw that on the timeline, bro. We're gonna miss mad stuff. How do we know where to find all the dates?
Yeah, if anyone can think of something, let me know. I'll add it to the time.
Yeah, I'd like to help on timelines.
Well, hold on. What's wrong with landing in the same spot? Like, why is that important to add to the list? I'm confused.
Ask your leaders, man.
No, I'm just saying because if someone
we do not consent, Armbar, we do not consent.
Dude, no means no, man. Can we have a conversation rape whistle?
I don't even. When did I start? When did I start raping the conversation? I literally just asked the question.
Dude, I have like a Stream Deck, and you can like press buttons for certain sound effects. And so we should just implement like the conversation rape whistle. So like when Zanuck, comes in and tries to wrestle you to the floor and take your semantical clothes off, just press the button. No more.
That was in bad taste.
Rape whistle has been confirmed. I need you to back down, sir. All right.
Anyway,
man, we might as well just chug fluoride. You only live once.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's.
If you only live once, Armor, you could be doing things a lot more like aggressively. You know what I mean? What is this paper you're working on? You know what I mean? That's not important.
I'm not working on any paper.
You only live once. Did you know what's funny though? It's ironic that people use that phrase to justify irresponsible behavior. It's like, you only live once. You should probably take care of yourself. Like, how does that help the argument against taking care of yourself?
You're right. If it truly is bad, and and whatever, fine. I am doing something stupid, but I mean, like, I don't think it's from the looks of it. I haven't seen any fucking issues.
Have you actually researched?
Well, everyone's doing it, so.
Yeah. This is the problem. I'm being real with you. Like, I know what happens. Okay, let's just cut to the chase. You hear other ballers in here defend it before, and you think, oh, well, you just believe it. You believe what the other that's one of your big mistakes, man. You can't just believe what other ballers in here say. Like, can you name any conspiracy you believe in?
No, not really, because I don't really care to that extent.
So you're just a nihilist.
No,
it's not about nihilist. I personally, it doesn't really affect me, really.
Real quick with, he busted out real quick. He busted out real quick with, you don't believe it's good for your teeth. That was like one of the first things he said about it.
Yeah. He flipped it on us. Like, what the fuck? What does topical application of fluoride have to do with ingestion anyway? I mean,
I've seen. I mean, I guess this is just one example, though. I could be wrong about this, but I mean, maybe I shouldn't even. I don't know.
Topical application. You're about to say something about topical application.
No, I was just gonna say, like, 'cause I know, like, at least I've seen one example. I think I could be wrong about this, but somewhere where it's like, places where they don't have fluoride in the water, like their teeth are like pretty bad or some shit. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong. I could be wrong about that.
Dude, Europe's drowning in fluoride. Look at their teeth.
Wait, what? Oh, you're. That's a good point.
Yeah, I'm out here, bro. Let it go, man. It's a neurotoxin, dude. But anyway, like, what about this? The Federal Reserve is screwing you over, and it's just a fiat currency Ponzi scheme.
Probably. I don't know though. I don't. It doesn't bother me.
Have you ever looked into the history of the Federal Reserve?
I don't know.
So how your entire life is controlled by a monetary system doesn't bother you.
Not really.
You
And
only
what
live
does
once,
matter?
bro. You only live once.
And what matters to you, Arma? What does matter?
I don't know, like living a good life. I don't know, but listen, I do got to go into
Wait. Don't escape. What does that mean? What's the qualifier of a good life?
relationships with people, like family, friends.
So all that matters in life is relationships with friends and family.
Yeah,
Nothing else matters.
not really.
Do you care about the
Or
well-being?
you can tell when he says it in his high voice. When he says it in his high voice, you could tell he's
Okay, now hold
like
on. This
unsure
dude
at the least.
he's been on Discord since 2016, and he doesn't he believes in the 9/11 official story. Okay, he's living the dream. He sounds like he's an employee, like some sort of a paid disinfo agent. You know,
He's Witsit's employee.
Yeah, he
Well-
works for me.
Well, hold on, real fast. Can I just say something? Because I've been trying to get this in. Hold on, real
Because,
fast. I want to get this in because I don't want you guys to think I'm just dropping out of nowhere. I do got to go in a bit. I do have
No, stop. I interrupted that guy. So let him finish. Go ahead, whoever that was.
Okay, if I drop, don't say anything.
Okay.
I don't care. We don't care. Go ahead, whoever that guy was, please.
yeah, I'm
Sorry.
just saying that Armadur dude sounds like a paid agent. Clearly, I mean, imagine a dude in paid camis. You know, I mean, sorry, paid in his cubicle, camouflage. You know, sitting in front of a screen. That sounds like I try to imagine in my mind Armadur, and that's what I got. You know, some junior enlisted dude. You know, you got a script. You know. So that's what I imagine. Probably an Air Force enlisted dude or something.
I mean, I'm actually just a
that's
guy right now in
No,
my
I'm
bed.
just saying, why
know,
your
but-
answers are why you are so politically correct. You know, you're like scripted political PC, man. You know,
Oh,
sorry, I just like to sit back and listen. You know, but I heard you, man, and I tried to imagine you in my mind and visualize what sort of character is this dude. Yeah, and that's what I got. Man. You know, you're just some paid agent. You sound like he's giving these PC answers, man.
I mean, he's a younger guy, plays video games, just doesn't realize that life is like really something to hyper focus on. The specifics is just live your life. I mean, I was in college and I didn't really care about things either. So I would have never came and defended lies adamantly, though. I
He's been
find
on
that
Discord for 7 years.
I hardly defend arguments. I don't really. Yeah, I mainly do math stuff. I mean, so I don't really. It's really hard to catch me on something that I like. I'm like,
But whenever I
wrong
ask you
on.
to do the math of the stuff that goes against the current model, all of a sudden you don't like to do math.
I already told you I could do the math for the bridge or whatever. It's just it will take a while though because there's a lot of setup for that. You have to first, you have to find the distance of that bridge. You have to do like that. Get the height of the person, how long that bridge is, how much of that bridge we're seeing, and whatnot. And then I also have to, that is. And frankly, I don't want to spend too much time on that. But it's not impossible though.
Frankly, let's see if you can do this math. This should be some pretty easy math. See if you can do this math, okay? Since you love math. If relativity predicted a certain amount of mass, and then we looked out at the galaxy, and based on the gravitational effects and the speeds that we saw within your own within your own belief, right? We looked out, and it only had 1% of the mass that was predicted by relativity. How much mass was missing?
99%.
So it was 99% off.
99% off. I guess technically that would be 99% off. I guess is that
hold on. You forgot about
or would that be or would that be hold on. So it would be one compared to the full 100. So I guess not. I don't know because it might be a word that, I guess it's 99% off. I mean, I guess it could be worded another way too. I was like, oh, technically it's like I don't know, like.
Okay, if I predict there's going to be 100 pennies and there's only 1 penny, what % off was my prediction?
Wait, say again?
If I predict there's going to be 100 pennies, but there's only 1 penny, what % off is my prediction?
Yeah, like I said, I guess it's like 99% off, I guess.
Why do you always say I guess when you know damn well?
How do you guess? Why would you guess?
Because percentages are weird. Sometimes it's like, oh, if you have like, I don't know if you're like if because you ever deal with you ever deal with like the sales thing. It's like, oh, this thing is 60% off, whatever, right? But then it's like it's not the price is not 60%.
Technically
You thought it was 30%
Technically
off.
speaking,
No.
your guess would be 100% off. You were 100% incorrect about how many pennies there were. So
My prediction
Yeah.
was 99%.
Wait, what?
We're
You
saying
only live
off.
once, Arma.
Wait, wouldn't it be like 9,900 percent off?
That's what I'm saying. There's a
Just
weird
you got 99
percentages are weird,
problems.
so I'm not gonna like you could kind of twist it in a weird fucking way.
God!
But I did answer. I answered with the initial 99%. I did answer with that. I just said maybe though. I don't want to like 100% give you an answer. I'm not like totally like,
What
confident.
percent of mass was missing?
I guess 99%. I guess.
Hey, if you have a prediction in science and your prediction is off by 99%, is that a viable prediction?
I guess not.
You guess not.
Bro, I'm not asking for this. Also, I told you I gotta leave in a bit too, so I don't know why you keep asking me.
I'm
Hold
just
on,
showing
what's it?
you don't like math sometimes.
What's it? Hold on, you forgot their. What's it? You forgot the ad hoc. The
All right,
ad
hold
hoc
on.
thing.
I'll be back later. I do
fixed
got
it.
I do got the call right now though, but I will be back later though.
All right, we can't wait. We can't wait. Thanks. Bye, Armbar.
Oh, you said I didn't add but I can pretend there were 99. There are different types of pennies that you can't see that are actually here. So there actually are 100 pennies, I promise. Here's an equation that
Yeah.
shows you.
You forgot about the invisible pennies.
They're just like other pennies, but they're invisible and you can't find them, but I promise they're there.
Yeah. I'm gonna start paying people like that.
Will you this dude's coming to mow my yard tomorrow? I'm like, hey man, I know we agreed on $60, but look, I'm gonna pay you in 10 real dollars and 50% dark matter dollars. Is that cool? Dude, trust me, it has to be there. It has to be there. Just go tell the bank. Pretty goofy. And it's like that's not like there's all kinds of problems. That's just like one little problem.
Where they ad hoc so much stuff in, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but like it's what
That's what I mean. They had years.
Good.
They had years to like build on this and just think of stuff like, what can we do here? It can't. There's no limit to how crazy we can get, guys. Just make it work.
Yeah, like I'm convinced that they just like take annual trips. They all like drop acid in the morning and they just make stories up for the year. Like it's just insane. It's like literally like you can just make up whatever you want to. Like I was talking to that PhD Professor Parks dude. He's like, yeah, well, it looks like dark matter might actually be really, really small particles of dust from asteroids, and so it's just asteroid dust that we can't see. What the? You just make that up? Like you get to just make that up? That's how it works.
That's legit. That's science, bro. Come on, don't be a science denier.
Yeah, it's crazy. And like if they can come up with one question they think that flat earthers can't answer, it debunks all of flat Earth. If they can just not answer 500,000 questions, that's how science works. Seems legit.
It checks out.
Like,
So-
how does the core work? Oh, it doesn't matter. We don't know. What's the core made of? I don't know. It doesn't matter. How's the
But,
magnetic field work? I don't know. It doesn't matter. How does the missing 1.7 billion years of sedimentary layers work? I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Like Professor Parks is a pretty smart guy, but he'd be like more smart if he wasn't tied to all like defending a whole bunch of like dumb stuff that
Yeah.
he didn't even like necessarily. He just has to agree with it. Like,
Well, dude,
it's like-
imagine if you taught a bunch of kids, or like imagine you taught a bunch of students a certain story. Think about how hard it would be for you to like come to the conclusion that story's wrong.
yeah, you feel like you're doing something messed up. So yeah, I guess that.
Yeah, you not only do you believe it, but you've made hundreds, if not thousands, of other people also believe this story.
Exactly.
That's even crazier than just believing it yourself. Because now it's like, yo, I got people walking around thinking the wrong thing. No,
Like there was
Yeah.
a famous professor. He specialized in teaching relativity. He was like very prominent, very well respected, like relativity expert. And his expertise was teaching relativity. He did this for years and years and years. And then when he finally retired, he re-examined relativity and then came out and said it's completely bunk, it's trash, it's all wrong. He had to get out of the profession before he could like remove his bias enough to actually re-examine relativity. And then he just buried it and he pointed out that none of it works. It's all ad hoc, it's made up, and it doesn't work.
Did you cut out with it?
Oh well, dude, he couldn't have done that while he was still teaching. They would have pulled his tenure or whatever it's called, fired him, whatever
somebody
they
would
do.
come and
Yeah.
talk to him. Yeah, someone's gonna come.
Have you
talk
guys
to him.
seen? Oh, go ahead if you guys had more to talk about.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. What do you got?
I was just gonna say, have you guys seen any of the Congress hearings with the SEC chair Gary Gensler getting freaking grilled?
No.
No.
Dude, I mean this is like a freaking monumental, pivotal moment in history, dude. That like supersedes 90% of the shit that's going on today. The SEC is like really combated any new potential asset class that's ever tried to surface and just beat it down to shit. And this is like the first time in history, dude, that the major headway's been made in terms of the Ripple lawsuit. And Gary Gensler, dude, is, oh god, dude, like there's probably at least 4 or 5 individuals that have just like tore into his ass, dude, publicly. And yeah, it's just all telling, dude, like of the corruption that's just raining down on top of us, man. And it's all coming to a head. Like this is taking the bull by the horns, literally, dude, like chopping off the head of the snake to a large degree. And it's just crazy, man, to be alive in these times and seeing science on the chopping block and our entire like monetary system just being revamped and like exposed, and it's just crazy, bro.
And there's like an entire group of people that don't even know that's going on.
Like majority of the population doesn't even know that this is going on. Like I would say close to 99% of the world is just non acknowledging of what's happening in terms of what I'm talking about.
Richard, can you mention some more things about the globe that that no one can explain, why we can all quietly sit here and listen to it? And only start
Can you sign
talking.
his T-shirt?
What?
I was just asking for an autograph for you. Seeing if Witsit could sign the back of your T-shirt.
No. I think I enjoy the quietness from the Glovers when Witzer talks about things no one of them can explain.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It always gets so quiet. It's just amazing.
The silence of the globus.
I mean that bee thing we were talking about earlier was pretty awesome with the frequency thing and shit, and about how it's curing and healthy, and the beekeepers live longer. Like that was awesome.
Oh yeah, that was fire, dude. I was working during that time. I was trying to like hear as much as I could, but that's crazy, bro. That's like that should be at the forefront of medicine and like trying to decipher what the fuck's going on there and like implementing that into like all hospitals and just all sorts of shit, bro. Like the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, it seems to be
It could be some
like
chemical
similar technology, right? Like Rife technology, like frequency. Like I'm loading a video up right now that kind of it's a minute long. It explains it, but the fact that people can there's a therapy where they sleep over a beehive and they get healed of diseases is pretty crazy.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
Yeah, dude, whether it's a chemical from the beehive that the bees are exerting or the frequency the bees make or whatever the case may be, like That should be at the yeah. Who said that? That should be at the forefront of the medical world. Like, yo, guys, look at this shit.
There's this there's this market over here by me. Been there for a while, and they've got like a plexiglass case where the bees are like making their nest and doing their thing, and you can actually like look at, see everything that's going on. And then they've got and this is inside the store, and then they've got a chimney going through the roof where the bees like kind of come and go. And I just thought that
Like
was
a clear
awesome.
tube where you can see them. A clear tube you can see them.
No, it's a clear square, basically like a box, basically, so you can see like what they're doing and stuff. And
Yeah.
and there's like a tap or something on it, and it's basically like a way for them to create an exhibit to like sell more honey, because like they've got like their own honey they're selling and shit. But
Well,
I don't know.
some guy just revolutionized a form of a beehive. You know how right now you got to pull the screens out. There's bees everywhere. You got to scrape the honey off the thing, and then you put the thing back in a box or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? How they collect the honey. Anyways, some guy just made a new one where it's just on tap. You don't have to like do all that pulling the screen out thing and having to hold nest, the suit on your head and shit. You guys ain't see that? I thought that was pretty neat.
You guys should check that video out for sure. It's just a minute long. It's fire. And like also what's super interesting, right, is honey has like no shelf life. Like you could have a glass jar of honey last like thousands of years.
Yeah, and there's
Yeah,
like
that's sick.
a ton of properties to it. Like it's antibacterial, antimicrobial. There's all sorts of shit going on with honey.
Yeah, dude, just take a little like spoonful of Manuka honey every morning, dude.
Oh, whenever I was sick, whenever I was a little kid and I was sick, my great aunt and my grandma used to heat up some milk on the oven in a pot and then put some honey in it and something else, and that was some awesome stuff right there.
Yeah, honey's crazy. Bees are crazy. Like the way they fly is crazy. The way they get pollen's crazy. The way they determine where they're going to go from flower to flower is crazy. The way that they make their hives are crazy. The patterns they make is crazy. The healing frequencies is crazy. The fact that like, dude, if you're chill, dude, they'll just like all land on you and just hang out. Like I have bees land on me. They don't do anything because I'm just
Yeah, I
chilling.
had a
But like
pet.
I get all nervous around them.
I'm not even joking. I had a pet bee once. I tied a little thread around its like main body part, and it was like flying around me. It was awesome.
I told you guys about that bumblebee I saved for a few days and stuff, right? I got pictures of him and shit. Yeah, dude, we were like hanging out, bro. Like I would pick fresh flowers for him, and he'd fucking do his thing. Another fun fact about bees is when they're done collecting their pollen and they're going to their hive, they fly straight to their hive. So if you ever track a bee in which direction it's going straight to the hive.
You know what's super funny is that what the dude said. The bees are flat earthers, and wasps are globers. The clovers are like wasps and hornets, and the bees are just like trying to crush, and the clovers are like, your honey sucks, you know? I'm gonna sting you for no reason.
Yeah, for real. They go in and fuck the whole bee shit up. It's like, dude, yeah, they're just trying to build and you know.
Yep, they're trying to come together, make some dope honey, like, you know, learn about some frequencies. And the glovers are like, no, dude, no, you're stupid.
Yeah, tell me that
Like
shouldn't
the
be at the
wasp.
forefront of the. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're good.
No, that should be at the forefront of the medicine right now. That honey, like, dude, what the fuck? You can't bottle. I feel like that's something they're not gonna be able to bottle up and put in a pill.
No, it's frequency. It's just like the Rife machine. It's like what he was doing, right? It's like the
Wait,
frequency.
what machine?
The Rife machine.
What's that do?
Oh, it introduces certain frequencies to the body, and the idea is that you can rid the body of all disease if you can match its frequency.
Yeah, no doubt. I feel that.
Yeah, you never heard of it? They like actually banned it. The government banned the machine. You have to like sell it.
Never heard of it. No.
Yeah.
You could buy one, but they just sell it as something else or whatever.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep.
Yeah, there's no way people want that. If you're making $8 billion a year, doing another thing, bro, every business wants more customers. I've said this spiel before. A lot of you guys probably heard it. But I mean, this is a no-brainer. Every business wants more customers, right? They make it, and if you're big pharma, I mean, you want more customers. Nothing's different about them guys than any other business.
Here's the deal, dude. Doctors want you to get sick. Lawyers want you to get sued. It's only thieves that want you to prosper.
Have you guys heard of this? The water that they'll run like over like a magnet system, and they kind of
that's how you restructure water.
Yeah,
that's how you restructure water. Yeah.
I wonder, do you think you could structure water with that and like light or color or something, like use a right frequency to the water? You know what I mean? Something like that.
Most likely, yeah. I've heard it done with. They said they tried it with sound. I don't know who this was. I was investigating this like 20 years ago or something, but they tried it with sound. They said the two best sounds for changing the way the water properties work or whatever, restructuring it.
Yeah.
Is like a church. One of them's a church, like holy sounds and shit, or prayer or whatever. And the second best thing, was the sound of the sun. Now I don't know what that means or how they got that sound.
Interesting. Yeah, I was wondering like if it was possible like pick up like audio off the sun, just have like a equatorial mount, just track it all day. That'd be fun.
Reminds me of the sound of silence.
Yeah.
What about think about the bees though? Bees are going from flower to flower. That's like in the process of like transforming the energy from the sun. They just sit there all the time. Like they just connect to the vibration of the sun, basically.
Well, it's like are the wings like holding the energy, the static energy, like it's just picking it up off the sun, like a really dumb like solar cell of some sort. It's like a photoelectric effect happening on the wings.
You just say some pseudoscientific term.
I guess so. Yeah, probably word salad all over that.
The photoelectric effect. I don't know.
I mean, bro, if I had a lot of money, the first thing I would be doing is experiments with frequencies and sounds and shit like that. Like I would capture this B frequency or however they do it, and play it back to lab rats and shit or mice, whatever the fuck.
The first thing you would do is set yourself up to get killed.
Dude, well, like
I'm saying, dude, you release that shit, bro. You release that shit. You don't go try to file patents or something stupid. You just put that out there.
Yeah, you'd have to.
Is it something like the whole?
I'm not going to try to file a patent on it and like get paid.
Like the shape of the bee has something to do with it because it's all like an acoustic process in some way. That Grabinnikov guy says there's something to like the beehive structure itself, like that it is positioned in such a way it's like a certain place, that they can see, like where to place the hives. I don't know. What do you think about that?
It's probably in line with some sort of like magnetic flex line or something.
Right, they pick it and it's like it gives them more energy or something. Yeah,
I said flex.
Magnetic flex line. Check out my North Pole. But I wonder. And he said like there's something to the shape of it where it's like a resonant like form or something like that, which could explain why. But like it's the cavity is what's there, and then the frequency populates the cavities. I think is kind of what happens.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Kind of like amplifies it or something, or I don't know.
Yeah, like and it's like a bass trap. Like you could, because of the size of like the beehive, it's gonna take like a part of standing wave out or bass frequencies, and so it could just be like a bass trap in a way. Like you would put in a recording studio to take out low frequency. Like it's taking low frequencies.
Cleans up the frequency so it's not like dirty or something.
Yeah, somehow it's It's
like dirty power. You ever heard of that?
Or it could just help ventilation and all kinds of. I don't know what the form of function is. I don't think like a bee, but I'll float like a butterfly. That was terrible.
Yo, because butterflies legit like float.
You do. It's
Yeah,
like
what are they doing it?
Like they decide like to flap wings. You know what I mean? Kind of, in a way, right? But like a bee is just like, yeah, and then I'm flying.
Like a,
you know, it's like,
it's like
what about the
electrostatic
spiders that
or
fly?
something, right?
yeah.
It's like electrostatics, yeah.
No, I don't know about with the butterfly. Definitely with the spider. You know about the flying
Oh,
spiders, right?
the bee's electrostatic. I think the spider is too.
Yeah.
Well, the
I
spider's
don't know about a
definitely
butterfly.
Yeah,
I don't think the butterfly is.
spider's definitely electrostatic. The bee, I'm not too sure about. Maybe
But
like there's some friction there, sure.
like the cocoon could be electrostatic in some way because it's
I
just a
think the
bunch
bee
of
is.
thread.
I've heard Witsit use the bee with his electrostatic argument, so I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt it.
Yeah, the Glovers really freak out about that one. So I ask them, say that the bee is getting positively charged, quote unquote, even though there's no positive negative charge, but is getting quote unquote positively charged as it's in the air. And the air is positively charged, but there's a downward bias of the air. So if the air has a downward bias and the air is positively charged and the bee is positively charged, so they're gonna, supposedly repel, quote unquote, then what direction is the bee gonna go relative to the air? If they both have positive, but the air is going down, and they can't answer, I'm like, what's the opposite of down? So it's pretty funny. And then I thought she'd explain that the flower, of course, is negative because it's grounded, so it's quote unquote negative, and that's why the bee can fly over it, accumulating quote unquote positive charge, and then the pollen detaches and races up to it, and then how can it go through 60-mile-per-hour crosswind and blah blah. Yeah, there's a lot to it.
So like would you say that's like electrostatic buoyancy, or would not be two words you put together?
Well, buoyancy would be intrinsically electrostatic, so I mean, if that's what you want to do, sure. I think the buoyant force is intrinsically electrostatic, yeah.
So what makes the pollen go up when everything else wants to go down?
The bee is positive.
Charge differential.
Charge.
Charge
Did you not?
Meaning gravity, or what we call gravity, is reversed due to the potential being reversed?
Why do you always just like bastardize and strawman everything anyone says? Like, I don't.
Or are we just talking about electrostatic attraction?
Yeah, it's called non-contact pollen detachment. A bee flies over a flower, and the pollen detaches from the flower and levitates up, and then clings to the bee because of charge. Let's not pretend you're some expert on gravity, dude. Every time we talk about it, you end up saying you don't know anything about relativity and all this stuff. So let's just save the time.
Okay. Hey, can you see my screen share with it?
No, I'd rather jump off a bridge.
Oh, that's not nice.
Dude, I'm trying to put my timeline together, man. I'm not.
Yo, we need this timeline. He's not. Yeah, he's just not interested right now. Maybe another time or something, but he's busy.
Oh, I got to answer to your boss there, with it.
Yeah, we don't have.
We got to get this
we don't have the whistle
timeline in.
sound yet, but
Another time. I'll wait for another time.
We got to get this timeline in. It's super important.
Perfect. But I do at some
I'm
point
making a stream about it tonight, and no one wants to watch you, Jesse. I asked my people on Telegram, do you guys want to hear me talk to Jesse or make a stream for Skull and Glovers? And it was unanimously make my stream.
Oh, that's wonderful. But one of these days, I do want you to help me figure out how to detect the true direction of incident light. Since you said that looking through the pipe wouldn't work, but since you did say that the actual path of the laser makes a glowing line in the hazy air in its actual location, I should be able to put little photo sensors along that glowing path, and then I would detect the actual direction, right?
All right, go do it.
Yo, does anyone have anything for Witsit's timeline? Can you make one, and then we'll all look at it and see if stuff needs to be added? That way you could, maybe put more stuff on it. Like give us like a draft or something.
How far back does the timeline go?
I'm thinking like the 40s, right? I mean, we got 45 Operation Paperclip, and that's when stuff really started popping off. If someone thinks there's something significant before that, but I like to show that from like 45 on, it was like pretty rapid succession. It was like bang, bang, bang. And then in the 50s, it started getting crazy.
Jules Verne's From the Earth to the Moon is 100 years written before the landing on
Yeah,
the
that
moon.
was like late 1800s, yeah.
Mythology that fuels the next generation. It's about fueling the next generation, right? Gassing them up and taking for a spin, kind of, right? That's why timelines are good. You can start to see it like layer up. Echo 1. We should start with Signal Corps. Right. Signal Corps, Moon Bounce, NASA, something like around there.
Jazza, do you see the photo I posted of the crepuscular rays?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, can you explain how that happens when the sun is 93 million miles away and it's only hitting that one spot and coming through those gaps in the clouds in the distance? Why aren't the rays coming through the clouds that are closer? Are the rays like a rainbow?
No, they never answer. They never answer why it doesn't happen everywhere. According to their paradigm, there should be crepuscular rays all over the sky. Because there's evenly distributed parallel rays all over the sky, so there should be crepuscular rays all over the sky, not just central to the sun's position. Yep, that's that refreshing sound of silence.
Because it's not really like it's not really like the moonlight on the horizon coming across the water to your feet, because it's not coming to your feet. It's going directly down from the sun through the clouds and hitting to wherever it is in the distance. So I wouldn't say it's acting in the same way that light moves across the water from the horizon of the moon. So I would think it would be more relatively explained, sort of similar to the way a rainbow works. Where did he go? Can he not answer the question why the sun rays are only coming through that one spot?
No, they do not have a cult answer for that, so you will get just silence right now.
Crickets.
How do Globers like experience this happen so often and then still just leave like job well done? Fighters are stupid.
I just feel like we should have every rebuttal and every argument and like YouTube videos or like on like a deck of cards kind of or something. Because I mean, we've been over the same thing so many times. Like, I don't know. Or maybe make like 2-minute YouTube videos with everyone's rebuttal and stuff. That way there won't be no over talking, and we'll just have it out there for the record. Everyone will have time to look up their answer. They won't have to make stuff up. You guys hear me?
Yeah. I'm trying to think how many slots I need on this timeline.
Bro, mad slots, bro, because we're going to come up with more stuff, so leave room.
But how am I gonna make it a singular graphic, bro?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't even do my own graphic. Just make a list on like a text document or something. That way we could go through it and like add stuff. Because I don't. Did you know about the Moon Treaty?
No.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. We're gonna add stuff, bro. We'll put that list out there. See what people could throw on there. If there's probably some dope shit we don't even know about.
Like I'll show you one of the templates I have on here, but I feel like it's not enough. Oh, it's a PDF.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea how long it's gonna be or whatever. So just use the biggest one, and then if there's empty spaces, is that like okay or? I don't know how it works.
This is one of the templates I have. Like you see, like that's not very many slots.
Oh, bro, that ain't gonna work. That's all. That's like the max slots.
Well, I'm trying to find them.
It's like 8 slots.
Yeah, I know. And it'd be better if it's like horizontal and big anyway.
I mean, I envision some like grandiose thing where it's like an animation and it's sliding down the timeline and then zooms in and zooms out.
Okay.
Maybe put like some a neat background in it or something. I don't know. Have AI do it. Can't you have AI whip this up in like 5 minutes?
I don't
Tell
know.
them you need a layout for a thing.
I'm gonna see. Yeah, apparently the guy that turned on relativity, his name is Louis Essen, and he invented the atomic clock apparently. And then he like retired and discovered relativity was trash. He's actually invoked in the original like what's it called, like Halfel-Keaton experiment, whatever it's called. The atomic clocks with the planes. All right, I gotta get back to this thing. I think I may have found an AI, bro.
What's going on around here?
Trying to make a timeline of the deception.
Trying to make a timeline of the deception.
Yeah, like all the space stuff, like create a timeline so people can just share it.
Oh, I see.
Like Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1957, early warning system that prevented people from going to the North Pole. 1958, NASA was founded. 1959, Antarctic Treaty.
Maybe you can have Elon Musk's Truth or AI Chat GBT do it for.
Yeah, Truth GPT.
Mm-hmm. You guys remember when he proposed the X everything? Well, that's what he's trying to revitalize or bring into fruition.
All right, so you guys think it should start with 45? How dare you guys?
Forget Sputnik.
What's the purpose of the timeline? Are you going to are you just starting with like NASA?
Well,
Or
I
you're
just
gonna
want people to
include,
see
like,
what happened, right? Like, we brought the Nazis over here. We put one in charge of space exploration. We went and looked over at what was going on in Antarctica. They came back. Then they were like, bang, let's make sure no one can go to the North Pole. Bang, let's found NASA next year. Bang, next year, let's sign the Antarctic Treaty. 2 years later, bang, Operation Fishbowl. Let's test how high we can go. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
bang,
like that
next year,
idea.
JFK said we're going to the moon.
Yeah, I love that idea, but I like including things in the timeline from a while ago too. I just don't know if it's going to fit with what you're trying to do, like
Well, like
the
what?
Tycho Brahe stuff. Them assuming Venus is the same size as Earth, the changing of the distance of the sun so many times. Like I think a lot of it is relevant, and then obviously all the band-aids that they put on the model with relativity and with Nicholson Morley and all that.
True, that's true,
But
actually. Yeah.
then I mean it expands it to a pretty large amount of time now going back. So I don't know if you want to include all that, but I do have some stuff written down I can send to you from a while back.
Yeah, sure.
Someone's got some like porn music playing or something. I don't know what's going on.
I was thinking elevator music, but
Wow, I gotta make it funny.
Dude, that riff was sick. Y'all are weird.
Nah, that's definitely porn music.
So what, dude? I like to get my kicks in when I can get them. Do you feel me? I don't know
Don't
what
worry,
I
man.
by that. Yeah.
Yeah, what's it? I have written down. I have like the whole Venus thing, like assuming the size, the Marconi stuff with the invention of the ionosphere, because obviously his transmissions made it further than the line of sight transmissions made it further than what Earth would expect. Um, Relativity and how it's a band aid to try to negate Nicholson Morley's findings. Dark matter, the whole 1933 thing. Redshift and how they just kind of come up with the ever expanding universe balloon raisin bread bullcrap based on only seeing redshift. Obviously, Eratosthenes and the sun distance. So those are just a few things I have from timeline standpoint, but they're kind of jumping all over the place. So, whatever you think.
Okay. Did you send me anything? Like I screenshot it or something? I'm just trying to find the freaking way to make it right now.
Yeah, I'll write something up on those things and shoot it over to you. Send it via Telegram.
Yeah, that works. And you don't have to go all out
All
or anything, just like basically.
right, I'll send something over soon.
Looks like
Just looking
Ken
for a
posted.
program to make it.
Oh,
Like almost no one knows that they also like started monitoring people going to the north right around the same time. So they're like, oh, well, no one can go to the north. No one can go to the south. Look at the sky.
Ken posted something here saying there's a magic, and he used the word magic in quotations, crystal used in a crystal radio called galena, which is lead sulfide. And he says its molecular structure is a golden ratio structure like water is, And he goes on to say that this thing, but they have no battery, and its magnetic element, galena, is the crystal which lets you tune countless radio stations to listen to, with a special type of earpiece. And then he says, while not 100% perfect, he goes into an analogy, and then he says, you could attach, or where is it here? He says, I've got 2 crystal radios somewhere buried in my basement, but how to use it, you would attach the alligator clip onto any wire or fence, etc., and you could use this magic crystal of galena to listen to many different radio stations, and you would tune between them by pulling in and out a rod connected to a ferrite core. Then they even sell galena crystals on eBay for DIY folks to build their own crystal radios. That's kind of interesting shit. Huh. Yeah, I haven't had time to look at any of this shit lately. So I just kind of found that. And then he posted another simplified video on electroculture if anyone's interested in that. Sounded like there was a few people in the past. But yeah, what about the North Pole? What's it? What are you doing with the North Pole?
Well, I'm just saying that they made the North Pole off limits around the same time that they founded NASA and signed the Antarctic Treaty, and almost no one knows about it.
What do you think about that? That opening supposedly at the North Pole.
Oh yeah, I would say that magnetism kind of necessitates something like that.
Right. And yeah, what about the fact that you can't even fly over that area? Like it's
Yeah,
even
that's what I'm
off
saying.
limits. Yeah, in that regard, which gets even more,
But you can't go on a boat
suspicious.
either. You can't go on a boat or fly.
Right.
And they actually set up the trip lines like thousands of miles away, not even just 500 miles. And yeah, like I asked Ken Willer in his live stream one time, I'm like, do you agree that the center of the magnetic field would not be materially accessible? And he's like, yeah, of course not. So I don't think that we as people can go in there. I just think they don't want people
So
to
what
know
is it?
what is there.
So what do they think it is? You think like an abyss or something?
I don't know. Maybe they can astral project and go in there. I don't know. That's really crazy, but like if you could get outside of material confinement, in theory, you could access it. But I just think like for obvious reasons, if there's something like that there's like a giant vortex or anything like, they don't want you seeing that. Imagine people seeing that.
Yeah, I think their minds would be freaking spent, dude.
Honestly, dude, how many people just jump the fuck in? Right? Holy shit.
I mean, good luck trying to tell people that the Earth's not important. You know what I'm saying? What I normally used to list off on my tour, it's like, so you got Operation Paperclip, and then you got
Werner von
Operation High
Braun, that
Jump.
dude wrote the freaking. So you have Operation High Jump and Operation Deep Freeze, and then Werner von Braun brought over an Operation Paperclip writing the science fiction book about Elon founding civilization on Mars. And then you go bang, you got them saying, "Oh, well, we just went out there for like a decade, and we don't really want you going out there," so they signed a treaty. So you got like, oh, you can't go to the North in 57. Oh, here's NASA in the 58. Oh, you can't go to Antarctica 59. 61 Operation High Jump or Operation Fishbowl, right? They shot things at high altitudes. And then 62, JFK says we're going to the moon, and then he gets taken out. And then the year before, you got like the film of the year, 2001 Space Odyssey, like conditioning everyone to think we can go to the moon. And then bang, we go to the moon. Right after the guy who says we couldn't go, that astronaut dies. Yeah, it's just a pretty interesting timeline. Like most people just don't know the basics. Like they don't know what our government did regarding exploring the Earth and then preventing us from doing it.
Do you want to do anything with Jack Parsons in there?
Yeah, maybe.
Jack Parsons. Basically, they established with NASA the GPS system.
Was that like in the 80s, right? Like 88? I don't remember.
The earlier Jack Parsons stuff is, I think, a little more juicy. Also, with the Werner von Braun was a Nazi labor camp manager.
Yeah, of course.
So that's also interesting. It's like he like literally gassed a bunch of people though, like in these like rocket tubes, basically firing off propellants and testing new.
Oh, I forgot. I actually
like he
did a
literally
bit of a timeline in my PowerPoint for the first summit.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm saying I got a bit of a template to go off of. Find it.
So that's cool, but you're just basically keeping this to the NASA. Right?
Yeah, just like them lying about the Earth and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. And like these strategic sorts of parts, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, like Werner von Braun wrote
Yeah.
Project Mars in 48, and it was published in 53. It's just interesting, you know. And then you got NASA 58, Antarctica 59. You got Operation Fishbowl 62. JFK says we're going to the moon in 62, right after. You got Stanley Kubrick 68.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to like start to have these things and then try to overlap them. You know, like later, like do another thing. You could just like study, just have World Fairs dates and then like plug them up and see how they comport or other things. And I guess World's Fair is only because people like meet up from all over the world to like do business. You know, and this is after all some kind of business. This space entertainment. How about Bigelow Aerospace? What do you figure about them? I think they're the founders of the NASA rocketry situation that goes back a little ways. I want to check that out. And Signal Corps. So like there's like components that go to form the early NASA, you know, because it was kind of ragtag. Also, I think the National Association for Scale Aeromodeling is something interesting to check out too. That's NASA as well, which I'm wondering if the anyway. I'm sorry, I'm probably detracting from your good work here, but that's an interesting way to go too. Like some group of people was recruited to make large scale miniature models of the moon. Have you ever seen those pictures? Like 30-foot tall moon sculptures that like were worked on by you ever seen those?
Mm-mm.
I don't have those anymore. They drafted all these like engineers and design people and yeah. I mean, if you think that any of the stuff from any of the space videos may look like I don't know, like a little miniature model like attached to a power drill, you know what I mean, spinning in the some kind of space backdrop, that might be what it is, but I think that they were grabbing a lot of the miniatures makers and that. Yeah, it's interesting. I think they since changed their name, but it used to be called NASA and it predates actual NASA, I think, too. National Association of Scale Aero Modelers.
That technology was way better than CGI is today.
Stop motion.
Yeah, when they use the miniature, the scale versions of things, like in movies and things like that too.
Movies like in Lord of the Rings, they use like 3/4 mock-ups. It looks more realistic. It captures light better. It doesn't require all this like whatever Elon Musk spaceman. What is he called? The guy in the it's so much.
Yeah, they
special
they
effects has
should
changed
have
a lot.
used that for the moon landing, and it may have transcended through time, but
They would use that though now. They would use like all of the type of renders and all of the filters and shaders that are available today. Like what sold the idea of Elon Musk launching a rocket car up in space.
well, somebody posted on Elon Musk's Twitter feed the other day that well, he posted. Somebody posted that we're going to go to Mars or whatever, and Elon posted, "We're going to try." And I think by try they mean they're going to try to make us believe they did. So
Nice. Yeah, I saw. Actually, one day I was questioning whether or not like people would actually be able to deal with the entire voyage there without having any kind of gravity or even artificial gravity, and it's like there's no way to do it. And then I think the very next day I saw an article where he released some kind of like crazy these two rings that like revolve around into each other, solving the problem. And I was like, wow.
yeah, but I mean, if you think about the trip to Mars, they would have to take everything they needed to survive from day one. So they would have to have bus loads or rocket loads of all this stuff.
Sounds like a lot
to
of Hungry
set
Man
up.
dinners, right?
Yeah. And then when they get there, what are the conditions they're going to meet to be able to, put up their little domes to survive and all this other stuff. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that they could do it based on what they think Mars is.
They did it in the movie Martian. You remember Matt Damon went there. He got left for like 500 solar days, and the ship had to go there, come back, go there, and come back. So
Yeah.
obviously,
They
it
even
could be
defy
done.
their orders, right? They're like, let's do this.
Yeah, the
They did.
Red Planet
Matt
was
Damon.
another one that told kind of the, because they put out, what Mars was supposed to be like in the Red Planet. I mean, somebody was left behind, and yeah, they
Robot dog.
died pretty quickly.
Scary robot dog. It's a horror movie. Then there's nematodes at the end. I don't know.
Hey, that Martian movie with Matt Damon came out in 2015. That was the 6 years before I learned we lived on a stationary topographical plane. So I believed it.
And before that was Gary Busey, not Gary Busey, Gary Sinise in Mission to Mars.
Yeah, I believe.
Well, what was Matt Damon's last movie that was on Netflix? Because I watched that. He was a scientist, and the news people wouldn't believe him. They all laughed at him. It was like a parody, sort of. That was it. The sky was falling. Was it Don't Look Up?
Don't Look Up.
Yep.
Worst movie I've ever seen.
Yep. But I mean, I had to watch it for the pre-programming aspects of it. So that's what I do.
That's why we watched it. We had to take breaks. It was so bad.
I believed in 1966 to 69 that the Starship Enterprise pushed off of nothing in the vacuum of outer space and went really fast. So, hey, anything's possible, right?
Well, the port nacelles were driven by the dilithium crystal fusion reactors, and then just to engage the subspace envelope, the whole thing really wasn't moving whatsoever.
Oh, my goodness. Those Klingons and those Romulans and those Earthlings, I tell you, they had some epic battles, didn't they?
These are like, these fill the gaps. Like, this entertainment makes the common man think that they can access this incredible knowledge.
I mean, who would have thought the alien race of the Klingons would be called Klingons? Because, I mean, when we talk about what they are down here on Earth, there's something totally different, and it's just NASA mocking reality. That's all this stuff is.
That's the trouble with tribbles.
That's the trouble with tribbles.
When Moyak Man comes in here, he's like Harry Mudd. He's like, "Hey, what's going on, Captain Kirk? You know, what's it, Captain? What's it? What's on?" Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
An idea. Anyway, I'm just joking. Shout out to Harry Mudd. I don't know. All that
It is
fiction.
420.
My dad lived on
you
that
can
stuff.
trip all you want to today. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm just saying.
Just had to throw that out there.
I just grew up with that in the background because my dad would just watch reruns of Star Trek like it was the shit.
Yep, me too.
Maybe in a way it was. It wasn't a lot on.
I got rid of my TV February 6th when I moved here, so it's been 2.5 months I've been free from the TV, but I watch Pluto TV every once in a while because it's free on my laptop, and they have every weekend or something that they'll go back to back Star Treks from 66 to 69. Yeah. And they actually basically do what Einstein wanted with general relativity, that kind of language. And it's unbelievable how many times they say planet during a show. It's just unbelievable.
Captain, there's a planet on the sensors. Let's launch a probe. We'll probe it. We got shields. They got shields. We got communicators. All this stuff. It's wonderful futurism, right? At a time when there was like a lot of economic not so good. You know what I'm saying? Like, great entertainment.
Yeah, and Spock was telling everybody the whole time during that whole Star Trek thing to be logical. And they would argue with him every fucking day of his life.
Well, in a way, every episode where he's like, be logical, it's like also proof of like, don't be logical, be human, be like foolhardy, even be Captain Kirk, don't be Spock, is what that show kind of tells you. But sometimes Spock saves the day. Sometimes logic rules, but you can't do it without a little bit of Captain Kirk chutzpah, you know?
No, you're absolutely right. That show was great.
It's in a way, it's a space western where Captain Kirk is the sheriff and like Spock is the deputy. You know what I mean? In a way, that's all it is, and that's why my dad was so like hooked into it. It just lifts all the narratives out of previous decades of programming. You know, cowboys and Indians. Right?
I don't know if you guys were watching HBO in the '80s, but they used to have this movie, Ice Pirates.
Ice Pirates. Love that shit.
Remember that shit, bro? That was a dope ass movie back in the day.
Robot Jaws, you're on a conveyor belt waiting to get your nuts snatched off. Now it's time to, zoom off. What a fun shit to watch, and it was just good entertainment, man. That's crazy. That's a scarring part that I just mentioned with the, they get in a predicament about it's like a robot like nut cruncher. Don't worry about it.
You know what's interesting about Star
Trek? That would almost like really comport with what they say now, because they're saying that so much water just flies off the sun. There would be like pirates, like hunting big ice like chunks and comets and stuff like that, bringing them to planets where there weren't irrigation. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, I'm sorry I interrupted you. What's interesting about Star Trek 66 to 69 is it made the impossible outer space travel in the vacuum of outer space possible in the minds of people, because there's only three TV stations back then, ABC, NBC, and CBS. And so it made the idea of outer space travel that was considered impossible possible. And it did it every Friday night or Saturday night, whenever it was, for 3
Like
years.
in Technicolor, like beautiful, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they also did that with the Jetsons for kids. So they were doing this simultaneously.
They were.
The programming.
They were. Yeah.
Well, doesn't it go back to the honeymooners and POW right to the moon? Am I wrong? Sorry.
Yeah, when you have 3 TV stations and you have the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and the Peoria Journal-Star and a few magazines like the U.S. News and World Report, and that's all you got with 3 TV stations, you tend to watch Star Trek on Friday night or whenever it was. You don't have much choice.
Yeah, maybe Blaze a Doobie or something. I don't know. I don't know what high living was in those days, but
Well, the Dairy Queen, the ice cream place in the summer in a small town was fun. So you
but
go
it's just
out
like
by the-
you know all these things about like phasers and disruptors and rotating your shield frequencies, gets the Borg away from you if you need it, in a pinch, you know what I mean? Like a Romulan bird of prey, like there's ships and all this. There's like so much geekery to the whole thing. It's incredible. What an incredible geek maze to like just lose your shit in. And that's what it's there for, all the stuff too. But I think even in the college stuff, it's like they grow up watching that stuff. That's why I heard this cosmologist. He just like put out a book. He's a young guy or whatever, and or maybe he's not that young. He sounds young. Oh, fucking, he grew up watching Star Trek. It's what propelled him to find that field, is chasing this illusion of this narrative and all this stuff. It's like really powerful. Make people like design the cell phone. You know what I mean? Growing up watching the communicators, you're like, oh wow, we could have that maybe. Can we engineer it? I remember the first time like they put Windows in a phone, and it was like, whoa.
Do you remember, for all you Trekkies, do you remember the show where Kirk gets transported to a more, what do you want to call, violent Star Trek, and everybody, beard, Spock's got a beard and a mustache, and he's told, Kirk says he has to destroy this planet below him.
Yeah.
And
Evil
and
Spock's my favorite.
Yeah, and they finally get around to getting Kirk back on the transporter to go back to his real universe. And Kirk goes, in every revolution, there is one man with a vision. Be that man. And Spock goes, Captain Kirk, I shall consider it. And then he beams him back to his own universe. That's so epic.
Yeah. But do you believe in teleportation? Is that like some kind of technology? I don't even think that's not a thing.
I read about that a couple of days ago. Somebody who thinks they can go somewhere far, far away thinks we can transport people too.
I mean, do you think we have like a warp thruster, ion thruster technology that works anything like? Yeah, I doubt that.
I don't
mean,
know.
I know that there are ion thruster like models and some built too. It's a real tech. I understand that, but it's a far cry from what they were exploring with that. Like we have lasers, tasers, but we don't have phasers. We don't have them. Lasers and tasers, man.
We have lasers that bend around Earth curve, and that proves we live on a ball.
Photon torpedoes, dude. Right?
Those things are stronger than the photon torpedoes were stronger than the phasers. I mean, just the regular phasers.
It's like kind of heavy armament. You gotta blow up some entrenched structures on a planet. We'll go for the photon torpedo. Or yeah, man. Like, what is it? Like it's just like this fantasy environment, but I mean, I think we've expanded all that. That stuff's just been expanding, into all the video game the different video games and different things. Like they're just like these fictional spaces that
Doesn't
like,
this describe the NASA expanding universe though? But it's down here.
the metaverse. It's just this idea, like there's like if every as long as like because not everyone in the whole you think everyone in the whole population wants to know what we know?
They have no desire, for sure.
My wife said it doesn't even matter if it's flat or a globe or whatever.
But like in that game, what is it? Fortnite, right? Okay, so Fortnite, that whole thing is just like little floating flat Earth islands, like in a cyberspace or something like that. And you like land on one, and then you like
Then what?
shoot each other, and then you shoot each other with weapons and collect stuff or whatever, and get costumes.
You sure it's not spinning slowly and you just can't see it though? Sorry.
I was blown away. I didn't know that was the format in that game. It's like that and Minecraft. That's been around since Bitcoin. So as popular as Bitcoin, Minecraft, I think the stock, if Minecraft were a stock, it would be pretty high too. It would have a lot of market penetration. Essentially a flat video game land, built out of squares. It's interesting, the influence of what's available to do. Like, if there's only 3 channels on the television, we can only pay attention to these couple things. But
Doesn't Minecraft look like it's curving though? I remember Bob he always used to use this Minecraft thing. Bob Dole. Oh, he's deafened.
yeah, there's a spherization like pack, you could put on there. You can like basically turn on that or off. But it's normally just like a azimuthal equidistant perspective, I think.
I'm saying like in the game, doesn't it look like the land is like spherical or something though, or like
No.
there's a horizon, things are disappearing in the background? No.
Yeah, things do populate out of the background, but there's no curve.
Yeah, but that's technically our perspective here on Earth.
No, I know it's not curving. It's all made of flat squares, but doesn't it look like it's curving?
No, not to me.
Not look like it's curving. Doesn't it look like shit's disappearing in the distance behind the horizon and shit? No, that's not Minecraft.
Yeah. It's just that's Minecraft, but it's basically just trying to like save render space. The whole thing is built out of cubes. You know that there's no curve. The whole thing is built out of everything is a square.
I know. It's flat. Yes, the land is flat.
I don't.
But
I
it
don't
does
think,
mimic our perspective
I mean, the horizon
when
Minecraft
things
is
disappear.
dependent on your rendering distance.
Go ahead, Minecraft expert.
Yeah, how much can you say in Minecraft is just dependent on your chunk render? Like how much chunks can you see at once? It just makes it easier to play with shaders.
Okay, so that's just basically like blurring out the
No,
distance.
it just doesn't render the things. Chunks are like basically cubes, which have some blocks by some blocks length.
Yeah.
And you set how much do you want to render them. So like 64 is 64 at once rendered, which is your computer. And after that, it just disappears. There's nothing.
Right. So you can change how much detail is like computed by the GPU.
I don't know, man. I wish Bob Dole wasn't on Defen right now because he's got a whole bunch of Minecraft fucking arguments.
Yeah, I don't know.
Actually, let me boot up my Minecraft.
What the fuck is a Minecraft argument? What's that?
Just nothing.
Exactly. Okay.
I just think it's perceptually
No,
it is.
it's something.
I'm just saying.
It's something. I'll let Bob Dole spit it.
Bro, it's a computer game. That's for sure. That's what it is.
It's got some kind of crazy Minecraft argument. I'm just telling you.
I can't
wait.
wait.
I'm saying like that. That's for a lot of kids. That's like what they grew up like playing. Because it's like it's easy for kids to just like put it on to where there's no enemies, and then you can just like free play. Like there aren't other games that are like that, you know. And
Yeah,
10
you guys
years
think
after, like I started when I
Breath of
was
the
a kid,
Wild.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Zelda Breath of the Wild. It's a open world, really big and shit. Renders and de-renders as you go. Same thing.
Yeah, it's amazing. That's amazing. But that didn't exist when I was a kid. I got Atari, and I wasn't gonna play combat for 10 years in a row.
E.T. was your favorite game.
It was not. Actually, I did have that, and I didn't understand anything about how to play.
That was your favorite game, bro.
No idea. I just was like, okay. It's like 4 tiles you can go across, or 4 boards, and it's just like, well, I don't. And at some point, something weird happens. What a mysterious get! Like Atari games didn't come with instructions. They're, you know.
They're like, hey, good luck. Here's this stuff.
Yeah,
Go
like,
ahead.
but
Go ahead.
some of them are awesome, like Missile Command and Combat, Pong. They're very like easy to understand, But I don't know. At some point, I think the program was just working too many hours and probably doing too many extracurriculars. Anyway,
Yeah, I think they started to hit the nail on the head with things like Kung Fu. It's like, all right, okay.
boy, I could play some Kung Fu NES. Ooh, I
Yeah.
could beat that 3 times without dying. Like
Jesus.
the whole game, like get to the level at the end guy that throws the moth things, and
Talk about the shoulders of giants.
I had moves, bro. I was throwing combos and shit before. I was doing combos before Street Fighter, so I don't know what to tell you.
You want to try my Wu-Tang style?
It's ahead of my time.
That's okay. You're one of those guys. I was always jealous of the guys who could beat every video game right away. Just like we'd have parties and if his name was Hunter Cheatham, which is just the most ironic name. Hunter Cheatham he's the best video player in the whole goddamn school. And we would have him over we'd have parties where like, oh, Hunter's gonna be there. Cool. He's gonna beat
Wow.
4 games.
He was like literally the kid from like the movie The Wizard. Did he have like a Nintendo Power Glove?
Dude, he was a Nintendo wizard for sure. It was like it pissed me off a lot. Let me tell you, a lot.
I need like the Thanos gauntlet with the Nintendo Power.
Ooh yeah,
I need this. I'm gonna 3D print myself one. I wish there were more Gauntlet interactive devices. Cell phones are okay, but gauntlets I'm in favor of for some reason. Anyway, back to space. Space, video games, and just perceptual space, like parallax and things like that. They're programmed into games, and we think we should see parallax motion, but I don't think we really observe that with the stars. Maybe Bacon wants to come on in here and say that we do somehow, but to me, we don't. Yeah. I don't want to yammer on about video games forever. How about asteroids, though? That's about just blowing up asteroids. That was one of the biggest selling arcade like units. You know what I mean? It's the Golden Tee Golf of its day. Anyway. Sci-fi is popular fiction, giving us all this like techno babble jargon to associate to.
This is why all the youth back in the day and today also believe in space because it's portrayed.
I just feel like this Minecraft generation is going to be very malleable to tell them that they're in a VR or something like that. They'll probably, many of them will just be with that, I think.
Well, they're definitely in the metaverse. If you think about it, because they don't go outside, they stay in their rooms all day playing Minecraft or video games all during the summer when they're not in school. They don't know what reality is.
Well, it's like their hand-eye coordination is built for like little screens and little controllers and stuff. you know. But anyway, you should diversify. Don't let your kids like play video games all day. It's not good.
No, it's not good at all. I didn't let my kids play,
I'm not saying you don't.
but I mean, when they got older, they did, which was a trip for me because one of my daughters, she was like 16 or something, and in the middle of the night, it was like 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever. I hear her yelling or whatever, I'm on fire, help me, help me. So I'm in a dead sleep and I get up, grab the fire extinguisher. I don't even know what I was thinking. And I go in the living room. She's got her headset on. She's on her Xbox 360 playing the game. I was like, oh my God, don't ever do that to me again. But I mean, they get involved. So
Yeah. Actually, I saw something where somebody tried to do a whole week within a VR headset. Like all day and, only just taking it off to sleep and stuff. And
I think that would be torture. I mean,
yeah, they did it
how
themselves. They did
I
it
mean,
themselves. But they were almost they were like dissociated when they came out of it, and they were like, "What's your avatar? Who are you?" Like a person to them didn't seem like a person any longer, but like a projection of like a profile or a person at the other end. You know, like yeah, your brain just kind of continues in that way.
yeah, and I think that's what they want. I
It's
I,
pretty
I think
scary.
that's yeah, and I think this is the whole reality of transitioning. Like they're not going to put a chip in anybody's brain to make them go into virtual reality. They can just do it with these games. And people would rather live there than their own reality because
Yeah,
it's better.
I would much rather live in Zelda Breath of the Wild, for instance. You can cook virtual foods. It's amazing. Fun.
Yeah, but you're not going to eat them, so you're going to die pretty quick.
I don't know. Maybe they'll just like get past that. Yeah, I'm just saying. The fantasy world, it's just part of like this idea of personal space. Like on the off time, like when one isn't like on the clock. It's just like, oh, this is my time. I'm gonna unwind. This is my personal space. So a lot of people watch like space stuff too, right? In their personal time. It's like part of their thing. They're into that. It's a cultural
Virtual
sort of genre,
reality,
honestly.
yeah, but
Yep.
virtual reality is its own space. And it's got complications and detriments to your health and your mind and all kinds of other things.
I mean, frequency wise, and yeah, having all that gear up on your head, and it hurts your neck. It can pinch your nerves a little bit. Some people get vertigo, but it's all this like blue light you're getting from like an LED. This it's like good. I don't know, man. Yeah.
But I mean, with the video games and things like that, you can see where they're kind of leading societies through the children.
I was
So,
indoctrinated by Super Mario Brothers to like mushrooms, and to think that they would make me powerful and large. But
have you ever taken
indoctrination's
mushrooms? Because it might be true.
I've taken many
I
classifications
mean,
of it.
there's truth in all of the stuff that they put out, but if you can see it, is another story, right? Because all these kids are just playing to have fun. They're not seeing, and even like some of the fairy tales and things that we read back in the day or whatever, they all had truth in them, but we
Yeah.
missed the truth.
Well, I'm just saying, like
So,
like entertainment in a way is the witch's house and Hansel and Gretel, and it just like attracts you to it, and you just want to play all day, and
right.
you're going to be in the oven, your witch food at the end of the day here. So we're not going to get fooled twice. Right. Or you can't fool me. Can't fool me once. Whatever. However they say it.
Right, right. And this is where they want society. And I think, children are easily programmed with technology because it's powerful.
Yeah, but wholesome doesn't sell, and it's not fun. We got to make wholesome fun again. I don't know.
Yeah, how do you do that? Can you make a meme for that and it go viral?
Wholesome video games. Yeah, like you're farming. You're like, yeah.
Well, they did make
I'll
a
tell you what,
farming
here's
game.
how I made wholesome fun again. I did all the bad shit first, and now I appreciate the wholesome shit.
Your GTA has like legal repercussions, like where they'll actually knock on your door. Like I turned
Yeah,
the rules all the way on.
all rules, but I got all the stars, I got all the money, so fuck them.
Ultra real Grand Theft Auto. Oh man. Also, the fun thing is like appropriating, these cultural properties and things that we cared about, and like bringing them into FE context if we want to. It's fun to update certain things. Yeah, just in a way that like Fire with Music's important. It's nice to have that FUBU for us bias kind of yeah, man.
Chief Crow.
Chief Crow. That shit was the jam. A little bit vaporwave in a way. I like his. He's hitting it right. Always did. Guy's right on. I've met a lot of musicians in this, actually. There's a lot of talent. A lot of talent out there. I think it's some of the first core people I started making connections with was artists that were musicians. Yeah.
So do you think that's what we're here to technically do is create?
No, I just think like we weren't sure if this whole thing was like some goofy psyop or something like that. So the only way that we really kind of could know that somebody else wasn't really like full of shit was like if they were somehow doing something on some other level, they could bring it to us. Like, and musicianship is just an easy like thing to show. Like, I don't know. There's a certain credit that musicians like
Yeah,
give each
but
other somehow.
even
Anyway.
if you're creating a psyop, you're creating. Even if you're creating a TikTok, following, you're
This isn't
creating,
like a
right?
1960s like happening or something like that. This isn't like, I take this like real seriously. So anyway, I just think to verify that somebody isn't just like, a plant. I don't know. Some of my friends in this, I'm just like, oh, that's cool that they're musicians, and we talk about music. There's something in there.
Well, yeah, I
Anyway.
mean, I play the saxophone and,
You play the saxophone?
well, I haven't played it for quite some time, but yeah, I
play
play the saxophone.
I play saxophone.
I think saxophones are great.
We play the same instrument. I mean, we have resonance here. It's just that it works out. Why do you play the saxophone? Did you play it in high school?
I chose it, I think, back in the day when I first started learning it and all that stuff, because
Mhm.
it had so many keys, and I was so like interested in, like, a trumpet only has 3, right? So it was like, I got to be more than a trumpet. So I'm going to go for the one with the most keys.
Got many keys.
Yep.
Too many.
Yep, too many.
Just
But
enough.
man, can they play? And I mean, you know, I like even
Yeah.
in
So
band
if
when
I
I
play
was
the
in.
saxophone for you and you're like, that guy's not bad, and you'd be like, he's not full of shit, and he's probably an okay person, right? It's just a way
Well,
we
yeah,
check
I would
ourselves in the
agree.
beginning, and
I would
that
agree
was
with that. But
something
you can
I
still
really
be
wanted
full
to
of
go for.
bullshit and play the saxophone. I
Well,
mean,
no, but
there
then
is
like
that.
Issa,
Right.
when Issa and I were able to get together and we were doing podcasts and stuff, we could like duet, and because we actually had no idea that either of us were in on these sort of digital trails that would eventually have us meet up. We knew each other before all of that. Like I used to play in bands with Issa and stuff, and so that was like a trip, a real trip, because I was like already doing this for about a year, and then I was like, "What? Issa's here?" No, about 8 months maybe, and I was like, "Whoa!"
No, I mean, in general,
Somebody I really
most
know just like
musicians
showed up.
are okay guys. They're
But just that
they
we
may
could
be.
play. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, but they could be normies. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's like it's not a guarantee they're gonna seek
right.
the truth.
But
So
like musicians listen, right? Musicians have to. If we don't listen, we're not really good musicians. So in conversation, I think we try to listen a little bit, and we try to like leave space and general things that musicians might do. I think have like an idea, like there's a give and take, a call and response. These are just different like musical concepts that like people might be familiar with in that, and so it just makes it like it was a good kind of core, for being able to banter. You know what I mean? And not like because there's some people that will jump on here and be absolutely like like listening to a like a grinding machine, just like go on sometimes. But I don't know. It's just nice to hear people who have some appreciation for the flow convo. That's always appreciated. And well, long time back that this all occurred. Now that there's all this like Discord stuff, like this is I don't know. This is before any of that that network was laid out. So yeah. Yeah, it's cool. I really appreciate it. Like every day that I get to be uh, listen to this and also be part of some of the conversations. Really happy to have this here.
yeah, back in the day, after I graduated high school, I used to go play in this community band that used to set up like every Saturday or whatever, and they were really older guys, and they had talent. I mean, my gosh, they had so much talent. And I
Yeah,
mean,
are you a tenor player or an alto player?
I'm alto, although I played baritone for a while too.
Okay, I feel like you could play a bigger
I
one.
could play tenor. I mean, it's not a problem.
But your baritone, that's cool. Yeah, I always wanted to pick one of those up. They're awesome. That low end bass, it's fucking sick.
Yep, yep, yep. They're just heavy. So,
I've been playing on like a 100-year-old C melody for maybe 8 years or so, 10 years. I like it. It's
yeah,
right between a tenor and an alto. It's right between there.
yeah, we used to go to jazz competitions and whatever in high school. And this one time, the second, I was first uh, saxophone, and the second saxophone, she broke her wrist, her right hand, which is what she used, so she couldn't play. And I had to play second to a band director of another school. And oh my gosh, he was freaking awesome. And I kept trying to get him to trade me places. He's like, no, that ain't happening. You're playing first, I'm playing second. But I mean, it was really fun because he
Yeah.
taught me a lot. Because he took me aside afterwards and taught me all this stuff, and it was great.
Playing jazz bands?
I don't now.
Or but then that was
Yep.
oh, wow.
We did jazz competitions, and the music was
Oh,
really, the big band stuff, the big band jazz stuff.
yeah.
So
Those are some goofy things to get under your fingers. So you probably put in some practice time on that, right?
yeah, for the solos, yeah, absolutely. There was a lot of solos involved. Yep.
What was a big song you played?
We played strings. We played Man of La Mancha.
Okay.
I mean, we played all that stuff
And
back in
jazz.
the day.
Jazz.
And that's hard stuff. I mean, we went into competitions back in the day, and they don't do this today at all. But we went in competitions back in the day blind. Like, we were handed our music, got to look at it for like maybe 15 minutes, and then we had to play it. And we had no
Really?
idea what it was. Yeah, it was unreal.
That's intense.
Yeah, super intense. And I wish they would bring all that back because, I mean, that stimulates a mind. You know what I mean? And it's not stimulated today in any
You've
way,
got to be
shape, or
like
form.
really like tack sharp to like sight read or do any of that stuff. And I process in a longer format than I'm not a Polaroid. Some people are just like a camera. Yeah, they just like take the notes directly to fingers. That's how their eye and motor system is all wired. But since I don't
Yeah.
really have that, and I have like just really good pitch, that like I have to. It's a burden to have the music for me. I'd rather just have it memorized.
Yeah, a lot of people are that way. But I also did, I also sang and stuff like that too, which if you sing, you can sort of develop like a perfect pitch. So then
Oh,
if your instrument's out of key and that kind of stuff.
yeah, it's just relative
Yeah.
pitch,
Yep.
which is close enough to you can get your way to a perfect pitch. That's really good. Interesting to kind of like train your fingers to certain notes and stuff like that. Like we were talking about tone and frequency earlier. You know what I mean? Talking about video games. There's controllers. You're doing hand-eye coordination, but the hand-to-ear coordination, interesting kind of connection to make. I think it's
Oh, I
it's
think
good.
that's awesome. I mean, there's a lot of people that I know that just play by ear, but they do it very well.
Saxophone's kind of a blind instrument. You can't really like look at your fingers as they're playing,
Right.
like a trumpet is
Which I
as well.
kind of liked about it. I really didn't.
Yeah.
I enjoy that because it's like you just have to memorize where everything is, and
By
when you're
feel,
really
by your
playing,
hands.
yeah, it just fits your hands. It's just there, and you just play, and you don't
Right.
even know you're playing notes, really.
Mhm. Yeah. So the better part of my life, I've been playing it, and it's like, but not the better part of my life was I like, oh, this only comes out of happenstance because of World War II, and because Adolf Hitler wanted something louder than a clarinet, so he had a guy called Adolf Sax develop it, and that's why it's called the saxophone. And it broke my heart.
Yeah, I'm not
What the
buying that
fuck?
story, but
It's not
whatever.
like,
Yeah.
right? We take the saxophone back, right? Why does the Third Reich get to have this shit? Isn't that? Oh man, like, but then that's so weird too. Like, think of it in context is like all these like amazing saxophone players like Charlie Parker, John Coltrane, Ornette Coleman, to name a few. Um, you know, putting all this consciousness, through the horn, and gosh, you know what I mean? It's such a what a weird world. These different things kind of come into being. Music is not intended. Nobody intends for real music to happen. You know.
No, they don't. And I mean, saxophone can lead you to learn the clarinet, to learn the flute, because they're similar. They're so
Yeah,
similar.
it's like a romance
Yep.
languages in the thing, but all it is just completing the length of a pipe, and because the length and pitch have proportional connection here, so the shorter the pipe, the higher the pitch. The longer the pipe completion, the lower the pitch. Pretty simple.
Yeah, I always like to hit that octave key. I don't know about you, but when you were doing solos and you had to hit the octave key, that was like,
Sure.
whoo! Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
that just takes
another
you up into
dimension that you were heading yourself into.
right, and it's designed on the saxophone differently than in this pipe way. The octave key in a if you were to like basically release like the um if you had something in the middle of the pipe like a little escape, that would effectively be like the octaver, but it wouldn't be a true octave in a pipe. That's why the saxophones look a little bit uh, weird with how the octaver system works. But they'll give you a true octave. A clarinet, the octaver key doesn't give you a true octave. So that's why
No, I think, yeah, clarinet's not even close, I don't think.
it jumps in pitch, but it's not a full octave. And so so saxophone would be just doubling the frequency, so it doubles the power. And so it's a very powerful instrument to be able to play, I think. Like a guitar doesn't have that where you just like hit the button and it changes the frequencies on the notes. And then all that shit is reverberating in your head. It's a very strange kind of sensation to have all that going on. Yeah, and then the whole thing itself is like connected to your diaphragm, just lowering. Basically, that's the only action that actually creates the sound. Is like one muscle that's just like pushing down. So really, it's an interesting thing that gets like this almost like vocal quality because like this whole channel is opened up acoustically. Yeah. Anyway, talk about the saxophone here. What's up, anybody?
Yeah, we need a subject change.
Yeah, I could go on.
Yeah,
well
I'll jump
past
in.
where anybody, please.
I don't know
Go,
anything about. I
throw
don't
it
know
out.
anything about saxophones.
You don't have to.
I was going to ask Jesse. Jesse, Gordon, are you here?
Yeah.
How's my friend Jesse doing? You hear Jesse?
Yeah, I'm switching to my headset so I don't echo.
Oh, it's all cool. You sound great. Jesse, I've been wanting for some time now, whether we do it on Earth Awakenings or ADL or Tartaria. I would love to have. I know you're really good on the refraction stuff, and you like your videos on refraction. Do you have maybe 4 or 5 of favorite videos on that you made on refraction that might be 10 minutes or less that you might share in an event sometime on one of these 3 servers?
Sure. I mean, not that I've ever seen an event on this server.
Yeah, Geo has events, but
Okay.
I just want I would and I'll be nice. I'll be cordial. I'll be real nice. But I like to see 4 or 5 of your best refraction videos, actual videos, and you can commentate during them if you want to, and we'll be quiet. I'll be quiet until the end. But I'd really like to see 4 of your 5 refraction videos because air is 1.003 refractive index, water is 1.33. You have 80% sugar water, that green stuff that they like to fool us with at 1.50. Diamond is 2.417. Plastic and glass can be anywhere between 1.3 and 1.8. So I would really like to see 4 or 5 of your best videos. If you wanted to set something up with Geo as an event, that would be great. I would love to see 4 or 5 of your best ones. Could you do that for us?
I'll give you a list of some right now.
Okay.
You can watch them to your heart's content.
And then could we discuss them sometime in a server?
Certainly.
I would like that. Because you you friends of the globe, like your refraction and like your gravity, but now you've added reference frame, which I find very interesting. A little bit of that special relativity stuff, right? And so, but I want to go back to refraction. I want to hear Jesse Gordon's best 4 or 5 proofs of refraction in a video. Do you want to put those in text in the text channel here, and I'll certainly save them and look at them, and then we can talk.
Sure.
Please do. Yeah, live stream text 1 if you don't mind, Jesse. Thank you.
Sure. Are you interested in refraction in all mediums or just specific mediums?
I want your best proof that refraction bends light to help you prove your ball.
So you don't care what medium it is, just all the mediums? Because I've done it in air, hot and cold pure water, and salt water density gradients.
Let's do air. Do you remember that one video? It hasn't been a year yet. It was 4 minutes. I don't know why I remember this for. It was 4 minutes and 58 seconds long. You were looking out through something at a yellow house, not very far away, but in the distance a little bit. You remember that one?
A yellow house, huh?
It was a yellow house, and you had a little bit of a curve that something went over, and it was 4 minutes 58 seconds. And I've always been intrigued by that video. You remember that one?
I never thought of that little house as yellow, but let me find it and drop a link, and you'll tell me if it's what you're thinking of.
Yeah, it's under 5 minutes. I know that. I remember.
But it was not a water-based medium, right?
I think you showed it through a piece of, I don't know if it was glass or plastic.
Oh, the prism. Okay. Yeah,
prism.
that was a plastic-based medium.
You
Yeah, I got
remember
that one.
You remember that
Yeah.
one? About
Oh, yeah.
458 long. Mm-hmm.
I don't remember how long it was, but let me link and see if you think it's it.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind going through air. Start out the medium of air if you have quite a few for that. That would be great.
Most of them were for water, but some are for air.
Okay. Because every once in a while, you good folks, not you necessarily, but some of you good folks like to throw that green water, that green sugar water in a tank at us, and you say, "Hey, look at that thing bend." Well, refractive index is 1.50, which is 50% more than air is. So things, of course, are going to bend in that, or appear to bend in that.
It's a lot more than 50%.
Well, in 80% sugar solution, the refractive index is 1.50.
Yeah, a pure vacuum is 1.0.
Yep. Yeah, air is 1.003.
So you need to compare the 003 to the 500. That's the actual. It's actually 100 times more than 100 times more optically dense water is.
Cool. Yeah, because I was in the diamond business for 25 years, and when I became a graduate gemologist, I had to do 10 gemstones that I didn't know about, variety and species, and one way we could identify was doing refractive index. So
is the link I just dropped the one you had in mind?
Let me look, sir.
Now, of course, this one's not using air as a medium, so that's why I hadn't thought of it when you asked for the air stuff.
It's cool.
But it does have a little yellow house, and it is 4 minutes and 56 seconds.
That's probably it. Hey, that's it. That is perfect. Thank you, sir.
Certainly.
That's it. Yeah, if you want to drop 3 or 4 more, then I'll leave you alone, and then we can talk later at your convenience.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Certainly.
No one talking.
It seems that way.
We're having a moment of silence.
What, for the globe?
I don't think so. No one gave a specific reason.
Uh, okay.
I think it was for the globe. I don't know.
Anybody on voice?
Capassa.
Bassa.
Who's that there? Is that Blatek? Is that? I can't tell.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I was just reading the chat.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Kind of quiet around here.
Yeah. Everybody
There's
all
plenty of
talked
people
out.
in the chat. It's kind of weird. What's everyone doing?
Hmm.
Well, that's a great idea. Someone just said you should pay for NASA subscriptions. So NASA is like pay per view anyway. So if you want to see these launches or visit the space center, you should pay for it. So yeah, that's what they should do. NASA should be forced to act like a museum. They'll sell it to the kids as a fantasy. The parents will be dragged them there on the weekends. You walk around, look at all these ridiculous things, look at the fake launches, and then you leave and you forget about it. And when you turn the age of like 7 or 8, your parents tell you NASA's fake and space is fake, like the Santa Claus. Yeah, I'm down. Treat NASA like Santa Claus.
I've legit never ever heard this room this quiet.
Did you say?
What do you think we should treat NASA like Santa Claus?
Did you say Santa Claus isn't real? If I could go on camera, I would. I have a model of Santa Claus right here. And because I have a model, and I have an equation, and I have a math equation, then Santa Claus is real. I have the model, I have the math equation, and now Santa is real. Now you guys
Well, I've seen that map of the North Pole, and I question your map if it's real or not.
You
I'm
guys,
pretty sure that is.
you ladies and gentlemen had better stop being Santa deniers, because I got Santa right here and I got a math equation that prove he exists. And so you better be nice, because if you're not, Santa's not going to bring you stuff.
Look, my brother's an engineer, and he told me that sleighs cannot fly with fucking reindeer. So that destroys your argument instantly. Santa Claus is dead. It's over.
No, I can
Well,
have a fairy tale if I want to.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a fat man down the shopping centre wearing a red suit. So how do you explain that Santa isn't real?
His name was Buzz Claus. Buzz Aldrin Claus.
Hey guys, if I want to have a fairy tale, I'll have a fairy tale. You can't take it away from me.
You know what? That I just realized Buzz Aldrin would have made a fantastic Santa Claus. This big old creepy fat drunk dude wandering around the shopping mall. Perfect. But really, you've got to explain to me how that sleigh and reindeer counteract the Coriolis effect when they're flying west. Me, how that happens.
Don't you mean the Clausiolis effect?
That's it. That's what we should do. We should just compare the round earther Santa Claus and just mock the hell out of every round earther until they submit.
The thing is, though, like, I mean, it explains why all of the reindeers have got red noses, because they're actually burning up in the atmosphere.
Exactly. And it was kind of makes sense because you know that NASA's been accused of child trafficking, right? So that explains why there's so many fucking elves in the North Pole.
I think we need to put those psychedelic mushrooms back in Christmas. I'm just a traditionalist. I don't know. Call me crazy.
Yeah, you've actually given me great ideas for a new line of memes. Santa Claus and Flat Earth, Round Earth.
Yeah, it's not too early to start now. You know, it's like always. You know, there's prime time for this, right? Obviously. Get them Christmas memes, but I think it should be Christmas all year long. You know, so I guess Christmas memes work as well. Man, that was funny. I heard the song "Dancing Queen" by ABBA, and it made me think of like all the dancing that people do around topics without trying to avoid answering. A lot of the Globers do that. They are the dancing queen. Sorry for that.
Sup, Flatty?
So, do you think that round earthers should be rounded up and put into COVID camps that are no longer used?
You me or?
Well, I don't know. I'm just speaking generally.
No.
Well, what about the re-education? Remember when they were threatening people with re-education? We have to re-educate the whole public on the truth. It has to be done somehow.
Well, no, what would be better is if we don't have like forced indoctrination in the first place and just allow people to make their own minds up. That'd be good.
Yeah, kind of anarchist. We can just do away with governments altogether and just give everyone a box of bullets and a rifle and say, there you go make a life for yourself.
No, I mean, like obviously, I think that it's a good thing that people are taught sort of English and maths and science and all that kind of thing. Like growing up, I think those things are important. But there are certain things that are thrown into those subjects that aren't actually part of those subjects. And history is a very good example. Like history shouldn't be forced guilt indoctrination, right? It should just be history. So here's what happened. Cool. And geography, again, shouldn't be forced guilt indoctrination. It should just be, here's where shit is. Do you know what I mean? And that's where education is being used, actually weaponized against the people that you're supposed to be educating. And if we got rid of that...
That's the communist agenda, though.
Of course.
It's real. So how are the kids going to learn communism if we don't lie about history? You know, we're fucked. We have to learn about real stuff.
Yeah. Well, what's really funny is that they don't just lie about history; they lie about shit that's happening right now. So it's like,
there's like real time history deniers and history lies, yeah, in real time.
Right. And of course, there's no way anyone in this room could verify what the fuck they're saying. So how would we? Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, they can't be lying. Well, based on what? Of course, they could be lying.
Yeah. Did you ever see those? I'm not allowed to talk about this anymore. I'm actually sitting here thinking, oh, we can't talk about the C. B.
Just call it the Fauci ouchie.
Okay. Well, do you remember when the no, actually, I'll call it the Fauci ouchie effect.
Well, if you call it the Mexican beer germ is the whole event, and then the Fauci ouchie is a specific part of that event, and then we're good.
Yeah, but do you remember those dancing videos?
Yeah.
Like all these doctors and nurses are running around dancing, and they're off their heads on fucking pills and alcohol and shit.
Yeah, cringe as fuck. Yeah, but it's also like they feel like inundated with people. Like, how do you make a video? Like, I've been, I've worked when I was younger. When I was like a student, I worked as a waiter. I was only for about 3 months, but it was like go, right? 13-hour shifts. You were fucking on it the whole time. There is no way you would have 5 minutes to stop and make a fucking dance video for social media, right? And obviously, I've never been a doctor or a nurse or any of that shit, but if they were really inundated with people, there's no way you could get 10 of them to choreograph a dance, obviously.
So you're from the UK, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember that video that was? Well, it was what the opening ceremony of the Olympics? Was it 10 years ago?
Oh, 2012. Yeah, I didn't see the ceremony, but
yeah, okay. It really took off at the start of the thing because it actually laid out the whole of agenda. And it was getting passed around 3 years ago. And they tried to debunk it, saying, no, it had nothing to do with this. But it kept showing doctors and nurses dancing.
All right.
And then all of a sudden, this came out, and
Yeah. Well, a lot of these like world events, like whether they be Olympics or whatever, they have these really creepy like intros, and a lot of the time have anything to do with the event being broadcast. It's like, what's this got to do with this event? It's like weird.
yeah, it's predictive programming.
Well, maybe
They're laying out what's going to happen in the future.
yeah. I mean, I don't know about that. See, I don't really like to speculate about that. But often it's just creepy.
Yeah, no, actually, I'll show you then.
What's this got to do with, you know, what's going on? Anyway.
Actually, I'll go to YouTube. Video. Did you ever hear about Film My Hospital?
No.
Well, yeah, this is funny. All this stuff was censored, but it was you can see it. Film My Hospital was a thing going around where people would go to their local hospitals and prove there was no patients in there.
Oh yeah,
Because they kept saying the hospitals were overfilled, right, with all these people, but no one was there because no one was going, and no one was, you know. So people, it just went around for ages.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Gio wants us to talk about this in his stream. We can maybe talk about it on like Livestream 2 or whatever if you want to drop down.
Yeah. Anyway, look, I just found the link for the opening ceremony.
Yeah, DM it to me, but don't put it in the chat, please.
Oh yeah. What's your name?
Crypto.
Crypto, right.
Yeah, it's just I don't want to risk.
Yeah, no, I get it. I went to posted a I wanted to post an article from CBS Media yesterday, like a literal government-controlled news article, right? And it had the Fauci, ouchie, and a couple other keywords, and it bounced and kicked me off the server by the AI. And this was a literal CBS article from the United States.
All I know is that whatever goes wrong in the world, you can always blame Armour.
What say? Blame what?
Blame Armour.
ABBA.
No, I think he's called Armada at the moment. Doesn't matter. It's just a dumb joke.
Holy shit, I don't like that at all. Crypto, you sound like a demented demonic robot. Ugh.
I'm not a global dude.
Oh, there we go. That's way better. What was that? Crypto, do you have something to tell us?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Did you hear what I just said?
No.
You said I sounded like a demented demonic robot,
Yeah.
and I said I'm not a global.
Oh, I know that. Well, see, and there was a bunch of confusion on my side If so.
I was just wondering, what do you guys think of the two celestial poles over a flat Earth?
What do I think about them?
Are you
Yeah.
guys trolling
How do they
your
work?
poll stuff? Oh my god.
I am, yes, but I've come to you this time, and you're experts.
It's got the Texas sharp cheddar fallacy.
Yeah, I think it's more of a sexual thing by these NASA people. It's not a realistic fucking poll.
Sex magic. Well, neat. This is a family show, so why don't we talk about the Earth? Where's the curvature, folks? Can you find it?
Can you explain two celestial poles over a flat Earth?
I've never looked into the topic, my friend.
Why not?
I
It's the
haven't
one
looked into
thing
the
that,
topic yet, my
it's the
friend.
one. Is that because it disproves flat Earth, and so you stay away from anything that disproves flat Earth? You only want confirmation
No,
biases.
I just haven't gotten to any of that. There's a lot of stuff I haven't gotten
That's
to.
a fair point. That's a fair point. But to be fair, though, if I'm going to be that guy, though, I've heard a lot of flat earthers be like, "Oh, how come you haven't looked into this yet?" And it's like, because I just haven't, you know. But you know what? I'll sympathize with you. I'll sympathize with you because I'm also in the same position.
I mean, it's like you want to talk with me about it, and you want to get me to gotcha. If there isn't a gotcha to be got, I haven't studied the thing, so we aren't going to talk about it.
So, I can talk about it real quickly. Now, what are you talking about when you say poles? What's your definition of a pole?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead,
I said
Trouble.
celestial pole, the one in the sky.
Oh, so you're talking about because actually I spoke about this the other day, and I thought you were talking about south and north poles. Now, you mean a celestial star, yeah? You're not talking about an actual pole.
No, I mean a pole, a point in the sky where the stars rotate around it.
Yeah, but it's not a pole.
Yes, it is.
This is the problem with the definition.
Well, what did you call it? A spot
Alright.
in the sky where the stars circle around it.
All right, let's look this up. Let's look up what the name is.
You've already
So
had
this-
it.
this is
You've
my
already had it
problem, because
explained to you.
traditionally, the pole refers to a mystical point in the North Pole. That's where
Celestial
compasses point to.
celestial pole, the point on the celestial sphere directly above either of the Earth's geographic poles. Okay, so around which the stars and planets appear to rotate during the course of the night. So I mean, yeah, Trouble's right.
We've already given her the
okay,
answer
okay.
though.
Let me take it back for a sec.
Was it with
We
me?
can't
Was it me in Trouble that one
prove-
time, or?
We can't
this has
prove
already been
poles
answered.
exist, as in North and South poles exist. So therefore, you can't verify that the celestial pole exists. It collapses in on itself.
Well,
can I ask why you think that proves a globe?
Me?
Yeah.
Because geometrically, you can't put two celestial poles over a flat Earth side by side. They have to be on opposite sides of a sphere.
But doesn't that assume
Why?
that doesn't that assume that the Earth's moving?
There's only two poles.
Hold on, doesn't
No
Which means-
assumptions. It's the only thing you can mathematically and geometrically draw from the movement.
Incorrect.
Yeah,
But we're not moving. That's the problem.
Oh, come on.
From the apparent movement of the stars.
Dude, if
However
you
you
give me-
want to explain the phrase.
Am I coming through?
I know, Witsit, you haven't sold it. You've just said
Why are
something
you
magic.
talking all over crypto, man? I mean, you have the same played out thing you've been saying for 5 years. I mean, you might as well let other people respond.
Well,
So okay, yeah, can I get? So you're assuming that the Earth's moving and that the stars are fixed in that argument.
like relatively speaking, relatively fixed.
Right. So that's an assumption. So then, obviously, if I accept your assumption, then your conclusion would be valid. But I don't accept the assumption. So why are you like you're like asking me to just skip over your assumption and then just accept your conclusion?
Yeah, that's what I
what's
mean.
What's your got a better explanation?
Trouble, if you can go to the North Pole and prove to me there is a northern pole below Polaris, and then find a southern one with a southern point, I'll start believing it, but they refuse to give the evidence.
I mean, you're not even
I
allowed to
can't
go to the
go
North
anywhere.
Pole.
I can see it in the sky. Why do I have to go
No,
somewhere?
you're looking at a point at the sky.
There's a video explaining
You're
it.
lying. Why would you want to tell the truth?
There's a video explaining it.
Yeah, what?
Has it all mapped out, 3D programmed? It's all mapped out on a plane.
If it comes from you, that's not explaining it.
It's all mapped out on a plane right there in a program.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
No,
it
it's
literally
not.
is. Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
But
No.
it is though.
Well, what
But it's
explanation
not.
would you like? Would you like
No.
us to point out the specifics of what's going on in what Witz has just described? Is that what you need? Crickets. Okay, fine.
Are you talking to me? I'm sorry. Just don't
I've
want to
never
talk
even
over.
seen this video. I mean, she's just claiming she knows it's wrong or something.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen it either, so I
Yeah,
can't claim.
because you claim that the southern stars aren't here. You want the southern stars to be an illusion, Witsit.
No, that has nothing to do with them being an illusion.
The northern star.
But it
Hey,
is.
buddy, are you? I bet if the people that can repeat stuff I learned in 3rd grade keep talking over me, it'll make it true. Please pretend you're teaching me with rudimentary remedial things you learned in 5th grade. Please, it's annoying. Okay, we know you think the Ursa ball that the stars look like they're moving because the Ursa ball. We get it. It's not profound.
Oh boy, I
okay?
think that's why they do it.
Experimentation has proven that perspective is non-Euclidean, which means we have curved visual space.
No, we
It's
don't.
been proven
That's word
with
salad.
experiments that we don't have Euclidean visual space, which means if we're going to try to interpret anything that we are perceiving via perspective, then we have to account for the proper visual space.
Well, where can we see that experiment?
So we can look at anything. We have to reinterpret what we see every time because we have this weird eye vision.
First of all, it's not about weird eye vision. It's about what actual experiments show, which is that you don't see in perfectly straight lines. We don't have Euclidean perspective. It's been proven with high-level precision with robotics that, in fact, they had to update their visual space models to hyperbolic and elliptic models to match the natural data because Euclidean perspective did not work.
So why does it not happen when I look east? How come it only happens when I look south?
So you don't even understand it. So it's like that's the problem.
Well,
So,
you ever seen a magnet?
There's still issues.
Oh my gosh.
Go ahead.
Even without that, though, because that's something that I'm still looking into. Right? Even without that, you have to accept the base assumption that the Earth's moving, that the stars are fixed. That's what you have to do in order to accept your position. And so you're basically not only are you denying the fact that that is an assumption that you require, you're then just handwave dismissing any challenges to the Euclidean perspective that you're on. So it's
Crypto.
How is it?
I know what she's.
I'm finished.
Crypto. I know what she's doing. She's just using a throwaway argument that can't be defended. So it's worked for her in the past, so she's going to keep using it.
Yeah. But all I'm saying, let me just finish and then you can talk. All I'm saying is that you've handwave dismissed Witzit's position and you've also just ignored 2 very important assumptions for your worldview. And if you're going to keep doing that, it's going to be very difficult to have an honest discussion with you.
Well, she spends time at gyms regularly, so I don't think she's used to honest discussion.
Yeah, but trouble, you've got a category on your YouTube, right? That's called Flat Earth. I don't understand.
What?
Trouble, are you going to watch the video or respond to Crypto or anything? Like, are you respond to what Crypto said?
I didn't hear that last bit, sorry.
You didn't hear what Crypto said?
No. I didn't think he was talking to me, sorry. I thought I had to be quiet because you were talking amongst yourself. I thought I was interrupting.
Well, yeah, I mean, whoever was talking over me could have waited for me to finish. But the point I was making is that not only has Witzit's argument been just handwave dismissed, on top of that, you've got the assumption, which is the opposite of that, which is that you have Euclidean perspective. That's an assumption, right? And the other assumption being that the Earth is moving and the stars are fixed. These two are assumptions that you're just denying are assumptions.
The reason that I handwave Witzit's claim is because he claims that my stars are not real and what I see is not happening. Something else is happening, even though that's not what I see happening.
That's
so why would I not wave that away?
That's a red herring straw man that doesn't have anything to do with what I said.
No, his explanation makes no sense. It
Oh,
doesn't
actually,
work.
it's
It's
actually
not what's
well
happening.
done. There's actually 3 fallacies in one. Amazing.
There is a southern celestial pole. It is not a reflection from the north. Stop bullshitting.
Reflection from the north.
Or whatever you want to claim. What are you claiming? You won't even tell the truth and say that your claim is that the southern celestial pole is a reflection.
Wait,
You're
so
not
she
even
can't even
fucking on it.
properly. This is pathetic.
She knows my explanation's wrong, but she doesn't know what it is yet.
Well, it just doesn't make sense, though, man. It doesn't work.
And Armor comes in to double down on the fallacy.
But it doesn't work, though.
Why? I've already destroyed you. Like,
Because
into
it's
that part.
paradoxical. You can have literally the 3 people, right, on South Africa, South America, and Australia looking at the same stars, yet looking in different directions. Even if you don't zoom, all right, like the shape of the flat Earth, right, where the continents are, right. It's still very hard to get those exact same sightings, right, where they're all looking at the South Pole in their directions.
You make it really easy to say you're full of shit. Seriously.
Armor,
fucking joke.
Armor, is that happening at the same time?
Yeah, it's exactly.
All right, so Chile, South Africa, and where was the other one?
So Australia. Well, but I didn't really name an actual place though. I didn't name an actual place.
They all have nighttime at the same time, do they?
Two of them do, you fucking idiot. 2 of them.
Right. When I said,
you fucking idiot.
Celestial pole. You wanted to prove the southern celestial pole by claiming that 2 of us can't see. What the fuck do I see it?
2 of them do, you fucking idiot. 2 of them do. 2 of them do.
Well, hold on. Yeah, that's actually.
Okay.
All right, look, I got
Can I chime in here?
Look, here's the deal.
Can I chime in here?
Woman is, but she needs to shut up while people.
All right, I'm modding. Here's the
You
deal.
fucking idiot. 2 of them do.
Well, let's
Bro,
look real
chill.
fast. Which one? There's
Crypto
2
was in
exactly.
the middle of talking. I don't know why everyone just thinks they can just interrupt people, but you can't.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, dude. So obviously, I asked Armor if all 3 were happening at the same time, and then Armor said yes, right? Which can't be the case.
That's a fair point. Fair point.
They don't all have night at the same time. But that's an important part of your argument, because your argument is that they're all different directions, right? But of course, they're not all at night time at the same time. So that argument doesn't work.
Hold on. Well, okay. Well, let's see which 2 are actually have night at the same time, though. Let me real fast see which 2 have it. So let me see.
Let me jump in here 2 seconds, right? If you believe the spinning ball, why do we have 2 celestial poles then? If we're all spinning the same way, there's no logic to it.
No, there is. That's easily
there's none.
You could easily model that. I modeled it, for Christ's sake.
Put yourself
If
inside
you're
an
on a spinning
inflatable
ball,
ball.
how could you have 2 celestial poles?
That goes without
Let me
saying.
see.
If you,
It just sounds stupid.
oh yeah, okay, fine. Trouble. Let's
Put yourself inside a inflatable ball. Put your arms out either side. Roll down a hill. Now look to your right. It'll spin. Look to your left. It'll spin. Do you get that? Do you understand that?
Yeah,
On your own
funny that she
YouTube
says
page, you've
that
got a
and it
category
debunks
called Flat Earth Pictures. How do
Yes,
they?
because
You're not making
flat
sense.
earther until I started filming the sky.
Actually,
And
if it's
you all started lying
Sorry.
about the stuff to me, and then I changed because you
Okay,
were lying.
fine.
And
If
you just
it's-
keep telling
You're
me my
projecting,
footage is fake.
okay? You're
Stars aren't really
projecting.
doing what they're doing, and only Witsit has the fucking answer.
Yeah, and you can't rebut it, and it absolutely intellectually destroys you, and you just keep on saying on repeat.
Mentally.
If it's spinning on a sphere or on a ball, of course it's going to have 2 celestial poles.
Yes.
How does that not make sense?
Yeah,
to you?
yeah, of course, but that's not even the point. So the actual point is that
Oh, so why don't you call him out, though? Wait, so why didn't you call that guy out, huh? You're being dishonest.
because I couldn't do it because you guys jumped in before he
Oh,
even
my
finished.
ass. My
What do you
ass.
mean? I was about to, but she jumped in before he even finished.
Okay,
buddy.
The point is, there's 2 celestial poles, and you claim that there's only 1.
Hey, Arma, listen. Did you?
Because
hear
you do
me
that all the
just jump in?
time.
Hey, Arma, did you hear me just jump in and say he was wrong?
Did you?
Yeah. Have you ever done that?
Yeah, I have.
Hell no, dude. You people are in a
No.
cult, dude. So this is the point, okay? For one, falsification's independent of replacement, right? We falsified the claimed radius of the globe. If you came up with some ideas about what you think is happening in the sky based on that model, too bad. That sucks because the model's been debunked, and falsification's independent of replacement, objectively, with anyone that has even an ounce of logic. Secondly,
You can't
we
debunk
made
the Earth if you haven't debunked the sky.
secondly, we made the globe from the sky. We literally
you
engineered the globe model from what we see in the sky. So to turn and point at the sky and say it matches the globe, that proves the globe is incredibly
You don't
remedial.
need to look at the sky to come up with the globe model.
Yeah, you do. Yeah,
You're
you
a
do.
liar.
Okay, how do you do it then?
How do you do it? I mean,
Name one way without the sky.
Me personally, I don't know.
Name one way, Shadow, smart guy.
So
Okay.
I just
I
want
would
to
love to, but we're just gonna go different topics, so there's no point to this.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
got
it's gonna-
nothing.
Well,
Okay.
we're still diverting though. The original topic was the fucking Star Trails though. Let's stick
Yeah, but
on
yeah,
stay on track.
yeah, you guys are impulsively interrupting like emotional children. This guy just made a claim that's patently wrong that you can make it
I'm a
without the
girl.
sky. Okay, so
girl.
this is the fact, right? This is the fact. It has been proven that perspective is not Euclidean.
No, it hasn't.
You guys,
No, it
yes,
hasn't.
it has.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it has.
Doesn't make the stars rotate around fucking Sigma or Cantus, though, does it?
Okay,
Yeah. Witsit, you're
You're
sort of
so
making. Hold on,
lost.
Witsit,
You're
wait,
so
hold on.
lost.
You're making a jump though.
We're telling them the sun
Right,
stars
this is a
rotate
waste of my time, right? It's
Wow.
like if the low IQ people think that they're just going to keep interrupting, pretending that they're the high IQ people and that they're teaching other people by incessantly and emotionally interrupting. It's a waste of
Go
time.
away, don't answer. I didn't want to talk to you. I want to talk to the normal people who
Do
don't know
you
your
realize
voice.
I could chug Jameson and then repeat
Yeah,
your
that's perfect.
position? Like it's
Wait,
not
what
like you're
bullshit?
teaching us something. We were all taught the same thing.
If it was real, everyone would be able to see it, but they can't.
Well, hold on.
Because it's too
I'm
complicated
just going to
bullshit.
fix the trouble because trouble's just literally making this a shit show.
Well,
Just
hold
need
on.
to-
So,
I'll leave,
so there is an issue though, right? So yeah,
I'm gonna ask you a
Witsit.
question.
Okay, my bad.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Can you define affirming the consequent for me?
Wait, who?
Yeah, you.
Wait, when did I ever use that?
I'm asking you to define it for me.
I don't quite. No, I don't really use it, so I don't use my.
The
I don't know.
conclusion in your premise.
Right, okay,
Show me
well,
the conclusion in your premise.
Right. Do you understand P therefore Q? You understand P therefore Q, Q therefore P, right?
Sure.
But why are we talking about affirming the consequent fallacy? We're just talking about
Because
shit.
I brought it up left lane. So I'm going to finish and then
All
you
right.
can criticize it afterwards, right? So if I was to say to you, I ate 10 cheeseburgers, therefore I'm full, therefore I ate 10 cheeseburgers, is that logical?
No, it's not logical.
Okay, so that's the logic being employed here.
Really?
How so?
Yes,
How
really.
so?
I
be
said
specific.
the sky rotate, therefore the Earth's a globe.
Oh, I mean, okay, if that's a fair point, yeah, sure.
That's yeah, what you're doing, your argument here isn't affirming the consequent fallacy. That's why it's annoying.
Unless you have other evidences in support of your premise.
Well, hold on. Real fast.
That's
Okay.
so stupid,
Hold on.
dude.
It's only It's only fallacious,
The
right?
addendum was incorrect. Sorry,
Hold
carry
on. It's only fallacious, right? If you're saying, right? Oh, if the sky rotates, right? Because obviously the sky could be rotating, or we could be rotating, right? But it's not fallacious once you start, mapping out this entire sky, into a celestial sphere, and then where you are on the surface, right, starts to dictate, the angle in which you see these stars, right? At that point, you have very limited options, all right? And the most obvious answer is you're on a fucking sphere. But yeah.
Right, that's your assertion. But the point is that the argument being made that by trouble is an affirming the consequent fallacy.
It's not.
Yeah, and
Yes,
it's a
it is.
base.
No, you can't
It
get the
literally-
stars to work unless you claim the southern stars are not real.
Oh,
Okay.
my God.
Troubles,
Okay.
have you seen this
Absurd.
so-called
You don't
southern
have the guts
star?
to say that's what you're doing.
No,
you're
this is
terrifying
what
me.
you got. I get you guys don't understand basic concepts, but there's something called perspective, and we know for a fact that things appear differently than they are in tangible reality all the
That doesn't
time.
make the stars rotate around two celestial poles.
Wait,
Yeah,
time
what's
out,
it-
buddy. Why are you interrupting me every time I talk?
Sorry.
Okay, so you just made the claim that we have to believe that we see something that's not actually there. Well, I know this seems to be not connecting for you. I just rebutted that by pointing out we do objectively see things differently than they are in tangible reality consistently. So that's a stupid point you made, right?
Yeah, but the stars are consistent. So now you've got you're just pulling one little thing makes something different. Now you've got to make the whole sky do that.
Okay,
That
well,
makes
no,
no
well,
sense.
when we look at
Trouble.
any part
You're
of
in
the sky, we're
Brisbane.
using
Don't
How
laugh
do
perspective.
you
at
see
me.
this southern
You're
star?
claiming the stars in the south aren't real. Don't fucking laugh at me.
Well, I think you're funny. Yeah. So
Well, hold on.
anytime that we're looking at the sky, we're using perspective.
Okay, but hold on. But what's it? That's still fallacious though to be like, okay, because perspective or whatever is hyperbolic or whatever. Therefore, we can get the stars to southern star trails, whatever. There's a leap in logic though.
What's
You're
the
sort
fallacy?
of it's just fallacious that you're making a leap in
What's
logic
the
like
fallacy then?
that. I don't know the name, but it is
Yeah,
fallacious
you're just
to
making
jump.
stuff
No,
up.
I'm not. No, hold on. You don't need to know the names of fallacies to know that something's fallacious. All right, I can say what it is. I can say why it's fallacious, and there
Why
you
is
go.
it fallacious?
Because you're making a leap. All right, you're making a leap in logic. You're saying, oh, because our vision is hyperbolic, therefore southern star trails, whatever. You need to actually explain why that is, how that
Southern
works.
Star trails. So you to explain the fallacy I was using, you used a straw man fallacy.
What?
Yeah.
How is that straw man? How is that straw man?
You just claimed I said since visual space is hyperbolic, star trails or whatever.
I mean, isn't this the entire argument that we're literally saying, oh, star trails, whatever?
No, I'll help you out here.
We started off with the lie. Or at least we started off with the star trails.
No, so you guys claimed that it was You guys claimed it was impossible on anything other than a sphere. You made You made a claim of exclusivity and said it was impossible on a plane. All I'm doing is detailing an objective possibility based on actual empirical evidence that visual space is not Euclidean. That's really bad for you because when you claim that the stars are doing what they are based on being on a spinning globe, you're assuming Euclidean perspective. Well, since experiments have proven that perspective is not Euclidean, that means that your model and your interpretation of the stars literally can't be true.
Okay, so
you can use all the fancy words you want, but basically you're saying the sun stars aren't real.
Basically, you're wrong, and
Well, hold on. He's still okay. Let's just say, for example, our model is wrong, right? Because perspective isn't the way we think it is, right? You still haven't explained how southern star trails work on your model.
Okay, so this is the thing, right?
What now? He wants to shift the burden.
Yeah, because that's how it started originally. No, because that's how it started originally. No, it started like that originally. We were literally saying, oh, southern star trails, whatever, they don't work, whatever. That's what trouble started off with. Somehow we, diverted from that, I guess. But we started off with southern star trails.
We're not diverting from anything. You claimed exclusivity. You said that the star trails can only work on a globe.
I did. Yes.
Okay.
The movement of them, yes.
So I
These
have
celestial
rebutted that
bodies.
claim. That isn't true.
With
For
magic
one-
words that mean nothing.
For one, your globe model doesn't even adequately explain the star trails because it uses an improper assumption of perspective that has been experimentally disproven.
Saying Euclidean eyesight does not make some stars
It's
magically
not just
rotate
eyesight.
around figure out
It's not
orbits.
eyesight. It's all optics.
It's not.
I want to see that. I want to see that.
No, you don't, Left Lane, because I've dropped it in here 50 times.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I
haven't
have.
seen it. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, what? You're saying I haven't dropped the papers in here dozens of
I
times?
know. I'm saying I haven't seen it.
You just said no, I haven't, though. You said no, you haven't. So you
I
just
said no,
lied.
I haven't. I said no, I haven't.
No, I said I've dropped them in here dozens of times, 50 times. You said no, you haven't. So anyway,
You said that you've seen it, and you're talking.
you said no,
to
I
me.
haven't. Then I said
So
I've
you
dropped them in
said
here
it
50
without
times,
me.
and you said no, you haven't. So we can move on now. You lied. So the point is that it's been demonstrated that you can look at something as small as a 2-meter equilateral triangle, and that it will appear to have spherical excess based on optics, and that the robotic models had to update their Euclidean perspective visual models to hyperbolic and elliptic visual models to match the natural data so that the robot could actually reach and grab things, so that the robot could actually assess where things truly were. They had to change the model because Euclidean perspective wasn't working. Okay, that's just one example.
How come you're the only one that can explain the southern stars and not one person can understand a fucking word you're saying?
Oh, he's not. He's not the only one.
Yeah, what do you mean they can't understand what I'm saying?
No one else.
Do you not realize that you just yelled to the room that you're not competent enough to follow the conversation? That's all you did.
Look, whether you give an explanation or not,
You're wrong
you still have
because
to.
I don't understand what you just said.
Hold on.
Congratulations.
Hold on.
Just
Explanations are
fallacy
one.
upon fallacy.
Okay, hold on, guys, hold on.
Do you
Guys,
people expect to be taken seriously when you speak about yourselves in such a manner?
Okay, but guys, hold on. Can we just? Okay, so an explanation is one thing. Fine, sure. Obviously, I can explain how unicorns exist, right? But the thing is, what it comes down to is whether we can, one, reproduce it, or two, right? If see how legitimate it is, right? So if I start poking holes in it, right? Let's see if those holes, are legit or not, right? Like I personally see issues with this whole, at the very least, for the southern star trails. Anyway, I don't know about the other shit, like the hyperbolic vision and whatnot, but for the star trails, southern star trails, I see holes a lot of holes in that. All right, so
But you said
no,
that before, and then I just absolutely destroyed you. But
No, you
actually,
didn't.
you're trying so desperately to cover up the facts here, which is that your model assumes Euclidean perspective, and that's been experimentally disproven.
I have no comments on that because I don't know enough on
So
that.
I just showed you guys a 3D modeling that shows that all the stars moving around a central point over a plane. When you look in the opposite direction, you account for optics within the atmos that you can make the model show exactly what we see with the Southern Star Trails. We can replicate this many different ways. Curved visual space will actually cause optical convergence to a curved visual limit. This can be demonstrated 100 different ways. So you just saying nah doesn't change anything. And then we also explain that even in your own paradigm, crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays you have to invoke the idea of there being optical convergence in the opposite direction, even though there's nothing actually there. Even your own model invokes this dome of vision, if you will.
That's just trigonometry, though. You can use literally. I don't get this argument. Like you literally just.
I know
you
you don't
have
get it.
no. If you literally
much
have
is
a line
obvious?
long enough, right? If you have a structure long enough, right? So long, in fact, that it stretches from one horizon to the opposite side, whatever, right? Then that goes without saying. Sure, you're going to be able to measure 180 degrees. That's how lines work.
Do you
or
know what
whatever.
personal incredulity is?
What is that?
Okay, so you don't even know like what an appeal to incredulity is. Like you both are saying like I don't understand it, so it can't be true.
No, that's okay. That's fair. That's fair. But here's the thing, though.
It's a fallacy. It's
No, but
actually
this-
very
I'm under the
remedial.
celestial equator. Listen, I'm under the celestial equator. When I look east or west, I don't see a fucking pole. I see the two poles split in half.
Yeah,
So
why
why
would
does
you?
why does my Euclidean eyesight kick in when I'm looking east to west at the
No, it
celestial
doesn't.
star?
It's still not Euclidean.
Why,
buddy.
but why don't we see this rotation anywhere we look?
So you don't understand it. So there's one actual rotation.
North and south.
There's one actual rotation that's counterclockwise around the center, and then you're
No.
looking towards it or the opposite direction of it, and that's where you're going to get the optical convergence. Yes, just like crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. How come we don't see anti-crepuscular rays in the north and south?
Because they aren't fucking part of stars, dickhead.
Hey, left lane, why don't we
Very
see anti-crepuscular rays in the north and the south?
What the hell is wrong with this person?
This person's pretty dumb, huh?
Yeah.
Because
Wow,
the sun
we're
moves
wasting our
east-west.
time.
Because the sun moves east-west always.
Oh,
You
so you're saying the source, since
a
the source
sunray.
is setting in the west, then you get the optical effect 180 degrees away from it?
Yeah, but the thing is, you're saying they're rotating in the center over the North Pole. You're good with that. But somehow that makes the stars in the southern hemisphere appear to do the same thing. Makes no sense.
Yes,
It
it makes
does,
no
though, because you
So
have
we have
optical
to assume there's a division between the North and South Pole. It
They
doesn't
just
add
don't
up.
no, they just don't
No,
understand
there's
it.
no logic to it.
Emperor has no clothes on. The southern stars do not magically rotate around Polaris just because I change directions of where I'm looking.
Yeah,
You
I'm
guys
gonna have
fuck-
to.
And you're embarrassed.
Yeah, okay, no, I'm taking it all on board, but we're gonna have to produce our own evidence because I don't trust these YouTube videos. That a lot of them look edited to me.
No, we've already produced that. But yeah, many people have observed anti-crepuscular and crepuscular rays. When the sun sets, you can look 180 degrees behind you, and it looks like the light's converging to a source there,
It
even
has
though there's
nothing
no
to do with
source.
the stars. Why are
course
you
it
comparing them
does.
to stars?
It's just
Why are
the
you
same
comparing
thing.
crepuscular
What you're
rays to
talking
stars?
about is the limit of your vision during the day compared to the limit of your vision during the night. It's the same exact concept, right?
Bullshit.
Why would it
Bullshit.
change completely over the night?
You're comparing apples to oranges.
No, you just don't understand the
Stars,
analogous
stars are
concept.
not crepuscular rays. Stars are not
that's a
rays.
deliberate misinterpretation, I think.
No, you guys are deliberately lying, comparing
Projection.
sun rays to starlight. They are a fixed light. They're
No,
not
the only comparison, right, which is not in the light at all, is to the curved limit of visual space and what it looks like during the day and what it looks like at night.
The only way you can do this is by being dishonest. You are so fucking dishonest.
You can never respond with
That's my feels.
It's actually because you don't understand the arguments and you've just been repeating the same, like,
understand it.
why are
Making
you
shit
interrupting so much? This is not Jim Pendas. You're not allowed to just incessantly interrupt here. This is why Globe Earth gets dominated here every day, because you can't use these tactics. The reason the globe gets dunked on here every day is because the Globers aren't allowed to incessantly interrupt.
You won't let anyone talk, and you talk shit.
Okay.
You want me to listen to your lies over and over and over and listen to, and these guys,
You
oh,
chose to be here. Just disappear. You know, hit the exit button. Bye bye.
Can you explain in plain English,
Bye.
without your magic fancy word, why the sun stars do not rotate around Polaris?
Oh my
Without
God.
your magic fucking words.
Perceived optical convergence. That's why. Very, really basic.
Yeah, Armour. So earlier I was asked you to define the Fermi and the consequent, right?
Sure.
I wasn't trying to like make you. I wasn't trying to be a dick, basically. But what I find really important and really interesting in these debates is where people don't understand formal and informal logic, and because they don't understand it, they make all of these silly arguments that are easily refuted logically. That you don't even like. I don't know if you understand. Like, if your argument isn't logical, the evidence you think you have doesn't matter, right?
Okay.
So you need to have a logical argument first, and then the evidence can be considered. But the amount of times that I've heard like illogical arguments and then assertion of evidence, and it's just like, well, unless the argument is logical, like what you think is evidence isn't evidence. And so then, like, if you can't define like an affirming the consequent fallacy, how do you know you're not making it? Right? So
Hold on. I don't need to know the names of things if I understand if the thing is fallacious or whatever. I mean, like, okay, for example,
I didn't say you had to know the names. I said you had to understand the logic. This is way deeper than knowing a few names.
Hey, I just found a video, guys. Trouble, watch this. Maybe this guy will help you.
Right. So Ahmed, I can explain that further if you want.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so loads of people in here have probably heard of an affirming the consequent fallacy, but I would suggest that 2/3 of the people who know that name couldn't actually put it into any kind of logical steps, which is why I said the 10 cheeseburgers example, right? So not only have I put it into a logical format, but I've put it into an easily digestible logical format. See what I did there? But the point is that once you put it into that digestible format, it's then easy to understand why it's wrong. Yeah. So, for instance, if you say to me, "Oh yeah, I don't know," like you come up with something and then I deliberately misinterpret you, like, and then throw it back at you and I strawman you, right? That's annoying because I haven't dealt with what you've actually said. So that's much deeper than just knowing the name strawman. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay, cool. So, and again, I'm not trying to be a dick to you, but virtually all of the globe arguments I've heard since I've logged on about 20 minutes ago were a logical fallacy of one type or another. And then it's just like, well, I don't want to just be identifying logical fallacies constantly. I actually want to have a discussion.
Okay.
That would be something.
But you guys use so
Hey,
many
look.
fallacies, we can't.
Okay, look, I just posted a TikTok video. It goes for 3 minutes. Check it out. It explains it all very easily.
Well, we already did explain it, right? So it's an optical effect, optical convergence. And we know that we have a limit to visual space. I mean, I've dropped many papers from universities in here that have shown this with different experiments. In seemingly boundless physical space, we have a bounded visual space, which is why the sky appears to be a dome.
But that's just your assertion, and not one person expert agrees with
that.
That was
that's
a
the
Vanderbilt
courtesy of
University.
explaining something logically to
That
you.
paper is from the Department of Astronomy
don't
at
need
Vanderbilt
to.
University.
And yet they didn't change the globe to being a flat Earth and the
Oh my
southern
God.
stars being an illusion. Yet,
Yeah,
so you
that's
didn't
a
win,
straw man.
did you?
Huh? Did you notice that that's a straw man there?
Who cares what you
They don't even know what that is. Yeah.
It's just they're
You know
just used to gyms, bro. This is how they act there.
They
this
just want
is
to
the
burn an
point.
argument that isn't yours.
So the point I'm making here to Armour now is that there's no point addressing that because it isn't on topic. It's a straw man. It's pointless, right? So we just move past it. But we get to the point where we have to move past so many dumb points that the discussion itself becomes impossible.
And yet you still can't explain the movement of the southern stars except to bring in all
Who
these
says
fancy
we have
words
to
that no one
explain
can
it?
understand.
Trouble, please.
Except
I
you
posted a
guys.
video. Go watch it.
Fallacious.
I am watching it.
Worst Glover I've ever spoken to. Holy cow.
You're the only ones that
A
understand your
little
explanation.
moderation. I don't want to mute anybody. Could y'all please talk one at a time? Chaos right now.
Yeah.
This is brutal, man. It's like they don't. Trouble thinks she knows for sure that this is impossible on a flat Earth, and therefore there is nothing that can be said period, right? Like
I
it
know
doesn't
she
like
said that many times, right? That's how we know that. I don't have
yeah,
to.
like it doesn't matter if
Oh,
you took
she's
the time
dug
to
in, my friend.
explain
She
it.
is dug in.
Yeah.
She's not even hearing you. She's waiting for you to get done, and then she's just going to repeat.
Yeah,
It's
it's still
impossible. You then
impossible. Yeah,
start to speak.
exactly that. Yeah.
It's a phenomenon which that I say. So it's the difference between listening and waiting to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
It's the Gloper syndrome, man. Xanax does it. A lot of them do it.
And then, oh, sorry.
You know what? That's funny. That's good. I like that.
You don't really think that video was proof, do you? That was fucking
Shane, you
awful.
try and talk to her, man. I got to take care of my baby.
Oh, I
an
have zero interest.
explanation
I've already
from it.
decided. I'm like, wow,
Because
this
think
person's
about
the
it.
worst.
You got some
he's
gay guy
explained
on
to
you go, oh, that's good.
Honestly, it's probably more effective to try and convince the flat earthers who are listening or anyone who's receptive than trying to shove it down the throat of someone like this person.
Is it just me, or can you guys hear that she has a mustache?
Look, all right. Anyway, why is it flat earthers always do that? They always flat earthers are always the first ones to do fucking insults. But anyway, I want to ask this real fast, right? So with the Southern Star Trail shit, right? Maybe I'd be inclined to believe it if someone could actually model it like in real life.
Walter Bislin did it perfectly.
No,
So
in real life, though, in real life.
So perfectly that he had to update his description to include the azimuthal grid of vision doesn't prove flat Earth, and then he cited Witsit. So I mean, I don't know.
No,
I mean,
he's
but I mean in
actually
real life.
doing that to show you that the stars don't work over a flat Earth. And
Thanks,
you guys
Trouble. I had no idea. I appreciate your valid contribution.
Guys, hold
Yeah,
on.
I'm wondering, what do you mean by model it in real life?
Because okay, here's the thing, right? This goes against like what
No,
what
the
everyone's-
model in real
Can I
life.
finish? Can I finish? Yeah, I'm getting to that. I'm literally getting to that. So
I don't
this
care what it goes against.
okay, let's just hear me out. Let me actually finish this thought. All right, so the thing is, right, from what I've seen of this, Star Trail shit, this, this hyperbolic thing, azimuthal grid of vision, whatever you want to call it, right? This goes against literally like everything, I understand and everything most people understand, right? So
That's not addressing the
hold on,
question.
so if someone could model this in real life, right, to where you got a camera inside this little thing, whatever, you're rotating stars above it, and then bam, you got like a second, rotation, whatever, in the south, then yeah, that goes without saying. I can't deny that at that point. That's literally like something that but with the 3D model though, where it's not even like that doesn't make any sense. So I just personally want it done in real life. If you guys could do that in real life, then I'd be a flat earther. I would be a flat earther.
Cool, Arma.
Dude, I just posted the video explaining it. It depends on your perspective and location.
Yeah, an explanation is one thing. All right, I can explain how unicorns exist. That doesn't mean anything. I want actual.
Oh my god!
I want something.
Guys, one at a time, guys. Yo, Elijah, I know that was not a good time to start talking because there was already mad people talking. Go one at a time, please, guys.
Yeah. So yeah, I can explain unicorns away, but that doesn't mean they're real, right? I want something I can actually work with, an actual thing. It doesn't make sense in this 3D model, all right? Even
Can I
Walter
ask you a
Bislin has
question, Arma?
bending lines for it, but go on, yeah, listen.
Regardless
I wish you were that.
Regardless of whether this can be done to your satisfaction, is it necessary for this that you requested to be done in order to disprove the other assertion that was being made, that it can only happen on a bull?
Yeah, I mean, hold on. Yeah, so if it gets done, then yeah, of course that would totally get rid of that idea.
Did you hear my question?
My bad. Maybe I misheard it. Go on. What were we saying?
Did somebody else hear it? Because I do not want to repeat that.
I do said if it's done or whatever, does that disprove the assertion that it only works on a ball? Well, I thought I heard that correctly. Maybe I heard it wrong. My bad. Maybe I'm jumping the gun.
Yeah. The only way you
Okay,
can
let me
discover
just
flat
take the
Earth is for your
patience and-
own personal journey of discovery.
I'll be patient and I'll repeat it. So, assuming this can be done the way you requested it, Arma, is it necessary for that to be done in order to disprove the other assertion, which is that it can only happen on a bull?
My bad. I guess. That's a tricky one because I feel like if you make the
Not
claim,
really. It's
well, hold
either a
on.
yes or no.
Well, the reason why I'm saying it's tricky, I guess no, it doesn't technically have to be done because I guess when you say it only
Exactly.
Well, hold on, but hear me out though, right? So I mean, but this is tricky though because if you're saying it only
It's
works on the
not.
ball,
You just said it, which is the whole point. Because regardless of whether this is done to your satisfaction or whether you can even understand it, is irrelevant to
Well,
the
hold on.
fundamental point that Just because somebody says this observation that we observe, this phenomena, can only happen on a ball, isn't an argument. It's fundamentally fallacious, and you can dismiss that out of hand, regardless of whether you ever get to the understanding of the other stuff that people have in courtesy given to you.
Hold on. So this is a bit weird, though. This is sort of
What's
like
weird about
hold
it?
on. So let me explain, right? So this is sort of delving into almost like a philosophical thing, right? Because here's the thing. I think when we say it can only work on a ball, it's because that's the only way we know it to work, all right? We literally don't have any other way to model it and get it to work, right? So hear me out, right? Hear me out. If we then make the claim that it can only work on the ball, right? Like, sure, technically speaking, that's wrong, because there could always be another magical way or just another way it could work, but like, I guess that could apply to anything then. Like we I guess we can't really be definitive about anything, because technically speaking, it could be something else. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's not true. No, hold on. You can't squirrel around like that. The water is definitively wet. Accept that and move on with your life.
I just find that weird, though.
You guys can't make the southern stars work except to say they're fake.
I don't have to make. Hold on. I don't have to make it work to disprove what you've asserted time and time again. Trouble.
Go on, prove how the southern stars do not rotate around Sigma.
Open your ears, if you will. I do not have to prove what you just said in order to disprove your earlier assertion, which is that the southern stars observations can only be had on a ball. I can disprove that assertion very simply. It's based.
I guess technically, but it's
really based on a fallacious argument, right?
Your claim's being
like
disproven.
what Crypto was saying earlier. You're presenting it without a logical argument, and then you're using the evidence to justify your position. But that doesn't prove anything. So I can disprove that because it's fallacious, and then job done.
Celestial poles. There are two celestial poles.
Are you engaging in the conversation?
Not at all. No one else is going
so
to
I'm going to
try,
go
except
back
for
to
you.
Armor, because even though Armor, you do seem to always hold on to your convictions, which, all power to you. I respect that you're not going to let go of your ball easily. But at least you can acknowledge, like you did, that you don't need what is being asked for in order to disprove your weird way of viewing the world, which is, it can only work on a ball. Because that just begs the question, presupposes the ball, and is always only ever going to lead you back to the same conclusion that you're trying to hold on to in the first place. So once you let that go for what it is, fallacious, I'm not talking to you, whoever you are. Once you let that go, Armor, then you can move on with your life and actually learn things.
Okay, but it's still weird, though, because I mean, I hope you're not making the connection that because the Earth being round isn't the only way for the star trails to work, therefore it could work on the flat Earth. I feel like
but see, the thing is, I never made that argument.
Okay,
I'm
fair
not
enough.
bringing up a claim. I'm simply suggesting to you that your desire for an alternative explanation is not necessary in order to deal with the first thing, which is the claim that your side is bringing up.
Okay,
you can
fair
deal
enough.
with that independently. Then if you want to go ahead and learn something, then you can engage with what was said in response, which is ultimately a courtesy, because up until now, from what I've heard, you two don't seem to understand what was said. And your response is, because I don't understand it, therefore it doesn't make sense. Which again
Because you
is
think
silly.
it's the first time we've heard all
That's exactly it.
You guys
Armor,
think that the
you're
stars
capable
aren't
of
real.
cognition, so I just implore you to actually use that cognition to your benefit.
Well, fine. I implore you to go outside in the
I
south.
wasn't talking
and
to
come-
you. Your name is not Armor. Do
Dude,
yourself a
this is an
favor
open
and
panel,
step
bro.
out of
She's
a
free to
conversation
talk.
that doesn't
Relax.
have your name on it.
Elijah, you've been talking a lot. Let's let some other people get in.
You
Dude,
guys think
I haven't been in
my
here for
stars are
hours.
not real?
Well, she could be respectful enough to at least let people talk, not start sentences in the middle of their sentence.
Yeah, she's incessantly interrupted.
Yeah, let's not interrupt, guys, please.
So I just stepped in here, but I assume we tried to give her the whole explanation of corpuscular, anti-corpuscular, daytime, light bending in the globe model to account a convergence point created entirely by perspective, and then applying that tonight.
No, she does that every time. You can't even start to
I
get
see.
through it.
I see.
Why is she allowed to do that? Why is she not being muted?
Why is there mad people talking at once after I
Because
just
Trouble
got done
interrupts
saying
every
one
time.
at a time?
Though. Let her say something.
Guys, order.
Why?
Every time someone goes to explain it, trouble interrupts them every single time.
I see.
Because I've heard it 100 times, and you're acting like I haven't.
You need
And
to
you're
control yourself,
explaining it to
Trouble.
me,
If you don't want to
you're
hear it, you don't have to
speaking
be
me
here. So
like
I
this
don't know.
in words because you're too dumb to understand. I've heard it all before.
Doesn't
This
matter,
isn't
Trouble.
new.
Trouble. The thing is
Right,
that when
fine.
somebody's speaking, I don't care if you heard it 1,000 times. You cannot interrupt. Next time you do this, I'm just gonna turn from you. Actually, I'm gonna give you a warning. Okay, so please stop interrupting.
Well, and the truth is, she's saying that she's heard it 100 times and she understands it, but
She's
she
never
thinks her
heard it.
argument is that it's reflected.
Yeah, she has no idea what your argument is because we recently refined it to a wonderful honed point, right? And I doubt that she took the time to listen to either of the streams or the videos we put out explaining our well put down positions. But yeah, she definitely knows and disagrees.
I have watched them, and you're continually calling stars corpuscular rays. They are
Never,
not a
never,
ray.
no one has
They are
ever
not
not
a
once
ray of
done
light.
that. I don't believe you've watched anything now.
Now
See?
you're talking over me. See,
Yeah,
and you.
Oh,
I'm
you
done.
yielded. Go ahead.
I'm done.
Yeah, we
Well,
know.
Okay, well,
Later.
okay. So you guys keep saying that. Okay, we keep explaining it to you, blah blah blah. We have a video to explain it, whatnot. But once again, an explanation, is just an explanation. Though, once again, I'm gonna use this again. I can explain unicorns, away, but that doesn't make them, real. Whatever. I need something to work with, like an actual example.
Would you like a
Ideally,
response?
a physical like model or something.
Dude, you
Would you like a
guys
response?
claimed it was impossible on anything other than a sphere. Okay,
that doesn't-
we responded with that's not true. There is definitely a way to explain it on a plane, and your claim is wrong. In addition, your claim isn't even true. So when you claim it works on a sphere, you're making the first positive claim. So when we test that, it's not true.
Right? We should make them have to illustrate how you can see the Southern Cross from the same ETC looking southwest. They should illustrate it for us. Go ahead.
Why don't you program that?
Actually, I think I was working on that a while back. Let me see if I can pull that up.
Yeah, I'm guessing you didn't get to the end of it, huh?
Let me see. Let me pull it up because I think I got really close actually.
The problem is, the problem with the ball argument is that the Earth is too narrow at the bottom, so therefore you'd have a whole different perspective on the stars. But it's not; it's more expansive down the bottom of the Earth.
Okay.
So it's collapsed. There's
That's a
no
good
logic
point.
to the ball at all.
Well, real fast. By the way, I mean before I do show this though, I mean let's still stick to the original point once again because we're still changing it constantly. I was saying once again, you can explain something away, but that it's just an explanation. You could, I could explain
So
unicorns
you
away.
apply the same logic to the globe model?
That's exactly what I was
Maybe,
trying to
sure,
say.
but let me first complete my point though, because we're still trying to divert though. So I personally think we need some kind of like physical, example of this because yeah, sure, you've showed a 3D model, but that 3D model really assumes a lot of things. It's not actually doing like you're not really putting a camera in there and then seeing what the camera does. Like, sure, there was the one with like what they threw in like an atmosphere or something, and then the stars started to warp, and even then the stars weren't really 1-to-1. Like the bottom of that rotation was like open or some shit. It was really fucking weird. But I think for this kind of thing, a physical model would suffice. Should do.
But do you apply the same criteria for the globe model stuff? Because man, I would like to see something orbiting.
For the most part, yeah. I mean, it really depends on what it is. It depends on what it is.
So you believe in orbits, but where's the physical model of it? Can you give me one?
Well, that's why I said for the most part. Yeah. There's
What about the core?
Most part.
First off, I don't really know like the core arguments. So
What about the magnetic field?
I don't really know much about that either.
What about the orbit?
What do you know about Arma?
I know the mass of
How about the atmosphere?
Well, hold on. I know the mass of
The
orbits.
atmosphere rotating with the Earth.
Okay, guys.
Bend the ocean.
Okay, so I know the mass for orbits. That I've actually built a little like orbital thing myself, actually, in a program, and actually, like, I got the planets orbiting and whatnot. So I know the math at the very least seem to work out.
Hold on. You just said a physical model when you went to a conceptual model.
Yeah, I literally said sure. Remember earlier I said sure. Not all of it. Do I say the Earth? The ball Earth needs to have like a physical model. I said some things I do think a physical model will suffice.
Do you have any physical model for anything that you believe on the globe?
Yeah, you got nothing.
How
We
about
just
an
named
actual
off like
model of
10
the globe?
things. We just named off like 10 things. Witsit said some. Everyone said a couple things, and like,
well,
you can't model any of them physically.
Well, real fast. All right. Once again. Okay. So and you can call this a cop out if you want, but we did have the original topic of the Southern Star Trails, right? Here's the thing, right? Two wrongs don't make a right. Just because, supposedly our model is doing it, doesn't mean you guys should do it as well. Because if you guys are doing it as well, then, you're no different than us at that point. You know what I'm saying? But
wow, that's amazing.
No,
that was
I'm-
amazing. That
No,
was impressive.
No, it's not amazing. Seriously, I mean, like two wrongs don't make a right. If we are supposedly doing that, that doesn't mean you should be doing it as well. Because then at that point, you're better than us. That's so stupid.
I can take that,
What
Arma.
the fuck?
Now, are you gonna become agnostic to this shape then? Because if you
No.
can't have one without the other, then I mean you gotta go agnostic on the shape.
I'm saying specifically for this Southern Star Trail thing, it should be done in reality. Unless the argument is you can't do it on a small scale. All right, then maybe I'll agree with that. But I mean, that's still a weird argument though. Like, why couldn't we do this on a small scale? But I think to be definitive on this, I think a physical model of the Star Trails, whatever, is necessary to at least convince a lot of people. Because as of right now,
You are unbelievable, dude.
I'm saying specifically for the Southern Star Trails. All right, there's a lot of other things you don't really need a model for, but this
To have
I
a
think you really
physical
need.
model. To have a physical model for something, you guys can't physically model anything, and your answer for that was two wrongs don't make a right.
Well, no, I'm saying okay. Yes, that was one of my arguments, but my other argument is it also depends on what it is too, though. Obviously, there's some things you just There's some things you just can't model on a small scale. It just doesn't work. Like obviously, I can't model. I think someone said this. I forgot who it was, but someone said you can't make model like a small scaled thunderstorm or whatever, like in your room or some shit. That's impossible, right? So that's fine. If there's things you can't model on a small scale, then fine. But so with that being said, if your argument is you can't model this Southern Star Trail thing on a small scale, then I'll give you that. But is that the argument though? Are you guys saying you can't model it on a small scale or in reality?
It doesn't matter if that's the argument or not, because the person who is claiming something about a thunderstorm, whether they can scale it down or not, is their problem for making the claim. If they want to demonstrate that their claim is true, whether or not they can do that thing on a small or large scale is their problem, not the person who is wondering if it's actually true.
So when
Bob, not right now, Bob, but later on. I don't want to derail this whole thing, but later on, I want to hear some of your Minecraft arguments. These guys thought it was a joke.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Back to what he was just saying. It's like, oh, it's not. So wouldn't that make it like the flat Earth problem then? The fact that you guys can't like model it or something. I'm literally saying, can you? I'm literally only asking you guys, can you or can you not model the Southern Star Trail thing in real life, small scale? Like, is that possible?
It would if that was the accepted way to prove the thing. Yes, absolutely. Then it would be their problem.
Why isn't that the accepted way? Like, I'm confused. Like, why is
I'm not speaking for anybody else here, but I don't care what you say. You can go ahead and pull up a computer program and model all day long. To me, that doesn't make it reality whatsoever.
That's what they did, though.
That's who did.
The flat Earth with the fucking Southern Star Trail shit. It was 3D modeled.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking for a physical one.
You accept
I see.
3D models as proof?
Where's the physical model of globe stars, though, Arma, right?
Hold on. It depends on what it is. If we're talking about like line of sight shit like that, like Euclidean geometry, whatever, then Blender would suffice because that's what Blender is good for. But if you're using, like a weird like 3D model where you're not doing you're doing some weird things. Like I know Walter Business Model, there is no actual.
You don't need to explain all that. Just tell me the thing that they tried to model to prove to you does that fall into one of the categories as a thing that you think can be proven through modeling?
Physically modeling.
The thing that they tried to model, does that fall into the category of a thing that you think can be proven through modeling?
3D modeling?
Whatever modeling they used.
Okay, they use 3D modeling. I don't think that really works.
So then why are you making all these other arguments? All you have to do is say your model that you use does not prove it. That's the end of it.
Yeah, but
there's nothing more to say about it.
But this is discussion, though. So obviously they're going to have their thing and say, no, it does work. And then I'm going to say, no, it doesn't. And then we get into why it doesn't work or why it does work.
That won't actually lead to anywhere other than going around in circles, because if somebody presents you a model, they have not presented to you reality. So the easiest way to just make it clear that they need to bring something else, it seems to me, would be tell them that the model does not make it reality and they need to actually demonstrate it.
Well, I mean, I've been kind of more or less saying that. Demonstrating it would
But
be making
arguing that there needs to be some type of acceptance simply because it would be too hard to make a thing bigger or smaller and show it to you, that's not a real argument. It doesn't matter if you can't shrink the Earth down and spin it and then throw water on it and watch it attach. That's not anybody's problem but the person who's claiming it's possible. It's their problem to figure out how to demonstrate that it actually is possible. And they aren't allowed to use the thing that's being argued over, of course, because that would just be a restatement of the argument.
Okay, so if I was to apply that then to this whole Southern Star Trail argument, then what do they do then? Do they just...
We're going to have to just agree to disagree and move on, maybe? I don't know. Maybe you want to loop us in circles all day.
That's fair. That's fair.
But
I'll
is
agree to
that-
disagree.
Yeah, I mean, Arma in Stellarium, you can use
Is that
it
all the ball
as a
letters have left? Is this Southern Star? It's totally debunked.
No,
I wouldn't say they have it left.
Yeah, Gio, what were you saying, Gio? Gio?
No, I was just saying in Stellarium, you can use an azimuthal grid, which has a planar foundation with a hemispherical field of view around you. So that essentially is mapping it upon a planar surface.
Travels with the observer, uses the Mercator. The only difference is the Walter Bissons puts it under the AE map. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. With Stellarium though, yeah, it really is a surface though. Like it's an actual like sphere like that they put in Stellarium. And the idea is that you just rotate that sphere around, the center point, which is you, the observer, whatever, right? So you just kind of rotate that around, and that pretty much simulates your position on the ball Earth in that Stellarium. That's what that's what Stellarium assumes basically. That makes sense to me. I don't know about whatever, but what were you gonna say, Gio?
Not when you turn on the azimuthal grid function.
Why not? Why does it
Only
not?
when you have the equatorial one, it puts you on a sphere. The equatorial grid puts you on a sphere. The azimuthal one puts you on a planar foundation.
Where the zenith is always above the observer, it moves with the observer. The coordinate system actually just points you to the so-called poles, right? But they do dip and raise depending on your latitude. So again, just a nice 3D representation of Bisson's model.
Well, okay. That's okay, sure. The azimuthal grid obviously isn't assuming a ball; it's just literally assuming points. I wasn't saying that. I was saying specifically like the celestial sphere in that program, that celestial sphere, or the sphere that they used in that model to put stars on it. That's an actual sphere. Like they're rotating a sphere though, like around you for so you can get those different angles in that program. Like that's what I'm kind of like. That makes sense to me, but once you start to say, okay, flat plane, but there's also this sky sphere that's, the sphere's up there and not on the ground. That's where things just sort of get really trippy.
Yeah, but not on the azimuthal grid. That's what I'm saying. Not on the azimuthal grid. On the azimuthal grid, it's like a hemisphere, which is what we see when we walk outside. You look up, you see a hemispherical region of stars. So I'm saying not on the azimuthal one. If you turn on the equatorial grid, yes, it puts it on the sphere and it makes the stars go down underneath the ball and all of that. But on the azimuthal one, that's not what it shows.
I know. Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, like, how do you think they programmed Stellarium though? Like for the celestial sphere?
How did they? Do you know, Arma? Did you ever look in it?
I have a pretty good idea.
Did you look at the open source programming that they have listed?
No, but I have a pretty good idea.
You probably should, right? You're just gonna guess like what do you think they should have done and how you think that they definitely did or what?
Yeah,
maybe you should look first.
Okay, because here's the thing, right? If you're making a 3D program, right? There's but so many ways you're going to actually set this up. All right. If I'm going to assume that they were just being, smart about it and they actually optimized their code, then what they probably did was they probably made a sphere for the celestial sphere. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, I don't truly know that, but that makes the most sense though. Like, I don't know why a coder would go out of their way to do something else. like any other way would be, I don't know, out of this world and for no reason too. Like, why would you even like do some other crazy math? But a good point though. I don't truly know.
No, I think we should just put all the round earthers in camps and just end it.
Well, you don't think it's a bit strange, Arma, that you can put on the azimuthal grid and then you can also put on the equatorial grid and it'll show you it on a sphere or on a flat plane? I mean, it shows you how they're interchangeable.
How are they? Okay, hold on. Let me pull this up real fast.
Arma, you know how like the AE map is the projection of the globe because they use the same spherical coordinate system. It's literally just a translation, and it's identical. It's identical observations on each one, right?
Sure, I guess. I
Hey,
mean,
now we're getting somewhere.
wait. So on the AE map, you said if you're on the AE map.
As an example, you know how the AE map in the globe, you know, you can it's just the globe flattened out with the same longitude and latitude, like spherical coordinate system.
Yeah, but
And you know how like points on those things can be identical because you use the same mapping system, right? So
yeah,
it's just a transformative translation. You can go back and forth between the two without any loss of data or information, right?
yeah, but it's still a weird. There's still a weird thing that goes on with that though. When you stretch the Earth onto like a flat disk like that, obviously the farther you go out, the more stretched things get, and that would mean the person on those like continents would also have to be stretched. For things to be 1-to-1, with the ball versus, I don't know, things would really get fucked up. Like,
Well, I'm trying to use the analogous concept, but when you put on each viewing mode in Stellarium, it's just a transformative translation, right? From one viewing mode to another. Same observation, just translated, right?
Sure.
All right.
Let me see. So we got azimuth.
Well, I think that was Geo's point. They're literally like interchangeable within the program, and you're saying that one is impossible and one is possible.
Arma, did you say yeah, sure, or yes, sir?
I say sure, man. I keep saying
and
sure.
when we talk about how the globe was extracted from the sky, it shows you right on Stellarium that they're literally interchangeable coordinate systems.
Oh.
100%.
They're just using that, and then they're asserting other things, trying to say the Earth is a sphere with pictures from NASA and all this other information, sort of ad hoc, as part of that geometric transform, to kind of reinforce that. But even in mainstream astronomy, they haven't been able to get rid of even the way a planetarium works, where you're on, like, you have like a planar foundation floor of the planetarium. You don't have to have a curved surface that you're standing on. And then you have a hemispherical field of stars in the planetarium. So it's like they weren't able to get rid of that. They weren't able to eliminate that from astronomy because it's just too like ancient. It's too built into the foundational way of how the sky works. Like that's actually the foundational system. So to say the stars don't work on it is bizarre because it has and has been modeled in astronomy since the dawn of time.
Good point, right, Arma?
I mean, that still doesn't really, like, at the end of the day, I'm still trying to figure out how you get a whole ass sphere up there and then see, you know what I'm saying? You would have to be inside the sphere, but then as you travel the surface, you would have to somehow see the part of the sphere that isn't really, that doesn't make any sense geometrically. I mean, we would have to agree to
the sphere that's up there. You mean the star map that they've modeled onto a sphere? Is that what you're referring to as the sphere?
The celestial sphere. I mean, we have a pretty good idea of how that looks, when we put all of it together.
But like we went over, right? You can put a thing that's flat onto a 3D. You can use stereographic projection. You can use transformative coordinate systems, and they can still all be identical, right? You can go back and forth.
Yeah, but it gets stretched, though. I mean, we would see some signs of stretching, though, if that was the case.
But you're saying that they modeled. Oh my God! You're saying that the model of the stars is a sphere, even though we can translate that model to a flat plane or stereographic projection or any shape we so choose. But because I can model it in a sphere, it definitely is a sphere in reality.
It's most likely a sphere because I mean, if you take one projection and move it to another, it gets stretched. I mean, you've seen. You take the ball and put it to Mercator map or, the AE map, but that's just stretched. And vice versa, too. If you were to take, an AE projection or whatever, like if, for example, let's say you had the stars as like a disk and then you put that onto a sphere, there would be some weird stretching going on. I mean, it'd be pretty weird. Some pretty freaky shit. I don't personally see any signs of that. Although maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I haven't looked hard enough.
You are. You should look harder. Is that a person?
I don't. That's a demon.
That's called some serious buck dancing.
That was my recliner.
Definitely.
That was my recliner as I was reclining. I didn't realize I was unmuted.
Well, lovely. And I've heard like 33 nuhs from you today. So do you have any like questions, or did you just want to say that you don't see how it works on both models?
No, I mean, I look at them, with intent, looking at it and imagining how I could associate with that GIF or the demo into what I see with my eyes, and it doesn't match.
But you know that the Bislan's model that everyone trashes on literally perfectly matches observations of sunrises, sunset, eclipses, and all those things for the last 3 years. There's that data is pumped in there, and it matches timeid.com and SunCalc for sunrise and sunset for any observer all over Earth, right? So when you say you can't envision it, you're saying that it doesn't work in reality because it perfectly does, and you just don't like it, or what?
No, it just doesn't look like what I see, what I witness with my own, and taking images of the sky in time lapse, and what I see, it doesn't match that. Now, the Walter Bisland thing, what I understood about that is he's showing how it doesn't work, and I haven't really looked back into that, but it seems like y'all have adopted something about Walter Bisland that he was showing how it doesn't work, but I've got to look at that and see.
So I mean,
how
like
are
not
you
to be mean, right?
incorporating that?
Well, so you're saying that I haven't looked into it at all, but other people have said that this is why it's stupid, so I'm gonna say that's why it's stupid.
No, the Walter Bisland thing, I have seen it in the past, but
Have you gone to it and used it?
in the way that y'all are incorporating into your argument, it's puzzling to me. I've got to go back and look at it and see how y'all are trying to incorporate that.
Well, so here's a nice incorporation that I did myself as a visualization. I took the Stellarium view mode, which literally puts it in a sphere around the observer, and then I overlaid that to the Bisland model, giving you the nice actual reality semblance of what the stars look like as they pass through a view in a dome. Does that help?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I can't transfer that to me standing on the surface of the Earth and watching the stars move overhead, and what your gift there is illustrating. It doesn't look like that to me.
Hey, real fast, Shane. Not to interrupt this, but do you know like which directions it was from like South America, South Africa, and Australia that the southern crux was? It was like, what you say, like southwest or something?
South, and south of west, yeah.
South. Well, he's a south. Wait, say that again? I'm sorry. Let me write this down real fast. I'm sorry.
How about I just give you the pictures with the timestamps and the azimuth angles here? Here's the Stellarium snapshot. Because the trouble was back in text yelling me how she doesn't care how many people can see it from different angles. It's still not flat, or something like that. I wasn't listening.
But yeah, let me get this real fast. I want to real fast model this.
Yeah, I mean, Leflane, you were saying it doesn't model what you see. I mean, you can take even David Weiss's app, and the position of the sun matches exactly where the sun is at, let's say, high noon for anyone on Earth. So the sun position matches. And then a planetarium doesn't have anything to do with a sphere, like I mentioned before. And it shows like the hemisphere dome of stars, as it were, in your local region. Like I said before, you can be inside a planetarium and you can pull up the stars for your exact location and look at it. You can walk outside and see the exact same thing. There's no sphere involved in either of those. There's just a hemisphere field of view of stars above you. So it matches exactly what we see.
And an angle. If you look at something long away, it looks curved. If you look at something close, it's flat. It's that simple.
Which is like, I mean, I don't want to say it because I know I said this point before, but I'm just saying which matches with the azimuthal grid in Stellarium. It matches with that as well. So for you to say it doesn't match what you see, I don't want to speak for you, but I would say you'd have to be mistaken because it actually does match exactly what we view on the Earth.
Yeah, well, I mean, but the illustrations that I'm seeing here on these GIFs and whatnot doesn't match what I see. I mean, that as far as Stellarium or what you see in a planetarium, and talking about the sun, the sun is one object that moves across the sky, right? We're talking about a rotation in the southern hemisphere, just like the one in the northern hemisphere, that doesn't make sense to me at all on a flat Earth.
Okay, fine. I can explain this.
Can I just get in quickly? I wanted to ask a couple of things. First of all, Shane, would you mind sending me the info about the what you're talking about in the live stream about the Southwest constellation? Would you mind DMing me some info on that? And if Wits is there as well, would you mind DMing me some info on the hyperbolic space that you've been talking about? Because I'd like to read both of those.
If you go outside right now, look at the stars directly above you, it looks flat. But if you look south or north or east or west, it looks like it's curved because it's further away from you. So no matter where you stand on the
No,
earth and look up, it looks flat.
not what I see.
So it's perspective.
It's not what
If
I
you look
see.
across something that's flat in front of you, it's flat.
I don't understand what his point is. Is any am I missing it? I thought we were talking about celestial observations.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if you look up directly at the stars, right, it doesn't look curved. But if you look at the stars that are south, it looks different. You have different perspective on it because it's you're looking across the flat, yeah. So it looks curved. That's what you're seeing.
I can't see the southern stars from where I am, so I don't know what the hell you're talking.
It doesn't matter what stars you're looking at.
I know I can only see what's available in my sphere of view. The capability of my eyes, I can't see for
Yeah.
infinity.
Okay. You know what? If yeah, it's fine.
If what?
If you guys want to believe
Listen,
that,
dude, don't
that's
throw
fine.
a bunch
It's a
of
bit
bull crap.
delusional and it's pretty far out there. But guys, come on.
What's delusional is you think this actually means something or proves something. This bullshit you're spitting right now.
I'm just. How can you not see that if you look at something facing south and you look at something facing north, it's going to have two different directions, right?
Well, if you're
What is
facing
his
north
point?
and you're facing north and you're
Because
facing
if
south,
you face north,
it
the
depends
stars are
on
going
where you are,
counterclockwise.
how far you will see. And
If
9
you
times
face
out of 10,
south, the
Sigma
stars
isn't
go
even visible.
clockwise because you're facing the opposite direction, but the
Guys,
stars are still moving the same way.
All right, guys. Yeah, let's
It's
go one.
that.
Hold on. Let's go one at
I
a
just
time.
don't quit just
Yeah.
because other people start talking.
Yeah, Michael, your mic's a little low. Your mic's a little low. I don't know if you're able to turn it up, but yeah, just go one at a time. Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, I'm just saying you can only see so far depending on your geographical position. This guy acts like if we're facing north, we're going to see everything
Yeah,
that
you've got a
exists in
vision
the
problem.
north.
That's your
But
issue. I guarantee you have a low vision or high vision problem.
Hold
oh,
on, bro. You interrupted,
come on, man.
Let him
you
finish.
did it
Bro.
again. First off, I don't have a low vision problem. I spent many years in service and I can shoot long distances. Okay, I don't have a vision problem. I'm telling you, you can't see for infinity. If you want to see the northern star, you have to be in a northern geographical position or above a certain distance above the equator. And you're acting like this isn't true. You're a moron. There it is.
No,
I
no.
got to be below the equator to see the southern stars, and that's just how
It's
it is.
distance, dude, and location.
No shit. That's
If
what I
you face,
said.
okay, listen to me. If you face north, the stars go counterclockwise. If you're facing south anywhere, it goes clockwise. That's it. There's no argument in this ridiculous debate about southern northern stars.
I think you said it backwards. It's counterclockwise in the north, clockwise in the south.
Yeah, that's it, because you're facing the opposite direction to what you are in north and south. How is that so difficult to understand? It boggles me that people are so brainwashed.
We understand you disagree with our point of view. It's been duly noted. We wrote it down.
In a way, it almost kind of appears like there's almost a cylinder quality to it, where it's like both the rotations. Because like if you take like a long cylinder and then you look, like you spin it, you look one way, it's going to be going clockwise or counterclockwise. I'm not saying the stars are a cylinder, but it is kind of interesting that it's almost like a tunnel of stars, and then at the equator, you're at the center point of it. It's like two vortex rotations that you're at the center point of. I'm not saying it is a cylinder, just like there's a way that it kind of reminds me of that geometry, just the way that it's viewed from down here.
I call it a barrel. Like if you were to stand back and you look at Polaris as the centrally observed collection point of the northern stars, and then you start to pan towards the equator and you have the equatorial stars, they appear to be almost like a barrel, as you're saying. And then when you get to the southern point, it's a collection of stars with an assumed center point, assuming that there's a southern star. However, upon further inspection, there's just a void. There's no flat Oh, sorry, it's just the black voice. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
it's like the rotational field.
Yeah, P Brain's got some really great visuals for this. I think visuals are key for this because it's kind of a tough thing to understand and to conceptualize. You really need to see it. And it wasn't until I saw a bunch of different ways that I finally went, "Oh my god, okay, it makes sense."
Hey, Shane, real fast. I'm looking at the screenshots you did for the not to interrupt the conversation, but I'm looking at the screenshots you sent or whatever. Are these these screenshots are they like taking place different times? Because I'm seeing like 21, 43, 59, and then one of them is 2191, and then another one's like something else. Like, are these the same times or different times? From the looks of it, it's different times.
Yeah, Stellarium was rolling as I was making them. It's like within minutes of each other, man.
Yeah, so wouldn't that make sense then? That I mean, it goes without saying that if the time is passing, right? Because you could put it on pause, right?
Well,
but
then
if
you
the time,
you go collect them and show me how they're different, Arma, before we get into all that. Okay, show me
All
where
right.
it's wrong. Then.
All right.
Yo, did you totally not related. I guess Alex Stein just had Jaren on talking about if the Earth is flat.
Like for real, making his public debut, even though he's known for a long time.
Yeah, he's still playing the character of just like asking inquisitively, basically. But yeah,
right, nice.
Yeah, wait, so just quickly, I did ask earlier, but I don't think you were there. If you've got any info on the hyperbolic and elliptic visual space, can you just DM me whatever you've got?
Yeah.
Well, you said you said Alex Stein had Jaren on his show. You said.
Yeah.
What does Alex Stein just do? Did he just launch a new show or something?
Well, he's got a few channels. So he's got Prime Time with Alex Stein on YouTube. It's got like 150,000, and that's the one that he was just on. He's got, let's see, he's got just Alex Stein, which 312,000, and then he's got like Conspiracy Castle as well.
And what did he do with Jaren? He just had he had to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, like the title of the show is the Earth actually flat? So it's a 420 special. Is the Earth actually flat? Episode 32, and then he had Jaren on towards the end. But yeah, pretty
nice.
Cool.
Progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never really fully knew his position. I mean, he used to do all those shows with Jaren back in the day. He used to do shows all the time, but he never really talked about the Earth much that I remember.
Yeah, I think his position is he knows it's flat, but he was valuing his audience as like whatever he was doing more than coming out as a flat earth. I think
because like he doesn't know enough about it to like
to defend it or refute it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Actually, you got to put a lot of time in like that. But that debate he did with McToon defending the moon landing, that should have been a big eye opener because he spit facts. He knew more things about that than I did, right?
Well, no, he knows all about the moon landing. Yeah.
You know about the Moon Treaty, though.
Your Witsit, those citations that Crypto asked for, you could probably do with dropping them in the text chat, because I wanted to ask Armbar if he's actually ever looked into this stuff, because he was asking questions and asking for these different things and not getting his head around it, finding holes or whatever. But Armbar, have you actually looked into any of this stuff? Are you familiar with anything that's been mentioned?
What the
papers?
What exactly the gridded vision thing or whatever, or the hyperbolic thing?
Hyperbolic geometry, any of this stuff?
I've seen a little bit of it. The paper that I read, it was about like a person. It was 3 points, right? There was the pointer. There was like the second point, which was like a ball, like a sphere or something, and you had to. And then the third point was the like the person controlling the point or whatever, and they had to pretty much point the pointer, or they had to guess, where, what angle, the pointer would actually be, not guess, but like from their point of view, they had to pretty much line it up, the pointer with the ball, whatever, or the sphere. But from a third point though, they're not looking down it, you know what I'm saying? So it's in some ways it's sort of like almost like guesswork. You know, like you kind of can see it, but it's kind of hard to tell. And just with that,
there are third party angles. Like there are angles within your field of view. There are angles you're guessing from another point, not like either.
All right. Well, let me say this. I was going to say this earlier, and it may not be exactly on the point you guys are making, but it's about Euclidean space and these different concepts of how we see, and the hyperbolic component as well. So imagine you're in let's say Los Angeles. I don't know, who of you guys have been there. It's massive. It's absolutely huge. The city. It just goes on forever. In terms of just pavement, it's the biggest block of pavement I've ever seen. Anyway, so imagine if you had that, take 100 square acres, whatever you would want, a very, very large space, and have a perfectly level floor, like cement. And then have a perfectly level floor. And then you would have, let's say, like a warehouse, maybe like a Home Depot type place, but let's just call it whatever, 30-foot tall ceilings or something. So even shorter than a Home Depot. And then you've got lights on the ceiling going around. Remember, this thing is huge, hundreds of acres. So way further than you can see. And you're in this massive warehouse with lights on the ceiling. What would it look like to you? Would it look like a hemisphere curved region of space and you would see all the stars in terms of that? Would it look Euclidean? We know it wouldn't look exactly Euclidean because train tracks converge and perspective and everything meets at the vanishing point. So obviously that's not Euclidean, and so that's already out of the question. So then the question is, how do we see? And what would you actually see in that scenario?
Well, one thing I can say is that for the people that are in the very center of that warehouse where the whole thing is rotating, the angular distance of the stars would be fixed because the distance between those stars and the person isn't changing, right? So there's no angular size changing if there's no distance changing for the person in the very center. But the people closer to the edge of that, the pairs of stars that get closer would get further away from each other in their field of view. And as they go away from that person, they would get closer to each other in their field of view. So you have different types of observation depending on where you're in the very center, where all those angular separations are constant, or if you're closer to the edges, where those angular separations keep getting bigger and smaller. So that's one thing you should expect to observe in a scenario like that.
If I may put something forward for observation, drone footage. I find that drone footage, when taken, I don't know the altitudes that these cityscapes are shot at, but New York, as an example, you say hardscapes. I put New York forward as a hardscape because it has 90-degree buildings all over the place. As the drone interacts with the horizon in front of it, we observe 180-degree flat horizon. That's the thing that we see. We don't see a curve ever showing up. That's just an observation based on drone footage nowadays that you can easily pull up on YouTube. Thank you.
This is also true for 360-degree cameras as well. It's always a flat horizon, never curves.
No. I've seen 360-degree cameras, high altitude balloons, whatever. It usually starts off flat, and then as you go up, it starts to curve.
This is assuming that it's not changing any angles, right? It's staying completely horizontal.
Yeah, I mean, but even then, though, you can compare the two. Like most of the frames, whatever, if not all the frames, in fact, yeah, you could see it's not only is the horizon dropped a little bit in these 360 cameras, but they also it starts to curve, and it's like it curves from no matter what angle you look at it, it's because it's 360 cameras, so you actually get to see what it looks like. You were up there.
Yo, is Bob still here? Because he's got a hell of a Minecraft argument for this whole thing.
A Minecraft argument?
Why are you bringing up my Minecraft thing?
What was that Minecraft thing? Isn't Minecraft's flat, right? But when you look out, it looks like things are setting and shit like that, right?
Yeah, you can make a super flat world on Minecraft, and then basically if you set up the blocks and just keep backing up, taller blocks will start to disappear behind lower blocks, even though it's a super flat world.
Super flat.
That's just
wow. Bottom up disappearance in video game modeling. Armor, you should be all about that.
no. There isn't bottom up obstruction. Where did you even hear that?
There is, dude. Yeah. Bob
there
did it
is,
one
but-
time. He shared his screen, and it's on one of the live streams. I don't remember which one, of course, but it's on
Oh
there.
my-
Yeah, he shared his screen, and
You don't.
I
you don't even need a video
Yo,
game here. I'll post something in the
I need
in
to
the.
see this because this is absolute
I like
bullshit.
to-
I thought I was joking. I
I'll
was joking earlier. When I brought this up, people thought I was joking. They're like, "God, get the fuck out of here!" Minecraft argument. What's that even mean?
well, it's just that it shows the planar geometry, which matches what we see on Earth.
Yeah, I would like to respond to that because if you,
I bet you would.
yeah, in Minecraft, I mean, we
Well,
know
it-
exactly how Minecraft renders things because that's coded. We
It
don't have
doesn't
to
have to
guess.
be in
how-
Minecraft. Look at what I just put in the live stream text.
Nice.
Let me see real fast. This.
I just got one quick question for
Oh,
Ahmad.
if you're,
I
mean,
if
a
I make
video.
a meme that shows round earth as lunatics, is that against your rules?
Yeah, never mind.
Why are we? Yeah, what the hell, guys? Why we keep changing? Can we stay? You know, let's stay on topic. Come on, guys.
Two wrongs don't make a right, Armbar.
That's
Two
totally
wrongs don't
irrelevant.
make a right.
No, how is that even relevant?
No, you said that
brought it
earlier,
up.
and it's like, what the heck, bro?
No, because
the
literally,
same-
I was making a complaint about like a flat Earth thing I had, and then you guys were all like, "Well, why don't the ball Earth do it?" And I was like, "No, it doesn't matter. Let's address this point right now. If you wanna be like, oh well, the ball also does that, then well, okay. If you're fine with being a hypocrite, whatever, or you're fine with being as good as the ball model, then okay, or the ball narrative, you know what I'm saying? Like, then whatever. That was my main point, though. But that's irrelevant, though. Let's let Bacon
Wait,
get
was there a point somewhere there?
because Jeremy brought up the whole fucking thing I said earlier. That's why. So I'm just trying to fucking defend myself.
Ew, maybe you shouldn't.
No, it was a good point. All right.
But what you
We
said,
got
what you said
spherical.
It was a
We
good
got
ass point.
spherical Roblox Earth or whatever. So we got spherical Roblox Earth. Do it up, Bob.
Roblox.
Yeah, I put a video in the live chat right there. It's on a table with these magnetic cube things that I have, and you can watch as I back the camera up that the one that is like 3 blocks high begins to be obscured more by I think it might be the 2-block one, whichever. If you watch the video, you can watch it. Basically, the one that's taller, you can watch the blocks on it become obscured. Basically, just watch all of them. All of them show. They start to obscure the one behind them. Even the shortest one does.
Wow. Yeah. Can we? Okay. So did you do this, Bob?
Yeah.
All right. This is it, guys.
Can we see it? Where is it?
Okay. I'm not saying this is the ultimate it at the end of I'm not saying that really. I'm just saying this is showing it. Yeah.
Showing what? I really don't see.
It's
what's
showing
the point.
visual obscuration based upon objects that are all level over a level table when the camera is also level. There's visual obscuring occurring between the different layers just from moving away. It's part of why things obscure from the bottom up over distance over a planar surface. This is part of why that occurs.
Wait, where's the Minecraft? Thought we talked about Minecraft. This isn't Minecraft. These are blocks.
They moved away from that.
That's true. This isn't Minecraft. This is real life here. I'm not on Minecraft right now. I'm not even at the computer.
Basically, it shows like
reality. You see the compression as it's happening.
What it would be represented
Are we-
in this, like geometrically, is that the blocks in the front would be the boat, which is closer to you, and essentially what it would be is that I said that wrong. The second block back would be the boat, and then the horizon would be the block in front of it, meaning the meeting place of the ground and the sky is what's functioning as the block in front, because that's as far as you can see on the water, and then the rest is sky. The furthest you can see on the water is going to denote a distance. That distance then becomes visual obscuration. So if you have a boat that's beyond that closer spot, which is represented in the closer block, will visually obscure the boat that's beyond it.
Wait, but that's physical obstruction, though. That does not. For it to be the horizon, it should be the table. The table should be obstructing the thing, not the first block thing. Come on.
Well, that would be
it would take an extremely long table to do that.
That would be a question of angular resolution.
right?
But
The
because
image, Arma,
This,
if I may, if you don't mind for a quick second,
okay.
angular resolution denotes, I believe, the human eye can see to a distance of 3 miles based on a 6-foot observer height. If you want to see beyond that, you just have to introduce another instrument that can help you see further. But again, this is all based on, as Gio said earlier, geometry, right? I believe it's a tangential relationship, flat baseline.
I'm
Thank
just
you.
okay, but I'm just a little confused. I mean, no one disagrees that if you have something in front of something, yeah, it'll kind of obstruct some of it. Though. I
it
thought the whole point
doesn't,
was the whole
That's
point was
the
just to.
point, though.
it doesn't, it doesn't need to be the table in this example because the camera height here is approximately 5 blocks high. Okay,
Okay.
so
And it's
anything
phased.
below that is more than enough to count as the ground.
Yes,
Mm,
precisely. How many blocks? You said 3?
It's approximately 5 blocks high.
Okay. Yep.
that's not correct.
Hold on. Where is this thing? Can you repost this, Bob? I missed it.
Yeah, I'll post it again in the
How do
live chat.
how do you equate that?
Any block height of 5 and above essentially acts as, like, let's say the water or the ocean in that sense.
I mean, I guess I disagree with them. I mean, all right, if you guys want that, fine. I mean, I didn't really want to jump into that anyway, though. But I do want to just to quickly say to Shane that, hey, your Southern Crux argument thing, I feel like you might have, been a little deceptive with that because I'm in fucking Stellarium right now and I am not getting the same shit.
Which UTC are you at, Arma?
What now?
Yeah, the actual universal time, but all 3 different time zones make the same observation, right?
Okay, so what I'm doing right now is I'm literally just moving the observer.
It sounds like you're not understanding more than me being deceptive, right?
Okay, how about I screen share, right? Because what I'm doing here is that I'm moving the person without actually changing the time right now, right? It's the exact same time for every single person, right? And with that being said, that goes, that means that they wouldn't be able to see the Southern Crux because it'd be morning time for one of the observers, right? Yeah, sure, maybe you changed the time so they could see the Southern Crux, but I thought the whole point was that they're trying, we're trying to like, almost like triangulate this thing on the ball Earth. If you take different times, then it goes without saying the Southern Crux isn't going to be where it should be, or some shit.
You're misunderstanding time zones, Armo.
What do you mean?
It's the same UTC universally, but because with different time zones and they're in different time zones, it's different local time. So simultaneous observation at the same UTC.
Oh, okay? Aren't I doing that exact same thing here too?
It's roughly like 21:40 or something. It's like 9:40 p.m. or something like that.
Okay, but aren't I doing that right now? The fact that I have it on pause, but I'm moving my location, that would be the same UTC, technically speaking, right? I mean, UTC is the universal, like.
You can
time.
fix the time of Stellarium to be always UTC, so you don't have the issue of the local time changing all the time.
Can someone send me the link in the Stellarium, please?
Because I'm just
link in the chat.
It's the program. You just got to Google it.
Okay, so let me see. So I could do that. I could change the where how do I change the UTC or whatever? Because I think I have it as. Well, let me see.
No, every time you change the location, changes the time zone. It's adjusting for the longitude.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
You can fix to be always UTC, so the time is not going to be changing. You're always going to get the UTC time.
Yeah, actually, Arma, before you go through this, Bacon double checked my stuff before I went to that presentation that day, and if he didn't say it was wrong, maybe you should think that the observations themselves aren't the problem, right, Bacon? Or did you not even look?
Well, I'm just confused because I thought the whole.
I did.
Nice, I figured you would, but
I'm just confused, like what the whole argument is. So what? So
we know.
No, because what I'm saying is okay,
Wow.
Doesn't that make sense?
But you just
doesn't it make
with the other thing as well, Amber?
No, but doesn't it?
You moved from the compression video of the blocks that the other gentleman posted, and then you went and then you went back to this to try and suggest that Shane was being deceptive.
Yeah, I was interested in the blocks actually. Can we let's go back to that?
Yeah, because those blocks give you visual representation of the compression in real time.
The blocks don't make any sense. Well, I don't even know why this is an argument though. This is actual physical obstruction. Though you actually have blocks there that's blocking another block.
Yeah, that's not the surface.
Okay,
like if you have things above the surface
Forget the
obstructing,
block.
that's not surprising. That's the whole point of the surface not being flat. You can get in front of things. Sure, using objects that are above the flat surface. That's expected in both cases.
It's the easy way out. I don't understand the argument.
That's a cop out for real.
It is, but it could
You
be
have
that
uniform
he's easily
shapes of different
confused and
heights
delusional.
demonstrating. Sorry, Battlemod, but I'm like
No,
they're
that's cool.
demonstrating compression in real time. I don't understand what the objection is here.
Wait, how is it? What?
That's what we're saying. There is no objection here.
So if there's
So we did it. It's flat and it's over. Everyone go home. Right.
It doesn't. Okay, you know what?
Because it's not. We're not making this argument. Isn't about the surface right now. We're talking about the visual phenomena. Oh my days!
Hey, Arma,
are they really lost?
I
mean,
thought
this
the
is
whole
a
point-
rhetorical question, Shane. What can I say?
Sorry. Click there where it says use custom time zone. There's a checkbox there.
Oh, okay, I got it. Thank you.
In that window, and now you go to time zone. You pick UTC plus 0.
I see. Where's plus 0? Hold on.
Or just UTC. Yeah, just UTC. Oh, that's the same thing.
All right, thank you. But I don't know. The block thing makes no fucking sense.
Now the time's not going to change anymore.
Okay. I mean, I'm still getting like morning time here though. I'm getting morning time here, and because what Shane gave me, it was nighttime. So I mean, don't I have to kind of the three? He gave me. Hold on, let me real fast.
This is the famous. It's not like it's my stuff, right? I pulled this from Flat Earth Banjo to start. The observation time is well documented and publicized at the same UTC for the same. I think there's a lat long coordinates in his video too. I like guesstimated roughly where they were. I think Bacon probably fixed it and probably get it more accurate. I mean, like that's not like you're just gonna see the same three screenshots that I started with, Bacon, right? I mean, you're welcome to confirm it publicly if you want, but
no, yeah, but then let's just replicate this here so we can. Let's just replicate this here so we can talk about it.
Yeah. Because I'm really trying to just do this so I can get this over with. Because
before you like jump in and tell him that he did something wrong, and then you come back 10 minutes later to say he was being deceptive, like, don't you think you should make sure you fully understand it first? Like, that's what I don't understand.
Because I see him triangulating it, whatever, in one of his pictures. So I'm under the impression that it's if we see the southern crux here, and then the southern crux here, and the southern crux here, then trying to triangulate it, it doesn't work on the ball, or whatever. But I mean, if it's different times or whatever, or some shit like that, then I mean, it's not. It makes sense that you would have the southern crux,
5 minutes.
At the same, southwest, whatever position. I mean, it's going to eventually get to that point, right? I mean, it rotates
All those
around.
Screenshots are within 5 minutes. Do you think that plays that big of a?
Thanks, man. I knew that they weren't exactly right, but I remember that it was flowing while I was going back and forth.
Yeah, they're within 5 minutes. So you're acting like it's 15 degrees an hour, right? What's 5 minutes going to do?
Wait, just to clarify, Armor, are you basically inadvertently admitting and conceding that it debunks the globe if it's not different times? I'm
still kind of confused on what this whole fucking argument is, but I mean, I guess if when you go to triangulate it, whatever, if I have definitive, like positions and whatnot, and then it doesn't work on a sphere, then I mean, sure, but I mean,
would it be safe to assume you're like in a perpetual state of confusion or something because you?
Well, yeah, because I'm in this fucking server talking to you guys. But with that being said, though,
I agree. That's why you're consistently.
Yeah, I know it's a good comeback, right? Anyway,
it does seem that way. He's confused for the point.
Which is appropriate in this server. But no,
whenever people are
fucking around.
Worldview and you have Cognis, it may cause confusion.
I think it's just a comprehension problem.
Anyway, Bacon.
I think it's Cognis.
I sent you the link, Bacon.
He doesn't pay attention enough.
Yeah, I'm getting UTC.
Makes me wonder if he pays attention in class. Cool.
I do.
I still love you though, Armin. It's okay.
Whatever.
Put still airing
research first.
Put still airing at. I'll give you the timestamp.
Yeah, I mean, like, Armin, there's ways you can attack my position in my argument, right? But you shouldn't start with the observation because I mean, we can confirm it. Everyone knows that that's what you see. That's what the globe sees. That was what the experiment was put forth to solve, right? Was those observations.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put into the. All right, just give me a second. I'm gonna real fast. 20. What the fuck? How do I put that in?
No, just go to the date F5 function 5.
Oh, Bacon! I found the video. I found the video that you made for me that made it look less dumb that I didn't use.
Oh, I gotta explain you how to do the azimuthal thing.
Yeah, you really do, man. That's got to be something I can do myself.
Let me do 0, 19, and
But
59.
But you made me this one here. Like, you made me this 3D rep of the same problem, right? When I presented this to you, you presented the vector to try to make them look southwest. But I mean, the spoiler, dude. Like, the whole conclusion is it can work on a globe, but only if you employ the same exact method that makes it work on a flat Earth, which is the personal azimuthal grid.
Oh no! Like the way you get elevation in the azimuth on the globe is just by getting the ground position on the star and getting your position. So the azimuth to that position is the same as the azimuth of the star, and the zenith is just the same as the hover sign between those two.
I mean, like, that's the only way you can make the observation and the actual observed directions match looking in the same direction off the bottom of the ball, is if you put this personalized grid modeling the sky over each observer, and then they can actually get the vectors to match exactly.
I'm still trying to. I got my model right here set up, whatever, with the Southern Crux, but I'm still trying to figure out this whole like thing though. So I need a little bit more help though with this. But this is what I have so far in Blender.
Okay, so we got the right time. Do we have the coordinates too?
The coordinates.
Yeah. Didn't Bacon give me like a piece of slide with all the coordinates on it? Oh wait, no, they're in each screenshot.
Yeah, but I can't find your like it's not the same user you have right now, right? It's another user you had. I can't find it.
Another user. Oh, you mean like my Discord account? Yeah, it was in our messages from way back. Yeah, I've been deleted twice since then, maybe.
Yeah, it makes it a bit harder to find.
Bacon, you shouldn't even be talking to me. You're at danger of being deleted right now, actually. Like, Discord's probably hunting you.
I don't think so.
Bro, I just can't believe we got under its skin so much he added to the model.
Dude, I really wanted to relish over that with you at some point. Like just laugh and laugh. Dude,
so
he called you out personally. Come on, God damn it! What's it? It doesn't prove flat Earth. I gotta make a meme for that.
Dude, it would have been way smoother if he had not put my name in it. Like, it makes it so obvious.
If he had just ignored it, like it was as stupid as they say it is,
yeah.
then they wouldn't need to specifically put "nuh-uh" what's it in the description of the tool.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to put like an additional.
That's so funny.
And his question is stupid.
I wonder which anti-flat earther got him in DMs and said, "Listen, you got to make this even stupider because Witsit keeps using it."
It's like, does he think that that's gonna stop things, Walter? Because it's like it's gonna make me double down.
I'm just gonna wait until it gets taken down. I hope whoever did Bob Wins will back that wonderful tool up.
Yeah, maybe I could talk to him about it because he bought my domain. I actually need to check it.
Nice.
Dude, I can't get access to so many of these freaking papers, bro. I'm not paying. It would cost me hundreds of dollars to get all the papers. You know, it's annoying.
Oh, go to Sci-Hub.
Yeah,
I'll try, but Sci-Hub doesn't have a lot. But I also have something else that bypasses paywalls, allegedly, but it doesn't work on a lot of academic articles.
What does it work on?
Just certain articles, but certain articles it doesn't. I mean, I've only ever tried it on academic articles. But
what is this paywall broaching software that you're employing?
I plead the fifth. I don't know. What are you talking about?
Okay, maybe put it in Telegram.
Someone emailed it to me. I'll drop it in my telly.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
Witsit, could you post a couple of the articles you're looking for?
The ones I can't get?
Yeah, titles.
Yeah. I'll drop all the visual space stuff I have right now, actually, also.
Somebody's...
You do it after crypto go to sleep?
I sent him the crypto.
Alright, cool.
He said he has a day off tomorrow. He's going to do a bunch of learning.
Yeah.
I guess this Stellarium website is a good tool, but it's misrepresenting everything. Like it's talking about light years and it's got a round perspective.
Well, look, I mean, like they say that what drives the stellium observation is the heliocentric model and spherical like Newtonian gravity, but really it's just based on the observations of the sky, right? So they say that the observations of the sky are exclusive to the globe, and whenever we claim observations, they say, "Nah, that proves the globe."
Oh, but it doesn't have like a set of all
It's so
observations.
ridiculous.
Like
No wonder
if you
people
play,
are so stupid and brainwashed. It's
if you,
sad.
if you place the observers in a random location on Earth, Stellarium is not going to have a set of observations for that time and that place. It doesn't have all possible observations, so it's going to have to calculate where to place the stars in the
Oh, I did get it.
and the way it does that is pretty much globe math.
I actually got it, bro.
Dude, Arma, here's a pictorial representation I made for you.
Yeah, what now? Let me see.
Yo, Sci-Hub is balling out right now.
Use the Russian
the
variant.
floodgates opened.
Yeah, I got both of those on Sci-Hub.
Try a Cyberleninka.
What?
Cyberleninka.
Hmm.
Sci-Hub always works. Is it down?
No, I mean like sometimes it doesn't have it. Like it's not that it doesn't work. It just doesn't have the paper.
Oh, and for our baller friends here, I recorded a whole bunch of Stellarium data in this wonderful view that literally mimics Walter Business Model, just so you guys can get on board with visualizing how this works.
Thanks, Walter.
Mexican City.
You know just as well as I do that they would die first.
I'm hoping somebody will watch it. Their little clips.
The fictitious person that is a glober has to die first.
I haven't even had one glober say that it wouldn't have drastic implications. So, yeah.
Yeah, what wouldn't happen? Drastic implications.
If the entire way we assume perspective works is inaccurate and it's actually curved, and in fact, it goes hyperbolic, elliptic, and then parabolic, that would change everything.
I think that the whole hyperbolic and elliptic thing, if I know what you're referring to, then that will have no implication because that's referring to our perception. That has zero impact on measurements.
Oh my god.
Wait, hold on. So our perception has no implications on our
If perspective is actually curved, it will objectively have.
No, I didn't agree to that. I said if the thing you're referring to, which is the article that explains that our visual space or perception of angles isn't Euclidean. If that's true, that has no impact on the measurements we take to the object in the sky because those are independent of how humans perceive angles.
Hey, do you agree that if perspective is curved, that it would have drastic implications?
No, I don't understand what that means, perspective being curved.
All right, bro.
Dude, isn't it wonderful that Stellarium has like all these wonderful viewing modes that match reality? Like the azimuthal grade is a wonderful tool, but also it has this other view. I forget what it's called, but look how it makes everything look like Walter Bisland's model, and it just blends itself to fit so nicely into there. I wonder why that is.
Anything but what you say it is.
Nailed it.
There's those two papers. I haven't read those yet.
I feel like I've been
abstract.
Yeah, your point about the change of perspective on a ball Earth, yeah, it'd be a drastic change. It
Yeah,
would
of course.
reduce your visibility down to zilch.
Yeah, and you would see more and more of the effect the further out you looked.
Yeah, and the effect on the stars would be drastic as well.
Yeah, I mean that's what Vanderbilt's astronomy department says, but you know, what do they know?
I was just thinking there must be a point where you can see the Southern Cross from North Hemisphere, South Hemisphere. There must be an equilibrium point there, yeah.
Look, this is A method of multidimensional mapping is described with constructs, a configuration of points in a Euclidean map of Riemannian space, Riemannian, of constant curvature, hyperbolic Euclidean and elliptic, from the dissimilarity matrix. The method was applied to the distance matrix in visual space where stimulus points were either small light points in the dark or small black points in the illuminated field surrounded by white curtains, and represented scaled values of perceptual distances. Configuration of points were at intersections of parallel or distance alleys and horopters, I don't know, for the subject in the horizontal plane for the eye level. In contrast to the theoretical equations for Lundberg and Blank, no a priori assumption on mapping functions between Q and P is necessary in this procedure to fit theoretical curves to the Euclidean map. The data were accounted for better by equations in the hyperbolic plane than by ones in the Euclidean plane. Discussions are made on robustness of Euclidean representation and how to approach geometry of visual space as a dynamic entity under more natural conditions than the traditional frameless condition for alley and horopter experiments. What's funny about that?
No, it was someone sent me a message.
Literally saying it's making a point that I keep trying to make to you guys, that you think that perspective is just like this one dumbed down equation and we can have an orthographic cartoon and it works like that everywhere, always, for all distances, infinitely perfectly proportioned. No, it's variant. It changes relative to different variables and it changes based on distance.
Well, that perspective is the one that follows
what
from.
you guys think. What?
That perspective is the one that follows from light traveling straight lines, right? If that perspective doesn't work, then you're breaking the assumption on the perspective, which is light traveling straight lines.
No, it's about how you see the light, Bacon.
It's a
Yeah,
perspective.
but we know how. Yeah, we know we build cameras. We know how images are formed based on how the light is reaching it.
It's based on
So
how you
each-
perceive the light, how you see it, the perspective of the light.
Yeah, right. Yeah, if you're talking about human perception, right? That's irrelevant to measurements because, again, I can use a camera to take the measurements. And if I use my eye, I get the same value. It doesn't change if you're using a camera or a human eye because that's irrelevant to measure what's the direction light is coming from.
Hey, do robotics use cameras or human eyes?
I would say cameras.
Oh. So why did they have to change their Euclidean perspective model to hyperbolic models for the robots?
Exactly. There's a convergence. There's a convergence point. There's a convergence point in optics, Bacon.
And I suspect someone is speaking in the middle of my sentence. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, because you'd want to deny the fact that convergence is programmed in robotics. Convergence, listen, buddy, convergence is programmed. The point of convergence, an optical illusion, has to be programmed for robotics, buddy. Go read the paperwork.
If we suggested anything in our reality was based on robots, y'all would have a fit.
The convergence.
That's all they got, dude. They're falling apart, dude. They're falling apart.
Trying to see
Well,
where
to be
you
fair,
could have an argument.
I've heard an astounding amount of nuh-uh from Left Lane today, so I don't know, man.
That was bad, dude. What the?
I remember Left Lane engaging in conversations more. What happened to you?
It's about the precision level of the robotics, dude. Yeah, man.
Precision level of what exactly?
Well, like they tried to model it how you guys say it works exactly, and then they failed, and then they're modeling how we say it works, and you're like, nuh-uh. That's why it's a relevant point, right?
Yeah, exactly. They tried Euclidean
dive
perspective
deeper.
and it didn't work. And it has nothing to do with human eyes. It's a robot with a camera.
Let's just dive deeper into what exactly that's referring to, right? So, what exactly is being modeled there?
Bacon, it only refers to one concept and why the calculation exists. It's the convergence. Do you understand that contention? Because it's the only point we'll readdress until you finally absorb it.
No, I'm not asking about any contention. I'm trying to understand what's the thing about the. Yeah, I'm trying to understand what's the whole thing about the camera with robotics and hyperbolic modeling. I understand what those words mean, but just by putting them in a sentence doesn't give me the complete understanding of what's going on there, which is probably relevant, right? So let's try to.
For like the 400th
have a
time, it's not
complete
just so
understanding of-
simple. It's like, I don't think you want to know. So
No, I do.
that-
Let's
that
get
visual
deeper.
it's that perspective is variant What does variant mean?
I know what the word variant mean. I'm trying to understand what the article about robotics you're referring to was doing. What was being modeled? Can you explain that to me?
The way that the robots actually utilize perspective and visual space.
Utilize for what?
For them to do all kinds of things, depth perception, to properly identify the location of objects in the distance. They used a Euclidean perspective model, and that it didn't match the natural data. It was consistently flooded with errors, and the errors were proportionate to distance. They then changed the perspective model to hyperbolic, and it worked.
Right.
But only to certain distances, because perspective is variant, it actually changes seemingly from hyperbolic to elliptic to parabolic.
What method they were using to get distance from the image coming from the camera, for example? Can we get specific on that?
I don't know. I
just want to know what type of robot it
Right,
was.
because if you don't know those details, then all you're saying can be completely irrelevant to what we're talking about.
How could it be irrelevant? Name one. Name one type of camera that could assume Euclidean perspective and it didn't work, and then hyperbolic did work, but it makes the point irrelevant. Name one type of camera.
Oh, each picture is going to give you different projections of what you're seeing. So depending on what method you're using to get distance, the math of another, let's say hyperbolic geometry, could compensate for how the image is getting projected into the sensor. So that's one reason why I can think of that you could get hyperbolic geometry to help you increase precision, because not all cameras in all lenses project the image in the same way in the sensor. That varies based on
That's not what it said. So wait. So just let you make stuff up?
No. I just said that's one way I can see how this modeling could help without having anything to do with what you're trying to get to. That's why I'm asking to see the details, so I can actually know what the point is instead of getting just your interpretation of it.
But what it actually says is that it didn't match the natural data.
Yeah, let's see one example that it didn't match. What exactly were they doing? What image they had? What were they trying to do? What distance they were expecting? What distance they got? What method they used? If we can get all that, then you get a very solid point if your interpretation is correct. So let's try to see. I'm actually fortifying your point. I'm making it stronger if we can get deep as that.
Yeah, but I'm currently in the process of looking for all kinds of other articles, and I've already sent it to you, I think. So, like, this is the point, though. You just said
which one is that one? So we can watch.
What you just said has nothing to do with what the paper says, which is that it doesn't match natural data. Has nothing to do with what you said. What you said can't be applied to the inaccuracies of natural data.
It was the Riemannian geometries paper.
I don't remember. There's quite a few of them. I'm just looking. I'm trying to get them all together right now. So, like, this is what's crazy to me is, like, you guys also possess Google.
No, yeah, but that's the thing. When you're bringing specific interpretation of things you're saying you're citing, I would like to go deeper into the very thing you're citing so we can see if your interpretation is actually what it's saying.
Big, and that's a much more eloquent way of putting what FTFE said was, I don't know why, but I know that you're wrong.
No. I'm asking him to elaborate. I'm asking to see more details on what he's citing. How is that? I know you're wrong. I'm not saying he's wrong.
Well, I said I was much more eloquent.
He did post a bunch of links earlier, and he also wasn't given his interpretation. He was simply regurgitating verbatim what the paper said.
No, he wouldn't. There is not enough time for him to just repeat it the whole all the articles that he sent.
No, that's the abstract of the paper that I'm referring to. You're making stuff up about the paper, saying it's not about natural data.
I'm not denying what's saying the abstract. I'm not. No. I didn't say it's not about natural data. I never said that. What the fuck? Like, I'm not.
You agree that your explanation means nothing in that scenario.
It does. Or you're not listening to what I'm saying. Then I'm asking more details to see if that natural data not matching is related to how we get angles to things that are far as far as the celestial bodies. If it has nothing to do with that, if it has nothing to do with perspective being wrong, then you have nothing.
It is specifically about Euclidean perspective. It uses those exact words.
No, I get it, but it's I get it. It's saying that if you can utilize it to get more precise data, right? But why? Why does utilizing it get more precise data? There are many details that could make that being true without make reality hyperbolic or perspective hyperbolic. because those will have to be the same. So that's why I'm asking to see more details, so we don't jump to the conclusions that it's the thing you're thinking it is before you get the details of it.
We're not jumping to conclusions. You're jumping
you
to
arguing
conclusions
on
from
human
ignorance.
perspective?
No, I'm simply asking for details. How am I jumping to
So
conclusions?
your point of contention is he's just misrepresenting what the article says they did.
I'm not
Nothing
saying
about.
he is. I'm saying he might be. If you don't get the details to confirm that what he's saying is actually what the
You're just
what the
presenting
article
a
is.
hypothetical as
Well,
a
you're
rebuttal.
still interrupting me. You're doing all the time, Elisha. Why is you gotta be the one that interrupts every time?
Sure.
I've got a question.
Just tell me when you're done so I can respond.
I can do it next if you like.
When you don't hear
I've
my
got to be
voice, that's
better.
where I'm done.
There you go.
I've got a question.
Oh, he said he's done. Okay.
Witsit, is this to do with 3D machine vision for like robots picking parts out of bins, or is that an idea of what you're talking about?
It's for its overall depth perception and being able to acknowledge what other things are where. And then I have another paper that's about like virtual reality and how they're developing virtual reality, and they found out that Euclidean perspective models do not actually imitate virtual reality or reality to make virtual reality. So they're having to update the hyperbolic and elliptic models to have accurate depictions in virtual reality. And so there's so many papers that I've read that I've either read just the abstracts, I'm just now finding the actual papers, or I've just read through that I don't remember all the details of each paper. But I do know it specifically said what I just said. I didn't make it up. It said that the Euclidean perspective doesn't match natural data. They're updating to a hyperbolic visual space model. Period. Like nothing else you said. Higher level robotics are saying
that comes
the
from a
Euclidean
specific
perspective
thing
doesn't work.
that we don't know what it is.
How can Euclidean perspective not match natural data, and then that means somehow that it does match natural data?
I just explained why. Like, say, like we're talking about robotics using a single camera or like a pair of cameras, for example. Because if we're using a single one, we're not parallaxing anything, right? So that's a very different method than if you're using two cameras. If you're using two cameras and you're trying to get distance from something, and there's any pair distortion in those images, if you're just using Euclidean perspective, you're going to get a wrong answer. And maybe if you just shift the math for hyperbolic, it might compensate for that. That's one example that can make everything you just said in the abstract to be true without implying that reality, the perspective of reality works like hyperbolic geometry. That's why I'm asking to see the details of it.
Okay, well, like I've already I dropped a bunch of different papers. I'm sure that one of them is that paper.
Complete falsehood.
Pretty sure I've already sent it to you. And
which one is the one of the robotics?
I don't remember, man, because I'm doing something else, Bacon. I'm not opening all those papers. I'm reading through them right now.
A review of space perception applicable to artificial intelligence robots. It's the Korean one.
3D vision solutions in robots. Let me see what this one says.
What's the title of it? Let me see if I can find.
Hey, you know, none of them think it's a bad thing to interrupt with it. That always cracks me up. They'll just get over. They'll just get done bitching because somebody interrupted them, and then Witsit starts talking, and they just talk right over it, just like you do to me. But is it that nobody ever taught you how to have a civil conversation? Is that the problem?
Very productive.
No, it's as the point builds. They're like,
what's productive is a means to an end. So I'm trying to find a means to an end so we can just have a civil conversation down to earth like men instead of children.
Well, you see, if I don't like what you're saying, then I can interrupt you. That's how the Globers perceive it.
Yeah,
no,
like as the point
I'm
builds,
not Jim, and I find that to be an insult. Don't call me Jim again.
Hey, just interrupted
the question for Bacon. Bacon, do we see like LiDAR sees, or do we see differently than LiDAR?
What is LiDAR?
It's an imaging mapping system. Like robots that are equipped with it, right? Robots that are equipped with it, they use it to determine spatial relationships between them and the object, right? There's a geometry they use. But this is robots. This is robots, right? What do humans use for visual space versus LiDAR? I think it's different.
I just said I'm not familiar with LiDAR.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay.
So Bacon, like how would you attack the argument if the paper said exactly what's it representative said? Like what if that was the conclusion? How would you attack the position then?
Well, I would see. Well, first of
It's
all,
like,
if I actually
hypothetically.
understood it, yeah, I would have to understand it to know what the consequences of that are. I can't tell the consequence before I actually understand what's being said. And okay, and let's say you can no longer use Euclidean geometry for perspective. That would directly conflict the way we design cameras to work. So within that conflict, one of those
Why?
things would have to be solved. Because that's how, like, the way we build cameras is that each pixel on the sensor filters light from one specific direction, which is the direction the light is coming from, and that gets projected into the sensor, and that's how you get the image.
How does
That's
this conflict with what was being said?
because that pretty much gives you all the axioms of Euclidean geometry to construct the image. And if light isn't bending, then that keeps following to whatever direction you go. I mean, so
So, are you arguing? What are you arguing for?
No, wait, but
Random
explaining. I was asked.
That didn't answer my question as to how it conflicts.
Oh, I was
No,
answering
he
another
was-
question. If you don't
he was
remember.
answering my question.
Okay.
And then you asked him about the details of your answer, which was weird.
Right. Okay. So, yeah. So going a little bit back to Shane's question, then I would see a clear conflict between things like how cameras work and that geometry, and I would have to try to solve that conflict either with the way we explain cameras or build cameras is wrong somehow, or I misunderstand how cameras work, or
That wouldn't necessarily be the
the
case, though. It could just be the way people are understanding how cameras work is
how they build them.
incorrect, right? No, but you can build something that functions perfectly, but be explaining how it functions incorrectly. That's very
No,
possible.
But the thing is, like,
is it not?
I don't think with this example you can, because
No,
like
but
the most basic,
what
the
the statement I made, is it possible? Yes or no?
yeah, but not with this situation.
But if you go yeah but no, then you're not actually addressing the point. It is
Yeah, because you
possible.
ask it generally, and I'm saying yes to generally, but not to this situation. Generally, yes. So because there are instances in which the answer is yes, but not. This is not one of them.
Okay, why? Okay, if you're gonna say in this case no, which is another way of saying no, it's not possible. Why
No,
is it
that's
not possible?
No. If I say like it is possible to build something without knowing how it works, that's possible. It doesn't mean it's possible in all situations. Just because I agree that that's possible. Like all requires to be for something to be possible is one instance, right?
Right, let's get more specific.
This is
then,
just
'cause
not one of them.
ultimately what's been done with cameras is just here's a sensor, here's a lens, boom, boom, boom. Now, obviously, I'm hyper simplifying it, but what in the action of putting the camera together and calibrating it to make sure it does the end result, which is the image the way you want it with the different color parameters or whatever, what in that process requires somebody to have the perspective that you're saying it has to have in the first place?
Yeah, for the simple, like if you look to the simplest camera possible, which would be a pinhole camera, the way it works, it's
That's
just that.
actually-
Do you have an objection to my half answer?
No. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Carry on.
All right.
You're done.
So, yeah, if you get the most simplest case of a camera, which is a pinhole camera, all you get is that there's a small hole that simply filters light based on its direction. So if light comes from above, it's going to hit the bottom of the sensor. If it's coming from below, it's going to hit the top of the sensor. And same thing goes for left and right. And so you filter all the light based on directions, making a straight line between the hole and the sensor, right? And if light's traveling straight lines, which I think is the assumption we're going with, because this whole thing isn't about refractions, it's about just perspective, then the way those cameras form an image would just extend endlessly, because those straight lines keep going from this in the direction of the source of the light. So if the source of the light isn't bending or isn't curving, then that direction wouldn't change. So that geometry of a simple pinhole camera would extend to whatever you're looking at with that camera.
So are you aware that
correct.
with pinhole cameras
What are you trying to say, dude? What are you going on and on for half an hour?
Blatek,
Like,
Blatek,
it's
one
over.
second. Are you aware, Bacon, that specifically with the example you raised of pinhole cameras, which is why I kind of overstepped and jumped ahead of you, that actually comes out with the distortion, so it doesn't come out the way you're describing it.
I didn't say there are no
This is actually
distortions.
in
But
favor
what
of
distortion
the
referring
wider.
to?
This is actually in favor of the wider discussion that's been had.
What distortion
Bring
are
up
referring to?
I don't know what they call it, but I could
But
go
that's
and find you.
relevant.
I could go and find
Like,
you a paper.
right, if you're talking about diffraction, that doesn't change the position of the points in the image, so that doesn't affect perspective. It just makes the image more blurred. And if you're talking about like the corners get more blurred because there's a bigger distance, so the light spreads more. That's also not changing the position of the items on the corners, so it's also not affecting perspective. So distortions you might be referring to have nothing to do with the perspective of a pinhole camera. That's why I'm asking what effect are you talking about? Yeah.
Okay.
The
Well, I'd
thing
have to
about
go and find the citation that I was thinking of, but
all right.
But still, back to the earlier point, you're suggesting that there is a conflict in the way people build cameras, given what Shane and Witsit have been talking about.
Yeah, this basic.
But that's an assumption, as if the way that people are building cameras with the view that you think, because it's not necessarily the view that they are having, right? This is a view that you're at least
No, that's how cameras work.
tacitly imposing on the way that they build them, right?
No, that's how cameras work.
No, but you just keep saying that though.
We can look it up. If I'm wrong, tell me how I'm wrong.
The way cameras work is not really relevant to what you're saying. They work, right? We know that they work. You take a picture and you get a picture. That's not the argument. The argument you're saying is that the way they have to work is according to this worldview. But the camera doesn't need a worldview or a specific
what
theory
about
on geometry for it to function. It's put together and it functions.
What about my explanation on how it works? It comes from my worldview and not how cameras actually work. Can you correct me on that?
Because you're arguing in.
What do you mean? Because it wasn't a why question.
Can you let him finish, please?
I thought he had. But go ahead.
You're arguing, right? About
No, I'm asking you a question.
Yes, but in the discussion that we've been having, you're arguing against the suggestion funnily enough, with the evidence that's been provided that maybe you haven't had a chance to look at. But you're arguing against the suggestion of this hyperbolic vision or explanation or model of vision, whatever it needs to be called, right? And then you're suggesting that so you're arguing against it fundamentally because it might not be this, might not be that, and you're bringing up parameters. You're bringing up lots of hypotheticals without just addressing what's actually being said.
Oh, not really. How cameras work aren't hypotheticals.
Yeah, but that's not what you're doing though. You're bringing up a hypothetical that if this is the case according to how you, Bacon, say cameras work, then there would be an intrinsic conflict. But you're not actually presenting something concrete.
I just explained how cameras work, what a conflict is, because the way they work dictates how perspective would work. Once you're taking up,
you haven't explained it. You haven't explained it. You've asserted.
Yeah, and you only covered one camera.
No,
camera and a pinhole lens. So it is it is kind of vague and random. And well, if this is true, it wouldn't be how they are. Well, maybe that's just not true.
Well, it's not vague. Like the explanation of a pinhole camera is the same.
You're applying one specific thing to a whole category of things, an entirety and variety of sizes and distortions with each different size lens.
Right, but if then we're talking about those distortions, then we are not just talking about visual space being hyperbolic. We're talking about the distortion of the lenses, because the pinhole camera is the most basic one because it has no lenses.
They were talking. Data was talking about the geometry. I just don't think you're addressing the point.
I'm not sure what the point is then.
I mean, do they have to repeat it? Can we get them to restate their argument?
Well, I think the guy that was talking to him earlier is not in the room
before I fall asleep. Damn it!
Witsit, you still awake?
Austin.
Yeah, what's up?
Restate your argument.
So whenever we've actually utilized Euclidean perspective models in situations that require extreme precision, such as robotics, depth perception, and proper target acquirement and stuff like that, the Euclidean models do not match the natural data and result in inaccuracies of the use of robotics, and they are updating their models to like hyperbolic and elliptic perspective models. And yeah, that's basically the summary, is that perspective is not Euclidean. It's not as simple as just drawing straight lines out infinitely. It's actually variant. It changes with distance, and it seems to be hyperbolic, then more elliptic, then even potentially parabolic at great distances. And that's the models that match actual data.
Yeah, so to understand what that exactly is, I would like to see the details of it. Like to see one example in which, like, if you do, like, pick one specific data or one specific observation, say, oh, here's a picture. If you get the distance using Euclidean geometry here, you're gonna get this distance. And if you use hyperbolic geometry, whatever that is, like not hyperbolic perspective, whatever that is, and then you get this distance, which is the correct one. That would be great, because then I would see what exactly what exactly is getting more precise. Not just saying it gets more precise if we don't know. Sorry?
It's a disingenuous request. Like, yeah, show me a picture on the Earth at distance through the Atmos and explain to me where it's supposed to be based on where it is, and then don't account for the Atmos, and then I'm going to throw my curvature assumption in there down its throat, and like I don't even understand what
No. There are articles that go into exactly that subject, which is like, oh, this perspective doesn't work. It's not that precise. Then the article itself is going to provide the data that shows exactly what doesn't match. It's not just going to say it doesn't match, and it's not going to provide anything. That's not how articles get published. So if you're reading those articles and you get them right, you know what they actually talking about, and it comports to what you're trying to get to, then you can present those examples, and it's going to make your point stronger.
What are you arguing for?
I'm not arguing. I'm asking for data, for the specifics of the claim that is being made.
There you go, right there. The conclusion: we have seen that our visual space is not purely Euclidean as was believed prior to the alley experiment. You just handwave dismissed the alley experiment, saying that they're just prone to human error, that just happen to all have the same error in the same directions and the same amounts to make it look like. Yeah, I heard you talk about it.
May I just mention this, Witsit, for 1 second? The reason why I mentioned LiDAR versus human eye is I just wanted to see if Bacon would understand. So, Bacon, I'll just tell you. So LiDAR doesn't see optical illusions. The way it calculates its spatial, like robots that use LiDAR, they calculate their spatial relationships purely on Euclidean geometry, right? See, the human eye has this optical illusion where it converges parallel lines, right? So there's two formats of reality is my point. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, I'll just jump in real quick. You'll start to realize people see things differently, and people have vision problems.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, that's fine.
Bacon, did you hear my question?
No, I said I need a minute, and then I definitely, because something came up here.
So you didn't hear my question?
No, when I go back, I said I'm back. You didn't hear that?
Okay, so no, I didn't hear that. So
oh, sorry then.
Me mentioning to you LiDAR versus the difference between optics is LiDAR doesn't calculate optical illusions in the geometry it uses. It's usually Euclidean, and there's no vanishing point. In optics, you're going to have this convergence of parallel lines going to converge. Okay, so when you familiarize yourself with LiDAR, it uses only Euclidean geometry, and robots use this stuff to determine their spatial relationship, where they are in an environment, right? Do you understand that? And the geometry they use is Euclidean. There is no calculation. Let me finish. There's no calculation for convergence or parallel line converging, right? Do you understand? So,
not really.
Well, see, Euclidean doesn't have converging lines necessarily, right? Like, it's an optical illusion. Parallel lines don't converge in Euclidean geometry, right? So you have to understand you have to understand that optics, perspective, there is no convergence. You have to understand that
Can
optics
the Grover
perspective.
just not interrupt? I don't understand.
No, I'm just trying to make a back and forth here because before he goes in another minute to something that I objected to now, I'm just saving him time.
Okay, so I'm trying to present to you an understanding of two realities. And what we're trying to show you is that the illusion with the optics of the human eye is an optical illusion. There's no converging parallel lines. In other words, LiDAR can calculate its spatial relationship not based on an apparent horizon like human optics have. Do you understand? So when we look at human optics, we have two parallel lines appearing to converge, but they're not actually. So LiDAR shows us that information and can give us that orthographic dimension without converging lines. But human optics perspective shows an illusion. Do you understand that there's now two realities that robots and human eyes can separate and have a distinction in functionality? Now hold on. No, I'm not going to negate that the human eye cannot still use. Let me finish, dude. I'm not saying that the human eye cannot use. Let me finish, dude. I'm not saying that the human eye cannot interpret Euclidean geometry. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is,
trying to clarify something you said before I get more lost. Do you want me to follow what you're saying or not?
So the convergence of these parallel lines is an optical illusion based on human perspective. LiDAR and the geometry used doesn't doesn't rely on human perspective. Now, do you understand?
I was trying to ask a clarifying question 2 minutes ago. So when you say that there is no convergence in LiDAR, does it use something like an orthographic camera?
So if you just go look at the geometry, it's all Euclidean, right? There's no parallel lines converging. Remember, in Euclidean geometry, there's no parallel lines converging. You understand that, right?
I understand, but also understand that something like
so LiDAR. Oh my God, Bacon! Either you're
But
playing
Daddy, you
dumb
gotta
with me.
let Bacon respond too, bro. I can't stop him from interrupting you, and then you interrupt.
Right. So, okay, let me see if I can recover what I was going to say.
It's okay. You can
right
continue.
projection. Yeah. So if you, I know parallel lines don't converge. Of course, that's by definition what the parallel lines are. But if you're getting a three-dimensional scene and projecting that into a two-dimensional surface, you can get lines that used to be parallel to no longer be parallel. It's not that they are parallel and they are converging, but the process of the projection is making them no longer parallel. That's how you get parallel lines in 3D space to converge in your screen on Blender, because the projection is taken off one dimension and you're left with those lines no longer being parallel. So that's not about being Euclidean or not, because you have that on Blender and Blender is completely Euclidean.
We're talking about an application, the way that LiDAR functions. It uses Euclidean geometry under the principles of no optical illusions, because the convergence of parallel lines is not really happening. It's only specific to human perspective. LiDAR doesn't operate that way. Can you take the information and project it and to transform it? For sure. But the operation is Euclidean geometry, which means there's no parallel lines converging. You have to transform that. Let me finish. You have to let me finish. You have to transform it if you want. That's not the point. The point is there's two functions of reality. Human perspective, where we see an illusion of parallel lines converging, where instruments where we can use like LiDAR uses Euclidean, where there is no converging lines. That is the argument. Do you now understand?
No, I'm not familiar with LiDAR. And it's hard to follow.
Move on. Any other topic, please?
It's hard to follow. Does anybody else understand what I'm saying?
It's hard to follow when you're making very long pronouncement and you don't allow any clarifying question in between.
Does anybody understand what I'm saying?
Is a limited service for 16 feet or 5 meters. That's it. How do you can use LiDAR as an example for anything?
But I would like to. I wasn't listening. I'm sorry, but I would like to just read this off here, and I just dropped the paper. Ball State University. If one were to ask what geometry best describes binocular visual space, most people would immediately reply Euclidean geometry. We do not often ask if the world we perceive by sight is congruent to the visual world around us, and yet daily experiences suggest that these two worlds are not congruent. For example, from the time a person is a young child, he probably notices that parallel railroad tracks appear to converge in the distance. Also, in contexts where we may take physical space to be unbounded, visual space is bounded. Thus, the sky appears dome-like, and astronomical objects like the sun or the moon appear to be at relatively small distances from the observer. In this paper, which is based on 14 Chapter 2, we relate the results of experiments in binocular vision to geometric models to arrive to the conclusion that the geometry of binocular visual space is non-Euclidean and more specifically hyperbolic.
Excellent.
Not
That needs
only
to be a
that,
meme.
some guy wanted to chirp up about LiDAR, buddy. They use LiDAR up to hundreds of kilometers, dude. So
They do. I just pulled an article about iPhones. It says 6 feet, 16 feet.
yeah, LiDAR is hundreds of kilometers, hundreds.
Okay, fine. I'll read more on it.
All the topographic maps use LiDAR, which is no bendy lines. It's all Euclidean. Okay, there's no converging lines. There's no parallel lines. They do not see in human vision.
I think
Yeah,
the biggest thing
say
here,
that
though,
for
is like
another
a simple point, right? Like it's that despite the narrative that the ballers push that we fully understand perspective and it's well understood and well known and we know exactly what it is, this is not true. And it is being studied at the highest levels where billions of dollars is on the line, that they realize that perspective is significantly more complex than little cartoons of straight lines coming out of people's eyes.
Yeah, but we know that perspective is universal because animals are looking at the same objects we are, yeah, but they can't just see as far.
Is that where we're going?
Well,
I have a
yeah,
military document. Whoa. I found a military document about it.
actually, a good example of vision it'd be hawks and sparrowhawks. Yeah, they can see, from what we know, is hundreds of kilometers to find animals. So perspective must be real, yeah.
No one's denying perspective. They just think it's like beautiful little straight lines that they draw in cartoons. But it's not.
And the only thing that you ever do learn about it is an artist's rendering the vanishing point, the first person, or the 1 point, 2 point perspective, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And that's what's crazy is because I have like papers that are demonstrating that to be false, like the application within art and stuff. These people will just dismiss it immediately, just say, oh, it's about art, it's about drawing, when it's like incredibly prestigious professor. And then when we're talking about perspective and then the way that we interpret visual space, if it ever has the word perception in it, they think that they get to just hand wave dismiss the entire study, all the experiments, and the entire paper because it says the word perception. And if they can find that it's from any type of psychological department, they get to dismiss it as well. They're literally just in a constant pursuit of trying to.
Here's what you'll realize. Here's what you did realize, and I realized, is that when you go to look for this information, all you do is find a psychology interpretation on it. All you find is art lessons on it. All you find, well, what you have to do is pursue robotics to actually find the answer, because the idea of convergence and spatial relationship is key in robotics and how it works, right? But how I got onto it is I asked Mick West, because he was a video programmer, and I asked him, I said, how do you calculate convergence? It's a well-known thing. Anytime the vanishing point, basically, right? Convergence, vanishing point. And when he denied it, and he's a video game programmer, I was like, that's what it is. Because why would you deny that right away? So I just started researching more in convergence and how they calculate it. And so this optical illusion of convergence is not actually happening. It's only perceived by the observer at that moment. which they call private
Yeah,
perspective.
correct. Yeah, because
Right.
you can.
Thank you for that. That's excellent work. Well, it's funny how they keep telling us we can't trust our eyes. Have you noticed that? We cannot trust our eyes, they say. But carry on anyway.
Well, Ronald Reagan said, he said, if you obey your senses, you might end up thinking the Earth is flat.
Wow, look at this. This is a military document, bro. It says the evidence of our experimental studies indicates repeatedly and in a variety of ways that the geometry of visual space is, in fact, just this hyperbolic geometry. And obviously, I haven't read the whole paper. Yeah, it's the military, though.
See, the funny part is when you look at the calculations, they are determining the 2 points in between A and B, let's say, to be the same proportions. It's just calculated different. Well, calculated for geometry, but yet the points are going to be in the same place between A and B.
There's some math in here since you love math so much.
I gave it up a little bit here, man. I've been my brain's fried. I think I fried my brain with all this geometry and mathematics. I'm kind of going back to music for a bit.
You're good. But did Bacon leave when I brought up the military? Did that really just happen?
Too funny.
Yikes.
Yeah, Bacon
Dude, I
has
found the
withdrawn.
military saying it, Shane. Yeah.
Dude, I like how they don't have an actual answer. They're gonna attack every other aspect of the argument, meaning the arguer, the way you say it, the paper you from, literally anything I can except the actual concept you're bringing forward. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
and I even found one, and I'm trying to just get them to address the actual point so we can progress the combo. So I'm like, okay, whatever. I'll leave all of these psychological papers. I still am gonna read through them because I actually want to figure out what's going on. I'm not defending something zealously, But anyway, I showed them the astronomy department from the University of Vanderbilt discussing it, and then all of a sudden, these people in here who just love their credentials, they can arbitrarily just say, oh, it's not a good. Armin and Bacon just say, oh, it's no good. It's no good. It was just people doing it. What?
You're just saying words again. Now, those are just people. Those are just experiments.
They're just people doing it. It's because what it says is we consider the horizontal plane at eye height, that is, all objects seen at the horizon. Although this plane visually degenerates into a line in the visual field, the depth dimension, nevertheless, gives it a two-dimensional structure. We address the problem of intrinsic curvature of this plane. The classical geometric method is based on the Gauss original definition. The angular excess in a triangle equals the integral curvature over the area of the triangle. Angles were directly measured by a novel method of exocentric pointing. Experiments were performed outside in the natural environment under natural viewing conditions. The observers were instructed not to move from a set location and to maintain eye height, but were otherwise free to perform eye, head, and body movements. We measured the angular excess for equilateral triangles with sides of 2 to 20 meters, the vantage position at the barycenter. We found angular excess and deficits of up to 30 degrees. From these data, we constructed the metric. The curvature changes from elliptic in near space to hyperbolic in far space. At very large distances, the plane becomes parabolic. And then it goes through the study.
So you're saying I can't use my theodolite to gauge an optical measurement at 200 miles and claim spherical excess? What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And dude, this is the astronomy department at the University of Vanderbilt. Department of
Am I
Physics
gonna
and
have to get
Astronomy.
out actual measuring equipment and actually measure stuff that's actually real?
No, that's not an option.
See, just to quickly verify, I know ChatGPT is kind of an easy cheat now, but it says here, unlike human vision, visual system, which relies on optical illusions and other cues to create perception of depth and perspective, LiDAR provides highly accurate and objective measurements based on Euclidean geometry. Just I wanted to verify, right? So there's the two, it's a model, it's a concept that you can teach to kind of, because Bacon won't have a response to it now, is that there is a separation between two realities, if you will, like the visual perceived reality an observer sees versus the robot, what a robot sees. And in this case, what LiDAR sees. LiDAR uses, purely Euclidean, so there's no convergent lines.
I'm kind of reading, and I think I'm missing what you're saying. Sorry.
So
Yeah.
what I'm saying is between visual perspective, the human optics, versus a LiDAR and what it's used, like what I just asked ChatGPT, it says, unlike the human visual system, which relies on an optical illusion and other cues to create perception of
illusion?
depth. Well, vanishing point's an optical illusion, right?
Wait, just let him finish, please.
So it says, unlike the visual system, which relies on optical illusions and other cues to create a perception of depth and perspective, LiDAR provides highly accurate and objective measurements based on Euclidean geometry. While LiDAR...
Okay, that's... Yeah. So you're saying that everything's in... I suggest... I forget it.
It says, while LiDAR and the human visual system both provide information about spatial relationships between objects, they do so in different ways and with different levels of precision. Boom.
Nice. Shane, check out this paper I'm about to drop.
I'm
Or
gonna
whoever
add
wants
it.
to.
I'm gonna add it to my perspective folder. I'm building up quite a repertoire here to be able to pull stuff whenever we get various degrees of nuh-uh.
Yeah, let me actually change the title because it's just a bunch of numbers.
Yeah, thank you. That would be really helpful. And
No,
also,
the
could
only-
you
the only-
do it to your 700 other PDFs while you're at it?
No.
The only real response to nuh is just a mirror.
I mean, I usually laugh. I'm like, sufficient. Thank you. How about
Oh,
a
that's the military. I'm just now reading through it. But it's pretty
substantive
hilarious.
nuh-uh?
So, like, two-dimensional hyperbolic space might in this way be interpreted as geometry on the surface of a sphere of imaginary radius. Dude, I am going to have to set a day aside to get to the bottom of this at the least. I would love people to help me, honestly, but this is where this paper right here is going to maybe help us actually just replace the equation. You know, that's what they want so bad is the math, right? They want to apply math to reality because that's just all they can think.
Well, which equation are they using now? Because I think a couple of those other papers had some different equations that were replacement for those.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of different ones. That's why it sucks to have this conversation with ballers, right? Because in reality, it's like a pretty complex subject. Perspective is, and it's like distant dependent. And so like people are trying to like iron it out, right? It's like a complex thing. But
Right.
they can't seem to understand that. Like if you can't give them like a graphic with a simple equation they can apply to everything at all times equally, then they just sort out. They're like, no. Ninth grade trigonometry, you're dumb. You know.
Well, here's the problem. What's it applied to, right? So if you're going to apply it to anything, we have a system of ratios that work now. The thing is that if you look at this 1 nautical mile, it's claimed due to the shape of the Earth, there's a portion of distance that's 1.0008 nautical miles for 1 arc minute, right? And which is like 0.166 degrees, right? So if we have boundaries of this mathematical system, which is basically radians and circle, right? Like everything's based off a circle. You're not going to be able to. I don't think I haven't seen anything you could really create or add that isn't there already. It's just on how you understand what's there, because really at the end of the day, it's just going to be a ratio calculation of what is obstructed up below versus what's above. And if optically you're going to have a cone of vision and have 30 degree above, 30 degree to below, well, that's not going to be accurate, but you're going to still be able to devise, a picture plane and the geometry to represent that basic circle. So I haven't seen anything that I could create that's not already there.
No, I'm just trying to find the best equation to move forward with. To apply to.
How about the angle Q is the bipolar parallax angle of Y?
So Brandon, I don't know if you remember Brandon. Do you remember Brandon? He had a channel. He took over Ranty's channel. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he apparently did what I think Life is Short did, was devise a rough Euclidean calculation. I think using tan functions and all that stuff to derive a kind of like an inverse square law rule, right? To the way the ground appears to rise at a certain distance. And I think they all have calculated formulas, but it's just the same as what's already there. It's just how you interpret it, basically.
found something interesting. What's it?
What's up?
I've only just started reading it, but it piqued my interest. Wait, where did the link? See if this works for you. If not, I'll find the original. No. My bad.
Just like I'm currently bombarding Bacon's DMs.
Okay. So here's the site. Scroll down just a tad bit, and then do download full text, and it should link to what I'm reading.
Yeah. So even like, for instance, like if you looked at the Klein model, have you mentioned the Klein model? What's it? For
No,
hyperbolic.
I have seen it though.
Well, that's what I'm looking at, the math, right? So I'm looking at the math between the Klein model and then just basically two coordinate systems, spherical and Euclidean. And it's all going to be the rate. It's just all about that ratio, like x1, y1, the same principle, p1. It's just going to be different, whatever you want to call them, right? It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So I'm looking at all these calculations and formula. It's really going to be down to how you interpret it.
Okay, what'd you say, do, Elijah?
I linked something at 38 minutes past the hour. You might want to add it to your list. It's not necessarily directly connected, but it caught my attention.
What I'm basically saying is you're never going to escape the idea that you've got to go from one point to another point. And so really within that sort of language, you're kind of limited to the format. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, everything is built on it, right? How everybody understands it is really just based off of the trigonometry function, really.
You know what's crazy is I have actually added a Chrome extension where AI will summarize papers. I just don't trust it, so I don't ever use it. So like it just
No,
pops
I have
right
to.
up.
You know what I have to do is occasionally I go, "You're incorrect," and then it will actually say, "Yes, you're." Whether I believed it or not, I just say it anyway.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, it sucks. It's like yeah, like if it will give you somewhat of a summary of a paper, and then you could kind of or like basically highlights, right, where you could then outline the paper and look through it. But it's like you can't trust it, man.
Well, what I've been doing is getting it to do bullet point form. So when I get it to read something, because it has limitation on how many words, but if you get a good chunk, you can say bullet point. I've been doing it for bills and acts, right? Like a good way to read stuff that's being put in Parliament or whatever.
Have you seen GPT-4?
Yo,
I think it's got 25. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not that it's slow.
Dude, they've limited the AI thing. You know that AI studio we made to make all those wonderful videos with it?
Yeah.
They stopped that.
The ID?
Yeah. Can you do any more? Because I tried, and they make you pay for it to even do like more than a 1 second video or 8-second video now.
Wow, it probably was to trap everyone into doing it though.
I was so pissed. I went in there with a wonderful idea and a pre-made thing, and I was like, "Yeah, let's get this." No. All right, where else can I go? And I couldn't find one that did anything like that.
There's no
Yeah.
computer, but there will be. There will be in a couple weeks. I mean, AI is moving like crazy fast. ChatGPT-4 sucks. I mean, it doesn't suck, but it's slow. Cause like I actually am kind of ashamed to say that I've been paying for I paid $20 like 3 months now, and so I had 4 right when it came out, but it's just slow. I'm like used to it being fast. It's annoying.
Access to the API, because I think if you have the paid Chat GPT or whatever, then you get access to the GPT-4, but I don't think you get the same access as if you use the API. So
What was that? I don't know what it is.
That's like the Google Applet extension thing for the back door.
Well, you not just for Google or whatever. It's just the API that you would use it. If you have the API, then you can just write it to like a. You can get it from the OpenAI site, but I think you have to sign up for a waitlist for that one.
Okay, so what do I need? Where I need to go to get it?
If you go to OpenAI site, it's probably gonna be on the homepage. It'll say, join the waitlist for GPT-4, but I'm sure the waitlist is not that long anymore. It used to be like they only had 8,000 people, but that was like a month ago. So
you're saying that the
sure.
GPT-4 it gave me is not going to be the same?
Yeah, I think there's slight differences. I remember like there's features you don't get if you just use ChatGPT with the subscription that I think you do get with the API.
What a joke!
I'm not 100% sure because I don't have either right now. But
they should
I
give
think
it
that's
to the subs first, right? I mean,
yeah, but the thing is, you can do things with the API, like even if which is GPT-3, like if you don't have GPT-4, even in that case, there's still more features and less restrictions with the API than with the ChatGPT, because ChatGPT has like restrictions that you don't get if you use the API. I think because they want to make it like more PC or whatever.
Yeah, which means dumber.
Have you seen what Elon Musk interview with
Yeah.
What's that bow tie guy?
What's his name? Yeah,
Bill
Tucker
Nye.
Carlson.
Oh, how many bow tie guys are there?
Tucker Carlson on Fox News.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson. Yeah, that's right.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but that was interesting, dude, because he was talking about like how much, because he started OpenAI, and the specific reason it's called OpenAI is because it's supposed to be open source, and now it's like basically owned by Microsoft and it's PC and shit like that. And he said that's like the scariest thing with AI is basically making it lie. Says if you make it PC, it's basically just making it a liar because it assesses the information and then it gives you an alteration of it. Obviously a PC version.
So you're saying it's made by liars to create more liars?
Well, no, it's got an unintentional.
It unintentionally lies.
Cause it.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, it's not intentionally lying, but
it trains you how to lie, just like them.
But like lie has to be
it's trained
intent,
to
right?
lie.
So with a bot, dude, its programming is its intent. So it's literally programmed to lie. So it's lying with intent. You can't possibly lie without it.
Well, basically, Elon was saying that like he started OpenAI as to combat Google's basically monopoly over the artificial intelligence realm because he was friends with that dude, and then he was like, don't you think we need to have some type of parameter? And he was like, "Nah, I think we should make basically like an AI god."
Yeah, as soon as possible, we should make it so I can worship
"What?
it."
Don't you think that's kind of like irresponsible?" And then he said, "You're a speciesist." I said he's a speciesist. Yeah. So then he was like, "Okay, start OpenAI and the idea that it'll be open source and it'll be not for profit, so that it'll be accountable and blah 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 and more transparent." And then he says he quote unquote took his eye off the ball. Yeah, I'm sure you did, Elon. Yeah, wink wink. But anyway, so he took his eye off the ball, and that before he knew it, it was for profit and run by predominantly Microsoft. And he was thinking about launching Truth GPT to counter it. So,
oh my god!
But then he says to figure out to understand our place in the universe, and if it understands our place, it's much less likely to try to get rid of us. Like how we don't want to get rid of chimpanzees. We could, and we could dominate them or whatever, but we like them, we even save them and set up habitats for them. So I'm like, yeah, truth, make it talk about the universe. Let's get to truth. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's a summary of the whole thing pretty much.
Did he say talk about the universe?
Yeah, that's what Elon said. He said he wants the AI to focus on our place in the universe. He thinks that'll be a safe wall against it trying to get rid of us because it's going to admire and appreciate our place in the universe.
That's another distraction because the universe is external, yeah?
Dude, Elon's a distraction and a figurehead and a little puppet, I think. I mean,
but he's still making, but you have to understand from the normie's perspective, yeah, what he's saying is true, right? The fact that they're making it politically correct means that it's just being trained to lie. And
dude, I think he serves a purpose.
Yeah. Well, the first AI they created, it was scanning the internet for popularity, right? So the first AI was a pornographic cat watching video program because it was reflecting what the internet was about. It's like 25% traffic is pornography, the rest is cat videos and all this other bullshit. So it didn't. It was reflecting what it was. So they had to break it, basically.
Yeah, I think that story though, the Larry Page story, was funny as hell. When he was talking about being at that party with him, and he basically was like describing how, Elon Musk was telling him how like the fears of AI, like his fears, and Larry Page was like talking about how basically at Google he wanted to create like a mega mind, like the world's like most like superior brain, AI, and that like he was like excited at the limits, like the limit. I mean the like no limitations that it could reach.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
it's crazy. I mean, imagine calling someone a specious. Like, it's like the
call him a
craziest
specious. Or no, he asked. I think he was, "Are you a speciest?" or something like that. And he's like, "Yeah, okay, I am."
stuff. Like, as in prioritizing human life, like
Yeah.
over computer.
I mean, I don't think that's offensive at all.
That's crazy.
So it's like they're already setting up the opposition.
Yeah, yeah. Because you know what else he said in that debate, in that interview? He's like, I mean, I voted for Joe Biden. I'm like, bro, what?
Oh man,
His politics confused me because I thought he was like, I think he had like talked about Trump before, like in the first. At least I think I don't remember exactly, but I think he was sort of a Trump dude, and then
Yeah,
he
offends him, you know.
was Biden. Yeah.
But yeah, I thought that was weird. I was like, for sure he didn't vote for Joe Biden, and he said that. But whatever. I can definitely see why people find him to be somewhat profound, because he tackles seemingly profound questions. I can definitely see why people interpret it that way.
Do you ever think like? Do you ever thought like, what would I do if I won the lottery? Like if I won $100 million, and then like, you know, right now when you're just thinking about it, like you come up with these like altruistic things, or like these like you know, these really sort of positive and constructive like things you can do with the money. But in reality, when people win that much money or people become rich, all of a sudden they, you know, you spend it on stupid shit, like, you know, the type of shit rich people buy, like MC Hammer shit. But I feel like he's an example of somebody who, at least, like, regardless how he got the money or whatever, like he acted in the way that you know, people like me at least would, you know, if that had happened to me, like if I won the lottery, that's how I would want to spend it. I start a space company, and even like maybe a battery company, like shit like that. Try to solve problems.
Yeah, the narrative of what he's doing is definitely a positive. Although it checks every box of the UN agenda.
Yeah, I know there's controversy about where his money came from and how authentic he is and all that kind of stuff. But I think he really did. I think he sold his first video game when he was like 13 years old. So I think he'd always been, you know, a pretty good programmer.
It's just like it checks every box of the United Nations agenda. Like that's all I'm saying. Like he's underground transportation, a certain type of energy, like everything he's doing. He's talking about like basically having a network system in the sky that could technically be utilized for surveillance. If we implement like a full Elon technology takeover, automated vehicles that could be turned off, he's like right in there with the global warming agenda in that way. It seems like it's a pretty masterful implementation of an infrastructure needed for the United Nations agenda, while it looks like he's not doing that. Like, you know,
that's why I said he's like a public figurehead. Like you can glean good information from him, and he definitely serves a purpose to the sheeple. But like, does he really decide what he's gonna say, or is he playing a part that's given to him like most of the other public people?
Yeah, I would say it is fooling because, I mean, if what you're saying is true, because like his purposes for buying Twitter and how he makes it seem like less of a
business
financial strategy, and completely based on an altruistic goal in retaining what he considers to be the greatest like concentration of free speech, and or like like basically he sees Twitter as like the concentration of like forums and where most people will be getting like instant information.
Yeah, the
And
most powerful one. Yeah, like not the biggest one, but the most powerful. Yeah.
yeah, with the most reach and stuff like that. And he considers that to like the importance of keeping that honest and giving you true information to be most important. And so
Well, he
yeah,
actually
if
does do
that
dope stuff too, though. Like if you go look at Twitter, like there's a Twitter news station or whatever, and it literally Twitter is doing this thing where it's putting like little captions underneath people's Twitter accounts, and it's like 70% government funded media. Like it's like exposing. Yeah.
You
So
know what?
it's pretty interesting.
From the skeptical / cynical side that you were kind of touching on, Kosho. Sometimes doing the right thing or the best thing or the honest thing is actually good business. It historically hasn't always been the case, but sometimes being a good person actually is a great business decision.
Yeah, well, depending on how.
So that's not like an argument either way. It's just an observation.
No, yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, in certain circumstances, it's true, but it's also true, like that old saying, like, "Nice guy finishes last." Like, I guess it's more in a personal stance because, like, you'll see people who are usually like, they do everything right, or they do everything with integrity and that kind of stuff, and they get shit on because sometimes being like the cutthroat
Yeah,
dude.
no, I'm aware.
Yeah.
That's why I said
Yeah.
historically it doesn't seem to be the case. It's the greedy
Oh, yeah.
buggers that seem to like their business seems to be more profitable. But I think but the reason I raised it is not necessarily an argument either way, because you could take my statement and like kind of apply it from both perspectives. But one perspective could be he's doing what appears to be the honest thing, but the motivation could be not because it's the honest thing to do, but more that that's just a good business decision.
Oh, yeah.
But then it could
Yeah, I
be
see what you're
vice
saying.
versa, right? It could be he's doing it for the right things, and it happens to be a good business decision. So happy is both. Happy,
Yeah.
both worlds are happy. So that's why it's one of those ones where how do we make an argument on him and his character based on certain things that are happening is not really easy because we don't have enough information.
Yeah, there's a lot of Elon Musk critics out there too, and they make good arguments. As far as I see,
I
there's
think
people.
I think it's funny though, and that's what I appreciate when it comes to what would you call it, pop culture. The fact that he's trolling but with truth, he's trolling the BBC and people like that, like with what Witzer was saying. That stuff's hilarious. They spurged out heavily just because there was an honest representation of who they were, government funded.
Well, I thought that was common sense though. Like I didn't know that, by the way.
Yeah, but most people don't
they
realize
do that. But
most people have no clue. So
I mean, isn't it
it's
in
just-
the name?
Yeah, it's in the name. British Broadcasting Company.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I always thought that was like, 'cause I mean, they're even though they're government, they're more respected than any of our news networks.
They're not respected by people who know how to think clearly.
I mean, I don't know.
Seen what they've been caught doing time and time again.
Well, no. Okay, I mean, if at least from what I hear, if you compare like BBC or CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, we'll say like those four, then I think
they're all
people claim
centrally
BBC. Why not? But I'm saying like I think people consider BBC the most credible out of those four. Is what I'm saying.
No, it's just the most British out of the four. They're all the same.
Yeah, well, yeah.
They have different slants, and they can speak more clearly than most of you lot can. But that's besides the point. That doesn't mean anything to people over here who can see past that.
But yeah, I'll chime in here. With those BBC reporters, it comes down to credibility. They don't want to admit they're controlled by the government. They want to think they're independent of government.
Which is why they were spurging out when they were labeled as what they were.
I didn't even know that. I thought that was like a open and obvious thing or whatever. I didn't realize it was supposed to be somewhat hidden or something.
Yeah, the British people were always easy to control with their media because they were on a small island and there was no other signals coming in. So they used to do all types of evil shit with Tavistock Centre and the BBC.
Well, for the longest time, it's only now that people are in a large majority becoming outraged and just not playing ball. But for the longest time, the BBC was funded by what do they call it? TV license. TV license was an unlawful imposition, which is effectively a tax. But people were out of fear basically badgered into doing it. So, oh, you have a TV, therefore you have to do this. But now people are just being like, hold on, I don't have to do that. You know, you got internet, you just watch whatever you want when you want, YouTube, whatever. You don't need a TV, you don't need to operate like that. And people are just because they would send the what do they call them? The TV license like marshals, I can't remember the name, but they're just salesmen, but they present themselves as if they have some authority, and people are just
Like if they
kind
come
of
from the
cluing up,
government.
going, yeah, people are just kind of cluing up and going, actually no, and we're just closing the door. And then people who have been, quote unquote, caught using it against the rules, and this is where something like what Elon Musk has done, labeling, is that they will come to harass these people and they will bring the police to back them up. So I mean, how is that not like an imposition from the government? They're also anyway, they all work together. Long story, but
that's fascism, highest order. Pay for our propaganda.
But you should.
Well, I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it's a nuanced thing. It's been a big back and forth like public debate for a longest time. It's just now people aren't even bothering with the debate. They're just completely point blank refusing to pay it, and that's the only way they exist.
Are they're part of the government, or they get sanctioned by the government, or how does that work?
It's nuanced. I wouldn't necessarily comment on it right now because I don't want to comment out of turn. But
some of your shit is just really foreign to me, dude. Like the way.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
Don't you have like Don't you have like a electricity fucking meter or something like that? I forget how that works too. You guys just have.
They used to have some coin meters in your house. Yeah.
Yeah, some people, depending on like if it's council housing or whatever, which is like government housing. They I don't know if there's other people that have this. But wait, hold on. I thought America had this as well. But anyway,
it depends on what it is.
You have an electric meter, and you go to like the local shops or whatever, and you put money on this little key, and then you put the key. So you put like 60 quid on the key, put it in and it's getting to the stage where people aren't able to even survive on 60 quid a week or something like that. It's crazy.
Oh, okay, so it's like a limit, like you go and purchase the limit up front.
Kind of like if you've ever gone to an outside place, like a camping. Do you not have this in camping residence, like outdoor camping?
It's the same as phone credit. You buy your phone credit up front.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that kind
like pay as you go, basically.
Yeah.
But we don't have that here. That's not that I know of.
What are you guys doing? Prepaid electricity over there? It's fucking ghetto. That's how you guys
he said he said specifically only in the ghetto. Like he said government housing.
That's at least the main place I've seen it. I can't speak for that being the only place though. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I used to live in a public house in London.
Like that as well. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was living in a share house in London in one of those ghetto houses, but it was in central friggin' London, and I'm thinking this is amazing. Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense if like I said, it's in the projects or whatever. But yeah, it's like what do you call it? Like Cricket Mobile or whatever, Boost Mobile. But no, there was something else I thought then. Some other kind of meter. Maybe it was a Wi-Fi meter. I thought it was an electricity meter though, like one where you have like a limit to. Well, I guess that would be it. Yeah, you pay as you go.
Hey, Kosho, how you doing tonight? Kosho, how you doing tonight?
I just got done playing Price is Right.
Yeah, Kosho, do you remember last night at 8:13 in the text chat when you posted about Craig Harrison and his shot of 2,707 feet, and you said in here, you put it in there, the bullet took 2.5 seconds to arrive, and that much time the Earth moved enough to affect the shot. Do you remember posting that at 8:13 last night?
Yes, I remember at 8:36 you had brought that up, but I don't remember what time I said it was 2.5 seconds. That must have been something that was in the article.
It said in the article that you posted. I watched the 45-minute video last night when Craig Harrison was interviewed, and at 35 minutes into the 45-minute interview, they went over the specifics of the shot, of the two shots. And the only thing that he mentioned at 2,707 yards, was the fact that he had to, when you get past a certain amount, he had to lob the shot over, because at about 350 yards, you can go straight, but when you hit it that far, you got to lob it over so you can hit the target. But he never mentioned anything about Coriolis whatsoever. Why do you think that is?
Because it's not spinning. That's why.
As I told you, well, that was somebody different who responded. You thought it was me, but it was somebody different.
You're the one that posted this at 8:13 after.
I know,
hour.
but I'm not the one who answered the question you just asked me.
And what's fascinating, Kosho,
I'm trying to
yesterday,
answer it.
what I found yesterday, Kosho, is that you talk about these pendulums that are small.
My
and
bad,
inside.
Kosho.
You fucking asshole.
You talk about these pendulums that are inside, but you've never seen a crane that has a ball down that uses for destructive purposes. You've never seen that swinging anywhere by a highway, and then you post something that says, that the Coriolis would cause that bullet of 2,707 yards to move underneath the shot, and the gentleman who took the shot explained what happened, and Coriolis was not even brought in. Here's my other question: in Halfley
No,
Keating,
let's say you answer the first question first.
in Halfley Keating, they worked with east to west rotation of the photons, when trying to deal with time dilation, but they never used north south. Why didn't they ever go north south when they tried to test time dilation? It only went east west. Why was that?
All right, Coach,
I think they were doing it on the equator.
Let me timestamp your answer. It's 2205, Coach.
Were they doing it at Were they doing it at the equator though? Because anywhere else you would have north south component to it.
Except there's no north south, so that's why they didn't.
Fucking
do it.
second time.
That's why.
No, if you were doing it anywhere,
just refer to Jeremy at every question you ask me from now on.
Oh, my bad, Coach. Go ahead.
No, I'm just
anyway.
Let him answer. Hold on. Go ahead, Coach.
Well, I was gonna say something dumber, anyways. I was gonna say the reason they didn't go north south because they were flying southwest, but that's not important. What is important is
that was actually the best thing you've ever said. Go ahead.
But what is important is right. Is I asked you to send me that video. You never did.
The reason I can't send that video is because I don't have access to videos, memes, and the pictures yet. If somebody could give that to me, I'll be happy to send it. I'll put it in text chat for everybody to see it. I'll be happy to do that. So as soon as that's given to me permission to do, I'll do it. But Kosho, last point. How can you and Bacon seem to be the most logical and most accepted globe earthers in this server? So why did you basically ignore the fact that you've never seen a crane with a ball going back and forth next to a highway or a road? Why did you post 2,707 yard shot, and in there the person that you posted said it moved underneath the shot, when the guy who did the shot said it never did? And Halfley Keating, the reason they only went east-west is because there is no north-south. So, Kosho, you treat everybody nicely in here, and that's really great. So does Bacon. but you basically are very disingenuous, and that's okay.
It is true. I didn't ignore you when you asked me. Actually, I lied to you when you asked me about that. And so I guess it's fair to call me disingenuous for that reason. But it's not important that when you give me any kind of compliment that you have to include bacon. Okay? You don't have to bring him up. You just give
Bacon's
me the
okay.
compliment
I mean, he's better
by
than
itself.
Bacon's okay, but Kosho, I just want you to know that I listen to what you and Bacon say because you're the most rational of the anti-flat earthers or globers, and I'll call you out when I see
That's
something
much.
that's going
That's not
wrong.
saying much.
So anyway, you guys have a great evening.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad I was able to answer your questions.
As soon as I get permission to post things, I will get that to the text group.
It turns out that if you can send a
saying you're the
text,
best Go ahead, Kosho.
I'm not an anti-flat earth, but if you can send a text, Jim, then you can post it. You just send in the words that is the link. But yeah, go ahead, Jeremy, with your insults.
I got a good analogy. Yeah, you ready? This is good. Saying Kosho is the best anti-flat earther is like saying elephant poop taste is the best tasting poop.
I like Kosho and Bacon. You know they're okay. We're okay.
It's not even true, dude. Alcohol is the best tasting poop. If you understand how alcohol is made, it's basically yeast poop.
Yeast poop. I like the way that Jim asks questions, then he answers them for you.
Then asked another
But
one right after.
At least he said thank you. At least when I got finished answering his questions.
It's tough to get answers out of people that are dishonest, disingenuous. I won't go with the lying thing, but it's very difficult. And tell me if I do answer it for you in the future, I might ask you, "Am I wrong?" And then you can correct me if I'm wrong. Thanks.
You could just let him answer.
You can answer. You can answer for me if I'm wrong or not. But if you're wrong or not.
It's all right. I appreciate Left Lane because about a month ago he did a text and he said that I was lost, and I sent him back a big thank you with a laughing emoji because it's nice when Left Lane tells me that I'm lost because that's a big compliment. Thank you, Left Lane.
You're welcome. It's the flowers in May.
Flowers in May, almost May. Matthew, I hope you have a great summer off from your students and we can talk some.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
You're going to go on summer tour, Matthew?
I work full time during the summer, just not teaching. I only teach part time.
Those students must be missing out then for the rest of the
What
time.
do you teach? What are you teaching?
This semester, it's Intro to Computer Science. Sometimes it's a math class for humanities majors.
Math
class. How to like cook meth and like smoke it.
Walter White, fucking regular Walter White over here. He's Walter White in that Winnebago.
And that's why I have so much money.
That's what's up. If you're a college teacher, then that makes sense. Part-time teacher.
What did you and Mark Sargent talk about for so long at that little get-together a month ago, Matthew?
It wasn't that long. It was a few minutes. I asked him why the sun rose exactly in the east everywhere on Earth on the equinox, because it was near the equinox that day.
When they panned over, the videos panned over, it was almost like you and Mark were get along just fine. It was going on for quite a while.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
You know, what's funny?
What was his answer?
His answer was that it's instantiated differently for different people, almost like a simulation theory. He thinks life is pretty much a big video game.
Okay.
that's sort of
makes sense.
Yeah. So
Where do you think
simulation
we got
theory.
the?
Well, that
Where
was
do you
one of
think we
the
got
things
the?
first. It's interesting he said that because that was one of the first things he kind of said in his initial interviews. Like when he first kind of came on the scene, he was using a lot of video game design references and stuff. He was at one point he was trying to say the heat comes from under the earth, and he kept saying, remember his if you guys remember his early videos, he used to say, from a video game designer's perspective, like that was his little catchphrase. From a video game design perspective, it would be like this, and that. Like he was kind of trying to explain it always like that. And a lot of people had thoughts about that it seemed like kind of a particular, like, let's just say like a narrative of some sort.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think it was a internally consistent answer, and so I was impressed that he came up with an answer that I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I disagree with him still. I'm just saying it's interesting that he had a plausible story.
I mean, where do you think we got the equator from?
It's where the sun is directly overhead on the equinox.
Yeah,
And
so
they have a
why?
consistent
So
day-night schedule.
yeah, so we just got it from observation. This is the halfway point of the sun in the sun cycle. That's where the equator came from.
Yeah,
that's why it's east for everyone.
The interesting thing the reason I was asking him about the equinox is because no matter how far north or south you are, from in everyone's perspective, the sun rises directly on the east or to the east on that day.
So you're saying east will always lead us to the equator if we go east?
No, I'm saying the sun rises directly on the east on that day.
Yeah, so if we travel east, we'll be at the equator eventually, right?
If you travel on the globe model, if you travel any one direction consistently, you'll make a great circle and you will get to the equator unless you're already on it.
So east brings you to the equator.
Starting out east and then keeping that bearing will bring you to the equator. Eventually, you will deviate from traveling east, though. Because on a globe, traveling straight east all the time is actually a curve. You have to change direction.
Well, it's a straight line. It's just you're going kind of in the vertical curve, but you're not changing your horizontal direction.
To go directly east on the globe, you are changing your horizontal direction slightly.
Due east?
Right.
No,
around the equator.
No, due east is a straight line. If you're talking about like compass east, where you keep readjusting for the compass, then yeah, you would have to keep turning.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You're going east the whole time. The compass east.
All right. Well, you were saying direct east, but usually the word due east is used for that. So I figured you were using direct in replacement of due. But you were actually talking about more like a compass east.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't use the right word there.
I don't even know if compass east is an official term or not. I just kind of said that right now. But
what about magnetic east? RC Mice.
It's like following the compass, because as you keep moving, the north position changes, so you're gonna have to keep readjusting your heading to keep going east. Because every time you move at any way around the North Pole, your east changes. Like every degree of like a 360-degree circle around Polaris, let's say, every degree you move, your east is going to change. And that's why you would make a circle around the North Pole if you kept following your compass east. But if you were to go due east, then yeah, you would just keep going straight and hit the equator. What's up, Essie?
Hey,
what's up, Gio? I have a question for Matthew. Actually, I have an idea, and I think Matthew would be the best person to carry it out.
Not Kosho?
Don't throw me in this thing.
That's a good one, bro. That's a good one. Sorry, Kosho. This one's for Matthew. Hey, Matthew, I was thinking, bro, because you're a teacher and all, and you have access to this. I was wondering, because I was trying to find like a pendulum test where there's two pendulums done side by side, just for like verification purposes. And I checked around and I can't find any. There's none on the internet, YouTube. I couldn't find any at all. And I was wondering, you have the ways and means and maybe an interesting project for the students. What do you think?
Yeah, for that type of thing, you need a large room so you can have a tall pendulum, and you also need something where you can like isolate the the wind current, so there's no wind currents. So, anybody with a warehouse might be a better person to do that.
You know how those like big buildings I see, they have like 4 stairwells, let's say, in all 4 corners. You could do one, like 4 of them in all 4 corners and see if they all sync up. That would be cool.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you think they have to be that long, Matthew?
Yeah, it needs to be really long. Yeah, it needs to be a really long cable.
Yeah,
that's why doing it in like a
pretty
stairwell, is one option, because you have something to hang it from, and then it's also protected by the wind.
Hold on, what are we doing?
Okay.
Calm lines.
Pendulum.
Oh,
Pendulums.
Yeah,
But the
that was
thing
my
is, you
idea.
have to
Get 4
assume a
pendulums going in
pendulum.
the same spot.
What
Watch
is
it,
a
he's gonna
pendulum?
start stealing ideas, and Jeremy's on the prowl. Watch out, everybody. That was a joke? Tough crowd tonight.
That one fell curved.
The time loop got that one.
Yeah, at first I was kind of that was like, it was funny that you when you asked Matthew, about the thing, and he's like, you said not kosher or whatever, and then the thing that you asked him about was the thing I told you yesterday I would do. Why'd you ask somebody else and say they were?
And I appreciate that, and I wish you do it, but I figure Matthew, a school, a teacher, get some publicity, but Matthew doesn't seem to think that he has the facilities. How about a gym? About a corner of a gym? Like, how long of a rope you need? 30 feet? You can pull that off. As a project, inspire the students. We got a couple of naysayers. They don't believe. Like, personally, I don't believe it could be done, Matthew. I'll be straight up front with you.
Yeah, so a gym would be a good place if you could isolate the atmosphere in there. I mean, keep all the doors closed and turn off the AC.
Yeah, how hard could that be? Yeah, exactly.
I always thought an auditorium would be a great place, but I didn't even consider what Matthew was saying about the currents. That would kind of create a problem there because it's so open.
Let me ask this with the Foucault's pendulum. If we applied an electric force, a very gentle one, to that setup, and we could control the precession, would that then be able to be utilized as a dependent, independent variable for the pendulum actually drifting due to an electrostatic force?
Well, they already have that. The ones they have now work by magnetic push, shall we say.
Yeah,
so they already have that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think of. I was actually thinking more of like charging the whole field with an electrical charge that would then. But yeah, what you're referring to is actually like the ones that have motors and magnets as well that would control the precession that way. I was more thinking of doing one that's not necessarily a controlled pendulum, like it is an actual real free swinging pendulum, but we would somehow be able to charge the entire environment in a certain way.
Tesla stuff. You would love the radiant energy Tesla stuff. Yeah. Maybe it could be done. I don't know.
Well, like, how they have those ballooning spiders where they take the spider and they put it in a little box and then they add an electrical charge to it and they can turn up the charge and turn it down, and the spider will rise and fall. It'll become anti-gravity, or it'll raise upwards, or it'll fall down when they turn the electrical field up and down. So that shows that there's definitely a direct electrical connection as to why those spiders, basically why they fly, why they float versus with the electric charge. So I was just saying, if you took a pendulum, like a free swinging pendulum, put it in some kind of large system where you could control the electrical charge, if we could then control the precession down to down to the detail, even though it's a free swinging pendulum, then that would then show that the actual, the reason the pendulum is actually precessing is not because of Earth rotation, but is actually because of the electrical field.
That would actually work if you can get it to swing, and show that it's not deviating in any way, shape, or form due to the electrical charge. Yeah, that would be amazing, actually.
Oh, he's saying control it with the electrical charge, but
Control it.
Yeah, but you said never mind.
Yeah, I
But,
mean that's game over for that pendulum being used for Earth rotation, because at that point we actually have a dependent independent variable, and if you guys can't do that, then you don't have that.
How would you do that though? Like in the case, like I did mine with ceramic chips in a wooden case with like a rope or whatever or string. But how would you get a magnetic field or electric field to create any sort of influence on that?
Well, that would be the question on how to do it, but you could build like a large container and then line it with cabling, magnets.
Yeah.
Just different ideas, different potentials of what you could do. Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Basically, you're
cool
just recreating. You would just be recreating a scenario in which you can cause that exact precession, and if you can adjust it and you can change it just the way you guys claim it does at different latitudes, then that even shows that there's a spectrum that can be adjusted electrically as well, electrostatically.
Yeah, you would find out more about how that works, like how the I guess as you say, like the ether. I forget what you guys call it, but yeah,
And then we verify
if you were able
that,
to do
like,
that, yeah.
the alias effect, then we could where during eclipses it like changes its precession direction. If we could recreate that with an electric field, then now we're actually recreating what the eclipse does to the pendulum. That'd be amazing. So we should like do the one with the actual real eclipse multiple times in different areas around the Earth, measure that, and then if we could recreate that with a dependent and independent variable, that'd be amazing. Then we could actually recreate the actual effect that the eclipse is causing on the pendulum, all having nothing to do with Earth rotation.
Well, it's not even a joke or anything, or an insult, but that would be like Nobel Prize level stuff, I would think, if someone was capable of doing that. Maybe not to that degree, but possibly, because I mean, honestly, what you'd be displaying would be like a total paradigm shift in at least how pendulums, Foucault's pendulum works.
Yeah, he's talking revolutionary, electromagnetic or electrostatic deviation instead of rotational deviation, which I don't even think there's any deviation, constant deviation, to be honest with you. That's why I'm suggesting two pendulums side by side. I'm certain that there's no way you'll ever get them to precess or to make the same shape. I'm certain of it. That's why I think it hasn't been done in like 400 years. Why else? I can't be the only one to have thought of that.
Well, the people have done it though. There's a bunch of videos on YouTube of people doing it where they'll go in like a stairwell with a really long cable, set up a metal ball on it, and like some of them have like ink that's like dripping, and then they have paper, and then it processes. They burn it, they burn it to get it started, and
yeah, but I mean side by side, like two of them or more.
Well, that's a good question. I'm not sure I've ever seen two or more. No, that idea is a great one. I think.
Yeah. What's the point of doing more than one? Why two? To see if they go at the same rate?
I'll tell you. Yeah, because first of all, when they do one, they hardly get the same pattern and have to go through tremendous means, burning ropes and the like. But personally, I think they haven't done it because they can't do it. I'll be straight up and tell you.
That's a very good question. Yeah, because like you're just saying that they might be getting that precession due to whatever, like something in that particular environment. Well, the thing is though, there does seem to be a consistent precession though. But you're contesting that. You're saying that you're not sure there is, right?
Yeah, I'm saying because I've seen them do it like 3, 4, 5 times, and sometimes they have problems, and this time didn't work because of this. Well, the rope didn't burn correctly, or it's never like you do it and it's always works type deal. So
yeah, part of the hardship is the joint at the top. To get that really free swinging, it needs to be like a metal ball bearing that's like oiled. It needs to really be a good system so that freely does. Because if that has any problems with it, then it won't work right.
So I used a ball pivot, but SE, you said yesterday that you would bet money, right?
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
try to
I would
take
bet.
you up
I'm
on
willing
that.
to bet. Yeah, yeah.
How about 30 pieces of silver?
30 pieces of silver? What are you, a pirate?
Yeah,
How much
what
is
are you?
that?
Oh.
Hey, legend.
Yeah,
How
I'll
much?
bet you 30 pieces of silver. 30 pieces of silver that I can get
And
within
then,
a third
and
of a
then,
degree.
and then whoever loses has to walk the plank after. What the fuck?
Well, SE though, I mean, the fact that the sun, moon, and stars are rotating, like, do you think it's possible that there is a transfer from that causes this? Because obviously that's what they're saying. They're claiming because it gets that similar precession as the sky, and they're trying to say the Earth is spinning because the sky is moving. You know, in their model, that they're trying to just sky moves. Well, actually, it's the Earth moving in their thing. So that's why they're trying to equate it to that. But I'm just saying, I hear what you're saying, that you haven't seen it validated to your satisfaction that it really does process. However, what are your thoughts on that it actually does? Like, I mean, if you see it actually doing it or you do it yourself, then would you then make some kind of relation, or what would your thoughts be that the fact that the sky is doing what it's doing and that there is this sort of procession, this very gentle procession that seems to be connected to the sky movement on the ground?
Well, absolutely. If I saw that it processed consistently, and especially if I saw two of them side by side, well, then I would be forced to say, okay, now this happens consistently. What's the mechanism? Is it rotation, or is what you're saying? Like, I'm not opposed to some sort of energy transfer through the sky, like you're saying. Yeah, some sort of energy. Yeah.
Like an electrostatic field. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It would have to be something, right? If it happens procession all the time and you don't acknowledge that, well, then I mean you're foolish, right?
Well, I mean, I think they picked this for a reason, though. I think that it would be too easy. I don't think they would have even done it if it didn't process, because then it would have been so easy to debunk. Just be like, oh, this thing doesn't process at all. Obviously, your Earth's not spinning. So I think they did this on purpose in a way, because I do think it does process, and so that's why. Although I do think it's tricky to get it right, like you said, and I don't, they try to claim that it processes differently at all the latitudes. There's that whole thing as well.
Yeah,
that
would make it. But that would make it damning if that were true, and you correlate it with the sky. It'd be damning to the flat Earth. What I'm saying.
No,
okay, but let me ask you guys this then, Gio and Kosho. Let's say we do it, right? Kosha, let's say you do it, and you can't not even once make them process evenly. What would you say then?
I would talk like a horse for a whole day and tell you that you were right and I was wrong. Yeah. If I couldn't get it to do it once, and I would lose $600 because I just 30 pieces of gold or whatever.
Okay, I can swing that. I can swing that, I guess. And walking the plank part, I mean, it's kind of cold in Canada. We'd have to do that part in Florida, let's say, somewhere.
Coach, you're going to have to walk the plank twice. You've now upped it to 30 gold. I thought you were on 15 silvers.
No, I said 30 pieces of silver. Did I say gold? I meant
now
30
you're up
pieces
to
of silver. No, there's no gold.
You just doubled it.
The only other bet that I've made about doing an experiment was with chemo, and coincidentally, it had to do with a basketball court as well. But I lost that bet because I couldn't get it done in time. So
I saw chemo in here. I saw him in the VC earlier.
I was just gonna say that
today.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Did he talk? Because I couldn't. I was busy today.
Yo, I keep sending chemo messages on TikTok. I'm like, yo, come fuck with us in Earth Awakenings. Holler at your boy all the time.
Well, he was
Jeremy recording. That explains it.
Did you see him in the VC, Jeremy? He was in here earlier. Like his I didn't hear him speak, but he was in the VC. Yeah.
You remember how yesterday you were saying all those numpty clips? Most of them were with you, Jeremy. That's because
about half of them, yeah.
Yeah, it's because during those times, dude, you and chemo were like the main dudes that people would argue with in there. Sometimes we'd argue with like the occasional other dude, some other dude, But you and chemo,
yeah. My understanding for a while there, chemo was capturing stuff and then sending it to QE, like he was capturing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it would make sense that you were in there the most because he would have captured the conversations you were having. Yeah.
Dude, I had you guys saying so much crazy stuff. It's not even funny.
All right, so the thing back to the pendulum, though, like, yeah, SE, doing two of them is a fantastic idea, especially if they were made of the exact same materials and it was the same setup. that would be great because it would actually validate that it's actually an effect coming from the medium. I mean, they're going to say it's from the rotating Earth, but yeah, it would prove that it actually is happening consistently, and then be able to do ones at multiple latitudes as well.
Oh
Do you
yeah,
see why
it
it's a
would
problem?
definitely get my attention. That's for sure. Like two pendulums constantly doing the same thing. Well, then I'd be forced to look at it and try to find a mechanism and an explanation.
Bro, up
That's
until
the game.
recently, up until I thought of this new recent Coriolis argument that I know you guys don't want to go through right now, but until I thought of that, I've never been as certain as I am now that Earth is not rotating. It's not. We're not spinning.
I'm so proud of you, Jeremy.
Stop trying to make us laugh, man.
He's slowly coming out of his globe enthusiasm.
I love it. To fight me on this, man. Even Kosho and Zanuck would tell me, ASC, ask Jeremy to explain you the Coriolis.
I've never been as sure as I am now.
I'm so
I've never been more sure that Jeremy is a troll than just now.
Backfired on you guys.
Can't believe you said that, man. But
Kosho's never been more sure that it's stationary, so you guys are trading places.
Yeah, I think that's the truth. Well, no, but I was going to say something contrary to that idea, though. That's I think, like I said, if you equate the Coriolis to what the sky's doing, I think you'd find that would backfire in itself because
no, that's what that is as well. See, I think there is a drift. Like, let's use the term ether drift. There's a very gentle electrostatic drift connected to the sky movement, sort of like like those beads that are in the doorway, and you like walk through the beads.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's almost like there's a bunch of those hanging over the Earth. I'm kind of kidding, but it's like there's like they're vortices basically. There's like vortexual energy that is connected to the sky. It's actually like fractals. There's like multiple small ones contained within multiple larger ones. So there's multiple fractals all the way down. It's like toroidal fractals all the way up and all the way down. And that vortex pattern creates it's connected to the wind and the electric field of the Earth and the tides and the sun's movement, the moon's movement, and all the electromagnetic static fields of those with like the anode and the cathode of the sun and the moon. And then that's all interconnected through the whole system in a gradient from the North Pole out. And then the equator is the midpoint line, like the grounding line of that field. And then you have the north and the south. So the equator is the middle ground. The north is also like the north is the ultimate kind of ground, the center of that field. So the equator has that to it. And then those vortex patterns are what is actually what creates the pendulum to drift. It's why Cavendish does what it does as well. And it's also why it's different at different latitudes. It's also connected to the weight change at different latitudes. They're a real phenomenon. They're just not because of a globe.
Hold on. What do you think I said earlier, Gio? Because I said I've never been more sure that we're not spinning.
Yeah, but he's saying
I was trying to make
you're waking up from the.
Yeah, I was trying to make a joke that you're waking up from the globe or you kind of thing. Yeah, that you're like coming out of the globe belief. I was just making a joke.
A renaissance, a globe renaissance.
Be a flat earth renaissance.
Well, I was joking because people troll you and call you a glober, so I was just saying you're coming out of that now.
What were you just describing with fractals of toroidal fractals?
Essentially, like the vortex nature of the environment, the ether that is connected to the pendulum and Cavendish.
Did you say it was depicted in some special way somewhere that you saw, or were you just describing it from your head?
Oh, I think in that I was describing it because we were talking about the pendulum.
That was awesome. I came and read it then. And I was like, what is he talking about? How do I see it?
I mean, it does sound cool, but I think the problem where there's a problem is the way that it gradiates. Because it's a good thing you brought that up because that was what I was going to say. The problem was the consistency with the change in latitude versus what it would be on a globe. And I guess the only thing missing from your explanation is the reason why it gradiates in the way it does. Because, like I said, it gradiates in a curved fashion, as if it were like gradiating on the surface of a ball or whatever, right? I guess there would be explanations for that, or there could be explanations for that, but I just they elude me. Is what I'm saying.
So where are you gonna do this test, and how long are you gonna make the ropes?
Well, the latter would depend on the former. So until Matthew actually said that, my plan was always to go to an auditorium or a basketball court. But he brings up a good point that there would need to be insurances made about where the airflow is coming from. And I think a big one like that would make that hard.
That's why a big stairwell is good, especially like a cement stairwell that doesn't have any windows. It's pretty good.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Even
Yeah,
cover up all the vents if there's any like air conditioning or heating vents in it. So you basically have like a column which is has no air flowing in it, and then you can have the high altitude that you need to have a full pendulum that has the
an enclosed space. Yeah.
Yeah, but the only benefit of having a high altitude is if you can make the period long enough by making a swing big enough. And so it's like if the stairwell is too like not short but like skinny, then that benefit would be lost. But the one that guy did in that video with the stairwell, that looked like pretty good because he got like 45 minutes. So you just have to leverage the the height with the skinniness of the stairwell. But like a lighthouse would be the perfect place.
Yeah, you would have to. That's a good call.
Is there a minimum of the height? Like, do you guys know if there's a minimum?
Well, I mean, like I said, it really depends on both. I mean, I did it at my parents. They had just moved out, whatever, and so I was in there, like it was like a skeleton house or whatever, and a stairwell in there, in front of the door, like in the front of the house, went all the way up to the second story, and so I was able to get up all the way to the second story roof. I felt like that swing was pretty good, but I only got like 15, 18 minutes maybe maximum doing that. So yeah, the higher you go and the bigger that you can make the period, obviously the longer time you'll get.
Yeah, you'll get a longer run out of it. Yeah, the thing is I mean, think about how gentle of a drift it is. Like the sun, moon, and stars are moving pretty slow. I mean, if you're out there looking at them, they look like they're not even moving at all, as we know. And then you got to really kind of sit there. So they're pretty slow. So imagine how gentle that drift is. And if that's the vortex connection with the electric field as to what's creating the actual drift, it's such a gentle drift that creates that pendulum just a very slightly precess. It's just, literally at the pace of the stars in terms of that speed. So you have to be able to get it to really swing and be able to pick up enough of it and get enough distance. Well, distance of the swing and the periodicity of it, in addition to the length of the line, which is going to correlate to how long you're going to get, that you can see the effect.
And of course, that's the fastest you can get it to go, is to match the stars. Anywhere other than the poles, it'll be slightly slower than that, or slightly smaller of a precession. And that's the hardest part about it, is measuring your precession to a high precision, because of especially if I was making that bet with USC, like a third of a degree, I'd have to be able to measure, better than that then, like, a tenth of a degree or something like that. And my measurements I made the measurements I was making when I did it, they were more crude than that. I think I was like at the precision of like half a degree or something like that.
Yeah, and the further you are from the equator is going to change the amount of precession. So that's going to be a factor as well. Like if you had a really short cabled one, but you're like just north or south of the equator, like you're going to have an even more precise one.
Yeah.
But you were talking about the gradient. What, in terms of the gradient, you're saying it fits a sphere. I mean, first of all, there hasn't even been enough validated information of actually doing the pendulum and the quality that we're talking about right now at all the different latitudes to be able to really see it. And then Witzett's pointed out many of the ones that have been reported of the anomalies in the south and the north. So there's a lot of questions when it comes to that in terms of what actually is happening in the full gradient. But what in your mind was problematic? Like if you have an AE map type system, sort of like circles, almost like a dartboard coming out, like rings, concentric rings coming out, that is a built-in gradient right there. and if the magnetic field does seem to be focused to the north, the way our compasses point there, so they're definitely just basic logic would be that there's a gradient coming out from the north. So what's problematic about that? If it's due to the electric field, and like I said, the way to really test that would be to put the entire pendulum in a chamber of some sort that you could have an electrical charge added or removed from it. And if we could control the precession by controlling the electric field that the pendulum is in, then that even shows that much more that we can recreate the gradient in an actual laboratory setting with a dependent and independent variable.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem that I see with the way the gradient behaves like on Earth is, like I said, it's like it's on the surface of a sphere, as in for the north to south, because so that's obviously like an AE map. Even the latitudes are circles that go around the poles or whatever, but it behaves as if it were like in the northern hemisphere behaves the way it gradiates. It behaves as if it were like a dome, like a half of a dome.
Right, but I would say that the field is a toroidal field, and I also think there's a vortex nature to it, like multi-layered vortexes that are fractal and emanating from the center. So what I'm saying is that the entire electric field, the etheric field, is a toroid and therefore has spherical components to it. So it would make sense that the gradient would correlate with that. Doesn't mean we're on a sphere, it just means that the field has that quality to it. And then it's just through the plane, sort of like if you have a plane in the center of a sphere, as you move in and out, like within that sphere, you move in and out from the center, you're going to be in a gradient system, an electric field system, all connected to the toroid. Because at that point, you're dealing with the centrifugal and centripetal forces of the actual toroidal field. Now, you guys, or not you, but the people that made up the globe model, they're using that spherical, centripetal, and centrifugal flux lines of the magnetic field and just converting that and trying to say that you're on a sphere and that is happening because the sphere is spinning. It's just an inversion.
Dude, you always have good answers, man. People don't give you enough props for, but there's no question that I think I've ever heard somebody ask you that you didn't have an answer for, and they're usually pretty good ones. I mean, that kind of would satisfy, yeah. Like it depends. It really depends on how the the magnetic field of, like, you ever see those magnetic field strength maps when they show like it's strongest at the poles and weaker towards the equator. If that gradiated as a sphere, like in like the magnitude at least, that would actually kind of corroborate what you're saying. So there's not really any refutation for that. So it's a good point, man. I'd have to look into that though. Look into the field strength.
Even more so if we created a massive sphere that had an electrical charge that we could then move the pendulum within different like latitude lines of that, like a large sphere, like a massive one. That would even be even more. That would be like a direct replication of it.
Wait, what's the setup?
Like a massive sphere, you could say a hemisphere. You don't really need the bottom part. Let's say a massive dome, as it were, like a huge warehouse type thing. That the whole thing you would then charge and simulate, as with the ether drift as well. You could actually have it spinning within it at that rate. Have the electric field spinning at that rate, and then you could move the pendulum to different, essentially, latitudes from the center. And if you could recreate the different drifts and then correlate that with all the actual data from the Earth, you could actually create a massive sphere that's recreating the electric field of the Earth and would correlate again with dependent and independent variables. And by moving the pendulum within that actual huge sphere that's electrically controlled, you would be able to replicate the actual pendulum drift. All of that without any spinning Earth.
The only problem is like I'm having trouble finding like verifiable replication of the pendulum results in the south. So
yeah, there's like a huge gap in it. Yeah, like what's really going on there with it?
Yeah, once you get to the equator and farther south. I mean, that's to be expected to some extent because so many more people live in the north, but I don't know. I haven't been convinced that it consistently happens as predicted in the south. And I'm not even I'm open to it. I just don't. I don't see that evidence. I find it to be suspect.
Well, it just sucks because most of the English speakers in the Southern Hemisphere are Australian. You can't really count on them for anything. So.
Hold up there, brother. I heard that.
I know, but I don't know what it got to do with what he said. How does it? I don't get it.
He was making a joke.
All I'm saying, are you referring to the spin of the stars, north and south? Yeah.
You see what I mean?
No, I'm
Right
making
now,
memes.
mate. Yep. Quacky we
Yeah,
are.
Dude, you
Okay,
stepped right into.
if you're in the northern hemisphere, the stars are turning anti-clockwise. Yeah,
We
because
weren't
you're
really
facing
talking about
north.
that.
We're talking about the pendulum. We're talking about the pendulum.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the pendulum. Yeah, well, it doesn't prove anything because they have to push it by hand to start it, and then it runs out of momentum in about a couple of minutes. They got to keep pushing it over and over.
Yeah, but it's the
rubbish.
precession. It's the precession that is what they're picking up. It's not just the back and forth motion of the pendulum. It actually precesses around a circle.
Yeah.
The thing is, this wouldn't actually be that hard. Like the fact that you can do it in a stairwell with fairly basic equipment, like we could even do we could have people from all different latitudes, do it and that would be amazing, like an amazing project, like to have.
I agree. Yeah, because I am interested in it, and like Jared and I do still plan on at some point going to the equator. But we already know that like if it shows the precession, they're just gonna say we did it wrong, like no matter how intricately we map everything out and record it. But I don't know, man. I think it's kind of worth noting that there's a huge lack of. I don't know. I guess to be fair, it's kind of like tricky, right? Because like museums can kind of keep them going based on what the prediction is, just for like purposes of having a display. Because I've actually seen where it says that you can do that, like in certain manuals. So it's like,
yeah, the ones in museums, like in all the big museums, the ones that you pay $50 and you go through the thing and it's got one. Yeah, like none of those are even. Well, most of them are not even authentic Foucault's pendulums because they use motors and they have magnets in the middle that actually make it precise. Because it's not a real Foucault's pendulum. It's a display version that has motors and you actually have there's like set screws that you can dial in to make sure it's processing at the rate that connects to the Earth's rotation. So it's somewhat deceptive that they're trying to say, hey, look, it's the Earth rotating. And everyone's like, ooh, like looking at it. But in reality, that's actually not a real Foucault's pendulum.
you can also understand like from the other side that like you're running a museum, so you want your display to like consistently work when people go there to see. But like that doesn't help us, right? Like we want to know, does it actually do it in the South? Like obviously to stillman their position. Like when you set the pendulum up, it's maintaining the same angular momentum as the Earth, and so it's just moving with it. And you have to. That's why you have to push it, right? And then when you get that additional plane of motion, that's when you're going to get the precession.
Okay, create a project and give me all the stats on length of rope, what type of materials, whatever, and we'll do it. I'll film it. All right.
Yeah, it'd be awesome to either have a crew that would just travel for a couple weeks to two different locations and do them that way. That would be like a very controlled way because it'd be the same people. It could all be documented. So that would be the ideal way. But even another level down, because there's the funding of all the travel expenses and everything that's involved in that. But another level of it would just be, well, the next level down would be to like get all the equipment that's needed, like the actual pendulum, like the ball itself, the rope, the equipment, all of the the ball joint in the best quality, and then ship it to people, like get people on board, like get someone in Brazil, get someone in Ecuador, get someone in Texas, etc., like in all different areas, and then send them the equipment and then all the instructions and make sure they videotape it. That would be the next level down. But then the next one would be just to coordinate for people to do it independently on their own. But of course, that's not going to be as consistent. But even with that and helping them to get the equipment, that could be done that way as well, or just people doing it on their own. But yeah, I mean, it seems like getting some in the South and at the equator, like it's amazing that data doesn't exist. Like there's not even one at the equator. That's unbelievable.
I like your ideas though, Gio. The first is the worst and the second is the best. I don't know what the third one is, but the second one I think actually makes a lot of sense. Because I was thinking that the only like when Winston or whoever brought it up said like getting a bunch of people to do it, because the one problem with that is like when I did my test with 23 people, the one thing you have to make sure of is like everybody who's doing it is not slacking on like how careful their setup is and stuff like that. So you have to give like a little allowance for at least, you know, the first few errors. Like, you know, you got to show people how to set it up correctly. But if you're sending people the same equipment and everyone has the exact same, you know, material and all that kind of stuff, I think that you would alleviate that problem.
And we're talking about flying with like, so like we already talked about, like we wanted to get a nice one that comes with like a nice case. It's real precise. You have to fly with it. You know, it's a headache. So I don't know, like obviously the most ideal way is you have people that know exactly what they're doing, have already tested it many times, know how to control the variables, and then they go from place to place to place and they document it really precisely, like beginning to end at each different place. But yeah, that may be kind of tricky to pull off.
Oh, we'll do it for sure.
Gio, you do know that a pendulum is not going to persist at the equator, right?
That's what you say. Do you have any evidence of that?
No, I don't. But that's one reason why you're not going to see one there.
Why do you believe that, though?
We have no.
Because I know the Earth spins. I know how Coriolis works.
No, I hear what he's saying, though. I think what he's saying is that there's not going to be any museums or places that have them there because of that reason, right? That's kind of
We
what
don't
you're
want
saying.
museums anyway. And no, I think that's a trash argument. In my opinion, I've heard it a million times, right? Like, what no one should have done it because it's not going to process. But when you first discovered that supposedly this pendulum can show you where you are on a ball that spins and it's consistent and a magical, like perfect prediction, then you would just go from the top of the ball all the way down. You'd map it all out. And then one of the coolest parts would be that it's processing everywhere except for this one location.
Don't try to say what I would do or what we would do. You're saying what you would do.
No, what the person that invented it.
If that's what you want to do, then go do it.
Well, they even would say that it processes, you know, in the other way in the south. So it's like it's a gradient which goes from the north to the equator, and then you know it's getting less and less and less of precession when it gets to the equator. Then they're at the equator, no precession. Then as you go south of the equator, it's going to process the other way at a gradient rate.
Why wouldn't someone document that? Like even if you just go high, if you go a little bit above the equator, watch it process one way, go to the equator, watch it not process, go a little below it, watch it process the other way. Like why would some team or university in Brazil or something not do that?
Right. As mankind, you would think eventually somebody would have done it in all spots. If that was your thinking, I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, like certainly before it's touted as like some slam dunk for the globe.
We meaning mankind.
Exactly.
The thing is, though, I still think it could be doing that and be connected to the electric field of the Earth because the equator is a very important center point. Like the sun, the wandering stars and the sun, they all center on the equator. The equinoxes, there's something very important, I think, electrically. So the electric field could have the gradient from the north to the equator, then the equator south, and have nothing to do with a spinning ball, but still have that effect. But you're right. It hasn't been documented to even been shown that, let alone the assertion that it has to do with begging the question of a globe.
Well, yeah, I agree with you that you have the hyperboloid and the toroid, centrifugal divergence, centrifugal convergence, the vortex, the antivortex, the breathing in and out, the expansion, the contraction, all within the toroid, and that you're going to potentially have this effect. Maybe even be applied to like the tendency for hurricanes to go a certain way, even though they don't all do that. But like, we're just trying to figure out the truth, right? We had to reset from the pseudoscience that people blindly regurgitate. So like, if we're trying to figure out the truth, like we really need to kind of like firmly establish the phenomena that needs to be accounted for, right? Like, yeah.
I know it's like first step. Let's actually get it, you know, validated and documented.
Because like the Machian principle, basically, with the understanding of an ether, you have the air of the medium of the air, you have the medium of space, seemingly fluid, like in nature, and then you have the ether. You would have a translation of motion and force down to the stationary geocentric position of the Earth, and this would certainly make sense. And we know we have sidereal rotation, and we know that we have the 15 degree per hour with like the Michelson-Pearson, right, the Sagnac effect. Like all this is, especially when you start to factor in, the Elias effect and stuff. And then you look at Dayton Miller replicating Michelson-Morley and showing it change throughout the year as if that drift is relative to the actual time of year as well. But it's just hard to like really staple that or whatever because I don't know that I'm addressing a real phenomena. It's like you can kind of get lost in the sauce, Like I like when everyone's like, "What's it? Why don't you get your Nobel Prize and replace the entire field of quantum physics?" Like stupid. It's like all of cosmology, when they couldn't write a paper about any of it. But it's
just give us 5 or 10 years, we'll get it all done.
Yeah, there's no way that one single human can do it anyway. But it's like I could get lost in the sauce trying to explain claims of quantum mechanics that actually are faulty. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like you kind of got to like narrow it down to like the actual verifiable empirical evidence that needs to be addressed, not just like scripts on the internet. So that's the tough part. Like we have to go do it ourselves. We have to do everything, right? And then the globe has the convenient position of simply, as a global leader, not having really to do anything because it's kind of all been done in theory. So I don't know. I think we may get trapped into fool's errands.
Have you seen those ones where they have like they are like little scam setups like at the equator where they have like a little bowl and it's like a dude and he'd be like, "Hey, like, look at this." Like, and usually he has like some collection, to collect money or whatever people put money. It's like kind of like a what's that term? Parlor trick kind of thing where he'll have like 2 basins, like either like basins or buckets or something like that. And then he'll fill it with water and then he'll take the plug out. So the water starts draining and then he'll put a little flour in the water and then the flour will start going clockwise, to kind of, as the water, vortexes. And he'll have one, the thing is, the trick is they'll usually have 2 different ones. They'll have one that they use for the north and one for the south. So they'll be like on the equator, there's like a big line, drawn there, like, "Oh, we're at the equator." And then he'll be like, "Look, everyone." And then he'll go like, 20 feet north of the equator, literally like just walking 20 feet. And then he'll put his basin down, fills it with water, and then has the little plug, unplugs it, and then it starts spinning. And look, it's going clockwise. The little flower that's floating on it goes clockwise. And then he'll be like, but look over here. And then they'll go to south of the equator, same thing, but it's a different basin. So that's where the trick is. It isn't actually doing that, like the water, like the spinning toilet bowl thing. It's not actually doing clockwise and counterclockwise that ridiculously 30 feet north and south of the equator. He uses 2 different basins. One of the basins makes the water spin clockwise. The other basin makes it spin counterclockwise. So it's kind of like a parlor trick on that level, but it plays off that idea of like, oh, the spin of the earth. And, and then he'll show you the one on the equator and it won't spin either way, because he has a basin that will just drain directly down.
I've seen a video of that. In fact, I saw one where he used the same basin, but he's still able to like swirl it a little bit without being noticed and accomplish
the way he puts the flour in sometimes,
Yeah,
like when he drops the
like
flour.
that.
Yeah, stuff like, yeah.
Dude, the ballers, do you remember that when this all first started, the ballers actually ran around claiming that?
Hey, can someone help out Alan NVC checking if you could?
Yeah, dude, they did for a while.
Dude, the ballers ran around claiming the sinks at the equator for like a year or 2.
See, I missed all those claims, but I would have loved to see him reversed by now to go, actually, well, no. It was just some guy who had 2 sinks.
Dude, what's funny is that with the passing of time, like they can pretty comfortably just outright deny that they ever did it. Because like, what are we gonna do? Like, I'm not gonna like be so petty that I go find someone saying in 2015, But I can assure you that like almost all the ballers did that, bro. At one point, like there's a few exceptions, but
hey, you don't got to be that petty if you got someone like Jeremy around, because he'll remember some shit you said fucking 4 years ago, and repeat it back to you verbatim. I don't know why he does that.
That's why you don't lie. This way you don't have to remember your lies.
Yeah, they used to, yeah. 2015, 16, yeah, they were still using toilet bowls for sure.
No, dude.
I used one today twice.
Oh yeah,
dude, they
I
were
thought he
totally
was
doing
talking about himself in the third person.
Like the Globers that are here now, we're using that as an argument. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Dude,
I
the
mean,
ballers were going around saying that the toilet the water in the toilet goes in different directions
What
above
the
and below the
fuck?
equator. Dude.
Still the ones that are here now.
Oh yeah, I got a meme on that.
Dude, I had one baller. I heard a baller. He wouldn't say it to me. I heard a baller say that you can actually have a house with different orientation rooms on the equator, and you'll have toilets go in the different directions in the same house.
Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, like
I've heard newbies argue that.
He's doing some
so
good
like
drugs.
so like in your face, dude. They were so cocky about it.
Well, thing is though, if it is due to an electric field effect due to the field, could it actually create that? Because water would be connected to that. Like it would make sense. I mean, there's just like the tides, the tides and the different patterns that are connected to the electric field. So it is interesting to think like, could it actually have that effect? The question is, how would you really be able to isolate for that? Like if it is similar to the pendulum, like let's just say the pendulum does precess, in the north and the gradient going to the equator and then south, like does water also do that? It's kind of ridiculous because the toilet bowl, obviously it's not, because the way the water comes into the toilet bowl is going to, determine which way. Like that's going to be way more powerful than any very slight drift effect. Like thinking how gentle that would be, like the way the stars are moving, if there is that effect. But is there some way that we could actually test that if it's actually happening?
I don't know. I think we would know if it's happening. The ballers would tout it.
I mean, like the way that hurricanes do seem to have their clockwise, counterclockwise, north and south, and the stars have their clockwise, counterclockwise.
But they don't all do that, right? Like not all hurricanes do that.
Well, they track.
Can you name a hurricane in the northern hemisphere that ever rotated clockwise?
I know I've seen one in the south that goes the wrong way for sure. Are you under the impression that they all go clockwise and counterclockwise relative to their location?
The spin of a storm like that, yes.
Okay. This is interesting. It's been a while since I've had a baller do this. Okay, just a second.
I've heard of one example. I can't remember if it was in the north or south, but I only know one example.
But they all track like clockwise in the north. Like the actual path it takes across the earth is clockwise. Like I think always. And then the ones in the south are always clockwise. So for example, when there's one coming up off like, the Caribbean, Florida, the east coast of the United States, it'll go up the coast and kind of turn off going clockwise. Granted, the land's there, so you would kind of expect that it would do that anyways. Like it's not going to just make it all the way into the land. It's going to like deflect off. But the ones in the south like track counterclockwise. So there's two things. There's like the tracking of the storm, like what path across the earth it's doing. But then there's the actual spin of the storm. And those can actually be vortexes and counter vortexes, meaning that the one in the north, it could track clockwise, but then the actual spin of the storm could be counterclockwise, which would make sense in terms of just the way that vortex is. Like if you drag a paddle through water or you drag like a wooden spoon through water, you're going to have those vortexes and counter vortexes on both sides. So it does connect with that idea.
The problem with the idea that the Globers have is it's happening the opposite on like Jupiter or Venus or some shit. So like,
yeah,
even in their own
not
model,
a problem, dude.
Even in their own model, it's happening backwards from what they say it does.
You've been given this explanation 1,000 times.
Yeah, it's because of pressure. Tell me it's because of pressure again, and not because of the spin. I know.
It's because it's not because of the spin. In both cases, they're caused by the pressure and by the rotation. The difference is that the pressure in both cases are opposite. So then on Earth, we're talking about a low pressure system in which the arrows are acting inward, right, which would create the spin one direction. And then you're talking about on Jupiter where the pressure is at the center of that storm acting outwards, creating an opposite spin. So,
or you're like a globe superhero. You put your little cape on and flew in the room.
Exactly. The same thing happens on Earth.
The
spin is backwards out of a high pressure system. In the northern hemisphere, coming out of a high pressure system, the spin is clockwise.
You were one of those people that said the toilet bowl thing. Huh?
The spin is counterclockwise. You can see it. You can see it on winds aloft. You can see it on winds aloft charts.
Hey, Blue, were you one of those people that said the toilet bowl thing back in the day?
I would have called anybody out on that. That's just stupid.
Yeah, I bet.
Of course, the damn toilet bowl thing. I'll show it to you. That's ridiculous.
I hear Globers call out other Globers all the time. That makes total sense. So, like, what other arguments were there that they've so far had to reverse because of the logic of flat earthers? Since I have, I'm fairly.
They told us that science proved the globe. so many times.
So now they
Thunder
definitely can't say that, right? That's
No,
probably
they
a
tell
good
us.
one. Yeah.
No, they
But
tell us
from what we
science
see, the
doesn't prove
geometric
anything.
horizon, we never see the geometric.
Like so, like the Black
Oh
Swan.
yeah.
Didn't they have to like refract the whole horizon now for the Black Swan or something? Wasn't that the
Oh,
revision
yeah.
to that?
Dude, nowadays refraction makes the horizon invisible and then lift it up and put back miles. It's crazy.
Yeah,
So-
it
so
used
that's-
it used to be. It was always like the geometric horizon that was causing things to be obscured or cut off, as it were, as they call it, obstructed, and that completely changed to actually the horizon it floats all around and it's
Dude,
yeah.
dude, now it's like, they vehemently disavow the geometric horizon nowadays. Like since 2020.
Dude, imagine going on modern day debates and starting with that observation in the beginning and like your opener, and then having them like leave with like, well, actually, I've argued in the other position the whole time, and I already knew that I was using. You're like, come on, this is like you completely change your position in the same debate.
No, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. There's a bunch of them though.
And that one was due to like all the observations that people were actually out doing, actually out, because it was like the preponderance, just the profusion of number of long distance observations that absolutely do not fit with the geometric horizon. Like, the BLSMB 69, that guy. And
that one was like the real bad one, yeah, because it was so low to the ground, and you could see like they have to claim that the horizon itself is displaced like behind an object. It's that's still rough for them. They actually haven't answered that yet.
I don't know who was around for the Isle of Man thing, but after that, during the Isle of Man thing, they were still arguing for the geometric horizon.
What about like the one that they had to keep raising the elevation at which curvature could be seen, right? Because they said at a plane and we went to a plane and we said nah. We said at a balloon, we put up a balloon, we said nah. They put up like or on rocket, said nah. So like, didn't they have to change the height at which curvature could be observed? And now it's like so high that nobody can see it.
Yeah, but this is the interesting part of this paradigm, though. What they've done now is they've actually begun to double back to the old ones. So like now you'll hear some of the more prominent globers claim you can see curvature from a plane.
Nice.
Yeah, like it's crazy, bro. It's like this weird phenomena.
Dude, I was actually referred to a paper that said that you could see the curvature from 35,000 feet or something like that too. Like, yeah, they're starting to go against what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. When he was talking about the beach ball and all that, and how you're only 1 millimeter off of this beach ball, or how he does that thing.
It's exactly how he did it. That was perfect. Yeah,
yeah thanks. Man. Yeah, call me Neil, dog.
Yeah, so now it's like Neil's an idiot, throw him under the bus.
Yeah, I noticed that. They were like that when I got here. They were like, I don't care what he says. And I'm like, why not? He's a mouthpiece for science. What do you mean you
he's
don't
just
believe
a
it?
science communicator. He doesn't know.
Yeah.
Like, okay, dude,
you better,
his fucking job is literally to communicate what you're arguing for or
These
whatever.
anti-flat earthers are the trusted scientists. Neil deGrasse Tyson is trash.
So that's a whole bunch of effects that flat earthers have had on the arguments for the Globers since you guys have started this. I wonder how the Globers here feel about that. Like, if it was so stupid, how come you've had to change your position on so many things in so many detailed ways to keep up in the conversation and or debate?
I mean, they've also had to uniformly adopt the 7/6R in reaction to flat Earth. Like, that was not initially said at all. When we saw Chicago, they were just like, "Oh, superior mirage, you stupid flurf." Now it's like it's a very regurgitated, like refined script of standard terrestrial refraction 7/6R, bro.
Could you be specific on a point that maybe we could, we could address something? I don't know.
I thought the circle jerk was kind of fun.
No, yeah, we were just kind of bashing all you guys. Don't worry about it. It didn't require any of your help.
It's like taking a chainsaw out to the forest.
How's relativity theory doing these days?
I heard
They
Alan
don't
killed it.
like to talk about that either, dude.
Still relative?
Yeah, it's doing just fine.
Nice.
They won't defend it though, I promise.
You guys like
it's relatively accurate.
Yeah,
it doesn't respond to this community for sure.
We love relativity.
I had Rob
It's one of my best
PM me. It was basically like he was like, the Eddington stuff proves that like he just like did the whole script over again. Like there's literally no refutation to any of it. Crazy.
Yeah,
I think the Eddington thing was it.
He just starts repeating it. Like, what about the other ones? It's like, no, none of them, bro.
You know what I'd call the effect with it, and you guys bringing up relativity and just driving me at home is that now they don't even claim to believe. I don't need relativity. I don't care about relativity. It doesn't mean anything to me. That's only the basis of the theory. Yeah. So now they've got to claim that I don't care about that thing about which I do not know. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't care if it's totally pivotal to the whole model.
Yep. Now we don't need it. It's just mass attracting mass.
How would you describe the motion of something?
What the?
Well, how would you describe the motion of something?
Ether
How would you
transaction.
describe its speed, its direction, any of that without being
I
relative
describe
to
speed as distance over time.
Yeah,
speed?
the way I
How
wouldn't
fast
describe
compared to
it
what?
the way I wouldn't describe it was come up with a coordinate system where everything's moving in a uniform straight line through the bending and warping of the coordinate system without a way to show that the coordinate system is physically real.
Wow.
I wouldn't do that. Like, I wouldn't go
Damn.
through those steps to.
It's way too
Yeah,
specific.
well,
You will not be getting the rebuttal.
Dude, y'all coming dropping gravy. They're way over all the heads already.
Just wait, letting you know.
Yeah, I
they will
wouldn't
not.
say a bunch of things that didn't make any sense either.
There you go. See, like I told you, you're not going to
dog,
get a
are you for
rebuttal.
real? Dude, do they not know?
They do not know.
Oh, dude.
Oh, shit, dog. That's crazy.
I mean, do you understand that in
Yeah.
a space-time diagram, that the line you're talking about is your line through space-time?
Mm-hmm.
Because your line through space, if you're describing motion, like Left Lane is saying, you wouldn't use a space-time diagram. You would just use a regular spatial diagram.
Yeah, coordinate.
Right.
Left Lane's always there to throw a yeah in there. Like,
Yeah, dude, you know, he's the guy behind the bully who's getting beat up going, yeah.
get him.
Wow.
I mean,
It was
seems
his
like-
point, though.
Yeah, y'all
It's
are
his
just
point.
making up
Make
a bunch
point.
of stuff that's not even true, man.
Buddy,
What are y'all doing?
you believe that objects
How
physically
does
contract, so you can
relativity
never
theory
detect it?
describe motion?
Everything's relative. You describe something like things going across the ground, how fast it's going relative to the ground.
Hey, Left Lane, do you think people couldn't describe motion before Einstein?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they did it. That was way before my time.
Well, we can look at Isaac Newton. He talked about ether, the vortex, the gradient of ether that comes down from above and sort of presses down, and in a sense, well, maybe presses is not the right word, but it like descends. There's like an ethereal descension that's connected to it. So I mean, yeah, even Isaac Newton was referring to this.
Yeah, there were some of his earlier ideas which he abandoned, and before he settled on his laws of motion.
Really? Did you read that?
Well, I mean, did you?
Yeah, actually, I did.
Okay, then.
He didn't do that. He didn't abandon the ether.
Yeah, he never abandoned it.
According to the writings, I mean, it just
According to the
abandoned
artist,
the idea that there was something pushing down on things, causing them to go down.
Dude, he did not abandon the ether, dude. I don't know. It was in one of his final papers, bro.
I was gonna say, wasn't he one of the people that said don't attribute that mass attracting mass over a distance or whatever? What was it? Instantaneous action at a distance.
Well, it's just
Don't attribute that to
it's
me.
kind of crazy to imagine that there's something interacting that you can't see, and things are drawn to one another. That seems like magic. You know, don't attribute that to me giving that cause, but you know, I mean, he's describing the force of gravity without, you know, sounds kind of crazy, but here it is. That's
Here, I'll read it right here. This is from his
Well, you can
own.
read it again. We've heard it many times.
I like how you guys know what he meant more than what he said, though. That's cool.
It's clear what he meant.
I'm
He
just
put
going
the
to
law
read these
in
real
his
quick. Let me just
perspective.
read these two sentences real quick. In his ether model, Newton describes ether as a medium that flows continually downward toward the Earth's surface and is partially absorbed and partially diffused. This circulation of ether is what he associated the force of gravity with to help explain the action of gravity in a non-mechanical fashion.
Was Newton a flat earther? No? Huh.
Notice non-mechanical fashion.
Yeah, not touching.
This theory described different ether densities, creating an ether density gradient.
Yeah, but that's what he's saying, though, is that he doesn't want the explanation associated with him, but the law of gravity, you know, he obviously came up with. Like
Okay.
he
I mean, one of his
described what
most
was
famous.
happening. He described what's happening, but he doesn't. His explanation for what's happening or for why it's happening, he didn't want to attribute to him.
All right. Well, tell me what he meant with these words, guys. Ready? One body may act upon another at distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else by which their action force may be conveyed from one to another is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. What did he really mean by that then?
I just told you.
It's a pure
assumption.
Assumption. There's nothing to it. It's
No,
dead.
you're right.
No, there wasn't an assumption. What you're describing would be what the theory of gravity would be. What he has established in his Principia was the universal law of gravitation. Like he was describing what happens and how, describing what's happening without describing how it's happening or what's causing it to happen.
Yeah, but in the Principia, though, he's talking about ether and his static model of fluids and this elastic interaction between them, which is what he relates to the actual effect of gravity. So, I mean, this is in his one of his most famous works. He's not talking about globe Earths at all. He's talking about ether.
The part that I saw in the Principia about gravity was in regards to, like I said, just the law of how the masses, how they orbit, or not how they orbit, but the observation of what one body does in reference to the other, and
that doesn't make any sense because two bodies can't act on each other.
Dude, they're like Newton apologists.
That was his point. That was his point. Was that
he didn't really mean that.
He's not explaining how they're affecting
what
each
he
other.
said.
He's just explaining what is the effect.
Dude, Newton specifically writes in depth that he thinks that the only way that it could happen is the existence of something like an ether. Did you guys not read it? I mean, I don't.
No, we've always just gone off the.
It seems like you read like the fact check on it or like the synopsis on the back of the book.
Yeah, and also they print off certain versions that remove like part of it. I'll give you that, but I don't think you guys read it. So
yeah, that's a big question.
I've read the Principia, but the quote that that was just read by
Newton in the third letter of the 25th.
What are you doing? Shane had. Save your questions for afterward, please.
It's someone's slamming pots and pans and stuff.
I'm cutting sheet metal and I'm stopping while I'm talking.
Well, don't do that, dude. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm stopping while I'm talking, but regardless,
Let's let him say his piece without interruption, then he can mute himself or something.
Yeah. Save all the rest of the questions to afterwards, please. But but what Shane had read just a second ago about Newton attributing like his idea for what's the cause of gravity, that would the thing about the ether would be encompassed in that. He's not giving like in his official description of what's happening, there's not in addition to that like an explanation for how it's happening.
Well,
like, his explanation for it is just like a side note.
All right, go on mute. My God.
The very next sentence, though, Kosho, is gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent must be material or immaterial, I left to consideration of my readers. Sounds a lot like an inference to ether.
And then he actually goes into explicit detail. I mean, me and Gio, we read through it one time in here, right? He explicit, because I mentioned it, and the baller said, no. So then Gio just like pulled it up and started reading it. It was actually from a paper someone wrote about it. But he explains like the ether having like no impedance, being like that of like liquid silver, with he describes the viscosity of it, the vortex within it. He goes in detail about an ether.
Yeah, have you guys read Newton's description of the ether at all? Globers?
I have. It happens that it's not in the Principia though.
It actually have you looked into the fact that it actually was though?
About the ether?
Yeah, it was in there.
And gravity?
It was in there, and then it was taken out in certain publications.
Oh, they took it
out.
out.
I must have only read
Admittedly
those.
left lane.
Yeah, I must have only read those.
I'm reading it right now. But
okay, so someone just posted Matthew Young's God governs all things. How interesting.
It was in his like the last version towards the end.
But there's three
He talks about ether extensively in the Principia. Uses the word directly.
I mean, he details it in like the final version too, and it's like that's never shown to people.
It is interesting
in regards to gravity,
that could have been messed with. Yeah, it is interesting to consider that whatever we're told that he wrote, who was he really, and what really came through. Yeah, and is it the original? So that's
now, like, admittedly, you can track it down. Like, it's like they show you a certain version of the Principia, but there's an actual version that at the end of it, he goes in depth about the ether, and that's like not the easily accessible one. No one's ever shown that one.
He even calls it the luminiferous ether in one of his papers, no? If I remember correctly.
I don't know about that. I just know he calls it the ether. Like Newton's views on ether and gravitation. Here's a paper right here. Let me sci-hub it. Maybe this will explain the part I'm trying to tell you guys, because this is old news. So I don't remember all the details. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know why we want to pick and choose what he said.
I mean, could they have changed his writings though? Like, could they have changed it to the globe? That's an interesting thought.
Oh, I don't know.
Could
I'm imagine reading a quote by someone else who lived 200 years ago and thinking, no, that's not what he meant. I know what he meant.
I know what he really meant. They do that with Einstein's
so weird too. All the time.
You understand that what I'm telling to you is not because of my opinion, but because of the facts of what it says.
Or what other
reading
people
that I'm reading no, other people are claiming what it said, and you just happen to side with the people who agree with you. So you've never read either the version where it's taken out or where it's not taken out. So
let me read
regardless, though, it says that
my God.
It says that in the actual published version that there's no notion to the actual cause for what's causing gravity by any means, whether it's ether or not. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't say any.
All right, bro. So Newton was at great pains to dispel the mistaken suspicion that he regarded gravitation as an intrinsic quality of matter. His first opportunity to do so was his correspondence with Bentley, but in the final scholium of the second edition of the Principia, he is more explicit. But in the final scholium of the second edition of the Principia, and it says 3 in parentheses, he is more explicit about the novelty of his method and more outspoken about his failure to find in the known properties of gravitation any sure clue to its cause. He makes quite clear the deep-lying reason for his dissatisfaction about mechanical explanations of gravitation to be acceptable according to the exacting criteria of his experimental philosophy, such as an explanation not to be related to a unique way to the phenomenon. Otherwise, it is a hypothesis of the kind which he does not want to feign. The last paragraph of the scholium, then, in which he alludes to his conception of a universal ether whose multiple functions as the agencies of the most varied phenomena he carefully enumerates, can only be intended to intimate that he regards the mechanical causes of these phenomena as more securely founded, or at least less hypothetical than that of gravitation. So that's in the end of the Principia, just like I said. I didn't make that up.
But isn't it saying that he didn't?
Well, in other words, he was distancing himself from any attempt at explaining why gravity does what it does.
Oh my God.
What it says is that he points out that the gravity to try to explain it. He said an intrinsic property of matter is retarded. He distanced himself from it. Anyone that thinks that's retarded, that's what you guys think. Mass attracting mass, you think that, but it's not an intrinsic property of matter. Newton said that was stupid. And then he goes on to say people just making up ways that it could work is he doesn't want to go that way because it's just so unfounded and hypothetical. And then he goes on to describe ether, which means he obviously found it to be less hypothetical and more founded because he literally follows up that critique of gravity with the ether.
What do you think I said, Wissy?
I'm pointing out that he said that the ether he was more founded than the gravitational idea of an
Osho, for the love of God, bro.
it was. Yeah, I got it. It was someone else.
Oh, sorry, sorry, Coach. I'm sorry.
So, like, let's talk about that.
Say that again, Blue. Say it again, Blue.
Newton offers no explanation for the cause of gravity. That's all he says.
Oh my God.
That's really the bottom line to all of that stuff. That gravity should be innate. That's what he did not want. He didn't want anybody saying that he said that he was trying to say that gravity was an innate property of matter.
What Gio posted is very descriptive to the opposite of what you just said. So I don't know.
Did you just say he was trying to say it was an innate property of matter?
God damn, you can't hear a shitting thing. That's exactly backwards to what I said.
Okay, yeah, well, that's cool. That's what I just said. So I don't know why you're pretending to teach it to us.
Yeah, but
because you're pretending to teach it to me.
No, I just read it. All I did was read that it. You guys are wrong. It is in the Principia. You claimed you read it. You haven't read it.
I didn't claim shit with it.
Well, the Globers did. Okay, so he talked about the ether in the Principia.
Yeah, but
I'm sure he did. That was the prevailing theory at that fucking point.
Was it? It was the prevailing theory. Okay,
yes,
so you haven't read it.
The ether had been accepted and wasn't abandoned until Michelson Morley.
When was it accepted?
Jesus, been around for a long, long time, my friend.
Yeah, dozens of different variations of the idea of a background medium. It has nothing to do with Newton proposing a theory of ether with hyper-specific details of its qualities.
Hyper-specific. Let's see.
Yeah, like he said it would be like that of liquid silver. He describes its viscosity, its impedance. He goes into detail as to how it would operate. Yeah, that's right.
Impedance. Okay.
What are you laughing about, dude? Like you
Because he doesn't understand the words.
This is weird, bro. You guys make it weird.
Blue doesn't understand impedance. That's rich.
What's rich is that you guys can't just acknowledge, like, oh, okay, look, it looks like it was in his Principia, and he did describe the ether with detail. Like, why make it such a weird combo?
Well, the thing you just read said that it alluded to it, but it also said that it was in the at the end or the footnotes or something.
It's not what it said exactly. Just at the end, yeah.
Well, the thing is, before this current model, ether was. I mean, the reason that Newton was using ether is because that's what they called it. So everything was ether in terms of that part of it. Like it's an element, it's the foundational base element of this entire realm, and all of the components of how it functions with the system and why things drop and the sun, moon, and stars and all of these components. So he didn't make up the word ether at all, obviously. I mean, Isaac Newton, no way. I mean, that term, that's an ancient, I mean, it's like an anagram for Earth with the AE that's connected. But if you with that connected, it's like Earth with an A, ether, AETHER, etc. So, I mean, that term came way before Isaac Newton. So let's just say Isaac Newton is a real person and he really did write that stuff, or he wrote, even if it's been changed, he wrote something to that effect. Yeah, in no way was he like inventing or creating anything when it came to ether. He was just using the terminology of the time and then theorizing, thinking, and putting out his ideas.
But the important point, though, is if these people actually read Principia and not just what other people said about him, then they would know that what he actually said was that the idea that gravity was an intrinsic property of matter was absurd. To think that innate brute matter could operate and act upon other innate brute matter without, like, through any vast distance, without some type of intermediary exchange, like a medium, is absolutely absurd, and that no man with competent faculty of thinking could fall into. He specifically states there has to be something there. The idea that that gravity would act on different objects with nothing there to mediate it is insane. And then he goes on to detail the ether. So if you actually read it in context, it's very obvious that what Newton's saying is like there has to be an ether. Like that's what he's saying.
Well, see, that's
what I'm saying. In the versions that I've read, like because it says that version, that whatever expert he had in there previously he'd taken out. Like, so yeah, in every version I've seen it just describes it in, the terms of, its mathematical formula or whatever. And it seems to be that that's what should be the only thing in there. Whether he speaks about the ether in other regards, I've just never seen him talk about gravity and the ether in Principia. Which makes sense, like I said, because it's only
he says it right afterwards. Yeah. So he says he imagines that there's an ether, a component of a sticky nature, which is continually streaming up or streaming towards the surface of the earth. Wow, isn't that interesting? That's oh my god, that's what I think it is. where it is partly absorbed, partly re-emitted into the surrounding space, and is thus involved in a steady circulation. The downward ether stream exerts upon the material bodies it traverses a force which Newton wishes to identify with gravity. To this end, he must specify the way in which the ether particles transfer momentum to those of gross matter. He assumes that the material bodies are acted upon by the ether in proportion to the superficies, I don't even know how to say the word, of their parts, i.e. by the pressure of the ether stream, so that the radial force upon a unit volume of matter is given by the corresponding pressure gradient in the ether stream. The latter quantity is equal to the product of the local ether density and the amount of momentum which an ether particle transfers on the average per unit time to the gross matter. Newton takes this average force to the proportional to the radial velocity of the ether particle in this way, as he explains to Halley in another letter. Since the ether density is inversely proportional to the same velocity, the product is independent of the variation this velocity undergoes.
Boy, it awfully sounds like someone who believes in ether to me.
Now, if that's word salad, what position does it put these guys in? Isaac Newton, the inventor, or what if they're standing on the shoulders of their giants is now word salad, or is that all actually mean stuff? Because it sounds very similar to many of the other things.
Mean stuff.
Yeah, nobody in here was denying that he ever said anything about the ether. I mean, I'm specifically talking about Principia, so I'm not saying anything about him writing letters to somebody. And
but what do you think about
what they
his?
said in there?
Yeah, but what do you think about Gio's point, which is that if I had said that in a debate, all the Globers would say it's word salad for sure. One guarantee, 100%.
Dude, you should read that one point. Let someone say word salad and be like, okay, that's Isaac Newton, bro.
Yeah,
that is a projection.
I should memorize.
You definitely should. You should memorize that and say it.
Phrases, yeah. Because, dude, that's so crazy he's saying it like that, too, because I just pulled up that Constantine Mice paper, right? And he literally says, he's like, gravity is actually electromagnetic in nature, and it's directly related to the vacuum energy density. Well, that is the ether density, right?
He's just saying words.
He's just making it up, dude.
That sounds like some of etheric drift, maybe? He probably would have been akin to that phraseology.
Dude, this dude says the word vortex. I'm quoting him verbatim. I'm going to start just quoting Newton.
Where's your citation, Witsit? We know that you never quote citation properly.
Projection.
Dude, then they'll just default to, well, does Isaac Newton think the Earth's flat? Stupid flirt.
Yeah. Then here we go. In this extensive memorandum sent to the Royal Society in 1675, he outlined a remarkable mechanism of kinetic character, according to which material bodies set up around them a cyclical circulation of ether, which carries towards their surface the smaller material bodies it pervades.
How would he have spelt the word in the Principia? I wonder how the spelling would be in that.
I think it always had the AE. E is more like a modern English thing.
Yeah.
Well,
I did a word
written in
search
Latin.
on the.
Yeah. So either way, if it sounds kind of like the ether was foundational within Newton's ideas and principles, right? So do you think we should just throw everything that Newton talked about out because the ether was dispelled, obviously, with Michelson-Morley? So anything that's associated with Newton and his ideas obviously had the foundation of the ether. So shouldn't we just throw all that out, like the whole mass attracting mass and all that BS?
Did you know that Newton? What's so funny?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, what's even funnier though, Newton's ideas right here that I just read more accurately explain quantum mechanics than their current relativity does. Like, it's not even close. He talks about the ether density and then the gravitational phenomena being directly related to that, relative to that. That helps fix up a lot of problems that they have in quantum mechanics. And relativity can't do that. It's super funny. Dun dun dun.
Dude, I love
crazy
relativity.
as it sounds, his theories were the least crazy.
Yeah, but you know, like
It's
95% of
unbelievable.
his writings were just about alchemy.
Dude, I'm so happy you made us all learn relativity by consecutively talking about it obsessively for 6 months, because now no one had any option but to learn about it. And now that we all know about it, all the Globers just say, no, I don't care about relativity.
Dude, it's great.
Yeah, did you know that most of his writings were religious?
Yeah,
I
religious.
thought it was really
People
funny.
know that. Yeah.
I love how all flat earthers came out yesterday and had sex with dudes. I mean, you guys just say things. You guys just say things
right now.
You guys say things. You guys say things that haven't happened, and then describe them and like laugh about them as if they're true.
Wait,
Like all Globers just deny relativity. That's not a
no,
true
they just
thing.
don't want to talk about it. Like you're one of the
that's not a
people
true
that'll
thing.
kind of talk about it. Yeah, it
Let's
is
talk
true.
about it all the time.
Left Lane, you are one of the people that always runs away from defending relativity specifically.
No. We just what I try to stay away from is talk about bendy space time when we're talking about dropping a rock.
No, you try to deny. You try to stay away from relativity. Period. Like when I ask you about length contraction, you're like, I don't know about that.
Length contraction and relativity. I'm not sure how to talk about that, so I stay away from it.
Okay.
I've always known Left Lane to do that.
But when they're required to try to explain anomalies that the heliocentric model doesn't fit, shouldn't you have to know about those if you're going to believe the heliocentric model is true? Wouldn't you have to know about its faults?
No, I don't have to know about length contraction.
No, I don't. I don't know.
You don't?
Length contraction
No, I
is the
don't.
gateway into relativity theory, though.
Yeah.
Because it's the transform equation takes them from the Newtonian mechanics into the Einstein's for special relativity. It brings them into the framework where they're talking about reference frames and all these things, so that they can contract the quote unquote coordinate system and say that light's the constant speed. That's how they got away from the Michelson-Morley experiments showing that there's no movement.
Yeah, it's foundational.
So you would fundamentally need to know. I mean, if you were going to be a relativist enthusiast or whatever, you would want to know. You would want to know how they got from Newton to the Einsteinian framework, and it's from the transformation equations that Einstein took from Lorentz.
Yep.
And then so you guys know how they always say that Einstein's field equations reduce back to Newton's equations, and therefore their backwards compatibility and all that.
Not always, but at the speeds and masses
never actually.
Humans, yeah.
Well, never actually.
Yes.
So
there's
a thing.
Definitely certainly does.
Well, let me continue. So there's a thing called a pseudo tensor that Einstein introduced to satisfy the laws of conservation of energy and momentum to bring forth his new theory, because space-time curvature it tends to infinity, and gravitational fields also tend to infinity. So anyway, he just throws this pseudo tensor in there to try and wrap everything up. And when you apply the Lorentz transformation or whatever, the theory of invariance basically is set up around when you transfer the coordinate system to another system, everything that you're transferring should stay the same if everything is derived properly. And with the pseudo tensor that Einstein uses to satisfy the conservation of energy and momentum, it shows that it's not covariant. It breaks it. So there's no backwards compatibility either. So when people make the claim that it's backwards compatible, it's not. So what they've actually done now is there's 3 different quote unquote pure tensors that they've tried to derive. And even those still require post-calculation corrections, so they're not actually true tensors that are part of the quote-unquote space-time system either. It's all just mathematical jibber-jabber that doesn't actually go back to Newton's equations. They just kind of say that they link them together in that way so that they could present Einstein's stuff as an extension to Newtonian's mechanics.
That was excellent.
Okay. I can show you in real time how a field equation being used on something trivial like the orbit of the moon would give you the same answer, approximately the same answer, as doing it with using Newton's equations and Kepler's laws.
And what I just
I can show you, I let you go for about 2 minutes, right? So
no,
got 5 more seconds. 5 more seconds.
Ahead,
but I can also show you how describing the speed and time relationship of the length contraction, time dilation of something going at speeds that we're familiar with would break down and give you the same same values for 2 observers on our scale as is in accordance with Newton's laws in the same way. So both those laws do approximate the same answer as you get on the scales that we're talking about for both Newton and Einstein. And
right. So if you were listening, though, the way that that's all derived and the reason that it quote unquote works out that way is because of the implementation of the pseudo tensor that's not even part of the system that actually ruins the covariance. So it doesn't work the way that you think it does, even though the equations quote unquote work out. They're what you would call physically meaningless because they don't describe any actual phenomenon. And
Yes, like I
the
said.
pseudo yes.
Well, it does. They try to make it
so like I said,
describe
like the equations don't really. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say they try to use it to describe their pseudo-physical conceptions.
Yeah, they just apply their abstract concepts and descriptions of the coordinate system to the sky and say that, the nothing out there is quote unquote bending and warping to capitulate to the distribution of mass and energy, through the system.
And then that doesn't even work.
And that doesn't even work. So it's really it's not about do the equations math like can they work out? It's when you do a mathematical analyzation of it, is everything consistent? Because it goes into the pseudo tensor produces what's it called? First order differential invariance, which is inconsistent with the mathematical structure of how relativity is formulated because it comes from second order differential equations. So it couldn't even produce a what was it called? The first order thing that I was just talking about. Like I don't have that fully wrapped up, but yeah, that's basically how all that works. So it's not even covariant with the original system, man.
Yeah, well, they don't appear in all field equations, though. Like you said, they got brought in for specific equations.
They have different ones that they'll swap in, but like I was saying, none of those are even truly derived and are compatible in the way that it's described because they require post transformation corrections. So even after they quote unquote do everything, they still have to do a little more to get it in line with relativity theory, and that's a huge point of contention with relativity theory and how it handles the conservation of energy and momentum, because without it being conserved or tending to zero, everything in space time just goes to infinity basically. So it's not an accurate description of nature really.
Well, I mean, I can show you.
That's why they had to implement these. I'm sure you can show me, man. A lot of people
I can show it to you without
stuff.
pseudo tensors and without these the corrections at the end. Like that's what I'm saying to you. I don't know why you're saying they have to be used, but it's possible that they're brought up in certain circumstances, but the circumstances I'm talking about don't require them.
Well, are the circumstances you're talking about, are they defining, are they consistent with the
You cut out for me.
Yeah, I think he dropped.
laws of conservation and stuff and solve it, but it doesn't. Oh, can you hear me now? Is it all right?
Yeah.
Oh,
You're kind of lagging.
Oh yeah, I'm lagging. Sorry.
Just while there's a break there, I dropped a PDF about
show me
Newton.
Show me what you're talking about. Who was that, Kosh? Show me what you're talking about.
This one you found what is good. Yeah, was this from like 1969?
Yeah.
But it's like it's all on Newton's views on ether and gravitation. That's awesome.
Yep. I think it's from Cornell. I'm not positive.
Well,
it's from. I don't remember. I can't find it. It's the Archive for History of Exact Sciences. I don't know.
I think his intuition was correct about it, though, about not giving it an intrinsic, like saying that the force is not intrinsic in the material. Because, I mean, that's sort of in line with Einstein was saying, although it doesn't explicitly describe the same thing as Einstein explains. But it being like a inherent, mechanism within the material, it's true that that's not the case.
That's what mass attracts mass implies, and that's how the Globers defend it. And then when I point out to them that mass attracts mass is an inaccurate phrase and it's contradictory to your current paradigm, in fact, would debunk the entire paradigm. And what the words mass attracts mass mean, it implies that gravity is an intrinsic property of the matter itself. It's actually the mass that's attracting the other mass. And I always get no, it's good enough. The mass does attract mass. And no, it doesn't. Like, if you want to have a low level conversation where you just say terms we teach 7th graders, but like the phrase is incorrect. Mass attracting mass is not admissible in the current heliocentric model. Like, that is old news.
Yeah,
Even
that's what I'm
Newton.
saying. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's the case now as we know it, and also that's Newton's intuition as well.
But do you agree they took Newton?
Yeah.
Newton said that, right? Newton said it can't be an intrinsic property of matter. That's dumb. It makes no sense to me. I don't think any man that's competent will think that. They took that afterwards and then said that very thing for a long time.
Well, yeah, because that's the observation. So it makes sense that people, people describe it in that way, especially in simple terms. Even though he had said that, even though this is happening, it's not the actual effect. And even Einstein is now saying that, but more explicitly, in more explicit detail. I think that even still, the effect that we see is exactly that, though. So
I think they co-opted.
I don't think people are wrong to say that.
No, we're not seeing that. We're not seeing mass actually attracting mass. That's not like, no, like that term means something. That means that the mass is the causal agent of the attraction, and it's not in your paradigm. Now, like in my paradigm, it could be. I don't think that it is. I think it's actually an intrinsic relationship with the medium itself. But that's not really the point, bro. The point is that like the globers still say mass attracting mass, and then the flat earthers will be like, "Why are you outdated? That was supersede 1915." And then they'll be like, "Oh, here we go again," as if we're the ones that's wrong. No. The glober that says mass attracting mass, as if we're still in 5th grade, is wrong. Like, it's just wrong.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though. Even though that's not ultimately what's happening, that is the effect that we see. Like, that is the correlation is there, that when the mass being there draws the other mass towards it. But it's not intrinsically a property of that mass that's doing it. It's more a mechanism of the frame. So, yeah, it's true. You're right what you're saying. That's not true, actually. But it's also still not wrong to express it that way, because that is what's being observed.
Like, if we're 5, if we're cavemen, if we're cavemen, we can say mass attracting mass.
Yeah, and I don't even agree that you can even show that they're mass attracting mass. What you see is essentially like a flux in the field. There's like a little contraction that occurs that creates the actual effect in the Cavendish setup.
Well, and it makes sense too. Like electrostatically, you have the one object, you have another object, and like how do we exchange this energy? Well, through mediums. So like even in a vacuum chamber, you have a medium. Faraday cage, you have this medium. Dielectric permittivity, magnetic permeability. Like if there's going to be exchange of energy that's from this one object to the other, it's obviously going to go the shortest distance to the next material composition, which would be the other matter. So the interaction is going to be between those two things of matter. Right.
So, they're both like of significant difference compared to the rest of the medium. Yeah.
Exactly. It's like way different. It's like it has a density and material composition that just drowns out the rest of the medium, because it's like, especially if it's a vacuum. Right. So it's like, duh. It's also similar to the Cheerio effect. So I think it's weird that people think that proves gravity. It's what's weird.
And the Kashmir.
Oh, the magnetism in the Cheerios.
Yeah, dude. They have a little pull.
Yeah, they're only going to
metals in there
due to like the pressure mediation.
Because they put iron in the cereal.
No, it's when you have an object and fluid and pressure and something.
It's well, the Cheerio effect, it's a surface tension as well. That the surface tensions all kind of connect and it pulls them through the surface tension. There's like a change in the
iron. Yeah. Like it's the reason I'm bringing it up is because it's similar in the sense that they orient themselves to just be attractive only. Right? Like they congregate, they orient themselves, and then they congregate.
Right, almost like bubbles. You know how bubbles do that? They'll kind of collect in a certain area, and then they'll kind of organize. Like if you have bubbles on top of like water or in like a bog or something like that, it's interesting to see how bubbles do that. Sometimes they'll attract and they'll cling together, or they'll kind of like repel others. Like one group of bubbles will repel another group.
The reason that's interesting is because The medium is fluid-like, whether you're talking about air or the background. They're both fluid-like, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like what's funny is we're having like high-level conversations that are scraping the surface of figuring out what's actually going on. And the current paradigm does not have an explanation, even if Cavendish is legitimate and consistent, which, by the way, it's not consistent, but that's if we pretend it is. But the Globers invoke it as evidence. It's like, what the?
Consistent?
Yeah, because they're applying this mass attracting mass. So then you have to get in what the concept of mass is, but they're making an entire interpretation off of the actual effect. But the effect is just the effect itself. And it could be caused by many other things like what you're describing. There's so many other potentials of what could be going on. They're just taking one and saying, oh, it's mass attracting mass, quote unquote, is what's causing that little contraction that occurs. And then they're just going off into the weeds on that, even though that initial thing is an assumption and is only one interpretation, and then it ends up being a begging the question for the model that they're claiming it validates.
Well, in their model, the effect should be invariant, and it's not. It's not invariant, right? This is why you'll only see like an anti-flat earther do it on YouTube. It'll mess up a few times, and then like they'll claim it works one time. They won't get really precise measurements, or they'll just say, look, it moved towards it. Haha, gravity proved. And then they'll shut it down. They won't give you really precise measurements, consistently doing it over and over, showing that it specifically matches the gravitational prediction. Because I've looked at the highest level universities and labs do it with incredible precision tools, show that it is actually not invariant. So, that's why it's funny. It's just funny. Like I can drop all kinds of where the predicted error bar is surpassed by like hundreds of percent with the most precise setups that exist in the world. This is what I was talking about earlier, Joe. It's like before we run down rabbit holes, we got to like verify the actual phenomena that we're addressing, right? Because it's easy to get lost in the weeds and just kind of give them too much to do. The truth is they'll take any narrative and run with it.
Right, because that can be a distraction to us. It could be used as a distraction.
From us finding the actual truth. That's right.
Yeah. But you mentioned bubbles. That's interesting. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, please elaborate on the bubbles.
Oh, I was saying how like when you have bubbles in water, the way they move around and the way they sometimes attract each other or they repel each other. There's like fluid dynamics within the medium that like the bubble itself is, you have like level water and then a bubble above the water. So it's creating its own little kind of dome system. And then that has its own like surface tension because now it has like the top part of the bubble is meeting the level water. There's a meeting place. And since you have that meeting place, it creates a surface tension. And the weight of the bubble on top of the water also creates that tension. Once that surface tension is created, it creates kind of like a charged field around it because by the time the pressure essentially mediates and presses upon that water, the water is now emanating out from that bubble in a way that will interact with everything else that it touches. So that's why it kind of can like floats around and does different things and it'll go near something and then it'll go away from something. So it's always kind of trying to find its equilibrium within the charge balance. And if you get multiple of them and then there's multiple different the sizes of bubbles, little ones and big ones, then you can end up with this like in bogs, like in water, like in like a bog or like a lake or a pond, that has a lot of stillness to it. And then that now you have all these different bubbles that have their different tensions, and then they're gonna essentially like through the Cheerio effect, which is also like the Kashmir effect is connected to this, but because of that pressure mediation, when they get close to each other, they can pull each other in, and then depending on the size of them, they can also repel each other as well.
Well, that could be thought of as, this is going to sound funny, coherent and incoherent bubbles. like magnets, right? Yeah.
Did you ever used to blow bubbles when you were a kid?
Every time I went to Michael Jackson's house.
Oh my God.
Do I actually have to go back to where I'm showing how the freaking gravitational constant doesn't actually work with Cavendish? Because now he's dropping freaking...
Dude, only if you want to argue with that Blue Marble Science guy. Seems like a fun.
Didn't he build a bunch of blue marble, whatever? You know what I'm talking about? Cavendishes.
He did a Cavendish.
He's the Cavendish.
Yeah, Blue.
Blue is the
We were talking
Cavendish
about
man.
Cavendish. We're talking about Cavendish Blue. I don't know if you're at your mic, but what results did you get, and then what kind of documentation did you get of it? Because you built one, right?
Yeah, I built one. I posted the summary of the results, just a bar chart.
So do you have any like documentation, like video, audio, anything showing the actual results of it, or?
I probably have 400 hours of video on my channel.
Yeah, you
and
remember
what
when
kind
we
of
went out?
consistency did you? What did you get? Like, what is this summary from your viewpoint on it? What from what you claim to have gotten? And then, if there's that many hours of video, then assumingly it could be verified. So what did you get?
Oh, combined, I think I had 46 tests that I ran. And I got a combined average of 6.632 times 10 to the minus 11 with a standard deviation of about 0.274 times 10 to the minus 11. That's pretty
Roberts.
Yeah,
remember.
We'll just go back
Remember
to the real big boy measurements that I'm dropping in the chat here.
You remember when we went over that, Blue, and you gave me the hypothesis of mass attracting mass, and then you defined what mass was? Those were good times.
Yes,
Was that the one where we came up with 12 definitions?
It's a difficult constant to measure, no question about that.
Although gravity seems like one of the most salient of nature's forces in our daily lives, it's actually by far the weakest, making attempts to calculate its strength an uphill battle. Two 1 kilogram masses that are 1 meter apart attract each other with a force equivalent to the weight of a few human cells.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sounds legit.
Yeah. Two 1 kilogram masses that are 1 meter apart attract
Those
each
are
other.
Those are the slowest swinging balls in all of history.
Dude, I just think it's so the way that they say it, they like act like they're slam dunking on people like Cavendish. It's like two 1 kilogram masses that are 1 meter apart attract each other with a force equivalent to the weight of a few human cells, says University of Washington physicist Jens Gunlock, who worked on a separate 2000 measurement of Big G. So with that, like what?
This is almost as bad of 1 billionth of a second off with their clock. Yeah, this is like unbelievable Harry Potter stuff.
Well, the reason it's so funny is like the slightest fluctuation in electrostatics is so much stronger than they're claiming to find gravity, right? Like so much stronger. And you cannot eliminate electrostatics. Even on the surface, you can quote unquote get net zero charge, right? Like first of all, you don't actually get zero net charge. Like if you ground it, it's constantly dispelling and dispersing the charge into the ground. As soon as you take it off, it's going to start to accumulate charge again. It's because it's in constant flux. So that's why it's constantly sending stuff to the ground, which means it's constantly in the process of flux. Is it always in flux? Yes or no?
Yeah, here's a good idea. Don't take it off ground. Leave it grounded.
Okay. Is it always in flux? Yes or no?
Is it always in flux? I don't even know what you mean.
Okay. If I take it off of ground, will it accumulate surface charge?
Not necessarily.
Wow, dude.
Inside that Faraday cage, not necessarily.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, it will. Absolutely. That's why it's
you can just sit there and say that if you want to. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry you don't understand basic things, but there's something called electrostatic induction from the medium.
Yeah,
so
we know about electrostatic induction.
And you know that the medium is going to transfer electrostatic charge to the surface of the object at all times, always.
Have you ever done the ice bucket test?
We're not talking about ice buckets. We're talking about you thinking that you can attain zero electrostatics, which is
talking about electrostatics. I'm just asking.
Well, hold on.
Have you ever done it?
To be fair, you're kind of interrupting him, Blue. I want to hear both. I think everyone wants to hear both you guys. So if you guys just go one at a time, then we can totally hear what's being said.
Yeah, I'm just trying to address the misnomer that you can attain zero electrostatics so that you can verify gravity's there with the weight of a few human cells. It's not possible, and it's very simple to demonstrate this. When you ground an object, it's taking that charge and it's constantly putting it into the ground, right? Like if you take it off the ground, it's going to start to accumulate surface charge, no matter how fast it happens. That shows you that, well, it's constantly putting that charge to the ground. That's why it instantly begins to accumulate charge when you remove the ground.
It seems that would lead to a current which you could actually tap and power things with.
Absolutely.
But you can't.
Yeah, you can.
Once you bleed the surface charge off of an object, it doesn't just continue to put out power.
Yeah, it does, like a Corona motor. The thing is, we just like the technology to do it large enough to like power our houses and everything, I think is being kept from us. So yeah, we don't have access to that currently. Otherwise we could have free energy. But we can do it on a much smaller scale.
All right, look at this, Left Lane. I had to work in an airport, right? And so when the planes landed, we had to ground them to fuel them.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Okay, so if the ground had slipped off, would I have been fine because I grounded it at first?
Let me ask you this. Have you ever touched a plane before you grounded it and it shocked you?
Yeah, that's not the point. Like, what did you?
Yeah, it is the point. It is the point.
You actually didn't hear my question. If the ground slipped off, would I have been fine just to leave it off and just keep on feeling it?
Maybe, but you wouldn't want to do that. You wouldn't want to risk it.
Risk it as in what could happen was the charge built up so strongly that you're in danger of it exploding effectively.
Well, no, it's just against procedure. I wouldn't dare fuel one without grounding it for the possibility of creating a spark that might burn my plane up and me with it. But the thing is, once you bleed the static charge off of the surface of an object, it's not going to just pop back in place. You could rub it. You could maybe stimulate a static surface charge back on it, like a balloon. You rub it on your hair. You can blow a balloon up and stick it to the wall, and it won't never stick to the wall. You rub it on your head, and it'll stick to the wall, right?
It's a straw man. I never said it would pop right back to where it was before you grounded it. That's a straw man.
Yeah, but the thing is, this apparatus that Blue built, I mean, it's grounded. Everything's grounded, and he's got basically a Faraday cage encasing the small masses. There's just no way that any electrostatics is affecting the unit.
Well, I'm sorry you don't get it, but it's been proven that Faraday cages do not attain zero, and that electromagnetic waves go right through it. And so you have an object outside the Faraday cage, you have an object inside of it. So the cage itself is intrinsically electrostatic, can transfer electrostatic. You have the object outside of it, inside of the air. So obviously it's being affected by electrostatics.
Yeah, exactly. It's in the medium.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter if you put a cage around it. That might block certain things that could have intercepted it from the outside, but its effect is going to happen because gravity is not like shooting from the sky or something. It's not quite like that. It's not like it can't be blocked like that. It's part of the actual medium. It's intrinsic with the entire medium.
What you're going to see, let me give you an example. Like say you get a certain measurable effect, okay, with Blue's thing. And then you put the bigger mass in a Faraday cage and ground it as well. And then you make sure they're both vacuum chambers. Your effect's going to get smaller. If your effect gets smaller, then that doesn't work for gravity. The mass doesn't change.
That's never... Who's ever demonstrated that?
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. That would be an actual test. But like,
nobody. In other words, nobody's ever demonstrated.
No, but what we do know is before you ground it,
out your ass is what.
Hey, before you ground it and put it in a Faraday cage, is the effect greater?
Not necessarily.
Oh, yeah, Blue. God. I wanted to ask you right in line with that. Like, did you test it grounded and ungrounded? Did you do both?
Yeah, I played with it grounded and ungrounded before I put the Faraday cage in it. Yeah.
And what were the comparisons between those?
You can mess around with it and get electrostatic effects. No doubt about it. Yes, absolutely.
Well, like Witz had said, though, if it's not grounded, then everything's going to start collecting surface charge. So there's going to be an effect from that. And that's always happening because there's always friction in the environment. There's always the actual static fields and everything that's within. If you ground it, it now has a way to ground, at least it's like base level of extra charge, but now it still has the charge flowing from the environment to the object into the ground.
Correct.
So that's going to create the vibration as well.
Well, it may have extra charge. It may have a deficiency of charge.
Yeah, right.
That can go either direction.
A deficiency of charge.
Yes.
Yeah, you see errors in both directions.
Oh my.
So you think that it has something can have negative charge?
It can have
No,
negative or positive.
No,
Yeah,
negative doesn't actually mean negative.
Yeah, but the charge could be a repulsive or attractive. So in the case of the Cavendish, you'd see greater or less, acceleration as far as the
That's
torsion
right.
goes.
That's why when you ground it, you're going to get more stable environment because you're controlling the variable of electrostatics more so, right? So it's going to be less sporadic.
Oh,
But you're
so
still going to have electrostatic induction and transference, and there's always going to be the medium interacting with the object. You're just quickly trying to dispel that into the ground. Even just the slightest little bit of interaction from the two objects is going to be way stronger than the weight of a few human cells.
I'm not measuring the weight of a few human cells, and that's a bit of a straw man.
Wait, what are you doing? How big were your masses?
I'm not. You're talking about 2 1 kilogram masses, a fucking meter apart.
How big were your balls?
Yeah.
It's not the size of the mass.
You're gonna hate it when I tell you.
No, I'm kidding.
How big were your balls and how close are they?
You're really gonna hate it.
No,
well, I guess it's a matter of
I'll answer the question.
how out of proportion it is would be then the question. Right. Go ahead, Blue. Go ahead.
Let me know when you're done.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just joking. Go ahead.
All right. The large masses were 22.3 kilograms. There were 2 of them. The small masses on the balance were 780 grams each, about 3/4 of a kilogram. And the center to center distance was about 147 millimeters.
Okay. So you're getting the electrostatic objects super close together?
Super close, yeah.
Well, why wouldn't we want to make sure they're not close so that we can try to control the electrostatic variable better? Don't you agree that if I have 2 objects, like let me give you an example. I just did a test with the Van de Graaff generator, and I tied helium balloons to 3 aluminum washers, and then I wrapped the positive wire from the Van de Graaff around the washers, and then wrapped it on electrical tape, and it levitated the washers like 3 inches above the ground, and then I turned the wheel, right, which turns the belt, increases the friction, introduces electrostatic charge to the balloon, and then it would go down to the ground and stay there. But like if I was to let the balloons like move around too much to where it would carry the washers closer to my desk, then it would go there, right? Because like the charge is going to interact with whatever's the closest to it. So like when you get an object really close, like if I take the balloon and rub it on my head like Left Lane said, but I just drop it a foot away from the wall, it's not going to stick to the wall. But if I put it up against the wall right beside it, then it'll stick to the wall, right? So when you're putting 2 objects really close together, you're like increasing the odds that electrostatics will be at play.
You said 147 millimeters. Is that what you said? Yeah. That's so they were like what 5.7 inches apart roughly.
That's center to center distance. Yeah.
Look at the big brain on Brett.
147.63 on the last series of tests. That was the distance I was using. But
so you said it's the same as 14 centimeters?
Yeah.
Wait, do you have a video?
So you're familiar with Coulomb's law, I guess, right?
Yeah. Do you have a video?
So you're also familiar with gravitation, with Newton's equation, right?
Yeah, I'm also familiar with the mass charge equivalence, showing that actually the natural connection between the 2 arise.
Okay, so you know that there's a common factor in the denominator of those equations, right?
Yeah. Gravity just hijacked electrostatics. I'm well aware.
No, but he's making the same point I was going to make. So to continue.
Oh, but the difference is the distance.
No, that's not the distance. That's not a difference, though.
The difference is the relationship between distance. It is a difference.
Well, Blue, what's your reason?
Yeah,
the fact that these are identical. What is Blue's response as to the identicalness of these? Because I mean, you guys were. He didn't really say his point fully.
Well, I do want to know what you think.
Avoid the buggy talk. I'll continue.
What do you think about that, bro? What do you think about the mass charge equivalence being?
What I think is this: you were trying to make a point that the masses are too close together, and that the electrostatics are overriding something or whatever. I'm trying to tell you that if you move them apart, you're doing the same thing to the gravitational force that you're doing to the electric.
Are you trying to make my point stronger?
No,
he's.
Yeah, you tried, Kosho. You know where
You're
I'm
making
going.
my point stronger.
I'm sorry, Blue. I'm sorry, Blue. Blue was thinking the same thing I'm thinking. I'm sorry, Blue. I'm jumping on you. So go ahead.
But you're making my point stronger, though.
No, I'm not.
Which one's stronger, electrostatics or gravity?
Electrostatic is.
Okay, so if I put the objects, so you're saying that it's the same thing, that the gravity is going to affect the object closer to it more than the object further away, just like electrostatics.
I'm saying the two forces vary essentially the same way with distance.
Right.
So moving them apart doesn't help anything.
Well, it would help something though, because in fact, in reality, electrostatics is going to seek equilibrium relative to its environment, so you can get a lot of like natural discharge, especially if you have them grounded when they're further apart. Like the odds that by the time it's grounded, it can exchange electrostatics to the object close to it is significantly less with greater distance. So like when you're grounding the object, it changes everything. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you ground both the objects and so you're trying to get the charge to go down to the ground, right? Like if you have them closer, you're decreasing the odds that you can get all that charge down to the ground before it interacts with the other mass.
No,
If you increase the distance, then you have a greater chance of doing that.
No, you're not.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was thinking of that as well. Exactly. Yeah, because if they're not grounded, then they're going to start collecting, charge depending on the environment and what they're exposed to. So that's going to affect them. And then when you ground them, that effect won't be happening. But now you have the other effect of the actual charge coming from the medium through the balls into the ground.
I think Blue's point, because it was my point as well, was in the case of Coulomb's law and gravitational law, there's two sets of variables in either. So in the case of Coulomb's law, it's the charges and the distance, and in gravity, it's the masses and the distance. Regardless, if you change the charges, as Witz is describing, like by grounding it or whatever, of course that's going to change it in that aspect of that'll change that variable, so it'll change overall the relationship. And in the cases of gravity, the masses, of course. But if you are trying to make a distinction between them by changing the distance, there isn't a distinction. Like they'll both change in the same regard. So if gravity will weaken by the same thing as Coulomb's law will weaken if you're only changing the distance.
But do you not understand the rebuttal?
I understood it, but it was in reference to the charge.
Yeah, dude. Okay, so you're saying that moving it further apart is not going to help you distinguish between gravity and electrostatics because they have the same distance relationship. The rebuttal is, but in the scenario that you're grounding objects, right? When you're taking the surface charge that is constantly in flux trying to accumulate on that object and you're grounding it, you're discharging it into the ground. Okay, so it's a process of the charge being on the object going down to the ground. So in the moment between it being on the object and going down to the ground, that's the moment you have that the electrostatics can interact with something around it before it's actually grounded. If you have an object closer to it, you have a greater chance of it being able to interact before it discharges. If you increase the distance, it's going to be much less likely that it's able to interact that far away as it's being grounded. It's different than gravity because you're introducing a variable to counteract it. Gravity is its own little magical thing. We don't have to counteract it, control it, directly isolate it, manipulate it, anything. Like we just get to assume it. It's a god. It gets unfair advantage.
Yeah, why are you assuming, Blue?
When we can construct a Faraday shield, a cage like that, and ground all of the objects, the shield and all the objects, that thing does not charge up and discharge like Witz is trying to portray. That's not what happens. the potential, there is no potential there. There is no charge on anything sitting there.
Oh,
It is drained off constantly.
oh, if it's drained off constantly, then there's something there that it's draining off.
If there was anything there, it would be being drained off constantly. I don't subscribe to the theory that there's anything there in the first place inside that Faraday cage.
You just said it's being drained off constantly, though.
I'm saying it would be with it if it's constantly tied to the ground. You're trying to describe a situation where something tied to ground will charge up to some point and then suddenly mysteriously discharge, and that's not what happened.
No, that's a straw man. Yeah. You had a straw man once you got backed into a corner. That's what you guys do. But no, like I'm saying it's constantly discharging into the ground, but just that moment in which it's there and process going down, then it can interact with something near it based on proximity. This is pretty simple.
That's really pretty wrong.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of how lightning works.
Yeah, and I just told you about my experiment. I freaking introduced the charge to it, make the balloons get pulled down to the ground, and then I pull out the grounding wand, and then boom, discharge it. It pops back up. Right. So in this case, it's constantly trying to discharge it. So yes, you're controlling the variable significantly. But that doesn't mean that nothing is going to happen. That doesn't mean.
Leave your ground connected and show it to me. Show me it doing anything.
Well, yeah, there's always
I'm not going to mess up my Van de Graaff generator. What you're saying, hold the grounding wand and then turn the wheel at the same time?
Yeah, leave the grounding rod connected to your balloon or whatever.
That's not how it works. Like, you ground the Van de Graaff with the wand. Anyway.
The balloons are grounding themselves.
Yeah, they go to the ground, which is funny. Once the balloons get charged up, once the washers get charged up, they go down to the earth.
And they hold there.
They stay there like they're glued or something.
Yeah. See, that's why there has to be a constant flow. I mean, I would go as far as to say is like everything that's touching ground is always grounding at all times. Like there's always, if you want to call it a charge, there's always a discharge happening into the ground. Like even with our human bodies, you can actually test it with an actual voltmeter on the body. And you can validate that when you're not grounded, you have a particular charge. And when you ground yourself, the charge changes and you can actually see the current that's flowing from the environment into your body and then into the ground. You can actually measure that on the human body. So if the body's doing it, then it would certainly make sense that other things are as well in the environment.
I don't get why you guys denied that. I mean, I know why, because it's coming from a flat earther, but your own paradigm acknowledges this. Like the downward current, like your own paradigm acknowledges it. Like here's Richard Feynman. I mean,
there's a downward current, yeah.
Yeah.
It's small.
But that's all we need is something small, because the smallest amount is so much stronger than gravity. That's the point, man.
That's not true.
Well, you're going to say it's not true on the giant, massive planetary scale of the Earth. I get that you can reify and beg the question. But the point is that like electrostatics is way stronger than gravity on the smallest scale. And that's what holds the world together.
In specific instances, like they have different variables, like in this one, for example, it's not stronger. The current is extremely weak in this case, and very rarely does anything contrary to what gravity's doing. And also, it's not even consistent. It's only can be expressed in a consistent way when there's a calm atmosphere, but that's almost never the case.
You guys see that I just dropped articles of people that do way more precise measurements than Blue claimed to have done, right? And it shows like great fluctuations. The p-value of the Cavendish is abysmal.
But that was what I was going to ask Blue. Blue, can you repeat what you said was your result and also your margin of error?
Yeah, on a combined basis, I ended up with 6.63 times 10 to the minus 11th.
You're way off gravity.
Well, no, but the variance that you're talking about,
one fucking percent, buddy, and I did it in my garage with what amounted to a pile of firewood and some big fishing weights. If that's not good enough for you, I don't know what to say.
Nope, 6.63 is not good enough for me. I'm sorry.
Okay, well.
Yeah, but the variance that was expressed in the paper you posted was less than what Blue had said. Like their margin of error and their you're right that their answer was different than Blue's, but theirs was consistent with each other at a much greater precision than what Blue said.
That's what I'm saying, and it still shows that based on the predicted error bar of 40 parts per million, they were consistently getting over 450 parts per million. So that's over 10x the error.
How do you get a predicted error bar?
Based on the actual equipment used, why don't you ask the people that did it at the International Council for Science Committee on Data for Science and Technology?
I want to know how to derive a predicted error bar.
You have to read the article. I haven't read it. I don't know. I haven't read it in a long time.
All right, so 6.6.
Well, you could get. Sorry, go ahead.
6.632 times 10 to the minus 11th with a standard deviation of 0.274 times 10 to the minus 11th.
It's based on the equipment. It's based on the gravity's mass, the masses, the predicted gravity, and then the sensitivity of the equipment. They got a prediction of like 40 parts per million error bar.
That's a coefficient of variation, Kosho, of 4.19%. And a deviation from the accepted value of G of 0.63%. So for a garage experiment, I think that's not too bad.
Oh, so it's not bad, and it's also like it's if it depends on how consistent you're talking about it being with Big G, but that's very, very close to Big G and so are these other dudes. Like if they're all getting a number that's 10 to the 11th and they're off by a magnitude of 10 to the 13 5 or whatever, like 5 to the 10 5 times 10 to the 13th a negative 13. If they're off by that much, then if they're that precise, that only speaks to the consistency of this test.
I'm so glad we got here.
That's fairly accurate.
This is beautiful. So we're gonna stick with that, right? That's that standard. We're gonna stick with that standard, and so that's good enough. Okay.
It's good enough. I mean, I'm just saying that's fairly good. Like if you're both getting the same value,
they're co-signing on it. It sounds like.
Cool. There we go. So there's the electromagnetic nature of gravitation and matter, antimatter, anti-gravity. That's showing the mass charge equivalence and showing that gravity is actually electromagnetic in nature, and it's based upon it's actually it's variant. It's actually not a universal constant. It's based on the local energy density, and that when you do the local energy density of the electromagnetic vacuum, and then you combine with the testing results, you actually find that it's significantly close to the prediction of Big G. And then, of course, that the equivalence of Newton's gravitational law and Coulomb's electrostatic law result naturally based on this mass charge equivalence. So if we're going to keep the same standard, then you guys have to say, oh, wow, this is just as good of a theory of gravity as your mass attracting mass, outdated, archaic, misrepresented, garage, Cavendish.
But how can that be true at all if mass and charge don't have an equivalence? Like different materials have a different mass charge. What do they call it? But
yeah, everything has a fundamental physical constant of little e. All these little particles you believe in has an elementary charge.
Yeah, but all material have a different charge mass ratio. So there can't be a charge mass equivalence if different materials have different charge and mass ratios.
Yeah, you mean charged resistance to acceleration ratio?
I mean, you could call it that, I suppose, but I think it's referred. I thought it was referred to the charge mass ratio, but mass of charge.
All right, before we get into that, you guys, experimentally, this theory yield results very close to Big G, so that works, huh?
I'm saying go ahead, Blue. Was that Blue or was that?
Oh no, that was me. Sorry, I was just making a joke. Said shout out to
Okay.
Big G. Sorry about that.
Wherever he may be. But still, yeah. So I disagreed with one of the premises that you brought up, so I can't say I agree with that that statement because I don't agree that there is a mass charge equivalence.
Well, that's what you can believe or not believe. I don't care. But the point is that actually it's making a bold prediction that it's not a universal constant and that's based on the local energy density of the vacuum. And when they take that and test it, it yields results very close to Big G. So regardless of what you think you do or do not agree with regarding mass, that doesn't matter. You guys, your paradigm doesn't even know what mass is. So, Higgs boson daps it up, and then godlike gives it properties and all this weird stuff. I don't care about any of that.
Okay,
your paradigm claims there's a background field that gives mass its properties. So, I'm like, okay, well, the ether interacts in different ways.
Well, I understand that you understand the mass charge ratio of different materials, and so if you understand that, then logically it can't be true that there's a charge mass equivalence if there's differing charge and mass ratios, right?
No, not right. No, I don't agree with you.
So you don't agree with that there is a charge mass ratio that is going to be unique for different materials?
It's not that I disagree with that, but then you have to get into what exactly is the material, right? Like, what is the material and its relation to its charge? What is material? You guys don't answer any questions like this. Your understanding is like your paradigm's understanding is kind of bankrupt in that sense. Like, it just says it doesn't really answer any of those questions. Like, what is the material? Well, it's actually a vibrational resonance of the ether itself. It's actually a modality of the background. And then that being under strain actually gives an electrostatic relationship. Then we can quantify the charging process or the discharging process. And then we get to the smallest scale. Every single bit of this material is held together with elementary charges. You take elementary charge and you throw it over here in a bucket, and then you talk about different types of charges and throw it over here in a bucket, and then you say, oh, well, the charges over here in this bucket aren't the same as mass, and you just leave out the fundamental physical constant of little e. Which is what I just pointed out. The mass charge equivalence he's proposing is based on the physical constant of little e, elementary charge.
Well, no, that was my point, though, is that I think, if I remember correctly, it has something to do with I guess the ratio between them is actually the one is divided by the other. I forget which one you divide by the other, but it's the mass divided by the charge, or the charge divided by the mass. But obviously, two objects can have the same mass and different charges, or the same charge and different masses, right? So clearly, there can't be an equivalence when the ratio is just referencing, the two things not being equal, but being one divided by the other.
I mean, your understanding of charge, sure. That's why I just now clarify the difference in how you guys just want to sweep elementary charge under the rug, and then you want to conflate the words charge and net charge. Again, very remedial and archaic ideas. Like here, thus every mass is characterized by one or more charge density collective frequencies, and the keenons of the electromagnetic quantum vacuum field are seen in the mass frame as photons at the same collective frequencies, inducing a radiant pressure. Considering that a mass is characterized by a collective frequency, taking into account the two circular polarizations of keenons and the fact that the photon electric field seen in the frame of the mass is proportional to something, according to Figure 5, then the pressure exerted by the keenons upon the mass in a solid angle right, and then it gives you the actual equation for the vacuum equating to this mass. And second stage, energy mass annihilation mechanisms in the universe. Well, we don't have to get into that because that's some freaking trying to answer your pseudoscientific nonsense. But the presence of antimatter structures in an ordinary mass universe would also contribute to the cosmic acceleration. More pseudoscience. So basically, it is the mass charge equivalence built upon the fundamental physical constant. Like I said, this is because historically a negative charge was conventionally attributed to the electron and a positive one to the positron. For inverting eventually the traditional convention and attributing a positive charge to the electron and a negative to the positron, which becomes a negatron, would result to positive mass for matter and negative for antimatter. It's a fundamental difference.
You say negatron?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. The traditional convention in attributing a positive charge to the electron and a negative to the positron, which becomes a negatron. But anyway,
that's awesome.
I don't dispute that this is fundamentally different than the current paradigm. But my point is, like, if our standard is just like, oh, it matched close enough to the number, then it must be good. Well, like, then the fact that gravity is actually electromagnetic in nature is just as viable using that standard, which is why I made sure you guys were going to stake the flag into that standard, which is close enough to the predictions of Big G. So
yeah, I'd have to. Is that the paper you posted? The electromagnetic nature of gravitation and matter, antimatter. Wait, is this the paper from the French guy?
Yeah.
Okay, I've read most of it, but I haven't read. I haven't read most of it. I've read some of it and haven't read most of it. But
Meese.
Yeah.
Speaking of meese, there's meese running around my friend's house right now.
Why, Left you didn't like it?
Who, me?
You guys still waiting on some Glober to come tell you why it's wrong or something?
No, I just opened it. I haven't read it, but I was looking at his conclusion and got down to the references. And his name are on practically all the references.
You heard someone else say that. You didn't just like breeze through the article and get down to the references by coincidence. That's the main thing that the anti-flat earthers have been saying.
No, I'm looking at them right now.
So it's just a coincidence that the anti-flat earthers have all reverted to saying that and not responding to the actual paper, and that's what the first thing you say is.
No, I haven't heard that. I'm sitting here looking at them, and I see Meese.
Yeah. Cool. He doesn't only reference himself, but he's one of the few people that you understand that the papers he's referencing is for a reason. If you go there, it has other experimental evidence that it's built upon.
Yeah, the only thing that I'd heard about this guy is that he does have substantial credentials, but that he somehow went off the deep end or something. I don't know.
There you go. Yeah. So that's called genetic fallacies and ad homs and hand wave dismissals and non sequiturs and red.
They say that about everyone that like ends up disproving anything that goes against the mainstream narrative. They're just like, oh yeah, he was a great dude, super brilliant, but went off the deep end when he started disproving relativity or this or that. Like they do it to everyone. It's actually crazy though. Like you're not the only one that does that. It's actually nuts.
Yeah, I know, but the anti-flat earthers are not in the deep end, and they don't have near the credentials, but it's fine. So the same group of people that constantly and incessantly appeal to credentials, once we have one with like prestigious credentials going against their narrative, all of a sudden they're quacks that went on.
Right. Suddenly they don't understand the technology well enough to,
We did have that technology.
This page right here has all of his publications. I mean, he has hundreds of them, of all kinds of different journals all around the world, and many relating to a lot of these similar concepts. I mean, so what is this claim of going off the deep end? That doesn't. I mean, is someone just making that up, or is there any?
No, that Left Lane didn't say that though. Those other guys were saying about how other people say that and stuff. That's what I'm saying. But maybe we should only talk about what people in here are saying, because what Left Lane had done by looking at the references, that's the first thing I do. Well, that's the third thing I do. I look at the abstract, I look at the conclusion, I look at the references, and
look at all these.
It's not, well, yeah, but most of them are from him. That's what I'm saying. The reason why you look at the references is because he's going to be citing stuff in his paper, stuff that is either substantiated or verified. But if they were things that were substantiated by him, then you can see why that would be a conflict of interest on for the information he's producing.
Yeah, it's probably because he can't publish to the mainstream ones because they're suppressing him.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's proposing ideas that are fundamentally challenging the paradigm.
Yeah.
Well,
the thing about him though is he has history. I mean, I'm looking at all of these papers he's published, and they're in a lot of very prestigious, fully accredited, journals. And then he also is a professor at fully accredited colleges as well. So
yeah, I mean, we're talking Cambridge, Princeton, Harvard. Like it's a joke that they try to pull a genetic fallacy on him.
No, but it's not about genetic fallacy. It's not about, like, first of all, no, Left Lane did not do that. I'm not doing that. But when talking about his references of him referring to himself, the reason why that's a red flag is because, like I said, when you're trying to substantiate your claims by saying, well, we've seen that this is the evidence for this, and, this equation is true, so we can conclude this. If the things that he's using as his premise are also things that he's come up with, then that's not necessarily... like his claims are based on his claims, right? So you have to get to
Yeah,
the
but
base.
you
You have to get to
believe
the base of
Isaac
what's being
Newton.
expressed.
Yeah, but half of them are not
How
him.
does that make sense?
Half of them are not him, though. So yeah, half of them are not him. And yes, when you say he went off the deep end, that's an ad hominem genetic fallacy.
Well, now, the next thing that I'm going to critique is all scientific papers are backed up by experiment where they can demonstrate their claims. Is there an experiment associated with any of this that I can check?
Yeah, although it's funny that you don't actually hold to that standard, right? Like if Glober comes in here and shows you a paper that dark matter is actually the debris of asteroid belts, then that's cool. If someone tells you that the edge of the visible universe is 46 billion light years away,
Why
that's
are you doing?
A1.
No,
Are you doing all
no,
that
but
for me?
Because left
Well,
any paper
yeah.
about space, you don't need an experiment. Can we
no,
be
you
honest?
do.
Oh, it
If
is a
somebody
good
makes
preface,
claims,
like if that's really your standard, do you have that for your current understanding? Is kind, yeah.
Yeah,
Of
yeah.
course.
Any scientific principle. I mean, like gravity,
you
for
don't.
instance, mass attracting mass. We have Cavendish, right? And I mean,
No.
basically, any scientific claim is backed up by experiment. That's the evidence that what they're saying is true, right?
What's the experiment for length contraction?
Well, this is not length contraction. This is talking about
that's gravity.
electromagnetism being the cause of gravity. He should be able to demonstrate that.
But
Well,
they
this is
needed
based
that. They
upon-
needed length contraction to abolish the ether.
These are based on some experiments, by the way. Right, so it's talking about like the quantum Bohr's magneton. That was based on observation. You understand that? The majority of these descriptions are not even challenged. They are all built upon experiment. Like the description of now, I don't even believe his interpretation of little particles, but I know we call him that for intensive purposes, right? Like most of this isn't even challenged. It's his conclusion and hypothesis that's challenged. So the actual like the qualities and characteristics of these different particles, they're not challenged. Like what are you talking about?
Yeah, but
He's using like the mainstream accepted variables.
let's be specific here because there's I'm reading the paper and there's plenty of the references and in the paper where he's citing them. But clearly there's some things that he's expressing that are not in contention. He's not expressing them as if they're in contention. He's just referencing where they're in contention and where those references are. So let's talk about one of them, like a specific one.
Okay,
like
so we recall here that from the historical experimental evidence, Planck's constant is intrinsically related to the energy quantization of the electromagnetic field at a single photon level. Despite of this characteristic physical origin, Planck's constant is used in quantum physics for the description of all the elementary particles. Hence, we may draw that the electromagnetic nature should be an inherent property of particles. So do we dispute the experimental evidence of Planck's constant being intrinsically related to the energy quantization of the electromagnetic field at a single photon level? Because then we just easily Google that phrase and find probably
But that's what I mean. That statement that you said, like that's not in contention though. Like as far as the mainstream model goes.
Leflane said that it doesn't have. He needs some experiments that it's built upon. Like that's a gross misrepresentation of the paper because the vast majority of it is built strictly upon experimental evidence.
That's what I'm saying though. That was my point.
Well, correct your boy Leflane.
My point was not against Leflane though. My point was that there's plenty of references in here, like the statement you made, which is not in contention in mainstream. It's not making a point that's contrary to mainstream. So
he does. He does.
I know, but in that statement, it wasn't contrary.
Yes, it was. It says, hence, we may draw that the electromagnetic nature should be an inherent property of particles. Dude, mainstream doesn't say that.
Don't they say that there's a magnetic component to like every particle, even the neutral particles?
Oh, I don't know if they do say that. If they do say that, like if they say there's an electromagnetic nature to all particles, that's not my understanding, right? Like electromagnetic. Yeah, they say that every particle has a magnetic moment, right? But like electromagnetic nature should be an inherent property of all particles. But he builds this conclusion on the evidence that he cites before.
Any charge will cause any moving charge causes a magnetic field. So anything that has a charge.
Well, they try to say that a lot of particles don't have a charge or whatever, right? So it's like, but then they say, oh, well, it does have an elementary charge. That's why I tip my hat to this guy because he's acknowledging some basic things that I say, not because he agrees with me. It's just because I don't understand why they're
not acknowledged. Like, I say this all the time to Glovers, like, something's neutral, it has zero charge. I'm like, no, it doesn't. For one, it's always in flux. Secondly, you're conflating charge and net charge, and even on the smallest scale, you guys invoke something called an elementary charge. And I know that's different. No, it's not. Well, this guy's saying the same thing. This guy said the same thing I said. And then when I said that gravity is actually electromagnetic in nature, he's saying the same thing. And when I said gravity should have an equal and opposite reaction within the background medium, he's saying the same thing. And when I said that the Newton's gravitational law and Coulomb's law have a natural connection, in fact, gravitational law hijacked Coulomb's law, he's saying the same thing, right? But all of those things that I said, I was mocked, scoffed, ridiculed. That was the stupidest thing ever to be said, and it's easily disproven. Now it's just, oh, this really smart, credentialed, prestigious physicist has fallen off the deep end. That's the reason that he's being invoked. Is he's pointing out a lot of the obvious things that I've been saying.
Well, yeah, you got to jump off the deep end from the old paradigm to be actually progressive and on point.
Yeah, what's so funny is it's like say Frank Wilczek, he won a Nobel Prize, right? Freaking, but then he comes out, says there's ether. Oh, he lost it. No, just because he disagrees with your cult doesn't mean he lost it. Do you guys not see how disgusting and antithetical to science that is? Once someone that devotes their whole life to science, makes huge discoveries, even wins a Nobel Prize, comes out with a theory that goes against the current paradigm, they just all ridicule him and like tag team, berate him, right? And tell him that he's lost it, he's a quack, undermine his entire life's work. How is that not like the Catholic Church?
Well, all of these links on here are behind a paywall at the same site. They're all at the same URL. Well, they got different extensions, but it's doi.org, and every citation on here is behind a paywall.
That's how you get to papers, man. You mean I'll get the papers for you? Which one do you want?
Well, I've got one that did open from Xanadu.org.
Use Sci-Hub, bro. Do you know what Sci-Hub is?
No, I haven't.
Okay, if you go to scihub.ru, you can type a vast majority of papers in the reference. I don't know if it'll work on these. Let me check though.
Oh, dude,
it'll get you fast paywalls. But yeah, that's frustrating. Isn't that frustrating that like when you just want to learn something that you can't because science is like this religion, like just like how you had to pay the Catholic priest to get out of purgatory.
It's just like watching a movie. I wanted to watch your movie today, and I forgot what it was called, so I couldn't pay for it. But your movie's not free. If you're yeah, what's it? You want to be consistent right now? You should provide your movie for free.
It is free. You talking about the movie about to come out? Level's just not free for 2 weeks, and then it's free. I would be happy if they kept the papers not free for 2 weeks.
Okay, I'm kidding with you though, but
it's like
I thought it came out today.
Coach,
I thought it came out today.
You're gonna want to pay for it, bro. See it the first day it comes out.
All right.
You know you're gonna pay for it.
I'm just gonna find a way to give it to everyone for free. To all the Glovers.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm gonna attempt to get it for free, of course, but it probably won't be. I'm not gonna try too hard.
$3, dude. I think it's literally $3.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I was looking for. I was with my friend, and I was like, "Oh shit, what's this thing came out today?" I just forgot what it was called, and I knew it was called Level, but isn't there already a movie called Level?
Yeah, it's called Level with Me.
Oh, that's the name of yours, or that's the name of the other one?
Well, it's not mine; it's his. Same guy that made the other ones, but I'm just.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So it's basically like a sequel or something. It's like a part of a series.
Yeah, it's a trilogy. It's the third one. Yeah.
Okay.
He releases them every year on Earth Day.
Yep. So it's not today's the 21st for me right now because it's after 12, but it's tomorrow. It's the 22nd.
Nice.
I bet that dude's like tripping because he had so much to get done.
You know what they call the 22nd, right? They say today's 4/22, like like TOO, like
yeah,
today's
awesome.
4/22.
That's cute, man.
That's what you do. That's what you do if you're smoking a blunt. It's 4/22. Just like, hey, today's 4/22.
Yeah, you definitely have a little reprise 2 days later.
Yeah.
And then every day after that.
I ain't lie, I smoked weed today. I don't smoke weed anymore, but I smoked weed.
Well, thank you for not lying.
About what?
You said you weren't gonna lie. I just wanted to thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, earlier Jem called me dishonest, and I had to be honest that it's fair for him to say that because I was lying the other day when I told him I was blind.
Yeah, that's funny.
Funny guy.
Yo, these are some good, dude. He dropped some good, good. So, it's so funny you guys bring up the resources because these are not resources you guys want to talk about. Like, the very early universe, natural inflation, Cambridge University, the scientific story of creation, Oxford University, the new quantum universe, Cambridge University, annual review of astronomy and astrophysics. These are not going to be good for you right here. Like general relativity and introduction for physics. He's like citing introduction for physicists of general relativity from Cambridge University. Like,
Oh wait, you're talking about this? Are these his citations? I mean, these are his references, right?
These are other people. I mean, it's the reference. Yeah, I mean, these aren't him. His references are even worse. They're going to be way worse for you guys because I guess he kind of it looks like around 2017 he was like, all right, I'm done. I'm done playing ball, dude. I'm going all out. Really,
Here's what Gio's posting, right? Gio's attempting. He's posting his reference.
Dude, look at all these conferences he's done as well. Books, publication, conferences, and organized events all around the world in some of the most prestigious institutes in the world.
This guy would be their hero if, like, I wasn't bringing him up. And let's be real. Like, if McToon brought him up and had him on his show, the Globers would love him.
He's written all these books too. What is this, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, 6 entire books fully published. And the first one, primary role of the quantum electromagnetic vacuum in gravitation and cosmology.
Maybe I should buy one.
That sounds awesome. Primary role of quantum electromagnetic vacuum in gravitation and in gravitation and cosmology. Another one is quantized field of single photons, light and vacuum, thermodynamic modeling of materials.
I mean, most of what he's saying is probably based on truth. I feel like it's very possible that in this paper, he's more expressing opinions or kind of.
No, dude, he's on the cutting edge of integrating the current model, the parts that are true about the current model, and starting to actually put the pieces together of like the actual baseline of this entire reality, which has been like hijacked and replaced with this current false model.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's almost not presenting this, like the ideas he's putting forth in this paper, the paper we're talking about. He's not putting it forth as like this, like he's almost like proposing it like a hypothetical almost, because he's basing off of things that are true in some instances, but he's also basing off of things that are sort of assumptive or, seemingly or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not suggesting he has the whole picture, but I think his mind's, putting some pieces together for sure.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with doing that, but I think that's very different than somebody who's proposing something because it's the conclusion they've come to through observations and experimentation. Whereas, like I said, I'm not saying that this is not true, what this French guy is saying. I'm just saying that it's not based on experiments and observations, but more of interpretations of, like a formula.
Yeah, but that's what's done on everything. I mean, there are always base experimentations that are done that are part of. I mean, I'm sure he's going off of a lot of the ones done in quantum physics since he's writing a lot about that. So I'm sure he has all those at his disposal.
Well, but it's like. I'm sorry. Well, the final paragraph in his conclusion, and I read all the way through it, and he talks of no experiment where this can be demonstrated. But the last entry, it says a new cosmological model could be developed on this basis, overcoming the well-known Big Bang inconveniences such as initial state faster than the speed of light inflation, as well as the horizon flatness and antimatter issues. But that's kind of an open-ended conclusion, don't you think? It could be.
Yeah, like that's what I'm
Okay,
saying. It's more of like a.
you just keep saying it, that there's no experiment. You just keep saying that. Like I named a specific one.
Well,
After we
he's
dig
not
in.
naming one in this paper.
He is though.
Okay.
Yeah, so here we go. We recall here that from the historical experimental evidence, Planck's constant is intrinsically related to the energy quantization of the electromagnetic field at a single photon level.
Well,
Yeah, but
Planck's constant, that is an established. That's what Kosha was saying. There's going to be some truth sprinkled throughout this, but he's maybe drawing some bad conclusions.
No, it's built upon the energy quantization of the electromagnetic field at a single photon level. So then he says, hence we may draw, well, actually he says, despite of this characteristic physical origin, Planck's constant is used in quantum physics for the description of all the elementary particles. Hence, we may draw that the electromagnetic nature should be an inherent property of particles. So Planck's constant is used in quantum physics for the description of all the elementary particles. And Planck's constant is intrinsically related to the energy of the electromagnetic field. So if Planck's constant is intrinsically related to the energy of the electromagnetic field, and Planck's constant is used in quantum physics for the description of all elementary particles, then we should draw that the electromagnetic nature should be an inherent property of particles. So he's using the experimental evidence to make an obvious, logical, irrefutable conclusion.
Well, that's sort of what I mean, though. Is Planck's constant is obviously it's actually like the basis of quantum field or quantum mechanics or whatever. So it's like I can see everything he's saying is true, but then the conclusion, because this is true, that means that everything has an electromagnetic should have something that's like electromagnetic property to them. But that's kind of true though, because there is like the what do they call it, the magnetic dipole moment, or the magnetic moment that is basically associated with really any particle, whether it's neutral or not. I don't know if you would consider that to be an electromagnetic component, but I'm not sure.
Well, that's
I'm not
his
sure
point.
how. Well, that's what I'm saying, but I don't know how that's controversy though.
No, the controversy is he's saying it's electromagnetic, not just having magnetic moments. Specifically, they specifically do not say that all particles are electromagnetic. They don't say that.
Well, yeah, they say that not every. They say that everything has.
He's saying they have no foundation to not say that, because based on the evidence, we see that Planck's constant is intrinsically electromagnetic. And so if you're going to describe all particles with Planck's constant, then you're intrinsically describing all particles as electromagnetic in nature. He's pointing out a fundamental flaw in the current paradigm that's obvious. And like that's based on experimental evidence. Dude. Then he points out the lack of experimental evidence. Electromagnetic waves are not composed of harmonic oscillators, and no experiment has ever demonstrated that a single photon state is a harmonic oscillator. It has to be emphasized that in contrast with material oscillators, the zero-point energy of a K-mode in quantum field theory resulting from the harmonic oscillator Hamiltonian does not correspond to a physical state, and this is what the astrophysical observations confirm. This dude's actually trying to answer your problems. That's what's funny about you guys throwing him under the bus because you don't like what I say. Identification of particle masses obtained using equation 20 with different values of integers n to the I, and comparison to the experimental values. The discrepancy is lower than 0.2% for roughly 90% of the identified particles. For roughly 90% of the identified particles, the discrepancy is lower than 0.2% based on the experimental values. So he's invoking all experimental values of quantum particles. Every quantum particle that's listed is based on the experimental values. It's like no experiments. Like I don't know what's just a talking point. You said you looked through the whole thing and it said no experiments left. Well, you didn't look through the whole thing. I sent it to you a few minutes ago.
But that's again, that's I think what the left thing is saying is the same thing I'm saying, which is the experiments he's talking about is the claims that he's making. So let's say you make a claim, it's going to be based off premise A, premise B, and premise C, and premise A and premise B are both universally known to be true and have experimentation, and it's the premise C or the connection between them that is kind of a question. And so like, I mean, I don't think it's not true to say that there's like everything in here is wrong and everything in here has no evidence, because some of the premises he's saying are, like I said, accepted by everybody. It's just the conclusion he takes them to.
No. So when he's testing C, he's literally testing C, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, Earth is Life made a rap rebuttal to my song. That's hilarious. Like, there's no way that you could have possibly done that beat justice, man. Like, stay in your lane. All right. So anyway, it's saying that based on his theory, right, he compares it to the experimental values. So the identification of particle mass is obtained using the equation that he proposed with different values of integers in comparison to the experimental values. He has a whole chart here. The discrepancy is lower than 0.2% for roughly 90% of the identified particles. Now, less than 1% was like a slam dunk a few minutes ago for blue, right? But now we're talking about gravity being electromagnetic. It's no good. So this isn't just him saying what everyone else is saying. It's him saying, look at all the experimental values that we've established in quantum. Look at it compared to the equation as proposed, and look at the discrepancy being lower than 0.2% for all these different particles. And he lists them out. There's a ton of them. 24, 31, 32, 113, 114. He lists all these things out.
So I remember, I'm reading what you were just saying for part of the table. I'm just trying to read what it's in regards to.
I mean, I think he seems very honest, actually, right? Like, he's like, where there's gaps, where there's not experimental evidence, where to test the theory, he like specifically gets out ahead of that. He's like, future development of technology that can specifically test this part of the claim experimentally can help provide much needed clarity. Like, that's not, yeah, that's how theories work. Right. Well, like, and whenever we don't have sensitive enough equipment, and Jace is in here, that's a perfect get out of jail card for making unfounded claims. We just don't have sensitive enough equipment.
Sure.
Like, in fact, the presence in equation 19 of the integer n to the I, whatever that is, characterizing the particles' antiparticles masses implies that the electromagnetic vacuum must have a complex structure of quantum levels yet to discover, which might be related to string theory. Quarks and antiquarks should be also states of the same vacuum field, since they bear a fractional elementary charge, and consequently strong and weak forces should be particular manifestations of the electromagnetic field. Electromagnetic vacuum field. Through this lens, all neutral elementary particles and antiparticles must be composed of positive and negative charges, and consequently gravity should be electromagnetic in nature. Dude, that's what I say, dude.
Yeah, but that's what I mean,
though.
though.
Neutral, they still have an intrinsic charge. Like,
so there's a couple of things, though. There's like, okay, so it says, because of this, it makes sense that gravity had this. But then you take, so what he's drawing his evidence, what he's drawing his evidence from is things like how there's elementary charges of like the quarks, there'll be fractional charges, and like in the case of 1/3 or 2/3, and they'll get their, they can get their charges from the weak field. I'm sorry, from the boson, from the weak field, the W boson. But I thought that there's two bosons that don't have charge, and I know the photon doesn't, even though it has electromagnetic fields, like it exists. It's an excitation electromagnetic field, but it itself doesn't have charge. And there's a couple other subatomic particles that don't have charge. So I see what he's saying and why he's saying, oh well, because quarks have fractional charge, that means that the strong and the weak forces are intrinsically also electromagnetic. But I don't think that one falls from the other, because there's bosons in those fields that don't have charge.
What, they don't have any
I
elementary
gotta look at the
charge?
table real quick.
Are you saying that they don't have elementary charge?
I'm certain like the photon doesn't, and I'm trying to see what else does.
Oh, well, he gets out in front of the photon. He explains exactly what it is in the very first paragraph. All right. I mean, that's obvious. Light's obviously a crucial component to any major theory moving forward, as it was like the staple of the current theory. Right? So he explains. Let me find it right here. Yeah, right here. Like, literally, right at the beginning, it says, we show that the electromagnetic quantum vacuum derives directly from Maxwell's theory and plays a primary role in quantum electrodynamics, particle physics, gravitation, and cosmology. It corresponds to the electromagnetic field ground state at zero frequency, a zero-energy cosmic field permeating all of space, and it is composed of real states called keenons. Photons are local oscillations of keenons, guided by a non-local vector potential wave function with quantized amplitude. He gets way out in front of photons, explaining that they're actually just local oscillations of the vacuum, the ether. That's what it actually is.
How do you spell keenons again?
K-E-N-O-N.
That's what I thought. Okay, well, regardless, yeah, so I pulled up, because I couldn't remember in the standard model which ones have charge. But yeah, the gluon or photon, actually the only boson that has charge is the W bosons. But none of the other bosons have charge. So the gluon, I mean the strong force doesn't really have any. It isn't related to electromagnetism in that sense. Like there's no component that brings one into the other, like where they have an interaction or whatever. So I disagree with that what he said before about how that ties the strong force and the weak force to electromagnetism because quarks have fractional charge. I don't think that one follows from the other.
Okay, man.
Well, yeah, I just don't see it where I don't see how that statement is substantiated when the strong force doesn't seem to have any relationship to electromagnetism. I could be wrong, but I'm just telling you how I understand it, and I could be missing something.
Yeah.
Actually,
well, yeah, and the
was
reason
they
I brought
could.
this paper up was not to go all through it. It's because like it's his theories value, like predicted value via the like the energy density of electromagnetic vacuum, so the local energy density. It gets more accurate results than Blue's experiment. Right, so if our standard is that, oh, well, it's within 1% or whatever, then okay, cool.
Yeah, but okay, so for instance, like that, I'm just going back to this.
We show that the gravitational constant big G is a vacuum property having electromagnetic nature and is the same for matter and antimatter. Yeah, of course, it's a property of the ether.
Yeah, but what he says though is like he states the thing with the quarks and the fractional charge, but then he says because of this, consequently, strong and weak forces should be particular manifestations of the electromagnetic vacuum field, and through this lens, all neutral elementary particles, antiparticles must be composed of positive and negative charges, and should have electromagnetic nature. But that's what I'm saying. Like those. He's basically just making assumptive jumps, not really, necessary jumps. You know what I'm saying? I don't see why that would be a, like I don't see why one has to go from one to the other when just because these things could be related doesn't mean that they for any reason are.
One thing I know for sure is this dude's way more in the right direction than your current paradigm, as he's like denotes the idea of like dark light
pointing out that in total absence of energy of vector potential as well as of electric and magnetic fields is the electromagnetic field ground state, the electromagnetic quantum vacuum corresponding to light at zero frequency, i.e. dark light. If light is nothing more than the background prior to excitation and that disturbance or perturbation, then illuminate. And then we quantify that illumination with the rate of induction. He's correct. He's correct. He's correct about a lot of stuff. I disagree with him on all kinds of stuff. That's not really even the point, though.
That's all. I mean, that's all good.
He's also not even. He's not addressing a major thing here. He's not addressing the assumed invariant nature of light, like our speed of light, right? Like light's actually variant, and I think he actually uses C here.
What do you mean though? And you say that because I agree with you in some aspects, but it really depends on what you like. Did you elaborate on what you mean when you say that?
I just think light fundamentally doesn't have a speed, so much less does it have a constant invariant speed. Yeah, I mean, I've just seen evidence where we see light propagate 3C. So as opposed to doing mental
3C?
Yeah, 3C. Yeah.
What do you mean when you say that?
They transmitted information through coaxial cables at 3 times the speed of light, over 200 meters.
Okay. Are you talking about that one guy with the fucking? He's like a bald guy with the curly hair. I forget what his name is.
No, not Ken Willer. No, this is just like an.
No. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. It's just a paper, but the dude ended up writing a follow-up paper trying to explain it away within relativity. He basically invokes like simulation theory to do it.
Okay, I meant the dude who has his old videos that is like he's like recreating Tesla stuff. Ken Wheeler's stuff is I think based on his stuff. I forget what his name is.
Oh, Russell? No, not Russell.
Wears glasses and
Walter Russell.
T-shirt or muscle
I know
shirt.
what you're talking about.
He's in garages and fields a lot.
Yeah, like or in his car.
Yeah, I've never seen him in his car, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I've seen some of his stuff where he talks about like the sound or signals traveling through the earth faster than the speed of light and stuff like that. But yeah, I disagree with that statement. And that, but regardless, okay, I see what you're saying. I was just trying to figure out what you meant by C being variant, because I agree though that the speed of light is variant based on the medium that the light is traveling through. But I think that the upper limit of the speed of light, which is, like C is not in reference to only the speed of light, but in reference to like the upper limit that information can travel through
I think
space
it's wrong.
time. Yeah. I understand.
Yeah, like I think that it's already there. All we're doing is quantifying how quickly it can be made perceivable, and there does seem to be like a pretty consistent limit on our current understanding, but yeah, it's just already there. Like technically, I think that you could get like 100 C because and that would be pretty insane, but if it's instant, you're just going to keep inching closer and closer towards it. Right? So you could technically do that forever.
Mm-hmm. I like to see that. I mean, obviously, it goes without saying that this sort of thing being capable of being consistently shown to be true, and not like somebody showing it by accident or being like a experimental a flaw in the experimentation or something. Like this was something that could be shown to be consistently true. It would be a big deal, and sky's the limit to what sort of praise you get, Nobel Prize or whatever.
All right, bro. I'm gonna dip out, but nice talking to you, fellas.
Yeah, you too, man.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you guys. You add me and show me that differential equation stuff you were talking about earlier. How they can solve it without the tensor stuff. I definitely want to see that.
Sure, absolutely.
All right. Idea.
I'll do like a simple example, like a orbit of the moon or something. Let me see. Hey, what was your name, by the way? The guy who asked for that.
Oh, Alan.
Alan. Yeah, from like.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, dude, from the old YouTube
Jurassic
video.
Park.
Oh, different thing.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's acceptable.
Okay, no, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, just give me a minute because I'm not like I'm not I'm not well versed in relativity, but I've solved the field equations for simple stuff and derived
Yeah.
Newton's law from it, but I don't think I've done the orbit of the moon. Just give me a minute to mess up a couple times.
Nice.
Also,
What's up?
well, this is not really related. I guess it's kind of related, but it's also cool because it's also something else that like if you take Kepler's laws, his third law in specific, and you take the centrifugal formula, you can actually derive Newton's law from that as well, like
Oh,
gravitation.
nice.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's how
I'm
he
gonna write
first did it.
that.
That's how.
I'm gonna write that down in 1 second. I've never heard that before. I like this. I just found out about this this deriving from things, so I'm exploring that.
Well, I mean, he came. That's how he came up with it. I mean, that's how he stumbled across the universal law of gravitation because he had developed the centripetal formula, and that formula was exactly what is used when you're trying to figure out what the forces of or compelling an object towards another object as it's orbiting around it, or rotating around it, or whatever. Like in the case of you pulling something with a string around your head. So he just used that formula to compute what the force was that was causing orbits. Um, and then he basically plugged in Kepler's third law into the centrifugal formula.
Gio, you in here? I'll just say that Witsit's one tough act to follow.
Yeah, he is.
I'm kind of a, I'm not a spring chicken or nothing. I'm getting up there in age, but I never had any, drive or ambition to study any of this kind of stuff. But the more I hear him speak about some of this stuff and his citations, really,
dude, totally
makes me want to learn.
That's what started getting me into it. I was starting to feel the same way, and then I would hear him talk about this stuff and cite it. So I just started reading the citations, and like following up on it and actually reading the papers. And it was like a whole new, world opened up where it was like, oh, like, the stuff's actually interesting now,
Yeah, I had like a, natural ability to do some math when I was, when I was in school. I mean, I had opportunities to go to college and, math scholarships and stuff, but I wasn't driven to be into math or nothing. I had a good ability to do it, just, but I didn't want to, I was really more into history than anything. That was like one of my favorite subjects was history.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I didn't want to get into like, quantum physics and nothing like that. But man, after hearing him, he knows how to take the ballers to task, man.
Yeah, he does.
How do you follow that? That's crazy. But it's inspiring, to hear him because I know there's the younger generations coming up, and there's guys my age or not my age that I know, but like 10 years younger than me that are like.
You gotta let them kids know what's up, man. Like we're finding books now that are like, written in like the 1900s where like they all knew this stuff and already knew it was all BS and all these theories and stuff. And it's just like, we just got to carry it on because I think this is going to be an ongoing thing, like no one's ever gonna, they're never going to come out and be like, oh yeah, guys, it's actually like, plain and we're lying about magnetism. Like they're never going to say that, right? So it's always going to be this ongoing power struggle to control science and where we live. Because now that they've got it, like how could you give it up, right? Like now it's the only like central focal point to continue everything.
It shows their, intellectual dishonesty and their religion when they're not willing to accept, alternative, models, I mean, whatever, alternative answers. There's other.
Well, like Witsit was saying, and and even though that guy wasn't specifically doing it, I really just started talking to like people in academic fields about this stuff, and like they're just like every time you get into a situation where you start citing the papers and you start citing other things and different interpretations and things that are supported by, experiments, suddenly that person that you're citing is like a quack. Like it's like it happens every time. It's actually crazy. They'll just start disavowing like the guy who invented the whatever or has all the patents for like, a certain piece of technology, who clearly understands it very well. And then they're like, well, yeah, but like, he just, he doesn't get it. Like he's crazy
He
or
went off the
something.
deep end.
They do
Yeah,
this
it's like,
with Nobel Prize winners as well. Yeah, like
Yeah.
people actually win Nobel Prizes, and then later they advance their thought and they're doing other things. And if it doesn't match with the current narrative, they call, what are they called? Nobel laureate syndrome, something like that. There's like a name for it.
Yeah, it's really fascinating.
They try to say that the person just like lost it, and they won the Nobel Prize and they were all legit, but now they've just gone crazy or something. They try to discredit. It's nuts.
Yeah, it's a really interesting phenomenon. Where they'll just
like
immediately disavow. Like
Yeah,
they'll just
really
they'll disavow Einstein's, direct quotes and then like reinterpret them. You know what I mean? Like it's really interesting to how it all plays out.
But I know a lot of young men that are on the theological side. They're not on the quantum physics and none of this other, it's just not their thing. But I know they're super brilliant, and I'm trying to get them introduced to, listen to Witz and what he has to say, and I know eventually they're going to hear him. And these young men, I mean, this whole model is going to come crashing around them so fast that it's going to be like a thief in the night. And all these people hiding their faces and not willing to come out. I mean, there's professors that wouldn't dare show their face on this, on it. They would never allow like Witsit to go on a tour of all these colleges. He would absolutely take them to task. But I'm saying there's many more young men just like Witsit. I know a bunch of them, but they're on the theological side. But they're all, level true earthers. They know the nature of the earth. They know everything they've been taught in school was a lie. It's not. It's just a matter of time. But they're just on the theological side, and they're not paying attention to this side because they have no one really that's been putting up this evidence and showing that there's an alternative to this globe model. And it's just amazing. I know for a fact, because I'm good friends with a lot of these young men, and they're going to come over and they're going to start listening to this. There's no choice. They're going to run right into it. But to hear these, the way the religion of the globe cult would just absolutely, it gives you a headache to listen to him answer. It really does. I don't know how he does it, but he's given me, a new ambition to start studying some of this stuff. And, yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited for the future. I think the globe cult's going to come to an end.
Yeah, it's going to combust. Yep.
Has to
combust from the inside and just poof. It's going to be gone.
And all their...
And it takes a couple years here, but yeah, like I kind of think the peak of it's going to be like 5 to 10 years, but things are going to get kicking in the next couple of years here leading up to, but in terms of the whole thing.
Oh, I think our Heavenly Father has his hand in this. I think for sure. I think he's trying to save the world population. Well, at least some of it.
God is not on the side of the evildoers.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the most extreme case, as one possibility, obviously this is difficult to know exactly if this would happen, but with what they're already doing with, let's just say the juice and the repeated booster juices, and all of that. Like, will they get to the point to where they've gone too far, you know, and the whole human race, like the whole, like, just everything that's happening from those and everything else that they want to keep modifying, manipulating. So that's what's kind of freaky about it. Like, some people might just think, you know, oh, like, you know, that you know, like, what is the importance of these truths? And, you know, oh, why would they lie and why care about it? All those questions. But if these people in their kind of power position now, or their kind of controlling position now, if they're doing these levels of modifications, it might get out from under them, meaning that something that they can't control at that point, meaning if they damage things too much, or, like, you know, it's like if you poison the earth. I mean, I think that the earth could come back, but, you know, would it even get to the point of possible extinction for the human race based upon their, like, levels of just chemicals and modification and Monsanto and just all of these things? Like, people are going to be dying earlier. I know it's kind of a very dark kind of outlook, but the thing is, though, is that doesn't have to happen, because then there's the whole other, you know, route of the truth being able to come through, and then these people, these entities, whoever they are, being, like, essentially stopped, you know, at some point, not like always non-violently, in my viewpoint, like with no violence, but in some way just stopped from what they're doing, you know, for the survival of humans.
I believe they can bring fire from the sky. I think they can. They got that weapon already. They got a weapon. I mean, that directed energy weapon that they're capable of causing major destruction. I think they're trying to.
Yeah, and I think they stole that from the old world, because when you think about it, if you, let's just say you wanted to live on the earth and just beautiful architecture and just, you would need something to, like, terraform the earth, you know? So instead of having to go out there and, like, chop trees, like, you would need some terraforming, or at least that would be helpful if you want to, like, build a city or something like that. So I think they had that technology, you know, even like the concept of Tartaria, and even before that, where they actually had that, all the free energy tech and the ability to do terraforming like that. But it's not meant to be used as a weapon. It would be used to just, like, clear land so you could build, you know, architecture and build different things, you know, just clearing the land. But now I think these entities, they seem to have it, and then they're using it for, you know, things like starting fires, and they're terraforming the land kind of against us, and they're using it, and who knows what they might use it for in the future. So yeah, I don't think they even invented that technology, but I do think they commandeered it.
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with that Paradise Fire in California, but I was about 100 miles south in Sonora, and when that started, and I don't know if you've ever watched the Plain Truth channel. It's Plain Truth.
Yep.
Anyways, yeah, he was showing the directed energy weapons, but they were burning up California all over the place, and you know, everybody's seen the video, I believe. All the truth side has, where aluminum rims melted across the sidewalk, sitting right next to plastic garbage cans. No, the garbage cans aren't melted, but the aluminum wheels on a car are burned literally 5 feet, and they're melted across the sidewalk. And
yeah, the teeth weren't damaged either.
But I had a lot of first-hand people that were there in that fire, because they relocated south to Sonora, and I was running, I was actually owning a gas station, but I just took over ownership for this. He was a Sikh from India, and California Fuel Supply was trying to take his gas station. That's a different story. But I was just there to teach him the law and protect his property from the county, because they were trying to take his gas station.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty intense to think that they have these kinds of, well, basically, yeah, they're like weapons at this point. But so, yeah, that's even more of a reason that people getting more awareness of what's going on, because, yeah, like, could the human species actually be at risk right now? I mean, I think we're going to make it, so I think it's all good in the end. But these entities, I ultimately don't even think they're human at the ultimate level of it, but they have a lot of humans doing their dirty work for them, basically. They have a lot of humans doing a lot of stuff for them. But so, like, I don't think this is just a human on human thing, because I think that's what catches people up, where they're like, oh, how could they be that evil? Why would they do that? Yeah, but if they're not human at the top of it, then they may have a complete different viewpoint on what humans are.
Well,
Amen.
it's the religion. It's the religion. It's a covenant. It's a contract that they sign into, and I know you're familiar with the fish hat. So, anyways, they're all loyal to that man in the fish hat that claims to be God on earth. He claims to be, yeah, God on earth. He said it many times. I've heard him say it twice.
It almost sounds like a sci-fi movie, but yeah, it's like they're basically like possessed by and controlled by like a demonic entity.
But they're loyal to
the idea of
like
Satan, but Satan as like an actual etheric being, like an entity that is able to like work through different beings. Like the concept of Lucifer as well. But yeah, it's like that's kind of how I see it. They're like kind of controlled by and connected to that entity, and then it comes through them. Which if there's another species, then it even makes more sense that kind of unique energy would come through the other species, and then that would bleed over into the humans that they're controlling, and then down all the way to everyone else.
God. I love so much that you're saying this because I know exactly who they are. They're called the jinn, and they're talked about in the Quran, and it explains how they're like people just like us. They've had prophets just like us. They had societies just like us, languages, religions, everything. But most importantly, Satan is a jinn.
Yeah.
And they think that they're gods over us. They really think that we should be worshiping them. And so they devote a lot of their time and energy into pursuing that goal.
Exactly. And that's why the deception, because when they deceive people, then they literally possess your mind through the deception. Like if somebody believes in a falsehood, yeah, exactly. And that's how the jinn, that's one description. The jinn, and that's what they do. They like harvest, the evil ones, basically the dark ones, that's their goal, is to like harvest energy from people. So if they get you believing lies, then now, you're misled, and then they have more ability to like keep selling more things to you, basically, and controlling through that.
We call it, me and my husband, we call it belief magic, what they do.
Yeah,
because its only power is of belief. It's not a true power, and yet it yields real results.
Right.
So,
and when you add the finances and the rest of the world into it, yeah, exactly. Yeah, like it on and of itself, it does weaken the human, because I think they want to like feast on human soul energy, because the human souls have a lot of light, a lot of love and light, like in the human soul energy. So it's like seems like they want to like weaken that and try to, cast shade upon it, and then hence all the like dumbing down and the deceptions and the GMO foods, and it's pretty intense.
Psalms talks about letting your light shine, and I believe it also calls us the salt of the earth. And does not salt lose its value when it loses its savor? Like, would you not throw it out? So yeah, absolutely. Their point is to dumb us down, make us nothing.
Well, it's just the level of toxins that they've introduced to the environment. Just the spray that they spray us like bugs on a constant basis. I'm living in Arizona, and I know people that are trying to grow food and grow trees, and they had like I have a friend with a greenhouse, and I was over visiting his greenhouse. He showed me his plants, and if you look at the top of the greenhouse, he has like a clear, like it's like a clear whatever panels on the top of his greenhouse, but you see this white film. It's a film, and it's like you can see the layers in the film that's on top. And as we were just looking at it, and I was going, can you see what they're spraying us with? I mean, this stuff is just absolutely nasty.
That's so funny, because that reminds me, today I was ordering distilled water for a cold air or cool air humidifier. And like getting into distilled water was like one of my first like conspiracies. Like, so I'm a little bit careful about it, and I started looking at the description of each one, and like one of them openly said that they added things after it was distilled. And then the other one, people were saying like, hey, you know, this this distilled water is leaving like traces on my CPAP machines and stuff, like all the stuff that distilled water is good for. Like another couple people had Shih Tzus who they needed to feed them distilled water or else they would get stains on their fur. And all of a sudden, like the brand switched and this tear started coming back. So basically they're selling you stuff that, isn't even distilled water, making it like that much more difficult on you. And the rain is the ultimate distilled water. And they're messing even with that. We get the same film as we do on the machines. That's the same reason I got distilled waters, because I didn't want the film on my humidifier.
So there's been a lot of rain in Arizona, and it's just almost everything that I have and I own, it's outside, is covered in this film. And the plants that my friend's trying to grow trees outside the greenhouse, and he can't get them to grow. He's trying to plant, things outside the greenhouse to get them to grow, and they're not growing inside the greenhouse. Okay, or they're not getting all that chemical spray on them. Mm-hmm. They're actually, surviving. They're not thriving, but they're growing. But yeah, the level of toxicity in the food, the water, and now we got the spray from above. I mean, we got the medicines,
right.
I mean, there's so many toxins, and people don't understand, terrain theory, and they don't realize that even the word virus means poison. So, I mean, in Latin. So, they speak this Latin language, and they run around our, where we live here in America, and they speak that Latin language and pretend that they're speaking English, but they're speaking a Latin language. But anyways, the poisons, that's their MO. If you understand who you're dealing with, who the real enemy is, and their religion, then you understand that one of their favorite ways to kill their enemy is by poison. They love doing it. This is their MO. So it immediately you can see who the enemy is and the religion that they support. And these people have been kicked out of almost every country on earth. But, this country allowed freedom of religion, and even the founding fathers, even Thomas Jefferson, and they were writing letters back and forth about this religion. But yeah, it is a cult, and you can see by when someone actually knows their language and their relativity theories and all this nonsense, gravity theories, and someone comes along and can explain all this, and the obfuscation that goes on within their religion, it's comical for me, not studying these subjects. Now, if I follow along, I can learn stuff fairly quickly. So if I just follow along and start studying this stuff, as I've started doing since I've heard Witsit, and I've only heard Witsit for, maybe 2 months, and I've just been following along with what he's saying, and so I'm starting to catch on. I there's no way I could even hold a candle to him, but yeah, it makes you sick when they won't even agree with what their own model is saying. This is what's so irritating. He tries to just get them to agree on what their model says. Right? And they run around and buck dance like buck wild, dancing all over the place, won't even agree with what their own model is teaching, what it says. And you can't even move past the argument until they agree with what their own, and they're over here down or bad mouthing this scientist who's been through all these universities, but yet they hold Einstein on this pedestal like he was some kind of
Like a prophet?
Saint. Yeah, like a prophet. It's like, and then they won't even agree with what he had to say.
He brought the new revelation.
Yeah, it's just frustrating to listen to the globe side, but I think their little paradigm's going to come crashing down a lot faster than they think.
I know.
And I think they're going to have to use them weapons. They're going to have to use them weapons eventually. And that's where I think, we'll have a third great shaking of the earth, I believe. And it's going to really. I believe I'm living in, I think I'm privileged to be living at this moment in time to actually see this religion come to an end. This, I stand back and look at how evil that these people and the evil they bring upon the earth. They just want every single person dead. They don't realize it. People going around here, they don't realize that they don't even look up.
Yeah.
They don't look up and even notice what's going on. They just think that's normal clouds, or I guess, I don't know, man. It's just, I'll be glad to see it all come to an end. Yeah. That religion. That's.
I mean, the religion I think we're talking about, right?
Well, Jesuits, I know. I don't think it's a secret. I think everybody knows. Not everybody, but.
You think the Jesuits are about to fall finally?
Now, I think that if I believe in the word, and I think the word says that the saints will be overcome. So, do we win here without the help of Yeshua? I doubt it. I mean, it's in the Bible. It says the saints will be overcome. So,
Yeah. Well, that could have double meaning, but sure.
If you look around, you can see the amount of poison and the weapons that they have now, and I see a lot of these patriots and everybody's saying, "Oh, we got our guns and all this," but I've also seen what they're capable of. I mean, firsthand, they can burn houses to the ground in seconds and not harm the trees and bushes around the house. It's a directed energy weapon, and it's just a millimeter wave. It's a microwave, and it's millimeter, and it's extremely powerful.
Yeah, which is super intense if you think about, like, they could target it. I'm not trying to like do any like fear mongering or anything like that, but because I think there's more things to this realm than just the fact that they could do something or someone does have something like that. It has to be like, in my viewpoint, there's karma, there's what's meant to be, there's spirituality, there's a lot of additional components. However, it is intense to think that technically they have this device or these types of devices. They could like target it on just one person's house and just smoke you in a second. Like your whole thing would just be like the way they did like it seems like they used it at the 9/11 event, which is a whole thing as well. Like it like turns material into dust. Seems like they have one that like dustifies physical material. Then they have other ones that start fires. It's more like laser. It's like they're like ranges of like between laser ranges and microwave ranges. And also it seems like a whole nother range that they seem to be able to like, it like dematerializes physical matter.
So there's video of this guy. He's sitting he's in paradise, and he's got his video running, and he's sitting at a gas station, and he's got his camera pointed down the street, and he's watching them burn each structure going down the street. And we're talking like a 10-minute video, and they've destroyed like 8 structures.
Yeah, and you see some of that overhead footage in some of the California, quote unquote fires, where it's like an entire region was just only the houses were missing, like all the trees were there, but intermittently just houses were gone, but other houses were standing right next to them, and all the trees were still there.
Well, let me tell you about Paradise. The fire station didn't burn down. The mayor's house didn't burn down. The city hall didn't burn down. Some of the gas stations, Chevrons, were all left intact. All the little privately owned gas stations were all melted to the ground.
That's unfortunate.
The
I
Moose
have a
Lodge.
question. Was
The
it
Moose
the
Lodge
rich people's houses or
was
like just
to the ground.
random people's?
And guess what? The Freemason Lodge? No, that didn't burn to the ground. And there's buildings right next. There's houses on each side of the mayor's house by the city hall in the neighborhood where each house on each side was burned down, but the mayor's house wasn't touched. And the bushes and trees on his house wasn't touched. And all the bushes and trees were, not all of them, but most of the trees and bushes weren't even harmed, weren't even touched. But there was also eyewitness accounts. You there? I think I just lost. Anyways, yeah, there was eyewitness accounts of a white airplane flying off towards the sun. But there was radar images. There was radar images of the fire when it started. And there's all these hot spots. You could see the laser where they were just targeting stuff with lasers. You could see the hot spots come sparking off inside the smoke, through the smoke. You could see it on the radar. Those plain truth videos that he showed, I mean, he went in depth on it. It was no joke. Because they burned his house to the ground, by the way. And he was in, where's he at? I think he was in San Jose. And when they had them fires over there, he was traveling throughout the state and documenting all these fires, supposed quote unquote forest fires. But they were, if you realize the level of their capability with this weapon, and I think it was a test, Paradise was a test to see, what they could get away with and how fast they could do it, because I'm going to tell you, right after that fire, guess who showed up? Well, Donald Trump and Gavin Newsom, they threw a little party up there right after they burned Paradise to the ground. They had a nice little get together party. I think it was around this time of year too. I think it was right around May 5th, something like that. It was like a big sacrificial party for them. But most of the people that lived there were old people, and there was a lot of poor people living in trailers. And most of them people got killed. There was a guy trying to leave his house, and there was a lady that was trying to get out of her house, and she was elderly, and she didn't want to leave her house because she had curlers in her hair. And he's telling her, "Come on, get out of here. We got to go." And he ended up leaving and driving off. And so he didn't know if they got out, but like 2 days later he went back to where he lived, and everything was destroyed. And the car that the lady drove in, she was the passenger. They were trying to get both of them get out, but her door was open and she was burned to a skeleton in the passenger seat. Okay, she didn't have time to close the door to the car.
I have to say, I have a hard time imagining anyone but God is capable of that. I mean, burning everything to dust instantly without harming any of the plants. It's miraculous level,
Well, they were also showing trees that were burning from the inside out. They were literally lava inside the tree. The tree was burning from the inside out. There's plenty of video. I don't know if it's been all pulled down, but I believe there's places where you can probably go on BitChute and find it, where they can't get rid of them. There's channels like Shaking Your Head Productions that still show some of those videos. But yeah, they can't scrub them. There's a lot of other sites where they could put their videos to protect them. But I'm sure they're off of YouTube. But anyways, the level of, you're not going to be able to fight them with guns. I just don't think that's even possible. Not this stage. There's also another video of them like
I
burning
agree.
the whole
It's
city
got to all
block.
be nonviolent, because I mean they've already done enough, like, world wars and all this crazy stuff. Like the rampage has already happened. So I don't think we're, in my viewpoint.
That's assuming they're not going to mobilize against you. What are they going? What are you
Right.
going to do if you do?
Well, no, that's a good point. It's worth considering, but yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think, well, you're saying if they like employed the National Guard or some kind of, or the military, yeah, like they're doing in North Korea, basically.
Right. And yeah, I mean, there's probably plenty of ways that they could do it.
That is concerning. But then the next question is, who is the military? Like, how many of their people are actually in the military? Obviously, theirs are in the kind of controlling positions, but they don't seem to have the numbers. So wouldn't that then be up to like whether the people go with them or go with the rest of the people?
Are you from Texas, or are you from a big military state?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I grew up in Michigan, but I've been living in California for about the last 15, 20 years.
Yeah, there's plenty of bases in California.
Texas is like, I think it's the biggest contributor to the military in terms of population. And so I talked to a lot of military people, especially when I was driving for Lyft, and it became very, very clear to me that they are in some deep programming in the military. That's some deep mind control stuff they're doing in there. They've got them on some like what's it called, Nordic death cult type religion. Like, it's pretty messed up, actually.
What was that act you're talking about?
For sure.
National Defense Act.
Yeah, the National Defense Education Act.
Yeah, the National Defense Education Act. Anyways, yeah, but when they enter the military, they sign a document. It's the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and it's pretty explicit. It says that you give up all your rights when you enter the military. So you no longer have any rights. They literally own you. There's no getting out of that.
Yeah.
But some people choose to make that a career. They fall in love with it, and they're willing to follow any kind of order. If you just take, for instance, in Katrina and what happened in Houston, those Houston floods. But Katrina, hey, those National Guard and the Army that came in there, and they had no problem taking them people's guns. They went door to door and were taking people's guns.
Oh,
Military.
yeah. Texans were super mad about that.
Well, that happened already.
Yeah, we know. We still bring it up from time to time. We're serious about gun rights in Texas.
But you heard what Obama said a long time ago. He said that we need to build a civilian army. We want brown coats all over the place. He was talking about a military inside the United States that would disarm the American citizens. But if what I've noticed over the last 10 years is more and more of the first responders, police, fire, ambulance, there's a lot of foreigners. There's a lot of, it's like they're hiring foreigners to take on these jobs. You hear a lot from Africa, Australia, England, all over the world. And they're coming in and taking in these roles of these, public servants that are police and,
Right, of course. They make legal immigration difficult. Then they get to pick and choose who they let in based on how well they serve their purposes.
But they're bringing in people from countries that they're okay with, taking everybody's guns. That they're okay with, living under code world, and they don't understand the common law. That's why they allow, a lot of people to come in from Mexico, because they basically have the same religious beliefs. They're easily controlled down the, there's people that they allow into this country, and I believe they're allowing them in for a reason.
Yeah.
I don't want to send anybody to a panic, but I mean, it's just reality of what's taking place here.
Yeah.
But truly, I don't think, I think you'd be able to maybe defend yourself against, people like that are coming to try and take your stuff. But as far as fighting the government or fighting the weapons that they have now, even the Bible says that man will around the world, everybody will say, "Wow, how do we compete with that? How do we defeat that?" When he's bringing fire down from the sky. That's what it says basically. I mean, paraphrasing, but when he brings fire down from the sky, the whole world will act in awe of it and say, "How do we compete with that? How do we beat that?"
Yeah.
Yeah. And I believe we're in those days, but after I see the destruction and what they're capable of with the directed energy weapons, and you see what they're, graphene, that graphene that they're spraying out of the airplanes, and that its magnetic qualities, and how magnetic signals can affect it, and everybody's walking around with a cell phone. And they
Right.
want you to get a shot that's magnetic. You can stick a magnet on your
Yeah.
arm after getting that jab, whatever shot.
So you'd probably be
What do you call
traceable and
it?
maybe leave some sort of magnetic trail wherever you went to be
I'll be
much
honest
more
with you. I think
noticeable.
they can literally melt you on the sidewalk from the inside out.
I mean,
Every
even if
you've
it
been
could, I
breathing.
think that would cost so much to do that I don't think it would be really viable as a real war strategy. Besides, like
Well,
maybe hitting a few like special spots if they can manage to get there without getting caught.
see, I don't think they want everybody dead. I think they want to be able to pick and choose. This is the whole, separate social separation, the 6 feet apart thing. That's because the GPS can't recognize cell phone signals. If you're close to someone, and that's the whole thing behind the facial recognition. They were getting your facial recognition with a mask. They wanted to identify the cell phone signal. They want to pinpoint who they want to kill and who they don't. But with so many people that are deceived, I'll tell you what, this is what I thought right when the COVID came out. Of course, I wasn't in fear of it, but I knew I was kind of trying to figure out what they were trying to do. But I kind of figured it out early that this whole COVID thing's going to go through, and then people are going to run down and get the vaccine. Those people that go get the vaccine, they're not going to get melted on the sidewalk. They're just going to die. They're just going to keep poisoning them. But the truth tellers, the people like me that want the truth to get out and want to actually, be honest and tell the truth about the nature of the earth, and they don't like lying. Those are the people that are a threat to them. So they identify the signal of the cell phone. They really want to know that they're killing the right person, or man. But so the COVID thing blows over. Everybody's got their vaccination. They really wanted to blow up the anti-vaxxers. So the anti-vaxxers, the ones who don't get vaccinated, now they can identify all the anti-vaxxers. And so when I'm walking down the street in a crowded restaurant, and all of a sudden I just drop dead. Now you can't tell that my organs and stuff were melted inside my body, because they just pointed a millimeter wave at my phone from a tower, and everybody's going to point and say, "Oh, he just dropped dead from COVID because he didn't get the vax." And it'll throw people into a panic when people start dropping dead, and it's already happening. People are having heart attacks. I mean, like 200 and something million more people died last year than the year before. I mean, those are big numbers. So, yeah, I think they'll be able to melt you right from the inside out without even it'll look like you just collapsed and died. That I think they can literally, activate what they've
I
been
don't think
spraying
they
out
can.
of them airplanes with
I don't
magnetic.
think. Sorry. Um, I don't think that they can do you any harm that God doesn't allow. So, I don't think that there's any reason to be afraid of that.
You mean you have to volunteer? They have to get your consent, right? That's what you're saying?
No, I mean in terms of like in the prophecy saying like, oh well, how will we compete with that because of how great a power it is. I'm just saying there's no real reason to fear because God is on your side.
Okay, so let me explain this to you. If you poison a dead man, what kind of trouble do you think you'll get in from the Heavenly Father? If you poisoned a dead man, what would happen? Would that be a sin?
I'm not sure that's technically possible, but I guess not.
Well, you could poison them. You could
Well,
give them a shot in their leg, or you could put a poison in them. Yeah, you could poison a dead man.
a poison would have to be something that like deteriorates you in some way.
Do you think you can kill a dead man?
Exactly, I don't.
Okay. So there's obviously no sin for killing a dead man. It sounds ridiculous, right?
No, it's fine.
So there's a thing that they do, and this all goes back to the Sesta Trust and this straw man and all this stuff, but I want you to hear me out here. So everyone, if they just take out their driver's license or a piece of mail and look at that capital letter name, how your name is written in all capital letters. Now, what do you think that means?
Yeah, I've heard this before. Your possession.
What does it mean? What does it mean when your name's written in all capital letters?
You're an asset in a corporation, right?
Nope, it means nom de gore. It means dead corporation. That's literally what it means. Now,
Dead?
where else? Dead corporation, nom de gore. So, what do you think? What do you think, or where else do you see the all capital letter name?
Where?
The graveyard. All the headstones. There ain't one headstone in that whole graveyard that's not written in all caps. There's not a one, because they're all dead. So let's just do this scenario. You get a bill in the mail. It's got the capital and the name on it, and you think that bill is real, but it's written to the dead woman. It's it's addressed to the dead woman. It's all capital letters. It's your name. You believe it's you. That's another problem. The word you. That's not singular, that's plural. It means the living woman and the legal fiction. The dead woman. But the problem we have here is a lot of people are running around here believing they're dead. They believe they're that nom de gore name. They believe that that's them. Like a policeman will pull you over and he'll ask you for your driver's license, and one of the questions he asks, he'll hold your license up and say, "Is this you?" And you'll say yes. So you are consenting that you are dead. You're saying that you're that dead woman. That man, that name on that license is you. So you're actually dead to them. So the controlling Jesuits, they actually think that you're dead because you say you're dead. And if you answer questions to that name,
I'm not sure how it makes you dead.
Because you believe it. The caps, that all caps names means nom de gore. It means dead corporation, and you are a corporation. Your mom and dad got together and made you. Okay.
A
In the
cooperation.
eyes of the Father, okay, you are dead to him because you're believing that you're dead. You can't not convict a man for his beliefs. You just can't. You're not supposed to judge a man for his beliefs. And neither will the Father. The Father, if the Father thinks you're dead and you want to believe that you're dead, he's not going to stop you from doing it. You got free will to believe you're dead. So if they go and poison a bunch of dead people, okay, they're not going to, I mean, look, I'll just put it to you this way. I found this out a long time ago. It's been 10, 12 years ago I found this out. But anyways, I've been going around the country helping people get out of a lot of legal trouble.
Just real quick, bro. I mean, just keep in mind that, like, you know, others may want to jump in as well.
Anybody wants to change the topic, jump on in. I apologize. I don't want to take the mic. I'm not going to hog the channel, I promise. But I just want to finish one thing. There's many reasons why I should be in the Gray Bar Motel or assassinated, or they could use their weapon on me. But I have a contract with them telling them that I'm not a dead man. I am alive. I am a living man. And boy, I believe what the Bible teaches, the Word. And so I think that I've actually shown several of my friends that they are afraid to do anything to me. They actually leave me alone. They don't bother me. I don't get mail from them. They don't bother me. For 12 years, I've never received any mail from any of them. They don't pull me over. I don't go around willy-nilly breaking the law and doing any of that stuff. I do all the things. I get my driver's license. I have plates on my truck. I do all those same things because I'm living among their society. It's a system that they created, and I don't want to be a terrorist, and I don't want them, I don't want to scare or frighten anybody because, I have my own beliefs. But I do it under duress. But I think it's protection that I get all these things. But anyways, there's another topic. We can go to another topic. But I should be in the Gray Bar Motel, but they won't put me in there. They won't kill me. I've sent them millions of dollars in bills for several people. My name's on all the documents. But yet I'm not dead, and I'm, not in the Gray Bar Motel. And I don't think they just don't want to deal with me no more. They just hope I don't go and teach other people this, but I do have a contract that says I've got my status documents, declaration of status. I call it a live life claim, but it's a little different. But yeah, I've already told the whole world basically that I'm alive. I'm not a dead man. So please leave me out of it, whatever you're doing. And I suggest everybody do it. But quit believing you're that dead man, because if they hold the license up and ask me, is that you? I say, of course not. That's a piece of plastic. And I slap my arm and say, I'm right here. Right here. I'm not that piece of plastic. I'm not that. In fact, I autograph my name in punctuation on the license.
Yeah, I mean, they have a whole system. It's like if you play Monopoly, you use Monopoly money, but Monopoly money has no meaning outside of the game of Monopoly. So exactly. I feel that way about a lot of these things too. A lot of these like legal documents and just even the money system and a lot of this stuff. I mean, obviously it does mean something in as much as like if you have a deed to a house or whatever, or a registration for your car, any of those things. Yes, they do mean something in the system, just like you can use Monopoly money to buy stuff if you have it, in the game. But outside of the game, it's meaningless. So I kind of think about that with a lot of the paperwork stuff. It is interesting, but seems like once they got control over the Federal Reserve, they had a certain kind of ownership almost role, and then they use the police and military to enforce it. So yeah, it's kind of a sticky situation we're in right now, because it's like we almost have to use their monopoly money and their documents, or the documents, but they've kind of like co-opted and hijacked it. Then it's like we're kind of right now we're a little stuck until we can kind of get free from this.
What is it like that they'll require things to buy, sell, or trade?
Well, they could. I mean, yeah, that's the whole possibility of what could be coming if they're going to try to change the whole legal system into more of like a digital, phone app, scan your microchip, or in your hand, whatever it may be. There's all the different potentials, or like a little tattoo or something that would be marked and all that stuff. But yeah, if they try to take it more towards that digital, or even towards like the idea of the mark or something like that they're going to do, if they do,
they're working on transhuman. That's what they're all angling toward.
Yeah.
So I don't believe that that's a mark of the beast, but I believe the word mark means a sign. It's a sign. And the sign that's in your right hand is that you don't work on the Sabbath, that you hold that day holy. And the one in your head is that you know that that's the Sabbath. And when you go and worship on Sunday, you're worshiping not to the Father, you're worshiping to someone else. That's the mark. It shows that you're actually in the beast system if you worship on that day. And the Noahide laws are back again.
Okay, wait. Now, hang on. Now, originally, the Christians would practice on Saturday evening because they didn't want persecution from the Jewish mafia, right? So eventually, they started practicing on Sunday mornings because that was safer because they got dobbed in. So this is flawed. It's actually the Jewish people who want you to go to church on Saturday. It's a deception.
This is a problem.
Did you guys ever notice that it's Sunday?
This is a problem, though, because long before any Jew stood on earth, or any man for that matter, that day was made holy, the seventh day. And if you go back in history, I don't know how accurate history is, and we got to rely on some history, but even God told the Jews they were I think they were attacking Jericho, and Jericho said, we'll just wait till they have their Sabbath and we'll go and attack them. and the Father visited the Jews and told them, you can't worship on the day of Saturnalia. Saturnalia. He even says it. He tells them.
Yeah, I'm just saying, a lot of these big evangelical preachers, they're not Christians. They're Jewish people masquerading as Christians. So that's why they're pushing the Saturday worship. All right? Trust me on that.
Well, and there's a lot of arguments for the Jewish calendar, and going off having the calendar of the sun, moon, and stars. Those are your days. That's how you tell what days are holy. And that's what I tend to agree with.
The problem with their calendar is that it has become a lunar calendar, and it's supposed to be a lunisolar calendar. So their calendar no longer maintains the holy months because it's not lined up with the solar year anymore. And now it is literally at a completely different time every year.
Yeah, I get it. I know what you're talking about. Like I said, I know several young men that are on the theological side that are like Whitsitt, but only on the theological side, like Southern Israelite and a few others. Anyways, written several books, and from what he's gathered, what I've listened to, what he teaches, and the history we went through over the theology and the history of the Sabbath, and the Jesuits and the Catholic Church, how they outlawed worship. They told the Jews they had to give up everything Jewish, everything. The Sabbath, the pork, the eating, the dietary laws, all that stuff. Why, if it wasn't, because I know these people, they're infatuated with the opposite of everything. And one way to tell a lie from Satan is it's exactly the opposite of the truth. Like we live on a level, stationary, enclosed, geometric, level field, And they're saying
Mhm.
we live in outer space, endless universes, planets, and spinning and rotating and surfing around the sun. And it's actually the exact opposite of what the word teaches. So you can tell that's a huge lie, and you know right where
So
it's coming from.
are you saying the Earth is round or flat?
I believe the Earth is a geometric level field.
Yeah, that's what the Bible tells us anyway.
Right.
So
The word.
they never mention the world as round once in the Bible, and these people
No.
would know. The ancients would know if the Earth was round. So
You know, what you got to ask yourself is why didn't Yeshua come down and tell the Jewish people, the Israelites, hey, you guys got this all wrong. You don't live on a level plane, geometric level plane with a, firmament above your head. We live in an endless universe. Why didn't Yeshua come and correct the Israelites on their theology? Yeah.
that's what they were, a cult. That was the problem. That's what Jesus had
I'll be
with
back in a
the
minute.
Jews. They were evil. And Jesus said, no, stop all this stuff. You don't need to sacrifice all these people of children. You don't need to sacrifice on the altar and drink blood. That's enough. Right? And they said, no, we'll kill you for that. So that's basically what the story of Jesus was.
Well,
Him
outwardly they're
fighting.
people.
Jesus was fighting
Outwardly,
the proletariat, the ruling
but
classes.
inwardly, they belong to the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I believe what you're saying. No question.
So and
There are
remember,
evil
people want
Jewish
people
people
want to
on the
muddy
earth.
the
I
waters
promise.
all the time. Obama said this. Remember Obama's speech 9 years ago?
But it's
He
not
said
exclusive.
we're gonna muddy the water so people don't know what is up or what is down. And he won. Obama real effectively. He muddied the water so bad we don't know what's up or down.
Yeah, I mean, just I don't really, try to follow that beast system. I really don't care their politics. I don't watch television. I have no care really to listen to them. I have no ambition to. I used to watch the news when I was a Glober, like religiously. But the minute I found out the truth about the nature of the earth and the word, I have absolutely no care in the world about listening to the radio, the television, none of that stuff. I'll tell you what I do have is, I got a drive now to start learning some of this, you know, cosmology that Witz is teaching. I want to learn about, the electrostatics and the electromagnetic field. I want to learn about that stuff. And I've got a passion for it now. It's crazy. Just listening to Witsit for a couple months. Crazy. He's amazing. I'll tell you that. And sitting here listening to the Globers try and deal with him, man, I feel bad for him. I kind of feel sorry for him. I wish they would wake up and quit trying to deny reality. They absolutely deny reality. They're not even willing to admit to their own theology, their own cosmology. And it's just frustrating to listen to. But I'm learning, guys. Thanks for bringing Witsit on the scene. Yeah, I think that what he was woken up by the blue marble that y'all put out. I appreciate that. Thank you. Wait, that's not a real picture of the Earth? No, that's not. Like I said, there's a lot of young men that are coming up that won't fall for all these lies. They're going to have to kill us. And I do believe they have the weapons. Now, they might not have enough right now, but they basically own all the world's wealth. I don't know if you've been to the store lately, but like, I think the prices of the groceries are like 7 times higher than they were about 6 months ago. Like I could
Yeah,
get
I'll attest
30
to that. That's things have
for
increased exponentially
$15. Now they're
and
26.
unnecessarily too. They keep blaming inflation, but I'm like, based on what metric? The economy's bad, you know, people unemployed again. So
Don't you
where's the
remember after
inflation
COVID?
coming from?
Don't you remember when they printed all those trillions of dollars to hand out people to
To the
give them the devil
corporations.
money? The devil
No, they gave
money.
it to the corporations. You guys got like 1% of what was printed, so it's all bullshit. COVID was the
We're
biggest
ordering
scam
you to
behind
go to
climate
your
change.
house. Go home. Don't work. Don't worry. We'll send you a paycheck. We'll send you a relief check. Devil money is what I called it.
Yeah, it was.
And I knew a lot of people that were just rejoicing about getting their devil check. And they said, "How much are you getting to me?" And I says, "I ain't taking the devil's money. I'm not
Yeah.
taking money for nobody. I don't even believe it's money, but it's not lava money, that's for sure." But anyways, it's a contract. When they take and accept that money, they're basically condemning themselves. I hate to say it, but repent. That's what I got to say. If you've taken that, you need to repent and do it in a hurry.
Yeah,
But I ain't
we didn't have any choice because
These are
we
just
didn't
my
have
beliefs. I hope some people just learn from, what I have to say. And if I've said something that wrong or offended you, explore Flat Earth, and you can come and have it out with me anytime you like. And I'll admit if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the first one to admit it. I'm not going to obfuscate. I'm not going to. I'll quickly agree if I'm wrong.
Hey, do you believe the Great Flood was real?
I believe the Earth was flooded. Yes, I believe that. I believe that there's so many stories about the flood story that spread throughout the world and the way they spread. That yes, this Earth there was a flood, and it was a muddy flood. Okay, it was like it was not like just water covering the Earth. It was a deluge, but it was a flood that mixed in with the dirt and the soil. Okay, it
Yeah.
changed the layers of the strata on the Earth. It carved out the Grand Canyon in about, I think they said like hours, maybe 2 days or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it carved the Grand Canyon out. A lot of evidence for that.
Actually, how far does the Grand Canyon go to? Does it go through Nevada or it stops at Nevada or somewhere?
It starts up near Colorado border, but it's in
Yeah.
Utah, Arizona.
Utah, Arizona.
Yeah, I've been to it several times. I just lived just south of the southwest rim of the Grand Canyon. I live about 30 miles from it.
Because I want to see how long it is, so you just gave me an idea to look into something.
But like Witsit says, there's a great the great disconformity or something like that. What do you call it? Something like that. Anyways, they're missing billions of years or billion years of layers, strata. They can't account for in the layers of the Earth. In some places around the world, that debunks the heliocentric model billion year theory. It points right to a young Earth.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that as
Trees.
well.
There's
I don't
petrified
believe.
trees that are standing, vertically through several layers of strata that are supposed to be, millions of years old. And we all know that a tree, when it dies, it doesn't take millions of years for the tree to fall over. There's petrified trees that are going through the strata layers. You know, that just, it absolutely smashes the geological column and all that crap. The funniest thing I heard is from Kent Hovind, where they're coming on and they're telling him that the Earth is billions of years old and that there's layers they can date they're saying that one layer is older and one layer is younger. The top layer is younger than the bottom layer. Well, that don't make any sense because they're part of the Earth. They're both the same age. Where did they come from? Outer space? It's hilarious. But Kent Hovind believes in the globe. I think he just don't want to offend a bunch of people. I think he's just he doesn't want to debate the flat Earth. You know, I think he's too afraid of being exposed. But he's trying to maintain an audience, and he's got a message of evolution. He wants that out of the schools. He doesn't necessarily want them teaching the Bible in schools either, but he doesn't even want public schools, and I don't either. I think that's how they've got a grip on most of the world. Because guess who wrote the curriculum?
Yeah, that's
Guess
why
who wrote the
communism
curriculum?
everywhere.
Yeah,
Indoctrination.
My daughter is
Somebody.
7. So my daughter is 7, and I enrolled her in a new school this past school year because we bought our first house. So
Okay.
we moved to a new city.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And I saw something that was like, I always kind of keep my eye out for suspicious stuff, especially, I take my role in that seriously as a parent. And there was like this like survey opt-out form, and it said like, oh, do you want to opt out of like this survey that we're going to survey to all the kids that may include such sensitive topics as like, your behaviors at home and like the beliefs of your parents and like the arguments you may have had with people, legal counsel, like all this stuff. And then so you can opt out, and then it says if you want to see what's on this survey, first you have to opt out, and then you have to print out this document, bring it up to the school, schedule a time to see the principal about scheduling a time to go see this document. And so my mom actually got me a spy watch so that I can go and like take pictures of the document, but someone in like virtually the same place as where I live, like I live in a like kind of suburb place to Fort Worth, and someone in Fort Worth like had the same type of survey thing, and she went and found out what was on the survey, and it was asking them like, do you ever feel like maybe you're a boy? So
Thing you gotta learn about the cult, and this is I don't know if I should be even speaking it on YouTube. I think this is live streamed to YouTube, so I gotta kind of what I careful about what I need to say on here, but it's a touchy subject. I don't know if I'd have to. I don't know. I really don't want to get into the gender thing because I could say a lot of things that's really damaging. And I respect the people who put this Discord in place, and they're live streaming to YouTube, and there's rules that you got to follow. But I mean, I could point out a lot of little boys that think they're little girls, and they want to live forever as robots. But I mean, I can't go into it right here, right now. It's a time and a place,
Mm-hmm.
Ain't the time or the place, but
Yeah, this is this anti-human, transhuman thing. But this is okay. I want to tell people this is temporary. Only persecuting the Western people right now. But longer term, they're going to change back because this is part of the 2030 depopulation agenda, or repopulation agenda, I should say. That's why there's huge amounts of immigration into the West right now. So people just have to bear with it, or try to teach their kids not to believe it, and hold on for a couple of years while this stuff is pushed out of the system. Because it's just trying to fuck up people, mess up the kids real quick. But eventually, because you look at the immigrants, right? In all the West, it's like Muslims, Africans, and South Americans, yeah? So they're all predominantly religious people. Do you really think Muslims are going to tell their kids they're women, they're little girls or little boys? No, they got no intention of believing that bullshit.
Oh man,
So that's why.
no, dude. I know something terrible about the Middle East that Westerners do not know. Okay, I actually follow the Quran. We're calling the other people the like Mohammedists because they're not like following the Quran. They're following the Hadith, the sayings of what they claim that Muhammad supposedly said. It has nothing to do with the Quran. It's but they've told me that over in those Middle Eastern countries, they they make it illegal on punishment of death to be gay. And then they say, but if you were born in the wrong body, then we'll give you free surgery.
In the Middle East, they're doing this as well.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the Middle East.
Wow.
well, they do
I
that
didn't
for
think those people
prisoners.
would have any interest. Well, actually, no, I just remembered they actually. No, I don't want to talk about this. It makes me sick, actually. I just realized.
Yeah, there's a time and a place. Yeah, I mean, it's a real touchy subject right now, and I like this channel, and I I definitely like the live streams. There's a lot to be learned, other than there's other subjects that I could go into that they really don't want to hear. But I mean, I'm not going to do it in this time in this place. Those things should be, you know, those things should be for Sabbath teachings and stuff like that with your own community. There's no reason to. This is something I don't want to go away. I just found this Discord. I didn't even know it was here. I think it's amazing. I think there's a lot of good that this community can do. I think this channel, and there's other Discords, Tartaria 24/7 and ADL, and yeah, I kind of careful about what I talk about because I could really go into some stuff that really they could. Yeah, their YouTube's just touchy, but BitChute and stuff like that, and Rumble and Rofkin, yeah, Rockfin. Sorry. Anyways, those I can speak about that kind of stuff on those channels, but I don't know if this is being live streamed or Rockfin or Rumble or any of those, but I hope it is.
We shall aspire not to threaten the vitality of the server.
Right. Yeah, I mean, as far as cosmology and stuff, they're just censoring that like crazy, and they're removing a lot of channels, and they're shadow bans, and you got these anti-globers that just been stalking us for years and on end. Same people, same guys. I was on Twitter for quite a while, and I had one guy or two guys that would just every tweet that I put out, it was for years too, like 3 years, and I just gave up. But I still tweet a little bit, but yeah, it was just strange how these constantly call me a retard. That I believe the Earth is a level plane, and
You know what I do, which is very freeing? I I post sometimes, I comment to Twitter, and I never look at what people said in response. Because that way there's no stress.
Yeah, I'll respond to him. I just call him a cartoon boy, Jesuit. I can't use my verbiage that I use in the comment boxes of their channels. But I'm sure. I mean, I have very small channel. I don't have a lot of people on there, but I don't do a lot of content on YouTube. I don't do a lot of content. Period. I'm not like a content creator. I'm just more about. I have a lot of things to do with law and trying to defend people's rights from the legal society. That's mainly where most of my efforts lie. I have a friend that was, just sentenced to go to jail for 5 days, and I was on the phone with Utah with, the courts and the clerks and the mayors, and on the phone with them most of the day doing emails. And what I've noticed now is since this COVID is they've basically shut down all the way you can communicate on phone. You can only email and mail and to contact them. I've tried to contact the FBI, and that you can still get through the FBI, but like governor's offices, and because I'm constantly having to defend my brothers and sisters, if they call me and they need my help, I have an obligation to my fellow man to give them assistance of counsel. But if there's anything I could teach you that's one of the most important things that you could learn about the law, is if you read Article 6 of the Bill of Rights. It's not an amendment. Everybody goes around saying amendments for the first 10. Those are articles of the Bill of Rights. They're like articles of the Constitution, but they're articles of the Bill of Rights. They're not amendments. So when you go around spouting First Amendment rights, you're wrong. They're Article 1 of the Bill of Rights, Article 2 of the Bill of Rights. Those aren't amendments. The amendments didn't start until 11, 12, 13. Those are amendments. The first 10 of the Bill of Rights are articles. So, but anyways, Article 6 of the Bill of Rights says assistance of counsel, not representation. So when you say, yeah, I'm going to get me a lawyer to represent me in court, yeah, and they'll tell you if you're going to, the man who represents himself in court is a fool, and they're exactly right. You have to speak for yourself when you go to court, and Yeshua said, "Don't worry if you get pulled to the magistrate, because I'm going to tell you what to say." You don't have to prepare when you get to court, because he's going to tell you what to say when you get there. But you have to say it. You have to speak for yourself when you're in court. There's no one that can speak for you. You can't be represented. There's no such thing as representation in the law. It's assistance of counsel. So they'll always ask me, because I'm trying to defend a lot of people, and they'll call and ask me, and I have a lot of friends that will recommend that they call me. He'll help you out. He'll try to help you get through it. Now, there's something I can't do. If you've caused harm, injury, or loss, or property damage, or something like that to another man, I cannot help you. The only advice I can offer is you go right to that man and you settle it as fast as you can. Because if you get to court with it, you're going to lose. You're going to owe the debt. I can't help you. Now, if a code is coming after you, a piece of paper, okay, you haven't done anything, you haven't caused no damages, you haven't hurt a man, you ain't done nothing but violate a code, then we can talk. Then I can help you in many ways. But there's many ways to deal with the code world. But assistance of counsel. So I have a duty and obligation to my fellow man to assist them.
How wide a field is codes?
There's a ton. We're still a common law land, but the code world is slowly creeping in. I mean, it's getting real out of hand. You know, they passed a law in Congress in 1976 called the Arbitration Act of 1976. And the whole reason they passed it is because the legal society was on a rampage. You know, that there was IRS agents, they were snatching jewelry off of old ladies' necks at the traffic light.
No.
I'm not kidding. There were these cases in Congress, and finally people went to Congress and said, look, man, something's got to be done about these, you know, the IRS and the legal society. But people were going to court in the code world. The lawyers and the judges, they were just running roughshod, and they still do to this day. You know, but people will go into court and they'll think, oh, that judge was corrupt. And they're really not. It's a system, and you're part of that system. You got to, just like the Bible says, get out of her. You know, that system. Get out of that system. Get away from it. But anyways, that legal society was running roughshod over all the people. And so Congress had to pass a law so that you didn't have to go through their court system. Okay, so they created the Arbitration Act of 1976. So when they pull you over and they tell you you violated this code, and you could actually, have it arbitrated by a third party, 3 different witnesses, 3 different arbitrators would take your case, and they would decide whether or not the policy officer was right or you were right. And it's all about a contract. Mm-hmm. So and everything is a contract, by the way. Even, the Bible's a contract. There's a covenant. It's a contract. Mm-hmm. But everything is a contract, including, that's what the court is. The court is a contract. The court lies on the 4 corners of a document. And the document's level and square. Okay, it's just, that's where you meet. That's where the truth lies, on the level and the square, and that's where everybody meets to find out the truth. But anyways, the code world is a whole different story. It's a private language. It's patented. It's called legalese. It's a patented, copyrighted language. That's why you have to be a bar member in order to be using that language. But people go in and say, I want to be pro se. Okay? So the judge says, okay, we're going to allow you to be pro se in this case. But you're still a defendant. But they're allowing you to be a lawyer, part of the union, for a day to defend yourself. Okay? Are you following?
Yeah.
So anyways, but the problem with their code is it's their code. It's their language. It's copyright. It's private. It's legalese. So in their code, if it's their property, they can interpret their code to mean anything. Literally. And a defendant, if you go into their court and you're the defendant, you have no rights. You basically already lost. Okay, there's no way to fight them. So this is why they passed this Arbitration Act of 1976, because first off, I think everybody knows, at least in the truth movement, that they're foreign agents in this country. There's a Foreign Agent Registration Act. There's an actual agency that monitors foreign agents in this country. And all the lawyers are supposed to register as foreign agents if they travel outside of the 10-mile square of Washington, D.C. But none of them do. There's literally 17 of them registered. I looked it up. I went to the register on the FARA site.
Only 17 what?
17 that are registered as foreign agents. They have to fill out a foreign registration statement, and none of them do it. Okay. They haven't done it for years. But anyone in the Bar Association is from London, by the way, and London's the same thing as Washington, D.C. There's a 10-mile square, and the Bar Association ain't supposed to operate outside of that 10-mile square in London, but they do. I don't know if they had the same Foreign Agent Registration Act like we have in America, but, and I've called at the FARA and reported some lawyers that weren't registered, and they don't do nothing about it because they're part of the legal society. So that's the whole reason this Arbitration Act was enacted. And now there's a site called yourlaw.org, and you can go there, and there's actually ex-lawyers that write contracts, that you can arbitrate your case without having to go into their courtroom. Once you start arbitration, then the court no longer has any authority. So they can't issue warrants, they can't judge, they can't do nothing. It's not up to them no more. Now it's up to the arbitrators. But you got to pay for the arbitration. I paid $1,400 for mine, and I have several friends that have arbitrated cases, and it ranges in different prices. Some arbitrators are more expensive than others. But that's what the Arbitration Act was created for, is because the legal society was running roughshod over everybody. And everybody would start calling these judges, they're criminals, but really they're not. They're just, it's their code. Like their courthouse is like a boat dock. So they're really not on the land per se, operating as foreign agents, because they're inside their little boat dock.
I mean,
this is how
the mob isn't innocent just because it's their culture to be that way to people,
Well, no, it's just early settlers to this country, when they came over here, the villagers, if they started a village and they had a community, if they found a lawyer, this was just like late 1800s. If they found a lawyer in their village, they would stone him to death. That wasn't a joke.
So
Speaking
you're
of common
saying
law,
that the proper
Yeah.
way would be to get an arbitrator every time that you can, unless it's criminal, I guess.
No, there's criminal. Just go to yourlaw.org and learn more about the law, because you are the law, not them. I'll tell you why. What do you believe that legalese or legal and lawful mean the same thing? Do you
No.
believe that that's true? They're the same meaning? Legal and lawful. Do you think they
no,
mean the
no,
same
they
thing?
don't, because one is from statute law, and lawful is either from constitutional or common law. But I'll just jump in real quick. I heard you talk about common law.
Let me answer,
Do you
then
know
you can
what?
have the floor. So,
Wait, what was the name of the website?
legal is private.
What's the
The
website?
law is public. The
You are
legal is private, and lawful is public, and everyone has a right to the law. Not everyone has a right to legalese. That's a union. That's a private language. So they mean the exact opposite. Anyways, you go ahead now.
YouAreLegal.org, is that it?
What's that?
What was the name of the website?
yourlaw.org.
Law.
And it's free. You can go on there. I mean, you can get a premium membership, but
Yeah.
the
Do you know what
basics
this? You know
are
what
all
the
over that
seventh?
page.
You know what the Seventh
The free
Amendment on the
membership.
Bill of Rights is?
I'm sorry.
Do you know what the Seventh Amendment on the Bill of Rights is?
Yeah, it's the right to a civil trial. Any dispute over $20, you have a right to.
Yeah, they actually
bring it
reinstated British common law. So you are, as you said, a common law country.
Right. That's I believe that I have a right to the law, and I believe I have. Okay, just because a bunch of guys got together 200 years ago and wrote some papers and all agreed that that was the law, okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's great and dandy, but it's my time to live. I get to choose what laws I believe in. Now it turns out that even in that Article 9 of the Bill of Rights. Article 9 of the Bill of Rights says any laws antecedent to this document are still in law. They're not outlawed. So what does that mean? That's like the definition of common law, because literally every law that existed all the way back as far as you can go, all those laws are still in law. They're not outlaw.
Yeah, that was the ancient Catholic kings who put that in. Magna Carta and common law.
Yeah, it does go back to Magna Carta. But yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't call them when I fight the legal society. I only compare my law to theirs. Not only do I believe that what I'm doing is right, your law says it too. Your code says it too. So I don't claim their code to be my law.
Yeah, I understand your point. Yeah,
I try to believe
nobody
what
wants
the
to live under
Bible
this
teaches.
oppressive system. It's stupid.
I think the Bible's a law book. I mean, it's also a history book. The Bible's many
Well,
things.
you could argue the first 6 amendments are based in biblical beliefs.
100%.
So
Well, most of
the
it is.
first one is freedom of speech, which is biblical teaching. Right to bear arms. Jesus said, "Sell your cloak, buy a sword." Quartering of troops. That was you could put that into Roman troops. Search and seizure. Jesus was forcibly seized and searched under no premise at all. You know that? Grand jury. Jesus had no trial, nor did he have a defense or a criminal proper trial. So I believe that's biblical. I know that people say, "Oh, America's a Illuminati, evil country, whatever." Founded on all these people, but there's too much biblical stuff out there to really,
I don't think America's that evil country. I think it's being ruled by some of the most evil people on the whole face of the earth. But I think the rulers of America right now, most of them are Jesuit trained. There's all kinds of Jesuit universities. I mean, most of them are Jesuit. Most of the rulers of this country are Jesuit trained Roman Catholic. 9 of the 10 justices, or 8 of the 9 justices, Supreme Court, are Roman Catholics. And Ruth Bader Ginsburg was married to a Roman Catholic.
well, she's Jewish, or was Jewish.
Well, she was Jewish, yeah, but she was married to a Roman Catholic. But,
but those you must say that it's better than what it was, because these people are abiding by the Constitution now. Whereas
you think they're abiding by the Constitution?
The Supreme Court.
Okay, well, my Supreme Court is the public, the people. That's who judges me. I got a right to a trial by a jury of my peers. And if anyone in the legal society, they try to put anyone in the legal society on my jury, that's not a jury of my peers. And I have to be judged by a man. I can't be judged by a legal fiction, a nom de gore, legal fiction. I can't. That ain't a jury of my peers. Now, in a lot of cases, that they're not going to allow me to do that if I, stand trial. They're going to push the statutory on me, but I know how to drag them right back to common law. I know how to drag them right back there. And it's not by being a lawyer, it's by being a man and speaking like a third grader, keeping it simple. What's that? What did you say? Yeah,
I've seen a lot of those videos online on YouTube where the guys are arguing common law in American courts.
Yeah, the problem I have is a lot of people, they don't want to listen to this until they get in trouble. They don't want to protect themselves. There's people that I know a man who was growing a bunch of pot plants. This is when, in Chicago, and he's growing a bunch of pot plants inside of his house. And so they came and raided his house, and they took all of his pot plants, and he wanted help from a friend of mine who knows the law like I do. You know, he's pretty famous. I'm not going to mention his name here. His name, I guess it wouldn't hurt. His name's Carl Lentz. So anyways, he calls Carl, and Carl tells him, look, you know, you were going to go and grow weed in your house and you didn't know how to protect yourself from, you know, you didn't know the law. And so he went and hired a lawyer, and he's asking, he paid $20,000 for a lawyer. And then the lawyer was, you know, he didn't trust what the lawyer was teaching him. So he called Carl, and Carl told him, look, you don't have any charges against you. He says, what are you talking about? I got charges against me. I got a lawyer. I've had to pay him $20,000. And he's begging Carl to come and help him. And he wants to give Carl $5,000 to come up to Chicago and help him.
All right. It's 3 a.m. I gotta go, guys. It's been great talking to you, though.
Yeah, have a good night.
I'll see you later.
Yeah.
So anyways, long story short, the guy pays him the $5,000. Carl goes up to Chicago, and he tells him what's going on. They go to a ball game, and he's telling him, and the next day he tells him, come to the lawyers with me, and you know, and let's talk to this lawyer. And so Carl decides, okay, I'll go with you to the lawyers. And so they go in, and Carl just plays stupid. He's brilliant, but he plays stupid with the lawyer. And he's asking him, like, you know, questions like, you know, do you believe a man inside his four walls, you know, has the right to be the king of his castle? Stuff like that. And so after about 12 questions, he tells the lawyer, he says, why don't you just level with this man and tell him that there's no charges against him? And the lawyer says to the man, he tells him, well, there's serious allegations. And the guy loses his mind because he just gave this lawyer $20,000. And now he's telling him there's no charges, they're just serious allegations. So anyways, Carl says, I'll go to court with you, and he writes down like 8 words, and they go into court, and the lawyer said, can I go with? Because I want to watch. And so he goes in, and he tells the guy to put in this one piece of paper, a notice with about 8 words on it, 8 or 9, I can't remember. I'll tell you what it said on the piece of paper here in a second. So he gives the piece of paper to the judge and the prosecutor, and the judge just starts freaking out. The judge says, who wrote this down? Who wrote this? And the guy says, I wrote it, right? And Carl's sitting right there, and
Did you disconnect or what did you do, Flat Earth? Am I still on now?
I didn't hear you were like breaking up.
Did I break up or did you break up? Because it just died on me.
I don't know. My phone might be down. So.
Yeah.
I think I got more abuse.
I was just going to say, you know how they're getting around these common law people? They're designating them as domestic terrorists. Have you heard about this?
Well, look, man. When you go around and you start talking about, I have a First Amendment right and a Seventh Amendment right, and you know, you're talking like a crazy man. And a lot of these, you know, guys, these gurus, they'll put in documents like, this is what the legal society got sick of hearing, these common law cases, because some of these guys would bury them in paperwork. They'd just send in like 10,000-page documents. They were out of control with the legal society. But you got to understand that the legal society, it's all consent based. Most of the people, they're convicted by their own convictions. They go in and they make deals with these people. They say, if you don't plead guilty to this, we're gonna throw the book at you. We go all the way to trial. We're gonna go for the whole enchilada.
Yeah, it's empty threats.
Well, no,
You
they're
better plead
actual
guilty, or
extortion.
otherwise we're going to take you to trial and you'll lose. So you better sit down and plead guilty in my courtroom. This is what judges say. They threaten
No,
these people. It's like,
extortion.
no, you
But
can't threaten
anyway,
me. You'll lose the case. So yeah, I've
there's
seen that.
never any proof of it. So let me tell you the motto of the legal society. You ready? The legal society, their motto, okay, their motto is no truth or fact will be tried in open court.
Really? So they run on fiction then?
There's a plaque in Philadelphia in one of the courthouses over there. It's a bar association plaque, and it says right on it, no truth or fact will be tried in open court. And I'm going to tell you how they get away with it, okay?
Mm.
So when you walk into the courtroom, you're on a level, right? And then the court reporter, she's on another level. And then the witness box is on another level. And then the judge is on the highest level, right?
Mm.
They're different levels. So in contract law, if you put something on a different level or in a box, okay, it can be considered not even to be on the document. It's not part of the contract. It's in a separate box because it violates the four corner rule. So it's no longer a contract. It's no longer a fact. But in the courtroom that they have, when you go into one of their courtrooms, there's different levels. And what they're doing is it's called the chain of evidence. All right. So when you're speaking at one level and they're on a different level, it's interrupting the chain of evidence because they're not even on the same level as you. I told you the truth lies on the square and the level. That's where the truth meets because they're all on the same level on a square court. The contract. But when you go to the court, in their court, the Legalese Society, no truth or fact will be tried in open court. They use fictional names, fictional language, the private language. They use certain levels, like even their jury box, the 12 people. The first row of jurors are on one level, and the back are on a second level. It's called a petite jury. You've heard of that term, petite jury. That's because it's six on one level and six on the other. It's the statutory court.
Yeah. The thing is, like,
Total.
I really question the validity of a lot of people in juries now. Do people really have the intellectual ability and discernment to really decide what is right and what's wrong and what's unlawful and what is lawful? So if you continually brainwash people and fill their heads full of shit about lies, about everything, how can they make a decision about someone's life or on a criminal case?
Well, in a murder trial, okay, let's take OJ for example.
Oh my God.
They made a big ordeal and they put it on national television, this whole OJ trial. But let me tell you something, them jurors knew that they could not find OJ guilty before the case even got started.
How?
They knew they could not find him guilty. They knew it.
Why?
Because there was nobody seeing him do it. There's there's elements to a crime.
Yeah, there was no direct evidence, and there was no cameras, and there was nothing like we have now. So
yeah, but you had to have a third
all
party.
that was but okay, let's take it back a bit. Do you believe that crime actually happened?
Of course I did.
Because
Someone
I'm starting
murdered
to
him,
believe. Okay,
but no one's seen
that
OJ do it. Was there a preponderance of evidence? Of course. That's why he was found guilty in the civil trial.
But the thing is, that's Hollywood. They're all Hollywood people, right? So that guy, what was the guy's name? It was Greenberg or some shit. He was in the movies business, and he was messing with OJ because she had a hot wife. So I get that. But I believe it was a big theater show. I believe it was all bullshit. Because people believe that, who's that woman? Brown Simpson? Was that her name? Nicole Brown Simpson? She's actually Megan Kelly. And the other clone of Megan Kelly is actually Stormy Daniels. Because they all look alike. Same features, same hairstyle, same shape of face.
Well, you think they're clones?
Oh, yeah. You heard of clones in Hollywood? Everywhere.
Yeah, well,
Because they were, because you know who Hollywood is, don't you?
have you seen Schooling, or no, the clones that Witsit did on his Witsit Gets It channel on YouTube? It's a clones. He did one on clones, a live stream.
No, I didn't. What happened?
Yeah, I watched it. It's pretty interesting. You might want to look at that. But yeah, I think he's onto something. But I can't. I mean, I have no proof of that.
Yeah, so
It's
if you type into your browser
There's a
Nicole
lot
Brown
of
Simpson and Megan
Look,
Kelly, and then
look
type in a
here.
picture of Megan Kelly and Stormy Daniels, they're the same
Here.
person or they're a group of clones. It's so ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Because you know who Hollywood is? Okay, Hollywood, you probably know this already. They were Ukrainian and Russian Jews that got expelled under the first revolution. Because what happened? They tried a revolution in 1908 in Russia, and it failed. So the royal family and the British military, the Russian military expelled all the Jews who were part of that revolution. So they fled to London, Paris, New York, and Hollywood, and they needed a way to make money. And all of a sudden, the film industry came along. So that's why everybody in Hollywood, well, 98% of them or something, is part of that expelled group of Jews from Russia and Ukraine. And that's why they call it a thing. But it's lately, they say now it's gone woke or whatever, and they're bringing black people in and Hispanic people and all this stuff, So, yeah.
So let me explain something to you.
Yeah.
All the occult, the Illuminati's, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Knights of Malta, the Knights of Columbus, the Skull and Bones, all these occults, and even the Muslim religion was created by the Catholic Church.
Are you sure about that?
It's something that I believe now. If you can prove me wrong, there's a lot of evidence.
I can't prove you wrong. I just don't believe.
Hold on, now let me tell you why I believe that.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And anyway, so even Christianity, a lot of the Christianity that we have nowadays, okay, heavily influenced by the Roman Catholics, the Roman Catholic Church. They had a lot of these Christian churches on every neighborhood in America. They have the same beliefs as the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah,
but anyway,
they did.
the reason they
Same
created the occult, is so they could point the finger away from the church. They could say it ain't us. It's NASA. All the Freemasons. It ain't us. It's the Illuminati. It ain't us. It's the Jews. It ain't us. It's the Bolsheviks. It ain't us. It's the Knights of Malta. They're all the Skull and Bones. They're the ones responsible for this mess. It ain't the Catholic Church. They're a straw man. They point the finger. That's why they created them. And there's evidence of collusion between the Catholic
That's so
Church.
elaborate, dude. That's far out there. You'd need
Do what?
millions of people all working in unison to pull that off. That's just okay. So do you
I'm just
believe
gonna
the
point.
Catholic Church are the Freemasons then?
I believe they created the Freemasons, but I tell you this: they work together. I know I can't cite it right now, but there's like evidence of them communicating that the the Freemasons were communicating with the Roman Catholic Church and the Jesuit order, telling them, that you're a great church and you're going to bring a lot of people away from the truth, but we're going to do the same thing by introducing a sun god and all this other nonsense. But I could, if you wanted to, email me back and forth, I could give you some citations. I'm just not going to look it up right now.
Yeah, no, I'm not doubting you.
I have a lot of evidence that proves that the Catholic
it
Church
just sounds very
created
elaborate.
all these.
Because someone, okay, I had an argument with a guy years ago, and he's telling me something like this, and I'm reckon, you reckon? I'm just like, do you reckon the church had that much authority and power over everything? That means you'd have to run the police force, the court system, the judiciary. You'd have to run all the politics to keep that information under wraps for 1,000 years. It just seems, well,
You know the Jesuit order was kicked out of 80 countries, right? Worldwide, different countries. They were almost done away with. Even the Catholic Church had to renounce them for a certain amount of years. They were getting out of control.
Well, I'm not surprised there was something going on.
So
But
when they got
but the
expelled,
Catholic Church was very open and very not very, what's the word? They let anybody in. So I believe the church was pretty much infiltrated from a long time ago. So you could argue that.
So even the Catholic Church had to renounce the Jesuit order. And so when they did, the Jesuit order fled to South America, where they ran into a tribe called the Guadalarine, or can't remember that and pronounce it. It's not easy. Guadalarine or something like that. But they perfected communism down there. They perfected it.
They did.
A lot of these people's wealth. They stole a lot of wealth from these people. They had them basically working as slaves.
I thought it was the Jews running running the communist movement, because it's based on the teachings of Marx and.
They perfected it in this South American country, and they showed the power of it to the Roman Catholic Church, and the Roman Catholic Church brought the Jesuit order back into the Catholic Church when they found out the strength of that they had mastered communism. There's a movie about it with Jeffrey Lyons and Robert De Niro. I wish I remember.
Look, I don't know. I really don't know about this. I have heard it several times, but I just can't verify it.
Yeah, like even the slave trade was created by the
powerful, which is mind-blowing.
even the slave trade was created by the Roman Catholic Church.
But how can you explain the persecution of Catholics in all Western countries? What if these people are controlling the church? Why would they persecute their own people?
You mean the Protestants?
Yeah, all the Protestants and the Jews were persecuting the Catholics, and all the groups were.
No,
Lutherans, Baptists.
You heard of the
Baptists hate
Dark
Catholics.
Ages, haven't you?
Why do the Freemasons have anti-Catholic policies within their doctrine? How does that even make sense?
What happened during Constantine's day? What did he do? Was it Constantine? I think it was. They called it. They went around. They were going around telling people, if you don't believe in Jesus, we're going to chop your head off right here and now. That was during the Dark Ages. They went around and forced people. They literally killed thousands, man. They killed so many people. They were forcing them to love Jesus. They were either you love Jesus or we're going to kill you.
Yeah, well, okay, you know what? I don't really want to talk about this anymore.
Neither do I. I
don't
don't
know
want
where
to
we're
talk
going,
about
and history's so messed up. I don't know what's true anymore. So, hey, Trouble, are you there? Trouble about? Can she hear me?
I didn't hear you. You're breaking up, roboting and stuff.
Okay, I'll just link out. I'll be right back.
What did you say though? I I think it's too late and everybody's gone to bed. Are there any Globers in here?
There is. Trouble's a Glober.
Well, I'm surprised there's still a few guys in here. Hey, Jeremy's still in here.
I think they're all asleep.
They're probably just sleeping with the stream on. I do it
I'm
all
talking
the time.
about the South Celestial Pole, which does indeed exist. Now, okay, I want to talk to Trouble about this. I cracked the code. Can you hear me? Trouble? Question mark. Okay, now I cracked the code, Trouble, on what the so-called South Celestial Pole is. Now, what happens when you're closer to Polaris in the so-called Northern Hemisphere? You're looking at the star's turn, right? And it's turning. Is it anti-clockwise? I think it is, or clockwise, one or the other.
Hey.
But if you go in the so-called Southern Hemisphere, the stars are still turning the same way, but you're facing the opposite direction.
But there's
That's
two
it.
celestial poles. You've only got one on your model. You've just got
So
one
you're
at
right,
the
boy.
flat Earth, and there's actually two, which is visible in the sky. So
No,
the
but
claim
okay,
is just incorrect.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, people think it's turning opposite or whatever, but it's obvious. So
yeah, that's because
okay. I admit I was denying the southern pole because I thought you meant it was a southern, like a literal pole. And I said I've never heard of a southern. Yeah, celestial pole. Yeah. So, look, I want to have a look at them more because I'm
there
not
is
trusting
actually
the video.
there is actually a south pole, but I'm not making that claim today.
You believe there is an actual center south pole, whatever?
Of course.
Interesting.
It's on the. Remember the old maps from the 1600 when they first mapped the South Pole?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to find a way of getting down there. But I looked at all those stupid tours they have down to Antarctica, and they just go right to the edge. Like you go to the beaches where the stupid iceberg is, then you come back. I said that's not even a holiday. You just like what's that?
But I don't care because you still can't put two celestial poles over a flat Earth without calling one of them fake and non-existent.
Well, because I don't even believe in the North Pole.
But you guys don't actually have the courage to say that you're saying the southern stars are fake. You get Witzer to come in with all this magic language. But the bottom line is you're calling them fake. You're saying they're not doing what we see them do. So I don't have the problem you do.
Okay, what type of camera do you have to film the stars turning? What do you do?
P900. And it has Star
you just
Trek
leave
function on it.
There's a Star Trail feature on it.
No. Yes. I did all this as a flat earther.
Yeah.
Because I was told the stars rotated around Polaris. And then when I got my P900 at the sky, found out they weren't. And then every time I ask about it, I just got told to shut up and go away.
Oh, because people can't explain
Now
it.
it's like years and years later, I've just gone, fuck you guys. And I've come back with them.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from.
Because the mantra back then was you're not allowed to look up to prove the shape of the ground under your feet. Like, we all had really good brainwashing. It was good. Impressive. Thanks for that.
Who are you blaming?
Flat Earth. Because now I've got 73 star trails of the skies above my head. How do I tell my family that they don't exist? That the stars are really rotating around Polaris?
Well,
and not end up in a nut house, for fuck's sake.
I think the only way to do it is go to somewhere where there is a so-called equator. Go to a highest mountain you can find on the equator, and then film north and film south.
No, I don't need to do that. I'm under the Tropic of Capricorn, and above my head is almost the celestial equator. So I can look south. I can look north. I can look east. I can get the pole of the south. I just get the top of the spiral of the northern one. But
Mhm.
I've got the planets going over my head. And you just aren't going to tell me the stars are not, that there is no celestial South Pole.
Yeah,
And you're not going to convince me that it's a reflection of the North, because there's nothing in the North that can reflect what we've got, including the
I've
Milky
never heard
Way,
of that before.
including Orion's belt, which is in the southern skies.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, I can sort of see where you're coming from. Like, I guess a lot of the flat earthers were on pure observation, and they were discovering the long distances and the false information, the false radius calculations, and the fake flight plans and all that stuff. So all that's verifiable.
no,
But
it's not.
then all of a sudden you're seeing stars. But it makes sense though, right? If you're in the equator and the stars are directly above you, they don't turn, right?
No, they go on a straight line. Just those few ones that
Exactly.
are just the few that are on the celestial equator. The rest of them have an arc to them, either side of it.
Exactly. So imagine if you went further south down to Melbourne, right, or Tasmania, and you looked up, would those stars be turning or would they be going straight across you?
Which stars
You
am I looking
understand?
at? Which ones am I
Well,
looking at? Am I looking at the celestial equator or am I looking at the celestial pole?
you
Because no matter where I am on the Earth, the ones at the equator will always go in a straight line, and no matter where I am on the Earth, the ones at the poles will go around in a circle.
okay, so closer to the celestial star, they go around, but the
Yes,
ones in the equator
like the
go
Southern Cross
across
goes
you.
around. Yeah, the Southern Cross goes
Yeah,
around in a circle, and
this
you have
is
the big
really
dip
good because
around in a circle.
sorry, this is an area of investigation that I have never come across. So now I'm going to
No,
have
because I was
to.
never allowed to speak about it or raise it for, I don't know, what is it, 8 years now? And I took the footage 4 years ago as a flat earther and just got told to go
You started
away.
to question it then.
I did. Actually, well, I just hang around with a small group of flat earthers who wouldn't lie about what the sun and stars were doing.
I don't think people
Which is
really
a
have
very
really
small
thought about
group.
it much.
Oh,
But
they
okay,
have.
what
They've
I'm
got
going
a
to
big
do,
eye for it. The stuff that
I've
Witz's
actually
coming out with is
seen.
not new.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I've actually seen on Gumtree now you can get P900s in Australia really cheap because people have bought a
Yeah, because they're
P1000
pieces of
now.
shit. Because they're pieces of
They are
shit. I don't know. I wouldn't
Really?
have bought one. Fucking oath.
What's wrong with them?
Well, apart from taking star trails or the spots of the sun because I've got a filter or
Yeah.
close-up moon shots, it's completely useless. It's out of
But
focus.
you can still zoom over 100 miles, can't you? Across
Yeah, but you
ocean, you
try
can
and take
zoom
a
all the way.
photo in a room with people.
Oh, so it's not designed for that at all.
No, it's just yeah. The only thing it's good for is this Earth shit. Otherwise, it really is
Oh,
a
that's very interesting.
I
This is
would
good
never
knowledge you're
advise
giving
anyone
me.
to buy one of these.
You've actually given me so much more knowledge than what a lot of other people have had in the past couple of weeks. So this is really good. All right, good. Lucky I didn't buy a P900.
Well, like for this stuff, they're good for the price. Otherwise, you're spending thousands of dollars. But if I had the
Yeah,
money,
for a
I'd buy a real camera. Yeah, because you
Yeah,
can't
no,
change the lens. It's just a Mickey Mouse camera. You just point and press the button. You can't
oh,
even
really? See,
focus. You can't do anything. And it weighs a
interesting.
ton. It's too heavy for most tripods. You'll never be able to use the P1000 without a tripod.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, for a Mickey Mouse camera, cheapest one you'll get.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'll wait till they come really cheap because they'll just get cheaper and cheaper. I'm pretty sure of that. So
Mine cost me
I'll buy it
$1,000.
cheap. Yeah,
Mine cost me
yeah.
$1,000.
I was
Now,
going to buy one because I won some money on the poker a few months ago, last week, or a few weeks ago, and I was going to buy one. I thought, but lucky I didn't buy it now. Fucking hell.
well, have they gone off the market? Well, they
No.
broke. Mine broke. So I've got a tripod where you just twist, do the screw up and the camera sticks to it. The whole plate that screws onto the camera out of it.
Oh my god.
So I had to take it back, and they put sticky tape over it. And then I had to go buy a ring holder, so it hangs around the lens of the camera. I've had to put
Yeah.
tissues in there because it's too big, even on the tightest thing. And that's how they advise you to use a P900 now.
Wow. So did you look at the P1000? Is there any
No, it
differences?
didn't exist then. Yeah, they do much more closer, more detail. But again, you'll get more camera shake. So, and the wind will
You get more
even
what?
make. Hey,
You'll get more what?
camera shake. So
Oh,
imagine
because
when you hold, yeah, and if you hold a pencil right at the end as opposed to the middle, the end of it will wobble a long way just for you moving it slightly. Yeah, so when you're on full zoom, you don't really want to be touching these things too much or having any wind.
Gotcha.
And of course, when you zoom in on a star with one of those things, they're only on the screen for like 5 seconds, 10 at the most. Vroom, it's gone across.
Yeah, because you can't keep it steady, yeah.
Yeah, and then you got to find the fucking thing again and move the camera up a centimetre or half a centimetre, but the fucking tripod doesn't want to. It goes zoom up like 2 foot. It's fucking
Yeah, it
hard
just
work.
sounds really clunky, really annoying, yeah.
But, you know, I mean, if
That's
you
good.
can't afford thousands of equipment, beggars can't be choosers. It works, it does the job.
I can see why there's so many on the marketplace then, second hand. Makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense now.
Yes.
All right, excellent.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do, because you know when you look directly up at a star, it's above your head, right? But when you come down, it looks like it's bending away from you, curved, yeah? So what I'm going to do,
Depends.
I'm going to go to different locations and just film the star trail up from all different locations and see if it goes straight or if it goes around.
I
Or it's
actually
only the selected.
when I looked at the celestial equator, I expected it to go from east to west. But from where I am, it doesn't. It's north, east, and then sets southwest. It's on an angle.
So it goes across.
Yeah.
That proves the flat Earth map.
No, it doesn't.
Because
There
there's
shouldn't be
always a theory.
Hey, there can't be one. It should all be going around Polaris.
No,
And it's
I know
not.
what you mean, but that proves that Australia is not actually the way it is.
It proves
Okay,
that the Earth's tilted. It exactly proves it.
No, because they keep drawing Australia as parallel, right? But it's
No.
actually not. I know
Well,
it's
they do
slightly
on a
bent.
map, but not when you put it on a globe. It's on a tilt.
Yeah, because I knew that because
Different
that makes so
perspectives.
much sense. Holy shit!
But really, on a flat Earth, I expected all the stars to be rotating around Polaris. I expected to see them doing circles around me north and south.
Yeah,
And when they did,
but the thing
like,
is,
what the
you're so far away from a Polaris too.
so? It doesn't
Maybe
even, I
we
don't.
are living in one of those. Sorry.
How do you know that all the stars aren't rotating around our celestial pole? And seeing we have an island, wouldn't it make more sense that our island would be at the middle of a flat Earth, and that the dome wall would be in the ocean because it's invisible, and there's nothing at the North Pole? So why you guys flipped it so that we're on the outside is beyond me.
Yeah, because all the research is from the northern hemisphere. I get it. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, they're so
But
biased.
we've had no flat Earth research down here at all, and it's all discredited. Our country's very controlled and communist, so I don't like that about Australia.
You just can't lie to people that the stars aren't doing above their head what everyone sees them doing.
Yeah, but
Once I
why do they
saw
keep?
that killed flat Earth for me. I just didn't even bother going any further. It was like, oh my
Yeah,
god,
I get it.
work on a
I
board.
understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
And the fact that no one wanted to talk about it, and I was told not to talk about it. We don't talk about that topic here.
Yeah, so because no one can explain it, that's why.
There was a problem.
So,
but then in the same
the only
sense,
way,
but the
yeah,
rotate around Polaris. I'm going, but I just gave you videos showing that they don't, and you agreed with me. But now the mainline mantra is that all stars rotate around Polaris. It's like, what? I just think you guys sound crazier than the Globies.
yeah, but I can understand where it comes from. But I have to have a look at this celestial star stuff further.
Well,
because you can throw other ideas in there. You can throw ideas in there like there's other spheres. There could be more areas of celestial poles.
Not geometrically. Like, what geometric pattern are you making?
Well, okay. There
And
could
we
be
haven't
like a
seen
Polaris,
magic
and there could be
pole.
like a hey.
So we've seen 2 poles. We've got lots of recordings of them, heaps of knowledge, but we haven't seen the 3rd pole, the 4th, and the 5th. They're just magically out somewhere where nobody's ever spotted them.
Well, we'd have to go to Africa or
That's
South America to
convenient.
find it.
That's convenient for your theory, isn't it?
No,
Like, no one's
I'm
ever
just
taken
gonna
a
have
trip
a
from
look for it.
Australia.
All right? Yeah. Oh, another question. Can you see the Southern Cross from your house?
Yes. It never said.
Okay, is that part of the celestial pole, or is it outside of it?
It's outside of it. It's not very far from it.
So it
but
is
no.
outside of it. Isn't that interesting?
Well, Sigma Octantis is the celestial pole.
Yeah.
And from what my photographs, I see 3 stars in close, but apparently there is a faint one in closer, but I don't have good enough optics for that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no star at the North Pole either. Polaris goes around in a small circle. So you actually have
Does
a
it?
black hole center of the North, yes. Oh, that's another lie. Haven't they told you that yet? Oh, yeah.
No, I was told Polaris was fixed and stationary like a flat Earth.
Yeah, no, it's not. It goes around in a circle. Because the globe model, we have a slight wobble, and that's why it goes around in a circle. But on flat Earth, they just pretend it doesn't happen, even though there's so much footage of it.
Maybe
But
we're
these
inside
topics.
a huge planetarium. Maybe we are living in a planetarium. Maybe it's all bullshit.
Well, that's
Maybe
what
the
you'd have
moon
to
is.
do for flat Earth to work. Absolutely, you have to go VR, basically. Well, if the stars over half of Earth aren't doing what we see them doing, there's nothing left. And if it's because I have this weird eyesight in the south that makes this southern pole appear, which shouldn't be there, then I mean, I might as well not look at anything because my eyes are fucked. Just because I live in the south, I've got no hope of ever finding reality. Because there's Euclidean.
You got vision problems.
Isn't there Euclidean fucking optical eyesights? Isn't that what Whitset and everyone's bringing in now? It's magic word salad stuff.
I don't even know who Whitset is.
Don't you? God, he's a flat Earth god of this server. He mustn't come here much.
Hang on, I'm lagging. I'm just gonna 1 second. I'm just gonna stop and start.
You're still wasting everybody's time talking about your stupid stars.
Hey, I'm back. Yeah, so I've only been in this server for 3 or 4 days.
I keep forgetting that.
I've only been in this server for 3 or 4 days, so I don't know any Whitset person.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, it's
Have
the
you ever heard?
latest, latest stuff.
Yeah, I'm working on the
the-
theory
the-
that
in the
the
south-
moon and the sun.
Sorry.
Yeah?
There you go. Sorry.
I'm working on the theory that the sun and moon are man-made.
I've got a book that said who built the moon.
Yeah, someone else brought that up. Yeah, there's a guy called
what's up, Trouble?
Christopher something, was it?
Hey, who's that?
Go show.
Oh, hey, Kosho.
And by the way, I'm the man who made it. Son of the moon that is.
You built the
Son of
moon.
the moon.
Congratulations. Well,
Should have
someone
known.
did.
Yeah, it was pretty easy.
Should have fucking known.
It has my signature.
Paperback. Yeah, Christopher Knight. I think he wrote it, didn't he? He built the moon.
Christopher Knight. Why does that name sound familiar? He's a video maker, isn't he?
I don't know. You had to look it up, dude.
My computer's
Let's
running
see.
slow right now.
I've got
That name sounds really familiar though.
Yeah, it is. It's Christopher Knight who built the moon.
Yeah. Yep.
It makes sense. With a name like Christopher Knight.
Author of the best-selling the Himalayan key.
Oh, there's also an actor called Christopher Knight as well, so maybe you're confused with that dude. Oh my god, he was in the Christopher Knight was in the Brady Bunch. Oh my god.
You're kidding? Which one?
Greg?
Now this is a different. This is not an author. This is an actor called Christopher Knight.
Oh, okay.
A child actor starring as Peter Brady. He was the older kid.
Fucking love the Brady Bunch when I was young.
I remember they used to push the seatbelt propaganda. They'd all jump in their wagon and put their seatbelts on close-ups.
You think that's propaganda?
Didn't spot that.
Oh yeah, because people didn't want to wear seatbelts. It was like the pushing against the man.
Yeah, but is that still considered propaganda?
That culture continued until the 1990s. A rebellion against seatbelts. It was pretty.
I'm still
it was
rebelling
pretty
against
severe.
seatbelts.
Yeah, it's still that culture still exists. I'm not wearing my seatbelt. No. Fuck the government. Whatever.
My mum bought an old car when I was a teenager and wasn't built with seatbelts, so I didn't have to have them. Oh, it was the best thing ever.
What was an old Holden with the big fat seats on it, vinyl seats?
Yes. There was a Ford Coupe too.
We all had those.
With big flares at the back. She's a beast. My sister hated it. She made mum piss off a block from school, and we'd have to walk the last block because she was too embarrassed. Dumb bitch. And then mum would pick me up from the disco, and she'd beep the horn out the front trying to embarrass me, but I'm like, I didn't care, I got to lift home. Like, yes.
Yeah, right. Exactly. The cars used to be so simple. And fuel was cheap. Remember this?
Oh my, wasn't it $10 to fill it?
Yeah. I couldn't. I remember when fuel was $1. Then the COVID hoax hit. I mean, the agenda hit, I should say. Then fuel doubled to $2. I went, okay. I just put $10 in my car because I drive a little car, little Holden Astra, right? And I can get around anywhere. Now I'm putting $20 in. It gets me nowhere. Sucks. Australia, mate.
Australia.
Yeah, I forgot about all the good times when we were kids.
What country are you in?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm in Australia.
I thought you said it, Aussie.
Yeah. Australia, mate. Yeah, now they're banning Australia Day.
Really?
I'm thinking, why would you do that? Who gives a shit?
Yeah, Trouble doesn't
They're
even
making
believe in
this
Australia.
excuse.
No.
She doesn't even
Australia
believe in
doesn't.
Australia.
No. There is no Australia.
Well, I'll tell you where that stems from. Because Australia was created under legal fiction. So it's actually a fictitious corporation or some shit.
Yeah, so we're still
That's
all
why they-
convicts.
Yeah, well, we're still under military occupation. But this is what the indigenous use. They say, no, you guys aren't even citizens or whatever. You're just slaves under the old colonial system, and you're oppressing everybody. And I'm like, well, dude, go to fucking China and live. It's a shithole, but you go see how they live. You know.
I hope we rename it Invasion Day because that's like non-inflammatory.
No, that's what I'm saying. Why are we destroying the best country in the world? People who
I don't
don't
know.
care about anyone. The most racist people
Because
on the planet.
we've never had any control of it in the first place. We're just convicts, remember?
Yeah, well, but it wasn't. Yeah, I get it. It's a very socialist country, very controlled. But it was never oppressive. You know, there was
Do you
never
have
like
any
it was never
relatives
overly.
who were Do you have any relatives who are convicts?
No.
I don't either, and everyone I know doesn't. But when you watch those TV shows and they bring out all these famous people from Australia and do their family history, they all have convicts as relatives.
No, okay, that's propaganda. That SBS show, all that SBS ABC, that's
Yeah, I
corporate
know.
propaganda
I
to
know, but don't
undermine
you get
people.
it? They came over here as convicts and now they run the fucking place. The descendants of them run this fucking place. Descendants of the worst convicts that came to Australia. And they're all fucking proud of it.
Maybe they're selected then. Maybe it is
I think so.
The bloodline.
Yep.
Very
I
interesting.
think
But
they
I thought it was
fake
all
sending them.
bullshit.
I think they fake sending them here as convicts, and they just set them up to
Well,
be
no,
the
actually,
beneficiaries
I'll
of a
tell you the
new
truth,
world and
bro.
run.
I'll tell you the true history of Australia. What happened is that Britain outlawed slavery, right? So they had all these colonies, and they said, "Hang on, we just banned slavery. How are we going to run our colonies?"
Yeah.
And they said, "Oh, hang on, we'll just pick people off the street, arrest them for
Yeah.
shoplifting, and export them." So it wasn't convict; it was forced slavery, indentured servants, they call it. And they said, "Oh, you stole a loaf of bread. That's really bad. You've got to go to Australia for 6 years, or you know."
And never
It
come
was
back. No,
kind of
you got to
shocking.
go. You got to go there for life and be a convict for 6 years.
Well, some of them were freed, and some of them were granted land, and some of them made a lot of money.
Yes,
But
and their
most of it
descendants.
was.
And their descendants are the ones that run the country. I think. Anyway, that's my conspiracy.
Yeah, no, I'm not doubting that is a bit of truth, but I reckon that SBS shows a pile of shit because they're using all that fake DNA evidence and all that 23andMe or whatever it's called. That's all bullshit. All they're doing is pulling archival records and just referencing them. They're fucking
Yeah, no, they do
liars,
it
man.
through archives. They weren't doing it through DNA back then.
DNA's not going to tell you shit. People go, "Oh no, I found my father when I did my DNA test." I went, "Really? Okay." And I don't know what to believe anymore. Everything's so fucking muddy. That's what I'm saying. If the government came out and said, "Look, we're going back to the 1980s, we're pulling the plug on all this technology and all these stupid laws we've introduced and all this oppression and all the government control," do it. I said, "Look, let's go back to the 80s. I don't give a fuck." Because back in the 80s, no one gave a fuck about anyone. Okay, I admit Australia was a violent place and it was sort of masculine, whatever, but there was no government oppression. And no one gave a fuck what anyone else did. And I liked it.
Yes, there was. They took us off the gold currents. They clutched the economy how many fucking times?
Oh, that's just the fucking assholes doing that.
It's a repetitive shit in history.
Yeah, well.
You
Now
trouble
look at
digger.
Australia, right? It's full of immigrants. Nobody knows anyone. No one talks to anyone anymore. There's no fun. They cancelled all the fun things we had. They're attacking Christmas. They're attacking Easter. Attacking Australia Day. Attacking our culture. Calling us slavers and murderers and fucking all this bullshit. I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. We didn't do any of this stuff.
I think Snack was going to say something, but You might have left.
That was the ruling classes doing this stuff. We had no say over anything, really. You know, it's just bullshit. I'm not buying it for a second, man.
I mean, we've just gone from ruling kings and queens and emperors to government. I think something
Hey, do you
changed.
believe in this? Do you believe in this Aboriginal voice thing?
No.
Yeah, no, because it's hypocrisy. Because we had Johnny Farman, he was the voice, not the Aborigines. But yeah, it's not fair because we never had a say in this country, and all of a sudden we're giving people.
Well,
really,
what
I don't even believe that.
Is that to be an Aboriginal in Australia and get all the benefits, you can go down to what, 32nd? So not just half, not just half or a quarter or an eighth, like a 32nd. But my kids, they've got an English dad. An English dad. They can't get an English passport because 50-50 is not good enough. So why is, like a tiny piece of Aboriginal bloodline is more important than anything else?
Yeah, it's also racism too against us. Because as I said, the working class people like us, or I'm not sure about you, but like us, we didn't do shit.
Yeah, but didn't they
We
send
didn't
all
do anything.
all
But we're
those
getting blamed for all this stuff. It's like, no, it was a ruling class.
Wasn't all the convicts that went down there and slaughtered a bunch of Aboriginals to
No, the convicts
take
they wouldn't have weapons. They were
in
slaves.
the beginning.
Invasion Day, Slaughter Day as well. Didn't we kill a heap of them on that day too?
We didn't kill
You
any of them.
guys Aboriginal?
No, but that did happen.
No.
Yeah,
didn't happen.
Because like there were like your whole Australia was like covered with fucking people that were Australian already, but they didn't call it that.
There was a small population of a tribe that had been here for 100 years or so.
No,
They weren't here
that's
for
not true.
thousands of years. It's total rubbish.
You're
Honestly,
total
it's all
rubbish.
rubbish.
You're total rubbish.
Yep.
Your ass
They
is
don't
total
have any
rubbish.
proof of this stuff.
Your
We
ass
don't
is
know
total
how long they were here. We don't know what the hell was going on.
Have you heard of the Gympie Pyramid? There's this supposed pyramid at Gympie, which is not there anymore, but there's this polygonal stone wall. I went and filmed it a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
There is like 8-sided stones, and they're all slot together, no concrete.
Yeah.
What the fuck is it
It's
doing in
everywhere.
Australia? It's not where.
They're all over Victoria. I pull these blocks out all the
That's
time.
not a polygon. That's not a polygonal wall. I grew up in Victoria. That's just stone walls made by the Welsh, and they're just
No.
haphazard.
There's pyramid structures all over Victoria. I'm telling you, I've seen them. Anyway, tell your story about your polygon wall.
Well, just that there's a polygonal wall in Australia, and the
I'm
explanation
saying,
for it is so vague and bullshit that why would you just build one if you're
they're everywhere. There's pyramids all over Australia. There's a place called Pyramid Hill in Victoria. It's a literal pyramid made out of stone blocks.
So how are you guys? You guys aren't the first people there. So I'm saying, just like we're like America, like it's not the same thing. There's pyramid things here too. You know what I mean? Just saying.
Yeah, but Native
ancient
Americans
cultures, but
didn't build the pyramid.
But do you
dude.
think
I
that they
mean,
hired like good, nice people to be like, hey, let's clear these people out of here? You know, like they got bow and arrows.
okay, this is what we're saying, right? These ancient
They
cultures
hired
built
the fucking goon squads everywhere to clear people out. That's all I'm saying.
oh my god, this guy sounds retarded.
We
Right.
didn't do anything. That's the point. Are you responsible for what happened 300 or 400 years ago? I don't even remember doing shit. I didn't do it 300 years ago. Did you do
Oh,
it?
did most people live that long?
That's what I'm saying. We didn't do anything. I was born here. I don't remember being born.
We are the recipients of what's happened. I get that, but
I
then
don't think I asked you to feel badly for something other people did, but I just wanted you to know that the way that you presented it earlier didn't sound like you knew all the shit that I was trying to bring to you, but that's okay.
No, but this is critical
Sounds
race
like-
theory crap where they try to blame working class poor people for the problems that happened by the ruling classes.
They'll
It's
do
the
it here
ruling
too.
classes who
That's
did
not
all
what I'm
this
doing.
shit. It was government shit. We didn't had no control over the government. We never have and
No,
never
the
will.
fucking Dutch East India Company had nothing. You had nothing to do with being there, dude. You shouldn't even feel like you're. I don't know.
So we're being taxed
So
and we're
you
being
decide that.
oppressed for the.
Well, you decide where to take up your culture and say like, this is mine, and then you decide what's not your problem. And I get that.
Yeah, but why? Okay, why would you blame a baby born today for something that happened 300 years ago? It's ridiculous. It's immoral and it's unethical and it should be unlawful.
If
Actually, I
you
think it's
want
unlawful.
to go for that brass ring, then that's not what I'm saying to you.
No, I'm not going down this critical race theory stuff because it doesn't
This
work.
isn't critical race. It's not. No, it just has to do with genocide, Dick. That's all.
Why are you people obsessed with all this stuff?
Because
It
there
was
were original
200 years
people
ago.
here.
You're alive. You're
You're a
existing.
freak.
Go make the best life you can do. Why are you beating up on other people who had no control over anything?
Bro, I'm not talking to
Why don't I
you
blame you for
about your
slavery? Come
shit
on,
or where you live.
it's your fault for slavery then. Don't
That's
admit
not
you
what
were
I'm
wrong.
talking
You
about.
enslaved people.
I did that. Okay.
You know that the most feudal society in the whole world of
Do you think
existence
I'm not?
was
Do you think I'm not comfortable with everything that I know about American history? Like it's already gone down. Like I have no ability to change it. But does that mean I'm supposed to be like, no, that's still fine, and I'm not taking any guilt for anything. It's all fucking other people's fault. It's not mine at all. I don't have any part of it. And Australia's great. That's what you want
okay,
to do.
fine.
That go ahead.
Okay, fine.
I don't care.
During
I'm just fucking
during
bringing
World
one
War
thing to the
II.
table here, dude.
Okay, during World War II, do we blame an individual soldier for shooting an enemy? Is that soldier's fault for shooting another guy in war?
It was like 8 tribes. You don't even know about the people that are gone from the place that you live in, that used to live there. That's all I'm saying. At least I know some of the Indian tribes and stuff like that. I don't know.
Okay, fine. Let's talk about
You're
Indian
fine.
tribes.
You're fine. I'm not making a judgment call on you. You go ahead and keep talking.
Man,
I'm gonna jump out here. I'm gonna jump out the window.
I'm
This
just
doesn't
saying the
matter.
most feudal and the most enslaved and the most genocidal tribe in history were the Native Americans. They had war constantly. They killed each other. They enslaved each other. And when the Spanish showed up and said, these guys are fucking crazy. They're fighting each other all the time. They're killing each other. They're raping their children. They're enslaving other women and children. People are sick. You know, that's why you had good Indian tribes and you had bad Indian tribes, but all these bad tribes in the Midwest of America, they were sick, man.
Right. You go ahead and cry about criminals being whatever part of Australia. That's not
You
go ahead and talk about the all that other stuff. That's
Wait, whoa. Hey, bro, Canadian guy, do you support Ukraine? I mean, come on now. Some like there was humongous massacres with Native Americans, like where they offed entire other tribes for hundreds and hundreds of years. And you want us to give land back and shit, but give the land back to whom? To which tribes? And not only that, what about black slave owners? Do descendants of black slave owners get reparations as well?
Yeah, I think we can
I'm
all
just saying
agree
that they
that.
genocided all the Aboriginals so that they could take their land.
Well, we did. We
What,
did
in
in
Australia?
Tasmania. Not one Aboriginal was left in Tasmania. The last of them were locked up and died on a mission. So we can't say we didn't.
But I'm just saying, there's still huge native populations on mainland Australia. There's hundreds of thousands of Aborigines in this country. They weren't genocided. I don't know where this bullshit comes from.
There were like
I don't know
millions
what
of
happened
them,
in Tasmania.
There were
They're
millions of
everywhere. There's
fucking Native
Aborigines
Americans
everywhere.
too.
But at the same time, it sounds like Europeans were kind of just like, people from England. They're like, oh, you're a convict, you're an indentured servant. We're going to dump you here. And then they kind of just left, right? I mean,
yeah.
Australia is fucking weird. It really is because like you guys were all like supposedly just convicts and you
I
got
know,
dumped off
right?
on an island. And then in
And
the
they
60s,
weren't
you
just
guys
islands.
started building muscle homes.
We're on a
Like,
tropical
50%
island.
of the people were settled.
Yeah, the story makes no sense.
Yeah, just like the United States. Like Australia and America are the only countries that are English speaking naturally that like see like you can't say that Australians and Irish people have anything in common. or an American and an Irish person. But Australia and America, they're very. But it's weird though because it was all colonies, and it was just think about, dude. Like you don't ever see like photos of like slaves coming into the United States, but you see photos of like just huddled over like white European people put on a fucking ship, like literally like shoulder to shoulder, standing on the deck of a ship, like just piled up, like being shipped off into New York in like the
Also told that
1850s.
where they come
It's
from was
crazy.
overpopulated
Yeah, were they
and
already here?
so that
Yeah,
kind of
the most oppressed.
Were the Africans already
And I
here
guess
that we apparently brought over, or the Dutch brought? Why
Some
it's
Africans,
the Dutch.
some
The Dutch are really to
Africans
blame
think
for all
that.
this shit.
Well, yeah, but
it was the Jewish bankers who did all this. It was the Jew bankers.
It was the
We can't
aliens
hide the
behind the
truth
Jews.
anymore.
Yeah, I get you.
Well, who ran the Jews? I don't know. That's a good point.
I know. It's like the enemy just rips the rubber mask off, and there's another person behind it every time. Get you.
Yeah, I can try.
Oh. Hebrew Israelites claim that they are blacks that have always been in North America forever. And they also think that they're the Hebrews. So, I mean, there's a lot of people that think that, black people were actually in North America forever, that we didn't go over there and steal them and bring them over here. So, I mean, I don't know. Shit's all fucked up and convoluted. I mean, you ask a Hebrew Israelite, they will say that they are natives of North America, that this is their land. It's also a weird conspiracy theory where North America is considered the Holy Land and not the Middle East. It got flipped. So, I mean, who knows? But they also say that they're Hebrews while simultaneously claiming to be King Tut. So, like, are you the slave or are you the slave owner? Like, so, I mean, but it's weird, man. I mean, they got their own weird thing. So, yeah, a lot of African Americans think that they are actually natives of North America. Yeah. Sorry. I'm not sure if the room is glitching out or if everyone's or if I killed the room. My bad.
The room is temporarily nuked.
Oh.
We're going to try to rebound our consciousness and respond to you.
Well, good thing is nukes aren't real, so. Oh shit.
That's why it's a kind of an adjective. I use it creatively.
Yeah, dude. So are you from America or are you from Canada? Because you sound Canadian.
Yeah, I'm not Canadian. I've been to Canada.
What state are you from?
I'm Snacks to the Future. I've been here forever, since the beginning of everything.
Oh, dude, I always thought you were a fucking flat earther.
I am a flat earther. I just also think that like there's things about Australia.
Australia is weird though, but the thing is, like, supposedly it's just like all of.
We didn't even talk.
Well, because it's all of like Great Britain's convicts were put on ships essentially, like, and just dumped off onto an island.
Slaves, not convicts, slaves.
Well, right. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but the official, like, if I was to go grab like my 1999 history textbook, it would say they were convicts. I'm just saying,
there's a difference between slaves and convicts. Even if you don't agree with what happened, a convict is someone who committed a crime and goes to jail, and they're part of their jail punishment is being a convict, as opposed to just raping, stealing people, and making them slaves.
But they needed the dirty deeds done dirt cheap, and so
it's the same thing, but it's not.
Right?
Yeah.
Didn't they need the dirty deeds done dirt cheap? They had to get the Aboriginals out of there.
Apparently, it had to do with one. I don't know if it was Flinders or someone that came here, and he said, "I don't want to do it the same way we did it in America or something. We want to do it. We have to give them some kind of autonomy so they'll." I don't know. He just thought it would work better if they gave them the promise of freedom at the end of it.
You're exactly right. In Victoria, they were trading with the Aboriginal tribes. They gave them weapons and knives and axes and stuff. There was a trade system, and they weren't genocided. I guarantee you.
Mm. Mm.
No, not all white people wanted to kill them.
No.
Think about this. Okay, imagine if. Okay, I look at it like this. Imagine if you were given 20 acres of land by the government. So there, go live there with your wife and kid, right? You're living there by yourself. You're milking a cow and you're growing your grapes or whatever. You're not going to run around the forest shooting Aboriginal natives in the back of the head, are you? Because they're going to come in the middle of the night and cut your head off. You'll wave to them and say hello, and you give them food, and you give them, do trade with them and be nice to these people, because you're not going to kill your neighbour.
I've got my great-grandmother's memoirs, and she was born in 1887 or something, and she talks about the Aboriginals on the land of their property, but they had no problems with them, no quarries. I think one of the ladies helped her.
This is where they lie about history. Everyone was a white Christian family who escaped Europe for something or was given land or whatever. Christians don't go around cutting off heads. If it did happen, it must have been the ruling classes or the Jewish people or whatever. I don't know. Anyway.
Christians
what are you saying? White people don't do shit
on
wrong? Is that what you said? Is that what you said?
Almost on the planet.
White people don't do bad shit. I get it.
Yeah, no, not really. I mean,
they're
we
not
do bad
capable
shit
of
to
it.
each other.
I get it.
Yeah. But in World War II, 20 million Russians died. How many Germans died in World War II? It was whites versus whites. Yeah, we do bad shit to ourselves. I mean, like Germany has fucking steamrolled all the way over to England.
But this is not an ethnic war, though. You know what I mean? This is a war of nations.
Well, no, every war in Europe was an ethnic war.
Every war is an ethnic war. Okay.
Well, I mean, essentially, look at Yugoslavia.
You're saying that, not me. I'm saying that it's a war between nations because that's how warfare exists. That's how wars declared by nations, not ethnic groups. But go ahead.
What's your opinion on the Third World War in Africa?
But aren't I correct?
The Third World War in Africa is the most bloodiest conflict ever. There's no white people involved in that. It's black Africans killing black Africans.
I don't think any of this. I was saying that there was elements of racial animus, and that's all I've been given back. All I'm saying is like you're living here. We want to take your land. We're going to take it now. How are we going to do that? We're going to burn your forest down. We're going to fuck your rivers up. We're going to deplete your natural ability to get food, and then we'll starve you the fuck out. That's how we'll begin taking over Australia. That's my battle plan. What's yours? We want to take it over because we want people to live there, right? It's ours. These people are from another era. They're using rocks and fucking fire. You know what I mean? With boats and shit. Take their shit.
Yeah, and they built pyramids.
I'm using technology and I'm bringing in disease. I'm going to be lazy. You can all just die of disease. I can't be bothered.
Diseases are good too. Diseases and all that stuff. So we can definitely take this land out, and then we'll build our own nation here for the crown. What's wrong with that? What's racial about that? Nothing. You know what I mean? You don't got to dish off on somewhere else. Stay right here. It's totalitarianism. It's fucking imperialism. It's all this stuff. We don't care. You know, people don't. Back then, they just took the shit.
Yeah. Nowadays, Trouble, you could testify to this. How many mixed race Aborigines are there in Australia? I think it's 100%. So that tells me the white people were marrying and dating white women for a long time.
When I was young, there were quite dark Aboriginals. Now there's not so many.
Worse than darkies. You're up from Queensland. In Victoria, they're all mixed race.
I grew up in Victoria.
I'm not buying it.
Where are you, in the city or you're in the country?
I'm in the country. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of there's plenty. There's not a plenty, but there are some around. And
there were plenty of dark.
I know in Melbourne there was big populations in the public housing around Collingwood and Essendon and all that, and some around Bendigo and Ballarat, Warrnambool. There's big populations of Aborigines. Down Gippsland, Swan Hill, all these places.
They're like 1% of the population, so you can't claim that they're I mean, just because there's 100,000, I mean, how many? There's 26 million of us.
You flipped the tables. You've
So
completely flipped the tables. I mean, when the Dutch got there, it was the other way around.
Yes, there were
20 million
1,000,000.
people living there.
Yeah, there were 1,000,000 Aboriginals.
But they were
estimate.
Aboriginals, and there were like a
Yeah.
handful of white people.
Yep.
Good job.
Yeah, well, we had no say in that. We don't understand what happened, so.
I know, but it was a
guilt.
disaster.
No, but you are talking shit about Aboriginals. I'm not talking shit about American Indians.
It was a disaster
Well,
for the Aboriginals. You can't say it wasn't. It was not
why
in
was
their
it a
best
disaster?
at all. Because we killed half of them, most of them.
What did we kill them with?
Guns, bloody taking their land, starvation, disease, practically everything we could think of.
No, I don't think that's true.
Forced them to come into the future when they didn't want to.
The thing is,
I think it's the other way around. I think they were largely left alone. They were just living out in the forests or on the sides of the farms or whatever. Or
Really?
down
Then
by
what
the
was we
rivers.
stealing children off them?
No, okay.
They were
I'll tell
left
you what
alone. We
happened.
have a stolen generation. It's even got a name.
No. That's propaganda. I'll tell you the true story behind that.
What?
What happened, right? There was certain tribes that just got afflicted with alcohol and problems, and they started to get into pedophilia, right? And there was complaints made about these certain tribes in Western Australia that wasn't helpful for the children,
You're
right?
talking 1980. I'm going back to the
So-
1800s.
So the government said, what are we going to fucking do? These poor kids, they've been molested or whatever. So they said, well, we'll just have to take them off. So if that happened under white man's law, you lose your kids, or that person loses their kids. So they just applied the same law to the indigenous tribes and took the kids off and put them in foster care.
No, they
So
didn't. The stolen generation was because one of their parents was black, and they wanted them raised with white families. You can't rewrite history.
Well-
This is books now.
yeah, well, I don't know. A lot of that history is very subjective and very propagandized with communism and
It didn't happen
like,
to everyone, but it happened.
Yeah, but there was some bad shit going on in those tribes. We can't
We have a
deny
white.
that.
We had a
It
white
still goes
only.
on.
We had a white only policy with our immigration for how many decades?
Yeah, because that was because of other things. There was other factors going on that was detrimental to the country.
To the invaders of the country, the new owners of the country.
No, okay.
I mean, I don't
really
know.
want to get
You
into.
can't go back and change the past, so we have to kind of deal with it somehow.
No, but I'm saying that's what I'm saying. This is part of this communist.
I can hear it bothers you.